Chapter 411 Fornack Manor. In the early morning, facing the biting north wind, Soldak left the city of Helensa on horseback with Carl and his party, worried that Natasha would not be able to have lunch and dinner at the night academy during his absence for the past few days. Soldak specifically asked the two girls in the next dormitory last night to help him take care of Natasha. The two girls, Lena and Nedra, readily agreed. Fornack Manor is located on the southern outskirts of Helensa city. There are almost no mountains on the road from Helensa city to Fornack Manor. At most, it is flat forest land. Along the way, Soldak saw several logging camps. There were some old golden oak trees on both sides, and the road was not easy to walk. Everyone walked forward along a tread mark on the road. The snow on the road has not yet been completely compacted. We leave the road and embark on the tree-lined road to Fornack Manor. There are only some footprints left by hunters on this road. It seems that few people come here after the heavy snow. From time to time, there are one after another. The pheasants flew out of the snow and plunged into the snow pits in the forest on the hillside. This time, in addition to Soldak, Carl also transferred the first squadron of the support squadron to accompany him. The 8-person group left Helensa city in the morning, and it only took half a day to arrive at Fornack Manor. Soldak and Carl walked side by side on the road. Last night, Carl asked Milieu, the captain of the first team, to retrieve the information about the little Viscount Fornack from the guard camp. At this time, Milieu followed Carl and carefully told the information he had found last night. The captain of the first team is a close confidant of Carl. I heard him say, when many people in the city talked about the robbery of Fornack Manor, they said that the little Viscount Fornack was a rare coward. He did it because he was afraid of those gangs of robbers. Therefore, he gave up Fornack Manor and ran back to Helensa city in despair. Carl rode on horseback and turned to Soldak and said, I remember that there was a time when a group of robbers lived in the Fornack Manor. Yes. Milieu, the captain of the first team, also looked like he still remembered it, and said with emotion in his tone, that happened last summer. A group of bandits were plundering around the city of Helensa, causing everyone in the nobles in Helensa city to panic. Each brigade in the guard camp sent their respective support squadrons out of the city to encircle and suppress the bandit group. Only then did they discover that this bandit group actually occupied Fornack Manor, and used it as the stronghold plundered the surrounding villages and towns. And after the guard battalion eliminated the bandit group in one fell swoop, the Fornack Manor returned to the hands of the little Viscount Fornack. After Viscount Fornack took over the manor, he only sent one night watchman to guard the door to prevent the manor from being completely abandoned. Unexpectedly, the manor would continue to have troubles one after another in the following period. Milieu added, are things happening one after another? Carl asked in surprise. This kind of thing was a public security issue outside the city, but he didn't know any news about it. Milieu, the first team leader, nodded and said, yes, this dead night watchman is not the first victim in this manor. In fact, if you include this person, he should be the 5th. The 4 Viscounts of Fornack all made some compensation to the families of the night watchmen. Even if someone died, no one would make any announcement. Moreover, Viscount Fornack would go to the guard camp to file a record every time. However, this night watchman was not Viscount of Fornack. He didn't want to compensate, but he just caught up with the recent heavy snowfall, and it was already a little late when he received the news. The night watchman's son reported the matter to the guard camp 7 days after his father disappeared. Carl pondered for a moment and then asked, it seems that there is something wrong with this manor. Have you asked the families of the previous night watchmen about the cause of death of those night watchmen? Milieu said a little embarrassedly, the file only records that the cause of death is unknown, because we only had to investigate this last night, and there was no time to visit the families of the victimized night watchmen. This is great, Carl said to Milieu. When the group was about to arrive at Fornack Manor, they stood on the slope in the distance and saw that Fornack Manor was built on a small hill. This hill was only a few dozen meters high, with a gentle road to the south. It is a gentle slope, and on the north side of the hill is a cliff with a drop of about 40 to 50 meters. The Fornack Manor is built on the cliff. Under the cliff is a lake covering an area of about 10 acres. Behind the lake is a large forest. There is a winding path leading here from the south of the manor. Looking from a distance, the depressed exterior walls and broken gate of Fornack Manor are still covered with thick snow. Although they have been repaired, they are lifeless. Only the window frame remained of the window under the observation deck. It looked like a messy bird's nest on the windowsill. A large ibis with black feathers flew out of the window and flew around the manor for a while. Fly away, far away. Carl ordered Milieu. Send 2 people to search carefully outside the manor. Let's find a sheltered place to eat a hot bite to fill our stomachs. And then enter the manor to investigate. Probably because he was worried that Captain Saul and his team would not be able to follow in time. Carl led the first team, not walking very fast. At this time, a temporary tent was set up next to the forest. A bonfire was lit, and a large iron pot was set up to boil water. Break the toasted wheat cakes into pieces, and throw them into a large iron pot until they are cooked until soft, and then eat them warm. This kind of wheat cakes with salt and meat and cheese is much more delicious than the marching rations. After lunch, the group slowly walked into the Phonic Manor. Although there was an iron lock on the broken gate, the railings on the big iron gate had such big holes that even a huge bear could get through. After entering, everyone tied the horses outside the manor, leaving 1 member of the first team to take care of the horses. Carl led the other 5 people into the manor. After Soldak entered the Phonic Manor, he discovered that although the manor was too dilapidated to be inhabitable without renovation, the general outline of the design pattern of the entire manor could still be seen. Under the heavy snow cover, the manor fits well into the surrounding mountain scenery. No wonder the manor has been abandoned to this point. When Darcy Christie recommended the knight's territory to herself, she also recommended the land here to herself. Obviously Darcy Christie is not optimistic about the land here, but is optimistic about this abandoned manor. If the large lake here and the large forest opposite can become her own knight territory, it will obviously be a good idea to invest in buying this dilapidated manor. It's an excellent land purchase plan. But if you want to own such a large piece of land, the small knight's collar may not be able to accommodate it. There were only a few messy footprints in the manor. Milieu walked at the front with a shield in his hand. He was followed by 3 members of the first team. Cerdak and Carl followed behind. This made it difficult for him to go on missions all the time. Cerdak, who was rushing at the front, was very uncomfortable. He took out the dwarf chain shield and the blood-red crescent moon from his magic waist bag, and came to Milieu to walk side by side with him. He wore a red salamander leather armor and held a magic weapon in his hand, which made the members of the first team very jealous. It is said that the night watchman should live in the concierge at the gate, but the gate of this concierge has disappeared without a trace. The glass of the window has been smashed to pieces. The house is filled with snow, and there are only broken tables and chairs inside. Outside, there is almost nothing. No trace of habitation at all. On the contrary, the stable next to it looks very big. The horse trough alone is dozens of meters long. The entire stable is also made of good wooden boards. There are main beams and columns every 4 meters inside. Snow. And there are some weeds and horse manure on the ground not covered by snow. Passing through the arched entrance courtyard of the manor, the shrubbery wall in the courtyard has grown wildly and out of shape without being trimmed by the gardener. Go around the dry fountain in the courtyard and walk up the steps of the main house. There are also some shallow spots on the steps. I don't know if the footprints were left by the night watchman or by the night watchman's son who came here to look for his father. The main house is a 4-story building, which looks particularly lonely and tall when it is built on the top of a rock wall. The walls are made of blue rocks quarried on the spot. When it was first built, the craftsmen who dug these stones were highly skilled, and the stones were very special. It is neat and tidy, and there are regular flowing water patterns on the walls. It has to be said that the foundations of the buildings in this manor are extremely solid, and the materials used for all the buildings in the entire manor are made of very hard bluestone strips. The square stones, each with a wedge in the middle, are put together and then poured with sauna soil mortar, making the whole building almost integrated into one. Walking into the living room of the main building, all the furniture inside has been preserved, but it was once the stronghold of the bandit group, although the decoration on the walls of the room was not damaged much. The carpet in the hall was full of filthy dried blood, and some of the furniture was pushed against the walls, and the empty hall was filled with long tables and stools. It looked like a place where robbers gathered to divide their loot. A set of soft leather sofas were placed on a temporary high platform set up in front of the hall, which seemed to be where the leaders of the bandit group were sitting. There is a side door next to the main hall. The debris at the door was cleared away. Soldak took the lead to walk towards the side door and pushed open the wooden door. It turned out to be a relatively intact bedroom with a wooden bed inside. There is a brazier next to the wooden bed, with a black burnt stand on it, and an iron pot is hung on the stand. The wall opposite the wooden bed is full of firewood cut into sections. Although the room looks messy, but it has a lot of daily necessities, including half a bag of baked wheat cakes and 2 hard frozen air-dried skinned pheasants. It seems that this should be the residence of the night watchman. I think this night watchman is really lazy. There should be a very luxurious kitchen in this building. But he just set up a brazier and an iron pot in his hut. Obviously, he didn't want to go to the kitchen. Carl was there. After walking around the room, he asked Milieu, the captain of the first team. Did Knight Isaac mention that they had found the whereabouts of the night watchman? They probably didn't find it. At that time, they found a basement in this building. After cleaning up the debris, they opened the door to the basement and encountered an evil spirit. Milieu replied immediately. Let's find the entrance to the basement first and check there, Carl said. He knew that Captain Sauron had just visited this place just the day before yesterday. However, Captain Sauron did not find any evil spirits here. He touched it, touching the magic signal flare in his arms. He thought about how to send out the signal as soon as possible when he encountered an evil spirit. However, because Captain Sauron was hiding outside the manor, Carl felt quite confident. So he just wanted to end this matter as soon as possible. It was best to return to Helensa city on the same day. No one wanted to end up in this abandoned place. Spend the night in a deserted house. According to the building customs in Helensa city, the basement entrance is often connected to the kitchen storage room. The other members of the first team are wearing metal armor, carrying light shields and knight swords in their hands. The only thing about this kind of armor is that it is not very the good thing is that when walking, there is always a very harsh metal friction sound. To be honest, I have always thought that Forak Manor is the most scenic manor outside Helensa city. But I didn't expect it to be so abandoned now. If the evil spirits here are solved this time, I would like to participate in an auction. If the auction price is affordable, I will buy this place. It will be really nice to renovate it. Carl walked along the corridor on the side of the living room to the kitchen in the back. Next to the lobby on the first floor is a spacious restaurant. The dining table inside is made of thick indigo wood. There are some exquisite reliefs on the table legs. There are even some dusty tableware on the table. The shelves on the wall are also filled with kitchen utensils. But there was no damage here. And there were even some tableware left. In the kitchen, there is a meat table on one side and a stove on the other side. There is also a long square oak table in the middle. There is also a frozen pig leg hanging on a hook in the kitchen, with marks of knife and axe cuts on it. It looks like it should be the night watchman's stock. The storage room is opposite the kitchen. In the passage leading to the storage room, there is a lot of debris piled here. But most of the debris has been cleared out. A dark basement door is in this passage. The door was open, according to the narration of Isaac, a member of the 5th Squadron after he woke up. The investigation team found the entrance to the basement in the manor and cleaned up the debris piled at the entrance to the basement. Before entering the basement, they suffered the evil spirit attacks. Everyone became nervous when they came here. Everyone was holding a shield in their hands, and they almost surrounded the basement entrance. As the squadron leader, Carl was about to take the lead into the basement, but was held down by Cerdak on the shoulder. Cerdak shook the heavy dwarf chain shield in his hand and said to Carl, "Let me do it." Carl knew that this was not a good time to show off, so he asked Soldak to take the lead. The entrance to the basement was filled with a musty smell. Milieu lit a torch and was about to hand it to Cerdak, but he didn't expect that Cerdak himself was actually carrying an exquisite bronze torch with him. The whole torch seemed heavy. Without seeing how he lit it, he saw a white light group shining on the top of the torch, which was much brighter than the torch in Milieu's hand. Everyone just regarded this torch as a kind of magic lighting device for daily life, and no one paid too much attention to it. Soldak held the torch and walked into the narrow passage in the basement with his head lowered. Chapter 412 The Evil Spirit Under the Ruins. The stone steps in the basement extended downward for 20 steps, and then a gentle step appeared in the corner. Turn left 90 degrees, and continue walking down for 20 steps. Cerdak stepped on the bluestone floor of the basement. In the room, it was filled with a faint musty smell, and a coldness that could penetrate into the body made everyone in the group shiver. With the soft light of the torch, you can roughly see the area within a dozen meters clearly. The entire basement looks very empty. There are some independent rooms separated by iron fences. Each room has a locked iron door. There is only less than 10 square meters of space inside the iron gate. There are no living utensils such as beds, tables and chairs. There is only a layer of weeds like a bird's nest in the corner. The musty smell is probably emanating from here, making this place the basement looks more like a prison cell. The basement was empty. Cerdak explored the depths of the basement along the passage between the iron bars. He felt that the deeper he went inside, the colder that penetrated his bones became stronger and stronger. worried that evil spirits would jump out of the darkness at any time. The group did not explore separately after entering the basement. Everyone gathered together. Surdak walked into a room surrounded by iron fences. He found that the bluestone was actually covered with some claw marks. And there were some tiny bone fragments near the wheat pile. Soldak held the torch and squatted next to the iron fence. There were bite marks everywhere on the lower half of the iron fence. A beast that can leave tooth marks on such a cast iron fence, in addition to its amazing bite force, must be very crazy. A member of the first team stood behind Captain Miluo and couldn't help but mutter, "What the hell is this place? A prison?" Captain Miluo said with a normal expression. "Every noble manor probably has a place where prisoners are kept. Isn't this the first time you've seen it?" Surdak stood up, took a deep breath and said, "These rooms don't look like a place where prisoners are kept. It seems like some ferocious beasts were originally kept here." The holy light torch emits a soft incandescent light. And wherever Surdak goes, the darkness quickly recedes like a tide. Walking further inside, the room in front of you became extremely empty. It looked like a hall of several hundred square meters. There was nothing in the hall. Standing next to the wall, you could see some mottled marks on the wall. The team member couldn't help but said again, "I didn't expect that the basement of Fornac Manor would be so big. It's really too cold here. And it's also very gloomy." Captain Miluo ordered the other two members of the first team behind him, "Light 2 more torches, and let's search around." At this time, Carl said, "Concentrate and retreat immediately if you find anything unusual. What we are facing is the evil spirit hiding deep in the manor. Think about the way Knight Isaac is lying on the bed. Maybe you will be killed in the next second." "It will be like that." Captain Miluo and several members of the first team all looked at Carl with complaints in their eyes. And everyone couldn't help but get closer to each other, looking at the originally very flat bluestone slabs under my feet. It seemed as if something had corroded a layer of them and became uneven. The original appearance of these bluestone slabs was no longer visible. The iron boots under the feet of a team member stepped on a bluestone slab. On the top, a layer of stone skin on the surface of the bluestone slab was crushed by iron boots, revealing a hole the size of an egg. And there were even scratches made of red copper around the hole. Soldak didn't pay much attention at first, but when he passed the hole, what came to mind was the huge summoning circle in the cave of Grenfell Manor, and the magic pattern of that circle. It was a mark carved on a stone slab and cast with magic metal. Surdak stopped and squatted down to carefully observe the remaining traces around the hole. This doesn't seem to be a storage room at all. Soldak used his dagger to scrape a thin layer of magical red copper from the stone slab and said to Carl standing next to him. Then he looked at the direction of the broken magic lines extending out from the hole, and said to the captain of the first team, "Captain Miluo, ask your people to stand separately, and go out along these lines to see if they can find holes like this." Miluo did not dare to neglect, and quickly followed Soldak's instructions. And 4 of them, including himself, searched in the direction Soldak pointed. Sure enough, about 10 meters out, a member of the first team said loudly, "Captain, I have a hole of the same size here. I have it here too." The other 2 members of the first team also discovered something. Surdak's operation obviously involved magic. Carl, Miluo and others were all confused about this. Carl couldn't help but ask curiously, "Dak, what is going on?" "Recently, I have been in the library looking up knowledge about Night Halo and magic and martial arts. I also have some understanding of some superficial magic knowledge. If it is other magic arrays, Surdak may not know them, but this magic pattern array is very important to him." But his memory was still fresh in his mind. Back then, in the cave behind Grenfell Manor, Soldak saw a shadow terror crawling out of the magic circle. And later in Cyrus, Hickok saw several similar magic patterns in his magic notes. Apparently these black magicians are constantly trying to make some improvements to this magic circle. There was actually a similar magic circle in this basement, and someone had deliberately used corrosive liquid to destroy most of the traces of the magic circle. Surdak vaguely guessed something, and a cold air rose from his tailbone to his head. Above his head, Surdak glanced at Carl beside him and said to him, "If my guess is correct, this is not a storage room. There should have been a magic circle engraved here, but it was destroyed for some unknown reason. The place where we were just now is where magic crystals are embedded in the magic crystal. It is a very common hexagram-shaped magic circle." Carl touched his chin, frowned and thought about it seriously, and said with some hesitation, "I don't remember that the Phonak family has ever produced a magician noble." A cold wind blew in the basement, and the torches in the hands of the first team members were extinguished. leaving only the holy light torch in Soldak's hand to illuminate the surroundings. A ball of flame suddenly erupted with a faint blue light above everyone's heads, and an evil spirit covered in black death air flew out from the blue soul fire. It was full of violent aura, and a black sharp claw had stretched out and attacked Soldak, seeming to want to break off his arm holding the holy light torch. But the evil spirit obviously underestimated the light emanating from the holy light torch. When it pounced on Serdek, the body in the darkness was completely exposed to the holy light. The death energy surrounding the body quickly melted under the illumination of the holy light, and the dark arms of the evil spirit continued to move outwards, evaporating the air of deathly resentment. The dark bone claws stretched out towards Serdek continued to fade under the illumination of the holy light, turning bit by bit into the true color of white bones. The evil spirit seemed to feel the pain, and let out a sharp and piercing howl in front of Serdek. Although Serdek was stunned by the sound wave, because he was wearing a sobriety rack, a soft light came from the lucidity pendant on his chest radiated out, resisting the mental impact from the evil spirit, and the same light also appeared on the chest of Carl next to him. Apparently Carl was also wearing a sobriety pendant, but Carl's nostrils were bleeding from the mental impact of the evil spirit. He covered his forehead with a look of pain. The other members of the first team and Captain Milieu stood far away from each other, without receiving much impact. The first team members quickly rushed towards the place where the evil spirit appeared. As for Captain Milieu, he quickly ran out of the basement as agreed before. Since the evil spirit had been discovered, he wanted to run outside as soon as possible and release the prepared magic flare. At this time, the evil spirit didn't seem to have many other means of attack. Seeing that Serdek was not affected by the soul scream, it suddenly opened its mouth and blew out a thick death stream towards Serdek. He was angry, but the evil spirit quickly retreated into the darkness. Serdek saw the evil spirit retreating quickly. How could he let it go so easily? The mission of this operation was to find the evil spirit hiding in the manor and persist until Captain Saul arrived. It was just no one expected that the evil spirit would flee back into the darkness as soon as it burst out. Serdek was also worried that after the evil spirit escaped, he would find a secret place to hide. In that case, even if all the members of the rescue squadron were dispatched collectively, they might not be able to find the evil spirit from the manor. So he quickly followed the evil spirit closely. Behind Ling, he strode to catch up. The evil spirit retreated quickly, but there was a blue soul fire burning fiercely on top of its head, making it invisible in the darkness. But it immediately discovered the situation, opened its mouth and sucked the soul fire above its head into its belly, and these evil spirits completely disappeared into the darkness. Since he was not familiar with the layout of the basement, Serdek stopped holding the torch of holy light. Serdek and the 3 members of the first team followed him panting from behind. Only then did they have time to light it again. Torch looked around and found that everyone had passed through the stone door and left the underground hall just now, and came to another basement. The evil spirit didn't know where it was hiding. As other torches were relit, the entire stone room appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This stone room was not too big. There were a row of empty shelves along the wall, and some crumpled magic parchments are piled on the shelves. There is an experimental bench in the middle of the stone room. Next to the experimental bench is a crucible that looks abandoned. Some glass containers, beakers, purification vessels, etc. are placed on the experimental bench. Above, just behind the test bench are some large glass containers and a 1-meter square iron cage. Although Serdek was somewhat mentally prepared, he still took a slight breath of air when he saw this magic experiment table. He didn't expect that his previous guess would be verified so quickly. There was indeed a magic experiment hidden here. Generally, magic laboratories are built on high towers, which makes it easier to access the 4 elements in the air. Only some dark magic laboratories are built in basements. At this time, Serdek and Carl not only looked at each other, but they did not expect that the Fornek family also had some close connections with the Black Magic Hermitage. Serdek braved the courage to continue walking forward. At this time, everyone was thinking the same thing. That is, they wanted to find the hidden evil spirit as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Captain Sauron arrived later, they would find that the evil spirit had already been I just ran away. I guess the scene would be very embarrassing. The room was covered with thick dust, and there were no footprints on the ground. It looked like no one had been there for a long time. Captain Sauron probably didn't find this place when he was exploring this manor the day before yesterday. Not feeling any death energy in the room, Soldak began to search around the laboratory. When he approached the group of glass containers next to the test bench, suddenly a thick air of death came from a round-bellied and long-necked animal. The bottle came out and rolled around Serdek. turning into an evil spirit with teeth and claws. It seemed to be very afraid of the holy light torch in Serdek's hand. When it saw Serdek smashing the holy light torch towards it, it actually attacked it. He hid aside, and took the opportunity to pounce on Carl behind him, because he had known that there was an evil spirit hiding in the manor. Carl had been prepared before he came. He drew a thorium sword from his waist, and struck at the evil spirit without retreating. As soon as the sword touched the evil spirit, the death energy on Linkio's body was reduced a lot again. It didn't dare to rush forward anymore, and hurriedly rushed towards the door of the laboratory. It was blocked by the first team member guarding the door, with a thorium light shield. So it could only retreat to the experiment in embarrassment. In the room, this evil spirit could not escape. Under Serdek's pressing step by step, it could only fly around in the laboratory. However, as long as it was exposed to the light of the holy light torch, the death energy on its body would continue. As the ground steams, and the death energy disappears, the evil spirit becomes weaker. When the exploratory team of the 5th Battalion returned from Fornek Manor, Knight Isaac was seriously injured. Carl and others once thought that the evil spirits hiding in the manor must be very difficult to deal with. Captain Sauron even came forward to deal with it. In this case, Captain Sauron came to Fornek Manor, and the evil spirits hiding in the manor did not dare to come out. Now it seems that this evil spirit is really incompetent. It doesn't even have some basic combat experience and relies on instinct for everything. Even if Captain Sauron doesn't come, the support squadron is confident that it can handle an evil spirit of this strength. With the cooperation of Suldak and Carl, the evil spirit was forced into a corner in the laboratory. Only a trace of death was left on its body, revealing a small skeleton and the soul in its body. The fire was also in danger, and when it was about to go out, a scream came from outside the laboratory. Suldak and Carl immediately recognized that the scream was coming from Miluo, the captain of the first team, who ran out to release the demon and send out the flare. Everyone looked at the door of the laboratory. There was a translucent ghost standing at the door of the laboratory. He seemed to still maintain his appearance in life. A middle-aged nobleman wearing gorgeous clothes. He stood quietly outside the laboratory door. Captain Miluo was right in front of him. His hands twisted back, and a dagger stabbed him. The wound on his heart was not very deep, so it was obvious that the other party did not kill him. Carl saw the ghost's blurry face clearly and shouted in surprise, "Count Fornek." Chapter 413 Whose Game? The middle-aged nobleman in soul form looked forward with a somewhat hollow look, like a projection from the subdimensional space. He stood in the dark basement, with a faint blue light emitting from his body. The coercion emanating from him gave Suldak a very strong feeling, as if he was in Gonde in the Warsaw Plain. I saw the injured earth violent bear next to the valley of the Arizon Mountains, and the middle-aged noble in front of me was just a spiritual body with a huge aura. He didn't even have any body, and could only rely on light and shadow to prove his existence. And his spirit body was in a translucent state. Serdek could feel the power behind the human-shaped light and shadow. The strong mental fluctuations spread around like a tide, and the radiation range far exceeded the basement. Serdek did not act rashly. It was not that he did not want to save Captain Miluo from the middle-aged noble ghost, but that he had a strong intuition that the noble ghost in front of him would definitely kill him before he rushed forward. Kill Captain Miluo. The middle-aged nobleman did not speak. He communicated with the knights of the guard camp in the basement in a spiritual way. The voice resounded in the spiritual sea of Serdek. "Let my son go! Leave this manor, and I will let go of your companions." There was no doubt in his tone, and as his aura in front of him continued to increase, a shallow layer of blue soul flame ignited on the translucent body of the humanoid light and shadow. Carl saw that the middle-aged nobleman in front of him seemed to have some sense, and calmly patted Suldak's hand, hinting him not to be impulsive yet. Carl took a step forward. He said loudly to Count Fornek, "Are you Uncle Fornek?" In the empty basement, Carl's voice echoed in the dark room, making the basement seem even more deserted. He was a little excited. He stood there and looked at Count Fornek, who was controlling Captain Miluo with a dagger in front of him, with a bitter smile on his face. I don't know if it's the acquaintance effect, but the soul fire in the middle-aged noble has calmed down a little. He turned to look at Carl with empty eyes, and took 2 steps forward hesitantly. A piece of light and shadow appeared behind him, as if a door of long-sealed memory had been opened, and some fragments of scenes appeared there. In the light and shadow, Suldak was able to find Carl's appearance when he was young, just like a documentary in the form of memories. Unexpectedly, Count Fornek, in his ghost form, would act like a movie projectionist, projecting the memory fragments deep in his soul. His eyes glanced from the boy Carl, then looked at the Carl in front of him. Then he hesitated and asked Carl, "Are you the little Carl from the Casement family?" Carl nodded quickly. Unexpectedly, Count Phonak in ghost form turned out to be a sane and admonishing undead. Soldak knew that only high-level undead possessed intermediate wisdom. However, if such high-level undead remained in the Roland continent, they would inevitably be destroyed by the laws of the world. Force suppression? It was hard to tell how powerful Count Phonak was. In short, it was much stronger than the little evil spirit huddled in the corner of the laboratory. Cerdak realized that there would be a fierce battle in Moshan, and he was a little nervous. He clenched the holy light torch in his hand. He regretted that when he set out, in order to save a devil antelope head, he did not open the sacrificial altar and bless himself with the blessed body and blessing shield. The current situation is so passive. "Do you still remember me?" Carl took a few steps closer and looked at Count Phonak in his soul form and said. Count Phonak's empty eyes seemed to have some fluctuations. He looked at Carl and said, "Of course. I still remember your appearance when you were a child. You were so tall at that time. You asked your friends to let my son go. I won't hurt you." Count Phonak in ghost form waved his hand, and the black chains that bound Captain Milieu's body were like living tentacles, quickly withdrawing from his body, and the silver dagger flew out of Captain Milieu's body, and a stream of blood flowed out. Out! Captain Milieu staggered towards this side, and was supported by a member of the first team. He hurriedly untied Milieu's leather breastplate and bandaged his chest wound with a hemostatic bandage. Carl turned his head and glanced at the evil spirit huddled in the corner, and said, "Uncle Phonak, is this evil spirit the dead little Hal? What happened? Little Hal stabbed our guard camp a few days ago. The knight in there?" There was a kind of helplessness and depression in the voice of Count Phonak in the soul form. "In order to prevent Hal from hurting anyone, I have blocked the entrance to the basement. Those knights from the guard camp forced their way into the manor, thinking that a murder case could be found in the basement. He insisted on entering the basement despite my warning, and being attacked by little Hal was retribution." Carl and Cerdak looked at each other and thought, "We just walked into the basement and didn't receive any warning at all. We were not attacked by the same sneak attack." "Hal, come here!" Count Phonak in the soul form waved towards the corner of the laboratory. The skeleton, that was not wrapped in much death energy, was brought back to him by a powerful force. The evil manling didn't seem to be conscious. He was struggling beside Count Phonak, while trembling and staring at the surroundings with vigilance. He showed greed and showed his teeth and claws at the knights of the guard camp. Carl did not intend to let this little evil spirit go. This mission was to capture the murderer who hurt the Isaac Knight, and also to find out the reason why the night watchman of Fornac Manor was missing. But now it seems that there has been knowing the answer. There are 2 ghosts hiding in Fornac Manor. Doesn't this explain the problem? Count Phonak in the soul form tried to retreat into the darkness with the evil spirit. At this moment, countless black tentacles once again grew out of the gaps in the stone room wall, like countless seaweeds entangled together. And the guard camp knights in the basement were entangled. The body is bound in place, and no matter how hard everyone struggles, they can't break free. But when those black tentacles touched Cerdak's hand holding the holy light torch, the tips of the tentacles melted quickly, and the remaining tentacles also quickly retracted. At this time, Count Phonak in the soul form suddenly stopped. He glanced at Cerdak lightly, and a powerful spiritual power rushed into Cerdak's spiritual sea. There was a strong light in the spiritual world. At this time, Cerdak could not feel the hostility of Count Phonak, so he quickly raised his hands to show that he would not act rashly. Count Phonak stopped his mental attack and looked at Soldak, as if he was hesitant to speak. He turned around and took away the group of evil spirits that had shrunk into a ball. The surrounding black tentacles also shrank little by little into the gaps in the stone wall of the basement. The 2 knights of the first team regained their mobility and immediately wanted to benefit from behind. Count Nak chased after him, leaving Count Phonak behind. But before their bodies could touch Count Phonak, their bodies seemed to be hit by an invisible force, and the 2 bodies suddenly flew backwards. Going out, they hit the stone wall behind them solidly, and both knights were shocked to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood, seeing that there seemed to be people who wanted to continue to rush forward bravely. "Everyone, please don't act rashly," Cerdak shouted to everyone. When Count Phonak gradually disappeared into the darkness, Soldak said to Carl, "I'm afraid none of us are his opponents. Let's go outside the manor first. Meet Captain Sauron and report to him the situation here, and make new plans. As for the action plan, we can't deal with them at all, And we will also ask the Magic Guild's law enforcement team to come forward when the time comes. Carl saw that someone in the team had been slightly injured, and that Captain Milieu's injuries still needed Serdak to deal with. So he agreed to Serdak's proposal and said, "That's fine." The group of people quickly left the basement with the injured Captain Milieu. When passing through the empty underground hall and cells, the strong and cold feeling had disappeared. After everyone helped Captain Milieu out of the main building and bathed in the afternoon sunshine again, they all seemed to feel a sense of relief. Carl stood in the yard of Forneck Manor and released a magic flare. This was the gathering that everyone had agreed to do. Signal. But after waiting for a short while, Captain Saul did not come as promised. Carl and Soldak looked at each other in confusion, wondering what was going on outside. But even the other two members of the first team, who were staying outside, didn't respond. Carl hurriedly walked outside the manor. As he walked, he said, "Let's go outside and take a look. It seems something happened outside." The other members followed Carl. As soon as Serdak took a step, he felt a black magic wave. He subconsciously raised the dwarf chain shield. This was an instinct of the body after practicing tens of thousands of shield swings. In response, a black fire the size of a fingernail hit the shield, bursting into flames. Serdak's whole body was blown back several steps by the burst of flames. He relied on instinct and perception to avoid the sneak attack. But another member of the first team in the team was not so lucky. A small ball of black fire rushed into his body, and the flames exploded on him. In an instant, his whole body burst into flames. A large area of black fire. A few seconds after the member turned into a burning person, the whole person turned into a blackened mass under the black fire. Serdak looked in the direction of the black fire, and saw two black magicians in black robes standing under the arched courtyard at the gate of the manor. One of them was a strange middle-aged woman. The other one is the black magician Samoa, who has been wanted by the Magic Guild. However, because she used a stand-in to get the Magic Guild to cancel the wanted order for her, they thought she would leave Helensa City. But unexpectedly we'll meet her here, facing the two black magicians. Carl and his group quickly hid behind the bunker. "Damn it! Member of the Black Magic Hermitage. What kind of shit luck did I have?" Although Carl was cursing, he quickly held a standard military crossbow in his hand and quickly loaded 5 crossbow arrows. This standard military crossbow, the crossbow can draw 5 bow strings at the same time and can shoot continuously. It is more accurate than the alloy bow. The only disadvantage is that it is not very convenient to carry. Seeing Carl holding out the crossbow, Captain Milieu and the other two team members also followed suit. The first crossbow arrow flew close to the middle-aged female magician's cheek, not only breaking off a strand of her hair, but also cutting a blood groove on her face. And blood flowed down her face instantly. Before Carl even had time to cheer, a large ball of explosive flames exploded above his head. A strong wave of air knocked Carl to the ground. The leather armor on his back was burned to a large extent by the flames, and his whole body was also exploded. Feeling a little dizzy from the rush of breath, Serdak saw Carl was injured and rushed forward desperately. Holding a shield in one hand, he rushed to Carl's side, grabbed the collar behind his back with one hand, and desperately dragged him back. In the hall of the main building of the manor, Milieu and the other two members raised their shields next to Serdak as a cover. However, after a few hoarse dog barks, a muscular H.L. dog appeared from the dry fountain. Captain Milieu, he pounced on him without hesitation and ordered the other two members of the team, "You guys take cover while I go to restrain the H.L. dogs. Everyone, please retreat to the hall first." The two first team knights quickly caught up with Serdak. Captain Milieu drew out his knight's sword and stabbed the soft belly of the H.L. dog with one sword. His thinking was very clear. As long as he forced the H.L. dog back, he would take advantage of the opportunity, return to the main building hall. But the vicious dog did not dodge at all, and there was no fear in the eyes of the H.L. dog. The whole vicious dog pounced on it, not even dodging Captain Milieu's sword, trying to kill him despite being injured. Captain Milieu threw himself down. Black magicians Marion and Samoa continued to draw magic patterns, blurted out a series of spells, and 2 consecutive fireballs exploded at the entrance of the hall. The two team members covering Soldak and Carl held up Knight's light shields, exploded by the fireball. Their bodies hit the stone wall of the main building like defeated soldiers. They rolled down the stone wall to the steps and fell into coma. On the contrary, Captain Milieu suddenly pulled out the knight's sword half a foot when the H.L. dog pounced on him, and rolled his body in a small circle. The knight's sword skillfully passed through the belly of the H.L. dog, and immediately hit the H.L. Evil dog. The dog's chest was cut open, and the vicious dog's organs flowed out along the open wound, letting out a hoarse scream. Captain Miluo turned over to avoid the vicious dog's last bite before dying, and blinded the dog with one stab with his left eye. As the dog fell to the ground, Captain Miluo quickly rushed towards the main building hall. At this time, Soldak had dragged Carl behind the stone pillar at the entrance of the hall. When he turned around to greet the other members, he found 2 members of the first team lying unconscious on the stone steps, with almost half of their bodies injured, burned by the fireball. He saw Captain Miluo running towards the hall nimbly. Before he could run up the stone steps, a fireball flew out from behind, landed at his feet, and exploded suddenly. A look of horror instantly appeared on his face. Solidified, his body flew up violently with the air waves. There happened to be a sculpture of a warrior holding a spear on both sides of the main building. Captain Miluo's good body was pierced on the tip of the spear protruding from the sculpture, and blood flowed along the spear body of the statue. When he came out, Captain Miluo was still looking at the door of the hall, with his eyes slowly losing their luster, and a large piece of white crystal fell out of his arms. Chapter 4:14 Melee. For magicians, the more open space they are in, the more powerful their magic can be. At the same level, magicians are far more useful on the battlefield than warriors. Nowadays, many legions have mage groups. These mage groups have large-scale attack magic, and magicians riding magic harpoons come and go on the battlefield like the wind. No matter what kind of terrain, they cannot hinder the actions of the mage group on the battlefield. Without nowadays, the only ones who can suppress the magicians are the sharpshooters of the long archers in the army. However, Serdak's bow skills are very average. Even if he is used for hunting, he can only hunt prey by luck in many cases. Although he holds Carl's military repeating crossbow with good accuracy in his hand, it is still difficult for him. Not much confidence. He hid his body behind the stone pillar, kicked the ground hard with his feet, and rushed out of the hall like a swift cheetah. He squatted half-crouched at the door of the hall, holding a general's crossbow level with both hands, intending to retaliate against the 2 black magicians in the yard. Color. But before he could shoot the crossbow in his hand, he saw Captain Miluo being blown away by a firebomb. His bloody and charred body was hanging on the spear in the hand of the stone carving at the door. He quickly fired the crossbow arrows in the standard military crossbow arrow slot at the 2 black magicians at the bottom of the steps. Regardless of whether he hit the 2 black magicians outside, he crawled and rolled back to the hall and hid in the hall. Go behind the stone pillar. A fire bomb kept spinning and flew in from the door of the hall. Serdak didn't have time to think too much and quickly threw Carl to the ground behind the stone pillar. Almost at the same time, the fire bomb suddenly exploded next to the stone pillar beside Serdak, and a violent wave of air blew from behind Serdak, along with countless debris flying up, falling on his face and hands. There is some pain in my upper body. It's not like Soldak has never encountered a battle in which magicians cast fireballs. It's just that the fireballs of these 2 black magicians can actually detonate. This is obviously not an ordinary fireball that junior magic apprentices can use, but more like an advanced fireball. Magic like fireballs or bursting flames. If he hadn't been able to hide quickly, he might have been pushed against the wall of the hall by the air wave generated by the firebomb explosion. He did not dare to stay at the entrance of the hall, so he dragged the unconscious Carl around to the back of the pillars in the hall corridor, then carried the unconscious Carl behind him, and climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor in a few short steps. He wanted Carl to hide in a hidden place, and then find an opportunity to rush to the 2 magicians. As long as he can fight at close range, he is still somewhat confident that he can deal with the 2 black magicians. Several crossbow arrows flew past. Such accurate crossbow arrows did not pose any threat to the black magician Marion. The magician Marion stood on the steps of the main building and did not rush in. She picked up the white crystal dropped by Captain Miluo from under the statue, and looked at the palm-sized magic crystal with astonishment. His eyes were full of disbelief. This white crystal is the core of making magic puppets. Only ghosts can breathe this white crystal. It is like the phylactery of the Lich King, the heart of a vampire, and the eye sockets of a skeleton warrior. They are all the soul fire of the undead race. Place. Marion, the black magician who picked up the white crystal, exhaled softly and said, "No wonder when these guys walked out of the hall, some of them looked injured. It seems that they had already fought in advance. You guess this piece of white crystal belongs to the old one in the manor, or does it belong to the younger one?" Samoa held a wand, looked back at the white crystal in Marion's hand, and said, Such a large piece of white crystal should not be bred by Halfunak. And the white crystal sacred to evil spirits, it will definitely not be too pure. If I were asked to make a choice, I would choose Count Derek Fornak. But I can't figure out why this piece of white crystal is on his body. As she said that, she looked at Captain Milio hanging on the stone statue again, her eyes full of doubts. Marian's thoughts were sincerely optimistic. She said eagerly, "Maybe that old man was really killed by him. We will find out if we go in and take a look. If that is the case, our troubles will be completely solved." Samoa picked up the white crystal with a cautious look on his face, frowned and said, "You have to be careful. If the situation goes wrong, we have to withdraw immediately. I have 2 magic shield scrolls here." The black magician Marian stared at Samoa and said with some conviction, "You are really cautious." Samoa just smiled faintly and said to his friend, "It is precisely because of this that I can live until now." The black magician Marian held the wand in one hand, blessing herself with a magic shield, and holding the burning fireball in the other hand, climbed the last few steps of the stairs, and stepped into the first floor hall of the main building. Samoa followed Marian without any hesitation and entered the main building hall of Fornak Manor. On the second floor of the main house of Fornak Manor, Soldak carefully dragged Carl into a dusty guest room. The room was empty. Cerdak did not choose the most eye-catching wooden bed in the room, but carried him behind the closet, which was more hidden. Seeing that Carl was still unconscious, Cerdak patted Carl's cheek and injected some power of holy light into him, trying to wake him up from his coma. But the guy didn't react at all. If it weren't for this weak breath, Soldak would even think that he was a dead person. "Don't scare me. We have gone through so many difficulties and obstacles. We don't want to die here. If we persist a little longer, Captain Sauron must be entangled in some trouble. When he frees up his hands, we can with a good counterattack. It's not certain who will win." Cerdak leaned against the wooden door next to the closet and said to the unconscious Carl. This sentence seemed to be said to Carl, but also seemed to be said to himself. The 2 black magicians worked together to cast spells, but he could not rush up during the interval between casting spells. This was the biggest problem he faced. However, as long as these 2 black magicians enter the main building, Cerdak has a much greater chance of getting close to them. Cerdak touched the dwarf chain shield in his hand. He took a deep breath to calm himself down as soon as possible. It was also in this kind of adversity that he needed to be calmer. He wondered if he could take advantage of this opportunity. He opened the sacrificial altar. But at this moment, subtle footsteps came from the corridor. The sound of leather boots stepping on marble slabs, which was particularly clear in the silent manner. As the sound got closer, Cerdak expected Captain Sauron to arrive in time. But in fact, no one came to reinforce them. He thought about how the 2 black magicians found them so quickly. When he saw the footprints on the dusty ground, Cerdak patted his forehead. He didn't expect that there would be such a big mistake. It turns out that they got here based on the footprints they left. Since he couldn't hide anymore, Cerdak ran out like a civet cat. Suddenly, a little spark chased him from the corridor. The tiny black flame spark was very flexible, like a flying firefly in the dark night, flying in the air. When flying, there is no trajectory to speak of. Cerdak used his instinct to block with his shield. Sparks exploded on the shield, and the heat release burned through the shield. Just like this, the scorching energy passed through the dwarf chain shield and burned Cerdak's arms. It hurt. Fortunately, it was winter. The shield was like a piece of ice, and there was a layer of extremely fire-resistant salamander skin wrist guards on Cerdak's wrists, which prevented his arms from being burned. Cerdak rolled into a room and had just put the crossbow arrows in the arrow slot of the standard military crossbow in his hand when he saw the middle-aged female magician staring at the magic light shield appearing at the door. He quickly raised the standard military crossbow, reacting almost at the same time as the middle-aged female magician. Marian threw a ball of explosive flames in her hand at Soldak, and Soldak fired a series of crossbow arrows at the Marian magician. The crossbow arrows hit Marian the magician's magic shield. 5 crossbow arrows in a row were almost nailed to the same place. The magic shield on Marian's body only flickered twice, and the crossbow arrows fell to the ground one after another. Seeing the fireball flying over, Cerdak had no time to dodge. At the critical moment, he could only throw the standard military crossbow aside, try his best to shrink his body to the minimum, and block the dwarf chain shield in front of his body. A ball of explosion flame exploded in front of Cerdak, and the powerful impact immediately overturned him and his shield. He fell out and fell heavily on the wooden bed. Fortunately, The curtain on the bed was not removed. Hanging from the crossbar on the roof of the shed, Soldak's body hit the curtain. His body was slightly cushioned, and he slept on the big bed along the curtain. Even so, he was beaten so hard that stars appeared in his eyes. Samoa's figure appeared at the door of the room, and when she saw Cerdak falling on the bed, she opened her hands. As the spells in her mouth continued to sound, a black fireball appeared in front of her. This kind of thing was summoned from H.L. Her black flames can burn almost everything. She took advantage of Marian's magician's break in preparing magic, and shot a black flame fireball towards Cerdak. Cerdak could lie on the bed, as if his whole body was falling apart, unable to struggle at all. The sacred aura in the body nodes reacted instinctively at this moment. A large amount of sacred aura came out, and flowed in the body, following a specific path. When the activated nodes emitted a large amount of sacred aura, they acted like bridges, allowing the sacred aura circulates endlessly in Cerdak's body. A white halo suddenly appeared at Cerdak's feet. Aura of power. Cerdak only felt an explosive force pouring into his body. The moment the black flame ball flew towards his body, Cerdak pressed his elbows heavily on the bed board. While the big wooden bed was shattered, Cerdak's body rolled out with this force, barely avoiding the black fire. The black fire ignited the curtain on the bed, and it suddenly turned into a blackened ashes. Cerdak has already touched the window, and is about to jump out of the window. Obviously, he is no match for these two black magicians on his own. The best option now is to escape from the window. But this is just if you can hold on for a little longer. Don't even think about escaping back to Helensa city on horseback. In this weather, Gubwa Lima can't outrun the magic harpoon flying in the air. At this moment, a familiar and powerful spiritual power rushed into his spiritual sea again. It was clearly the voice of Count Phonak. I will help you control one black magician, and you can deal with the other one. There is only one chance. Once, if I can't succeed, I will immediately escape deep into the manor to prepare. Start. Cerdak made a gesture of jumping at this moment. Among the two black magicians standing at the door, at least Marian believed that he had almost no choice but to jump out of the window at this moment. The black magician Marian stopped casting spells, held a ball of fire in her hand, and chased towards the window. She was not willing to play a cat-and-mouse game, especially in this dangerous Fornak manor. Besides, there is a construct knight outside the manor who is walking in circles in the forest with the summoned Shadowbinder. I don't know when he will come back to his senses, and maybe he will return to the manor. Moreover, this kind of battle is likely to attract the magician law enforcers patrolling outside the city from the Helensa City Magic Union Law Enforcement Group. Marian rushed to the window with almost no hesitation, and Samoa behind her instantly felt the danger approaching. She only felt that the lifeless energy of the sea was surrounding her, and instantly turned into countless chains to tightly entangle herself. And there was a powerful force. The spiritual power invades his body, and takes over his body. Although her consciousness was still there, and she could clearly perceive what was happening outside, she had lost control of her body. Possession. Samoa looked at Marian with her back turned to her in despair. It was impossible to give her a simple danger warning. What she was most afraid of now was that before she regained control of her body, the person hiding in the secret with the little evil spirit Helphonak will suddenly run out and give himself a fatal blow. Cerdak made a gesture of jumping out of the window, but at the moment he jumped, he threw the dwarf chain shield in his hand towards the black magician Marian behind him. Of course, Marian was also preparing for Cerdak's counterattack before she died. She stopped and formed a black magic shield like a devil's face in front of her. The shield hit the black magic shield, and the black magic shield was instantly destroyed. It was shattered in an instant, but with the help of this buffering force, the dwarf chain shield hit Marian's light shield, which only made the light shield flash wildly twice before falling to the ground with a clang. At this time, Cerdak, who was standing at the window, pulled the chain connecting the shield. While pulling the shield back, he also flew toward the magician Marian. Marian looked at Cerdak in surprise, wondering why he dared to do this. Almost instantly, 5 small fireballs ignited in her hand, and they smashed towards Cerdak almost at the same time. When Marian saw the same time release 5 small fireballs, at this moment, Cerdak could only bite the bullet and rounded the holy light torch in his hand to hit the 5 small fireballs. At this time, Cerdak was also betting that Marian the magician would not be able to condense a powerful spell in a hurry. In fact, Marian didn't have any hope for the 5 fireballs. She just expected Samoa behind her to use explosive flames to blow Cerdak away, or use black flames to burn him directly to ashes. seeing the torch in Serdak's hand erupting into a ball of dazzling white holy light. 5 fireballs were destroyed by Serdak. At this time, Marion still hadn't waited for Samoa's magical support behind her. She had already realized something was wrong, and she couldn't help but look back at Samoa. I saw Samoa standing at the door, with countless black chains wrapped around her body, and her indifferent eyes seemed to be filled with deep hatred for her. Black Magician Marion shivered at this moment. She finally realized that the owner of Fornek Manor had actually taken action at this critical moment, and had silently controlled Samoa as soon as he appeared, and cooperated with Su Erdak's counterattack made the Black Magician Marion realize that a disaster was coming. She hurriedly took out a magic scroll from her arms, and tore it open with all her strength. Chapter 4:15 6 Methods. A stream of spiritual burning surged towards Serdak, and there was almost no sign of mental magic attacks. Serdak felt as if a sharp and cold spear was pierced into his head from the center of his eyebrows again. The powerful impact made him lose control of his body, and the power became extremely violent in his sea of spiritual consciousness. In the sea of stars composed of his spiritual consciousness, it is like an extremely huge black hole. Huge spiritual power surges from the black hole, and that spiritual power seems to contain an almost destructive aura. At this time, in the sea of stars in his consciousness, a 2-faced and 4-armed statue of gods and demons suddenly appeared in front of the black hole. The 4 arms of the statue of gods and demons held the craftsman's sword in one hand, the blood-red crescent moon in the other, and the dwarf chain shield held the holy light torch high in one hand. The top tube of the holy light torch was blazing brightly. Almost at the same moment, all the spiritual power pouring in from the black hole was swallowed up by the flames of holy light. Marion looked at the completely burned scroll in her hand in horror. She never expected that a level 3 spiritual whipping magic scroll could not make the knight in front of her faint. According to her estimation, if an ordinary knight is attacked by the spiritual whip magic, even if he does not die immediately, he will fall into an endless coma because the sea of spiritual consciousness is destroyed. But the knight in front of him was still standing there fine, and a 2-faced and 4-armed statue appeared behind him. The power possessed by the knight with the power of the holy light is actually not any of the 5 archangels in the high-level temples of courage, justice, hope, destiny, and wisdom, but a statue of a 2-faced demon with no origin, which makes the Black Magician Marion a little incomprehensible. It wasn't until Serdak took 2 more steps forward and came to Marion that the middle-aged female magician woke up from the extreme horror in her heart. She instinctively raised the wand in her hand. This wand was not only engraved with an auxiliary magic circle, but also a magic circle with an instant fireball. As long as a trace of mana was used to activate the magic circle, an instant fireball would immediately flying out, before she could raise the wand in front of her. The holy light torch in Serdak's hand had already been smashed down. Serdak, who had the blessing of the halo of power, easily broke open the magic light shield. The magical red copper torch smashed the wand into 2 pieces, and then the right arm bone of the Black Magician Marion was broken into 2 pieces. Marion's body fell to the left side, and she fell from her arms in panic. She took out another magic scroll, which was a hypnosis magic scroll. At this moment, she just wanted to make Soldak sleep for a while, so that she could have enough time to distance herself. But she seemed to have forgotten that Serdak was still wearing a sobriety pendant. A huge eyeball appeared above Marion's head. The pupil of this giant eyeball, about 1 foot in diameter, was open and rotating infinitely, light and shadow. And in the center of the light and shadow is a pocket watch that keeps shaking. Serdak's eyes fell on the huge eyeball, and his eyes were instantly attracted to it. He felt an irresistible sleepiness coming from all around his body like a tide, but a burning pain in his chest made him wake up immediately. When he opened his eyes and looked at Marion, the middle-aged female magician was holding her broken arm with her hands, enduring the severe pain and trying to leave from Soldak. The light torch fell directly on her back, and there was a dull sound of bone cracking. The middle-aged female magician's chest was dented inward. She opened her mouth and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. The blood was mixed with broken lungs. There was almost no scream before he threw himself on the dusty floor of the room. A bright light burst out from Count Fornek's ghost form. It was unknown what Samoa, who was bound in place, detonated. In a dazzling light, Samoa regained his ability to move in embarrassment. The crystal ball she held in her hand had cracked, and she threw it aside. Then she tore open a magic scroll without hesitation, and a layer of magic light fell on her body. Then she still didn't dare to hesitate at all, and pulled out the magic harpoon handle from the magic pocket, ignoring the ghost at all. Count Fornek rushed up from behind and threw the wand out. The wand exploded in midair and turned into a ball of flame, successfully blocking Count Fornek. She jumped onto the magic pot nimbly. It turned into an afterimage and flew out along the broken window. When Serdek caught up with her, he only touched the corner of her skirt that was outside the light shield. He heard a crack sound, and the black magic robe on Samoa was cut off by Serdek's hand. After tearing it apart, Samoa was not left behind, but half of the skirt of the magic robe was left. Samoa's other identity was an opera dancer with an extremely outstanding figure. After the long skirt was torn open, she revealed her slender, snow-white legs. The legs were directly exposed. Samoa had no intention of stopping at all, and controlled the magic harpoon to rush directly into the sky. After only circling half a circle around the Fornek Manor, he crossed the lake under the cliff on the north side of the Fornek Manor. He rushed into the dense black forest north of the lake. Count Fornek in ghost form stopped in the room. His body, composed of light and shadow, became embarrassed at this moment. In addition to numerous large holes in his body, his soul form actually became unstable, and the soul fire in his body continued to flow. Spread outward, he floated to the side of Ms. Marion, who had turned into a cold corpse, and took out a palm-sized white crystal from her arms. He waited for the white crystal to turn into pure soul power again in front of him, and then injected it back into his tattered body. In his body, Count Fornek's body quickly returned to its original state. Count Fornek didn't seem to be hostile to Soldek. He even smiled at Soldek and said, "Well done, young knight." Seeing Samoa escape from Fornek Manor, Soldek found a magic belt from the black magician Marion. But the magic robe and wand on her body were all in disgrace, and seemed to be of little value. Count Fornek was floating aside. Seeing that Soldek didn't answer, he was not angry. He continued to ask, "Are you the battle priest in the temple? In the past few years, I have been waiting for you to reappear. I don't know if I can still. How long can I hold on while resisting the rejection of the world laws of Roland Continent? And at the same time, I have to maintain a clear consciousness at all times, for fear that other second-level powerhouses will discover my hiding place and be expelled by them into the undead world of the undead clan." After searching through it, Soldek saw that there was nothing valuable on Marion. So he stood up and said to Count Fornek, "Ahem, Count Fornek, I am not a battle priest in the temple. I am just an ordinary knight in the guard camp." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Count Fornek. He felt that he had nothing to say to a ghost. However, since they had just fought together against two female magicians from the Black Magic Monastery, now he was really reluctant to do so if he immediately turned against him and arrested Count Fornek. What's more, in this building, he really may not win. In the past few years since I left Helensa City, can it be said that the guard camp in the city has become so tyrannical?" Count Fornek in ghost form said with a look of astonishment. He was in high spirits and followed Serdek. Soldek walked quickly to the room where Karl was, and only said, "I'm going to see my friends." As soon as he walked into the room, he saw the sole figure of a little boy squatting next to Karl with his knees in his arms. Karl was lying in the closet and seemed to be breathing smoothly. Count Fornek stood behind the little boy and looked at him lovingly. He glanced at the boy and then said to Soldek, "Karl Casement just passed out. Don't wake him up in a hurry. Letting him sleep for a while will help his body recover." Soldek felt that the boy's spirit body was the evil spirit from before. But at this moment, the fierce disgust on his body was slowly dissipating. And after returning to his original appearance, the fire of his soul seemed to be continuously collapsing. He was unable to maintain his body shape. Count Fornek just touched the little boy's head twice with his hand, and a faint layer of soul fire enveloped the boy, which stabilized his body. "Come down." The boy raised his head and glanced at Count Fornek. A smile appeared on his dull face, but his eyes seemed a little different. Even if they were the shadow of his soul, Soldek still saw that there was something in the boy's eyes. There is a subtle trace of magic hidden inside. Seeing that the two of them did not have any hostility towards Karl, and that the little evil spirit was awake, Soldek thought it was better to wait until Karl woke up before making any plans. Unexpectedly, this time the investigation of the evil spirit by Fornek Manor actually led to two black magicians came. Thinking about the magic matrix in the cave behind Grenfell Manor, there are a total of 6 test benches around it. The 6 black magicians themselves have actually met 5 of them now. Cyrus Hickok, who was stabbed in the back by himself, is now turned into a pile of frozen meat in the red pine forest. It is very likely that the forest wolves will eat him until no bones are left. Instead, he will let himself make a small fortune. Lady Grenfell Margaret Hunt also died in the Battle of Grenfell Manor. indirectly at her own hands. It is said that she was the head of the 6 magicians. Celia Cooper's body was destroyed in a magic experiment, and now her remnant soul resides in a magic notebook. And that magic notebook is placed in her magic pocket. Only the Samoan magician has always maintained an alert, decisive and sober mind, and actually escaped 3 times in front of him. Thinking of this, Cerdak sighed lightly. If he could not get rid of her completely, his life would be terrible in the future. It will never be quiet. Although I don't know the name of the middle-aged female magician who died upstairs. She seemed to be one of the 6 magicians. As of now, there is only the last black magician left in the Black Magic Hermitage branch in Helensa City, whose identity is unknown. Soldak feels that he should go to Celia Cooper to inquire about the last one when he has time. News about a black magician. He walked downstairs without saying a word, walked out of the main building hall, and saw Captain Milieu still hanging in the air. He silently lifted Captain Milieu off the spear hanging on the stone statue. Before he died, he kept his eyes open and stared at the door of the hall, as if he wanted to remind Cerdak and Carl of something. The body of a member of the first team was also lying in the yard. Almost half of their bodies were burnt by the explosion flames, and another team member was burned by black fire until only a blackened ash remained. Cerdak personally collected their corpses on the stone steps, probably because he had seen too many corpses on the battlefield and experienced too many farewells. Cerdak did not feel any sad emotions in his heart at the moment. I just simply don't want to talk. Count Fornak's spirit body stood in the hall of the main building. Next to him stood a boy of 5 or 6 years old, silently watching Cerdak clear the battlefield. Not long after, the member of the first team, who was looking after the horses, appeared outside the manor. He cautiously poked his head at the door and looked into the manor. He saw Soldak squatting on the steps of the main building, and then he quickly put the hand in his hand. The reins of the war horse were tied to the big iron gate, and he ran quickly into the manor. When he saw the corpses of Captain Milieu and other companions on the steps, his legs softened and he sat on the snow. He murmured to himself, as if explaining to Cerdak. Outside suddenly A.H.L. dog rushed out of the forest. The horses were frightened. All the horses were running around. I couldn't stop on the horse's back. I was being chased by the H.L. dog. I wanted to go. I met up with Hans and Lucien, who were patrolling outside, and worked together to kill the H.L. dogs. When I found them, their bodies were so cold. I rushed back as hard as I could, but it was still a step too late. His words came to an abrupt end. He stared with wide eyes and looked at Count Fornak and his son standing in the hall with wide eyes. He let out a hysterical roar from his throat, and suddenly jumped up, wanting to fight with both hands. They ran outside the gate of the manor, shouting heartbreakingly, "Ghost!" The body of the H.L. hound fell on the steps, and there seemed to be nothing left in its empty eye sockets. Cerdak looked at the escaping members of the first team, walked into the hall without saying a word, found linen sheets from the night watchman's room, and covered the dead first team members with linen sheets. Wrap up. Carl covered his forehead and walked out of the hall while holding on to the wall. He showed an extremely ugly smile to Soldak on his pale face, and asked Soldak, "Is everything over?" "Not yet." After Soldak finished speaking, he looked back at Count Fornak, who was still standing in the hall. It was obvious that the 2 ghosts, the older one and the younger one, had no intention of hiding. Carl touched his forehead in pain and helped Cerdak back to the hall. He found a tattered sofa and sat down, facing Fornak in the hall. The Earl said with a grimace, "Uncle Fornak, can you tell me the story of this manor?" Chapter 416 Reason. Like many problems faced by aristocratic families, people will eventually grow old one day. Earl Derek Fornak stood out among his brothers and sisters. He obtained the earldom from his father based on his outstanding achievements, and became the leader of the new generation of the Fornak family. He sat in this position for a full 30 years. Although Fornak Earlku was unable to add any further achievements to the Fornak family in his life, but he was a very popular earl in the city of Helena. He liked to support young nobles, and left some opportunities for them to gain achievements. Carl Casement had been favored by the old Earl Fornak, but such a kind earl was killed by a group of robbers who secretly invaded the manor. And then the only one with the right to inherit was Billy Fornak. Graham inherited the title of Earl of Fornak, but this young nobleman, who seemed rather introverted, had not established any merits of his own before. According to the Green Empire decree, if the heir of the family who has not achieved merit succeeds to the title will be demoted 1 level. Therefore, after Billy Fornak inherited the Fornak family's property, he became the new Viscount Fornak. What everyone cannot understand the most is that after Viscount Billy Fornac took over the Fornac family, he rejected the proposals of other nobles, and did not avenge the old Earl of Fornac, but allowed the bandit group to escape. Back in the mountains, people at that time just thought that Viscount Billy Fornac was a coward, a timid turtle who liked to huddle in a turtle SHL. But that doesn't seem to be the case now. Although old Count Fornac died at the hands of the bandits, he had a close relationship with Billy Fornac. The reason for all this is that when Billy Fornac was about to come of age, old Earl Fornac actually found a second spring and had a young son, Hal Fornac. At this time, Fornac, although Oroku is already a bit old, he is in good health and does not suffer from any injuries. If we have to wait until old Earl Fornac dies of old age, it will take at least 10 or 20 years. By then, not to mention that Billy Fornac has reached middle age. The elder Fornac's younger son, Hal Fornac, has also grown up. If this is the case alone, Billy Fornac has more than 10 years of preparation time than his younger brother. Whether it is based on accumulated merit or chronological order, Billy Fornac will be the first heir. When Count Derek Fornac ascends to the kingdom of God, he will naturally take over the Fornac family. But the truth is not that simple. Hal Fornac, the youngest son of the old Earl, was actually born with the magic eye mark. This kind of life magic mark brought from his mother's womb allows him to see souls in other worlds. And such an eye has with very strange power. The great priest in the temple of Helensa city predicted that Hal Fornac will become a great demon hunter, and is likely to become a second-level powerhouse in the future, and even become a magister or grand master. He will bring greater glory to the Fornac family. The old Earl of Fornac knew that his youngest son was extremely talented, so of course he had to ask a famous teacher to teach him carefully. However, all this falls in the eyes of the eldest son, Billy Fornac. The Fornac family will gain greater glory in the future, but that is not his own glory, and he may not even be able to inherit the Fornac family's property. In the end, he was just a knight or a baron who owned a small piece of land, which was certainly not what he wanted. However, the old Earl of Fornac was adamant in the family, and there was no way that Billy Fornac could stop the old Earl of Fornac from raising his younger son. When he finally realized that the old Earl Fornac died and left all his property to his younger brother Fornac, and that he would become a marginalized person left to eat and die, Billy Fornac began to fall into extreme panic. In the midst of self-abasement, he locked himself in his room all day long, unwilling to interact with outsiders at all. He felt that everyone looked at him, and Hal with two completely different eyes. Until one day, two black magicians came to see Billy Fornac. Every word they said spoke to Billy Fornac's heart. They also said that they would wait until Hal Fornac mastered Fornac. The Graham family will drive out Billy Fornac, and perhaps Billy Fornac will be left with nothing at that time. Like some down-and-out nobles in the city of Helensa, in order to maintain their dignity as nobles, they would work hard like commoners every day, or guard a shop until they die of old age. The only way before Billy Fornac is to cooperate with the devil and dedicate a little bit of his soul. These two black magicians are exactly Margaret Grenfell, the president of the Black Magic Priory branch in Helensa City, and Marion. Of course, they are not doing this just to develop members of the Black Magic Priory, while deliberately trying to help Billy Fornac. Their target is actually Hal Fornac. This child who is born with the beholder mark can not only see souls from other worlds, but is also a powerful figure for black magicians. A very rare medium. Hal Fornac's body is a very rare bridge that can connect the continent of Roland and the H.L. world where the devil lives. The black magicians of the Black Magic Monastery share a common belief. They have been concentrating on studying the knowledge about demons, in order to obtain more powerful power. They study black magic and bloody rituals in an attempt to summon the minions of demons in H.L. Hal Fornac came into the sight of these black magicians, and they began to carefully look for opportunities to obtain Hal Fornac. Finally one day, they discovered the eldest son of the Fornac family, Billy Fornac, would be a good breakthrough point. So they began to approach Billy Fornac premeditatedly. In fact, the target they chose this time was extremely correct. Soon, with the help of Billy Fornac, they successfully killed Count Fornac, and succeeded in letting Billy Fornac inherit all the Fornac family's property. In exchange for this, Billy Fornac paid the price. Nac presented his younger brother Hal Fornac to the Priory of Black Magic. Of course things didn't end there. Although Count Derek Fornac was killed by the bandit group, he discovered some clues during the battle. There must be an accomplice of the bandit group as an internal agent in the family. So he allowed himself to take a vacation in the manor. It happened that all the knights and followers around him were when he left for something. He took advantage of this opportunity to rush into the manor, where the defense force was empty. He was worried that the bandits would kill his 2 sons, so he had a fire of revenge in his heart before he died. When he was young, Count Fonach participated in the war between the human-orc coalition against the undead in the Death Forest. At that time, Count Fonach was just a captain in the Helensa swordsman group of the Bena Legion. Their team carried out executions in the Death Forest. During the mission, he once killed a young corpse which Count Fonach was very lucky. He obtained a blood stone from the corpse which this blood stone was not handed over to the military as a trophy in exchange for merit, but was kept by Count Fonach. Although Count Fonach was killed by the bandits this time, his soul was not imprisoned. At that time, a rotating staircase and a door to the kingdom of God appeared above his soul. Perhaps it was a reminder of the events he had participated in when he was young. As a reward for fighting against the undead, he had the qualifications to enter the kingdom of God. However, Count Fonach cared about his 2 sons and resolutely let his soul reside in the blood stone. If it is a powerful soul, Count Fonach will become a new powerful corpse witch. However, Count Fonach is not friendly with the undead. Although he possesses extremely precious bloodstones, he will only become a corpse witch, a high-level ghost, and retain most of his memory and mind. In order to take care of his 2 sons, Count Fonach hid the bloodstone representing his own life under the Fonach manor, and he integrated with the manor as one body. What Count Fonach saw next brought his resentment to the peak, because he actually saw that his eldest son Billy Fonach was actually the main planner of the bandit group's attack on the manor. And at the critical moment when he was merging with the bloodstone, he saw his youngest son being tortured to death by several magicians from the Black Magic Monastery. Those 6 magicians were actually still in the basement of the manor. Using Hal Fonach, he drew a bloody magic circle with his blood to summon the sons of sin in the sinful realm of blazing H.L. They locked little Hal Fonach in an iron cage next to the experimental table. It was not until old Count Fonach successfully fused with the bloodstone that he had the power to deal with the black magicians. As long as the bloodstone is not destroyed, Count Fonach himself seems to be immortal. Unfortunately, he was not able to save his young son from the black magician of the Black Magic Monastery. Even because he always used the ghost as a ghost, his identity came into contact with Hal Fonach. When his youngest son was tortured to death, Count Fonach saw with his own eyes that his youngest son turned into an unconscious evil spirit, until the robbers in Fonach Manor were discovered and cleaned up by the knights of the guard camp. The black magicians were worried that their whereabouts would be exposed and attract the magicians of the law enforcement group, who were like mad dogs. Therefore, the black magicians completely Fonach Manor was abandoned. At this point, old Count Fonach and Hal Fonach became the real owners of this ruined manor. After all, it is the only blood inheritance of the Fonach family. Old Fonach did not kill his eldest son Billy Fonach, and Billy Fonach also hid in his home in Helensa City, knowing full well would not go out easily. And he also hired a night watchman to guard Fonach Manor. After listening to the long story told by the old Earl of Fonach, Carl's whole mood became a little bad. But he still suppressed his anger towards Viscount Billy Fonach and asked the old Earl, "Uncle Fonach, how did those night watchmen die before?" Old Fonach sighed softly, then glanced helplessly at his younger son, who had regained his composure, and then said, "They all died of greed." It seemed that he should have been killed by Hal Fonach. But Carl did not continue the discussion on this topic. He just said somewhat sadly, "I attended your funeral before, and I thought you were dead. I mean literally dying. What's the difference between me looking like this and being dead?" Old Count Fonach said with a wry smile, "I am hiding in the manor. In addition to wanting revenge, I just hope that one day I can take him away with me. I failed to give him the best care when he was alive. After he dies, I don't want him to become a tool of the devil. I have been thinking of ways to take him away from here." Chapter 417, Bloody Gate. The laws of this world are not friendly to the undead. I think it's time for us to leave here and go where we should go. Earl Derek Fonach touched Hal's head, lowered his head, and said to him. Hal, who entered the soul state, just looked at Count Fonach with a confused face. He only had elementary wisdom for the time being, and had not fully opened his mind. Therefore, he could only feel Count Fonach's full fatherly love. But he did not listen at all. "I don't know what he is talking about." Count Fonach looked at Soldak again and said to him, "I have one more request before I leave. I hope you can do me a favor." "Say," Soldak said. He agreed readily because he felt that Count Fonach would not propose any difficult tasks. It was really hard for Soldak to refuse such a great father's request. Count Fonach glanced at the holy light torch in Soldak's hand. and solemnly requested Soldak. You have the power of the holy light. The holy light can purify all unclean things. There is still the last remaining body in this manor, which is covered with demonic runes. I would like to ask you to purify the demonized part of his body, so that he can be freed from this world and does not have to be trapped here all the time. He has been lingering in the castle. I'll do my best, Serdek said as he stood up from the sofa. Then please follow me. Count Fornak's body floated in the air, and little Hal followed him obediently. The two ghosts took the lead in floating toward the basement of the manor. Soldak and Carl followed behind, along the passage on the side of the restaurant, past the kitchen and storage room, and then entered the basement again. The animal pen at the entrance no longer had the eerie atmosphere it had before. Count Fornak did not forget to introduce to Soldak and Carl. They once raised more than a dozen H.L. dogs here. But those H.L. dogs finally survived because they were affected by the power of the world's laws. There are not many, and their abilities have also declined. When they evacuated the manor, they took away all the few H.L. dogs. In fact, just outside the hall, Captain Milieu killed a surviving H.L. dog. Count Fornak looked at the rows of iron bars at the entrance to the basement, and introduced Soldak and Carl. One of those people was a magical biology scholar. He had been trying to transfer the blood of H.L. dogs to the local Grey Forest. Wolves were bred in large numbers with H.L. dogs that could adapt to the Roland continent. But his experiment at Fornak Manor was not successful. After walking through the iron fence, Count Fornak added in a low voice, "These guys sold themselves to the devil in order to gain more power." When walking through the hall, Serdek raised the holy light torch in his hand again, and saw the magic circle painted on the ground again. Serdek did not expect that these magic metal runes on the ground were actually mixed with small amounts of magic. Hal's blood, although the magic circle had been completely destroyed, still made Serdek feel very uncomfortable. When a group of people came to the test stand, little Hal Fornak suddenly seemed to be attracted by something. He flew directly past Count Fornak and flew to the cage next to the test stand. His spirit body kept flying over the cage. Wandering, he made the shape of spreading wings with his hands, looking like a bird spreading its wings and about to fly, constantly spinning around the cage. The cage covered with iron thorns curled up the body of a little boy. The body had been placed in the cage for a long time. For so long, the boy's body had turned into a mummy with ragged skin, and his scalp was withered and yellow. Most of the unkempt hair fell off, revealing the skull inside. Only 2 black holes remained in the eye sockets. The lips also disappeared inexplicably, revealing a piece of ghastly teeth. Some black devil lines can still be seen on the remaining skin of the boy's bones, but the ink has become less clear. Before Count Fornak could give a prompt, Soldak had already stepped forward and exploded the chain on the small door of the iron cage. The holy light torch in his hand fell on the iron cage. Suddenly, the flame of holy light on the torch blazed brightly, and the cage there seemed to be a trace of black devilish energy on the body, which was instantly ignited by the flame of holy light. The entire cage burned under the flame of holy light, and the bones of the boy in the cage also burst out with high white flames. The sacred flames quickly reduced the boy's bones to a pile of white ash. A trace of soul breath floated in the air from the bound body of little Hal, and merged into little Hal's spirit body, making his originally blurry soul body clear. And even above the iron cage little Hal's silvery laughter came, and his empty eyes seemed to have a glimmer of aura. The old Earl of Fornak looked at his younger son with relief, and waved to him from the side. Little Hal seemed to feel his father's call, and ran to his father's side without hesitation. At this time, the old Earl of Fornak, their soul bodies also emitted a strange light, and a bloody door suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The door was carved with countless flowers competing to bloom, and the flowers were covered with endless corpses. The sky was covered with clouds, and the vast land in the distance was covered with skeletons, zombies, ghosts, corpse witches, bone dragons, and other undead creatures of the undead race. Old Fornak held little Hal's hand, holding the bloodstone high in the other hand, and walked slowly towards the door. When he walked to the gate, he seemed to suddenly remember something. He took out a finger bone-shaped object from his body, and threw it to Soldak. He smiled at Soldak and said, "I almost forgot to throw this away. I leave something to you. Every time you blow this bone whistle, you can summon me from the underworld. Maybe you have something to worry about, or when you feel lonely having afternoon tea alone, you can send me a message. However, due to the power of the world's laws, I can only stay for a cup of tea." Soldak held the bone whistle in his hand and looked at old Count Fornak with a bewildered expression. At this moment, Old Fawnak had pushed the bloody door open a gap with one hand. He felt that the rich death energy surged out from inside the door, and the sinister wind swept through the wailing sound that almost made people's souls tremble. And from the door, there are constantly some skeleton arms clinging to the door, as if they want to get out of the door. But as soon as these arms stretch out from the door, they will turn into a ball of white flame and burn on their own. Old Fawnak stopped talking and took little Hal and walked into the bloody door. Then the bloody door, which only opened a gap, closed tightly with a bang and disappeared quickly in front of Soldak and Carl. Only Soldak and Carl were left standing in front of the test bench. They didn't expect that old Count Fornak would leave so simply. Soldak looked down at the phalanges in his hand, and suddenly thought that he would hold these phalanges in his mouth and blow on them, which made him feel a little nauseous. Do you want to set up a table of exquisite afternoon tea in the courtyard in the future, blow the bone whistle, and chat with a high-level ghost? Thinking of this, Surdak couldn't help but feel a little creepy, so he put the bone whistle into the magic waste bag. Carl had almost recovered by now, and the two of them discussed going outside the manor to search for the whereabouts of the other two members of the first team. Just after walking out of the lobby of the main building, there were still 3 corpses of members of the first team, including Milio, lying on the steps, when they saw a tall figure walking through the door. He was carrying a blood-red demon corpse on his shoulders. That tall figure is clearly Captain Sauron. He is wearing an extremely exquisite magic pattern structure, and there is a surging fighting spirit flowing outside his body. But it seems that every step he takes is quite strenuous, and it looks like he should have suffered, not lightly injured. He looked at Serdek and Carl on the steps with a wry smile, walked up to them without saying a word, and threw the corpse of the demon covered in black magic patterns on the steps. And then his whole body was completely imageless. Sitting on the blood-stained stone statue pedestal, he raised his head and said apologetically to his 2 men, "Sorry, I'm late." Carl shook his head. Who would have thought that a seemingly simple incident involving evil spirits would have so many twists and turns, and also involve 2 magicians from the Black Magic Hermitage? If I had known this, I would have sent the Magic Union Law Enforcement Group to please come here, to be able to have this situation now. It can only be said that the living people are lucky enough. Surdak released a collection of magic flares into the sky, and he still hoped that the members of the first team patrolling outside would be lucky enough to survive. Carl sat silently next to Captain Sauron. He saw an exaggerated depression on Captain Sauron's right shoulder. It looked like a broken bone. This caused him to completely lose the ability to move one arm. But as long as how much endurance does it take for him to look so calm? Carl pointed to the demon corpse lying on the ground and asked Captain Sauron, "What is this?" "It's a darkness binder. I almost died in the hands of this guy," Captain Sauron said with a gloomy expression, his voice filled with a sense of exhaustion and unsuppressible pain. Surdak quickly walked up the steps and began to help Carl deal with the wound on Captain Sauron's shoulder. Captain Sauron's shoulder seemed to have been smashed by a big hammer, and his skin became bloody. Surdak did not dare to feed Captain Sauron to set the bones outside, so he could only continuously inject the power of holy light into the wound to relieve Captain Sauron's injuries. Captain Sauron endured the pain and asked the 2 of them, "It seems that you have also encountered some terrifying monsters. Why are there traces of fireballs everywhere in the yard?" Seeing that he was clumsy and couldn't help at all, Carl simply stopped and told Captain Sauron what happened after the team entered the manor. "Captain, you may not believe it." After Captain Sauron listened to Carl's narration, he looked at the 2 people speechlessly. He didn't expect that the battle in the manor was far beyond his imagination. He originally thought that these knights died at the hands of evil spirits, but he didn't expect that they were actually involved. Black Magic Monastery. He sighed and asked, "So Derek Fornak has left?" Carl nodded. Captain Sauron struggled to stand up in front of the stone statue and ordered the 2 of them, "We must rush back to Helensa city immediately and catch Billy Fornak before he escapes. This guy, you deserve the guillotine." Chapter 418 Return to Helensa. Sin is like a cobweb in which we are caught. Asmodin, Lord of Sin. The Dark Binders are the incarnations of sinners born in the territory of Asmodin, the king of sins in the flame hell. This kind of demon has an extremely strong physique and strength. They are more like a kind of advanced walking corpse. The Dark Binders have both feet with belts. They are bound by shackles that cannot be removed, so that they cannot move quickly. But the Dark Binders are born with the magic pattern of life. The shackles of war. War shackles, after locking the target, the 2 sides will be connected by a magic chain, and neither side can leave until the winner is determined. Although this kind of demon belongs to the 3rd level peak in the flame hell, The most powerful Dark Binder can even break through the shackles of the 4th level. But the Dark Binder summoned by the Black Magicians using the magic circle is subject to the laws of the Roland continent. After being suppressed by the power of the monster, it only has the strength of a 3rd level early stage monster. As an 18th level Construct Knight, Captain Sauron was still a little reluctant to deal with such a Dark Binder. It can even be said that Captain Sauron was always at a disadvantage during the battle. He was almost killed in the dense forest outside the manor. The Dark Binder was chasing after him. But he didn't know what happened to the Dark Binder at the most critical moment. When he hit Captain Sauron with the shackles on his arms, his body suddenly froze. And Captain Sauron suddenly froze. The captain took the opportunity to chop off the head of the Dark Binder with a sword. After defeating the Dark Binder, Captain Sauron was able to escape and rush to Phonic Manor with injuries. The team of Carl and Cerdak were actually attacked by 2 black magicians, and Captain Sauron had already expected it. In a short period of time, the corpses of the Dark Bounders and Hell Dogs began to slowly decay. They did not belong to the monsters of this plane. Even the corpses after death would be repelled by the power of the world's laws. Therefore, these corpses need to deal with it as soon as possible. You must know that there are still a lot of valuable magic materials in this monster. There is a high probability that the H.L. Dog's head contains a magic core. The magic skin on the H.L. Dog's body is also a good demonized leather. The value of the Dark Binder is more valuable than the H.L. Dog. Its skin is engraved with some black magic patterns. After peeling off the skin of these black magic patterns, magicians can make black magic skin, especially the Dark Binder. The complete magic skin on the body has greater value. There is a very hated magic item War Shackles circulating on the black market of the Green Empire. The main material is refined from the magic skin of the Dark Binder. It is said that the Shackles of War are a magic item that many demon hunters dream of. When they are chasing their prey, having the Shackles of War will make their prey unable to hide. Cerdak, who possesses a superficial skinning skill, needs to peel off these leathers before the H.L. Dogs and Dark Binders are completely corrupted. And the heads of the H.L. Dogs and Dark Binders are also very good sacrifices. Carl did not wait for the 2 members of the first team who were patrolling outside the manor to return, and walked out of the manor to search around. When Carl returned to the manor, he brought back the bodies of the 2 members of the first team. When Carl found the 2 members of the first team, they were still in the same posture as when they died, and their belongings had not been turned over. Judging from the traces at the scene, the 2 people were killed by the explosive flames. Fortunately, Carl also found 3 horses scattered in the forest. One of them was an old horse that Suldak brought back from the Warsaw Plain, including Captain Sauron's horse, which was slightly injured. Black scale horses. 3 people owned 4 horses. This is the greatest contribution made by the member of the first team who took care of the horses outside the manor. However, he was probably frightened. Carl looked around outside the manor. No trace of him was found. So he probably became a deserter. Carl used his war horse to carry back the bodies of the 2 members of the first team. Then carried the bench out of the hall. Found some iron nails in the utility room. And cut off all 4 legs of the bench with a hand axe. He put the bodies of the first team members into simple coffins one by one, and placed them side by side in the manor hall. On the outside of their wooden coffins, he carved the names of the first team members with daggers: Milieu, Marcus, Jonah Marvel, Elton, Buddy. Captain Sauron still joined in the coffin-making operation, even though he couldn't use one of his arms. As for the black magician Marion upstairs, after confiscating all the valuables, Carl found a linen bag, wrapped the black magician tightly with cloth strips, and put it directly into the linen bag. In the pocket, Marion will be taken over by the Magic Guild law enforcement group in the future. But as a witness to the battle at Phonic Manor, Marion's body is still very important to the living. There were 6 members of the first team of the out-of-city rescue squadron. 5 of them died in this mission. Another one actually became a deserter when he least should have escaped. For Carl, waiting after returning to Helensa City, he also had a report. And obviously the body of the black magician Marion would be a very favorable piece of evidence. These coffins containing the members of the first team could not be brought back to Helensa City immediately. The soldiers could only park them in the hall on the first floor of the manor. Only when they returned to the city could they send out carriages to transport these coffins back to the city. As for the black magician Marion, she was tied to another extra horse. Cerdak and his party rode the horse silently back to the city of Helensa in the face of the slowly setting sunset. In the lounge on the 3rd floor of the guard camp, Captain Sauron was lying on a wooden bed with a tired face. Due to excessive blood loss from the wound, His face was almost sickly pale. The surroundings were filled with knights from the guard camp, who came to visit. I heard that Captain Sauron was injured while on a mission. Count Murray Augustus of the guard camp, who rarely showed up in normal times, also came specially from home to visit. He comforted and encouraged Captain Sauron. Before the outbreak of the Warsaw Plain War, the large guard camp of Helensa city was under the control of Count Mongoss. Duke Newman mobilized the Bena army to go to the Warsaw Plain. The 50th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment of Helensa was originally the city defense. The battalion was directly under the infantry regiment. The leader of the 57th Legion was Count Murray Augustus. However, just before the expedition, Count Murray Augustus accidentally fell off his horse, broken a leg. It is said that it was just a sprained ankle, which would not delay the expedition at all. However, Count Murray Augustus wrote a long letter to his friend Count Mongoss, imploring him to go to the Warsaw Plain on his behalf. Count Mongoss agreed that night, and took over the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment with the Knights of the Guard and Baron Sidney and other cronies, replacing Count Murray Augustus and accompanying the Bennett army. Warsaw Plain. Count Murray Augustus manages the Helensa guard camp for Mongoss. Count Allison rarely interferes in the specific affairs of the guard camp, and has never placed himself in the guard camp as a close confidant. They are only waiting for Count Mongoss to return to the city of Helensa and hand over smoothly. Although Count Murray Augustus is timid and fearful, he is extremely loyal to his friends and will try his best to balance the guards. Conflicts among the battalion captains. Hearing that Captain Sauron had completely solved the hidden dangers of Fornac Manor this time, and learned the specific secrets, Count Murray Augustus sat in front of the hospital bed and sighed. The acting commander-in-chief of the guard camp only sat in the guard camp for a short while. Seeing that Captain Sauron was relatively stable, he talked about the issue of pensions for the members of the first team who died in the battle and warned Captain Sauron, "If you have any trouble, just go to him and solve it directly." After saying this, you hurriedly left the guard camp. Every year, the battle loss rate in the guard battalion during the execution of missions is almost 5%. Injuries to knights during daily missions occur almost every day. However, this time it is about the individual combat strength that ranked among the top 3 in the guard battalion. Captain Sauron of the first team. So all parties paid special attention to it. And although a team was wiped out this time, the loot brought back was also extremely amazing. Not only did he kill a black magician with mid-turn 1 strength, but he also hunted down a demon called Darkbinder summoned from the Flaming H.L. This kind of demon whose strength can almost rival 3rd-level monsters is far from being a Helensa guard. The captains in the battalion can kill alone. But Captain Sauron led a team of men to accomplish such a feat the captains of other battalions could only stand aside, sighing slightly in their hearts about Captain Sauron. Although his strength is tyrannical, he has doubts about Captain Sauron's results. What on earth should a black mage do to be killed by a construct knight of the same level? Could it be that this magician fought to the end and couldn't even run? Or is there a sharpshooter hidden in the small team led by Sauron? However, these are the speculations of several captains behind the scenes. After such an operation, Captain Sauron's ranking in the guard camp was firmly ranked first, and he was also slightly ahead of the other captains. Not long after, 2 magicians from the Magic Guild law enforcement group rushed to the guard camp. After receiving the news from the guard camp, they rushed to the guard camp as soon as possible to hand over the body of Marion Magician. At this time, the guard camp a wanted order for Viscount Billy Fornac has been applied to the Parliament Hall, and the knights from the guard battalion responsible for arresting Viscount Billy Fornac are already on the way. 2 magicians hurried over and handed over the body of Magician Marion. A magician who got the inside information directly rode on a magic sword and hurried back to the Magic Union law enforcement group. They wanted to catch by before the guard camp. As for Viscount Lee Fornac, he needs to move faster. In addition, the 2 magicians also received the news that the black magician Samoa was not dead. Although there have been speculations about this, the news has been verified, which is enough for these 2 magicians. It was shocking. The law enforcement team had to formulate a corresponding series of arrest plans. After receiving the magicians from the law enforcement team, Captain Sauron's room became a little quieter this time. The captains of each brigade left one after another. Next, Captain Sauron had to undergo some treatment. His shoulder was broken. The bones needed to be recorrected and connected. These tasks were originally done part-time by 2 professional skinners in the guard camp. Now Serdek was also retained by Captain Sauron and participated in the whole process of bone setting. Originally, the priests in the temple were responsible for all these treatment matters. Now the Statue of Liberty suddenly issued an oracle and closed the temple door. All aspects of the treatment work suddenly fell into stagnation and chaos. Professional skinners are not only proficient in the skinning techniques of various warcraft, but also have certain common sense about bones and texture. In a relatively special place like the guard camp, knights are often injured while performing tasks, so they have a certain understanding of bones. The skinner also began to gradually explore bone setting, and is now considered a professional in this field. Serdak's knowledge in this area was learned on the battlefield, but the knowledge he learned was still quite rudimentary, so he helped him honestly. It was said that he was assisting, but in fact, he almost stood aside and watched the whole process. In the end, under the horrified eyes of the two leather-making masters, a handful of red blood-red crescent moons turned into silver-white after being injected with the power of holy light. The sacred aura emitted a 3-foot-long blade light from the scimitar, and Captain Sauron's cut wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After using holy light to treat Captain Sauron, Serdak and Carl left the guard camp together. Tomorrow Carl will also notify the families of the members of the first team who died in the battle and distribute pensions. Every time he does this, Carl is filled with a sense of guilt. Seeing that Carl is a little depressed, Serdak, before getting off the carriage, she patted his shoulder and comforted him. Go home, take a hot bath, and have a good sleep. When you wake up tomorrow morning, everything will be fine. Carl raised his head and glanced at Soldak, and suddenly asked, How did you get out of that situation? Soldak did not react and looked at Carl in confusion. Carl looked at Soldak with a serious expression and asked seriously, At that time, the 6th Squadron was almost completely destroyed in the Battle of Moenling. How long did it take you to get over that emotion? At this moment, Serdak seemed to have returned to the smoke-filled battlefield of Moenling. There were fleeing Bena warriors everywhere, and the mountains and fields were full of tall evil spirits carrying serrated axes. Only the remaining heavy cavalry and constructors were on the battlefield, the last line of defense built by the knights. Countless giant catapults were destroyed by evil spirits, and the forest road for more than 100 miles was strewn with the corpses of a large number of soldiers. The horrific scene was like a nightmare, and occasionally it still haunts who Erdak dreamed. Serdak came back to his senses and said, It didn't take long. When I tried my best to rush back to the battlefield, the battle was over, and there was only a messy battlefield waiting for me. I could only restrain myself for those companions. Corpses, I gathered them all together and buried them. After the evil spirits came over, I jumped off the cliff and took their identity plates back to Handanar County. This was probably the last thing I could do for them. Sometimes I have some hallucinations in my eyes. I feel like they have always been with me and never really left. Thinking of Soldak's instructions before his death, he said with a bitter smile on his face. Carl said, Maybe this is the life he wants now. Serdak stood on the side of the street, looking at the carriage going further and further away under the streetlights. He pulled on his salamander leather armor, turned around and walked into the gate of the Knight Academy. In the distance, he could still see dots in the student dormitory. Light. Facing the cold wind, Soldak felt a burst of warmth in his heart and walked quickly into the academy. Chapter 419 Harvest. Under the dim streetlights, I saw that there were food stalls on the sidewalk next to the college gate, and then I felt that I was still a little hungry. There were only a few embers left under the charcoal under the grill, and the iron plate was filled with tender meatloaf. Soldak usually missed the college cafeteria, and occasionally came here to buy 2 meatloaf for dinner. The meatloaf here, each portion costs only 15 copper coins. A large piece of soft and juicy mincemeat, served with a piece of white bread and some onion rings, and is full of the taste of Western fast food in my memory. Many trainee knights of the Knight Academy are accustomed to running to the entrance of the academy at midnight to buy a meat pie for dinner. When Serdak came over, there were not many meat pies left on the stall. Soldak asked the stall owner to put 3 meat patties and some burnt onion rings in a paper bag, and returned to the college dormitory with the warm food. The snow inside the Knight Academy was neatly piled up into low snow walls on both sides of the road, and there were trainee knights running at night on the playground at night. Serdak ran to the 3rd floor along the Z-shaped stairs, and saw that the wall lamp in the corridor at the end of the corridor was still on. At this time, he was not so anxious. He tried his best to calm down his breathing. He held the paper bag in his hand, and walked steadily to the door of the dormitory. He gently pushed the door open, and saw Natasha sitting in front of the desk, supporting it with one hand. He lowered his chin and stared at the glass window in silence. Hearing the sound of the door being opened, Natasha turned around and looked at the door, and found Soldak standing at the door. The surprise on her face suddenly turned into a gentle smile. "Didn't you say you might not be able to make it back tonight?" Natasha asked with a smile. The room was a little cold, so Natasha wore a wool vest over her long linen skirt. She walked quickly to the door, took the warm paper bag from Soldak's hand, and placed it on the desk opposite the windowsill. Worried that the warm paper bag would get cold, I carefully wrapped it in a towel. Then she walked up to Soldak and helped him take off the salamander pigeon and hung it on the wooden frame beside the wall. This set of leather armor had a lot of scratches after the battle, and there were more scratches on the back. There were large burn marks. Natasha bit her lip, staring at the blackened leather armor, and remained silent. Soldak hugged her voluptuous waist from behind. There was a distinct vest line on her lower abdomen, and the skin here was firm and elastic. Soldak rested his chin on her soft shoulder and comforted Natasha. Although the process was somewhat ups and downs, after the matter was resolved, there was no delay. Why didn't you rest so late? Natasha turned around and hooked her arms around Soldak's neck. Her body exuded a faint scent of soap, and she looked at Soldak bravely with a pair of big, watery eyes, showing some fascination and admiration in her eyes. With a flushed face, whispered to Soldak, "I can't sleep a little bit." Seeing 3 simple smiling faces painted on the glass window, Soldak smiled and asked Natasha, "What's wrong? Are you homesick? Do you miss little Peter?" Natasha snorted softly, raised her face, and brought her soft and moist lips to Soldak's mouth. Soldak said, "I believe that in a few days, the road to Wall Village will be opened. At that time, I will send you and Charlie back to Wall Village." Natasha squirmed in Soldak's arms. On a cold night, the north wind whistled outside the window, but it was not that cold in the dormitory. Pushing Natasha's snow-white arm away, Soldak climbed out of bed, as usual in the early morning, walked to the terrace, took out the dwarf chain shield and the craftsman's sword to practice the most basic shield strikes and sword swings. He silently led the sacred breath in the body flows along the path of the power halo. A light blue halo appears again under the feet, and a steady stream of power rises from under the feet. This time the sacred aura flows through the body much more smoothly than before. He feels that the aura of power under his feet seems to be spreading outwards, almost covering an area of about 1 meter in diameter under his feet. Soldak curiously takes a step forward. The area covered by the halo actually shifted as it moved. The door to the terrace next door was suddenly pushed open, and Lena, wearing a set of bear-style cotton pajamas, suddenly jumped out and greeted Soldak with a smile. But the next moment, she saw the light blue halo at Soldak's feet. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and curiosity, and she asked Soldak, "Knight Soldak, this is the halo of power. You actually mastered the aura of power?" Soldak rubbed his forehead with his hand and said to Lena, "Every one-turn knight has to reach this point, right? How is that possible?" Lena curled her lips and immediately denied Soldak's statement, saying, "Knights who have mastered the halo have a great chance of joining the constructed knights. I heard that in the Knight Academy. There are only 3 instructors in the 4th grade have mastered this knight skill. And with this aura of power, Soldak can crush most of the instructors in the academy." Soldak didn't know much about the knight's combat profession, and he didn't have anything to say for a while. But Lena grabbed the railing between the terraces with both hands and asked loudly to the dormitory, "Is Sister Natasha awake? We want to invite her to the cafeteria for breakfast. Come right away." Natasha pushed open the terrace door, leaned her head in, and answered Lena. After the swing training, Soldak recently felt that this kind of intensity exercise did not seem to have much effect other than increasing muscle memory. During the morning period, it is easier for the sacred breath circulating in the body to light up those nodes than at other times. Among the stars in the sky in the sea of spiritual consciousness, there are already nearly 100 lit stars. These stars are connected together to form a force, the magic pattern of the halo. So he planned to add the practice of circulating the sacred breath every morning. Thinking of yesterday's harvest in Fornac Manor before he had time to count it, Soldak immediately returned to the room and picked up a magic waste bag from the wooden frame hanging the leather armor. This was already Soldak's 3rd day of magic. It's a fanny pack. But it's a pity that this magic fanny pack cannot be put into the magic fanny pack. Otherwise it would be more convenient to carry. It is said that the consequences of forcibly doing so will completely destroy the extra-dimensional space in the magic pocket. He began to count the inheritance left by the black magician Marion, and met the black magician Cyrus. Unlike Hickok, Marion's magic waste bag does not contain magic herbs, and even only 2 bottles of magic potions. Most of the items in the magic backpack are some special magic pattern leather and magic scrolls. another bag of magic crystals, and a book magic notes. Cerdak first picked the simplest thing to count, took the bag filled with magic crystals, and poured all the colorful magic crystals inside on the table. These hexagonal magic crystals were all standard. Cerdak carefully counted the types of currency in circulation. There were 37 magic crystals in total, not counting a dozen magic crystal fragments. I feel that Cyrus Hickok's magic notebook was shaking constantly. Soldak casually put the magic notebook on the table and turned the page to the last page. In the page, Celia Cooper was holding the iron railing in the page with both hands. With a look of shock on her face, she asked Soldak in disbelief, "Are these the inventory of that stereotyped woman, Marion? I have long heard that that woman is the richest among us magicians. But it seems like this is true." At this time, her eyes were not looking at the magic crystals scattered on the table, but at the magic pattern leather piled together like tattered rags. Her eyes showing envy, Cerdak placed a piece of black pattern magic skin on the table and spread it out. This piece of magic skin was only as big as the page of a magic book. The edges of the magic skin were not neat, but the magic patterns on the magic skin were not neat. However, it was quite well preserved. The entire magic pattern was only the size of a palm at best. Soldak curiously asked Celia Cooper, "Are these black magic skins valuable?" "Of course," Celia Cooper said without hesitation, and then asked, "How do you know these magic pattern leathers?" Soldak scratched his head. In fact, he did not recognize these magic patterned leathers. So he said truthfully, "When evil spirits fight on the Warsaw Plain, these evil spirits with magic patterns are often peeled off from the bodies of the evil spirits who died in battle." Tattooed devil skin. Celia Cooper on the page of the book made a very disgusted expression and said, "These magic pattern leathers are not the original devil skins. These are magic beast leathers with complete magic patterns. It is estimated that each piece is at least it can be exchanged for a few pieces of magic crystal. However, there are not many magicians in the Green Empire who are willing to buy this thing. The Green Empire is more about the inheritance of magic pattern construction. Many of them have life magic patterns. Even if you show the magic skin to those magicians, they won't recognize it." Cerdak nodded quickly and said, "I understand. What you mean is that although these magic pattern leathers are valuable, they are of no use. No magician is willing to buy them." Faced with Soldak's understanding, Celia Cooper had no way to refute. He had no choice but to cast his gaze on the magic scrolls piled up on the desk, and said to Soldak, "These magic scrolls are also high-end goods. Most of them contain third-level magic, but more than half of them contain magic scrolls. It's black magic. This kind of scroll can only be traded in the underground trading market, and you have to be extra careful. Once the mad dogs of the White Magic Guild Law Enforcement Group target you, they don't care who you are." Cerdak could feel the magical atmosphere contained in the scrolls, so he could roughly judge the magical properties of the scrolls. However, he was not sure of the true value of these magic scrolls. He did not expect that these magic scrolls were also hot potatoes. At this time, I heard Celia Cooper complaining from the side. "I really don't understand. Carrying so many high-level scrolls, I can actually be defeated by a knight like you. Marion has lived for so many years, and she has really lived like a dog." Soldak thought for a while, attributed Marion's death to her negligence, and said with some uncertainty, "Maybe she was careless." In fact, the black magician Marion did not underestimate Cerdak's strength at that time. She even used a precious magic scroll of spiritual whipping for this purpose. However, she did not expect that the magical effect of spiritual whipping would still be affected by Cerdak. "Dak is immune." Celia Cooper waved her hands repeatedly in the book and said, "Although Marion is a bit stingy, her fighting method is extremely rigid. No matter what magic she casts, she does it just like the textbook. Normally, she will not use the magic shield. There are so many scrolls left. Hey! People are already dead. Why should I care about these?" Cerdak became more and more confused as to why the black magician signed a magical contract of equality and mutual assistance with him so easily. It was obvious that the two of them were completely opposites and had no common language at all. Soldak glanced at Celia Cooper suspiciously and tried to ask her, "Magic Celia Cooper, can you introduce these magic items to me?" Unexpectedly, Celia Cooper readily agreed to this request. She looked left and right in the pages of the magic book, pointed at the scrolls, and asked Soldak to take them one by one and place them in front of her. After looking at it for a while, he pointed to some magic scrolls that Cerdak placed on the left and said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to use these magic scrolls at all. They are all general scrolls. You can just find a magic grocery store. If you sell all these magic scrolls, including those harvested from Cyrus Hickok, you should be able to get back a dozen magic crystals. As for these black magic scrolls here, although they can still be sold, but be careful of the mages in the law enforcement group." Then she said to Soldak, "These black striped magic skins, like those black magic scrolls, cannot be sold, unless you are not afraid of getting into trouble, or you hand them over to the Magic Guild, and you can probably exchange them for them. There will be a certain contribution reward, but a large part of it will definitely be deducted by the Magic Guild." Surdak counted and found that there were a total of 27 pieces of black-grained leather in Marion's magic waste bag. After saying this, Celia Cooper turned her attention to the last 2 bottles of magic potion and a magic notebook, pointed at the 2 bottles of magic potion and said, "But you can keep these 2 bottles of magic potion. One bottle is a weak troll potion, and the other is a potion of lion strength." Surdak survived the lion strength potion, which is said to enhance a warrior's strength to a certain extent in a short period of time. Then Celia Cooper said casually, "Although this magic notebook is precious, the knowledge recorded in it, according to my guess, should be some experience on magic pattern breeding clothing, which should be of little use to you unless you want to study magic pattern breeding equipment." Colonial clothing? Soldak was stunned for a moment, thinking that not only did the indigenous Great Wizard of the Warsaw Plain tell him a lot about breeding clothing, but he also saw with his own eyes the Great Wizard implanting magic patterns on the indigenous hunters during the sacrificial ceremony. Although the 3 indigenous hunters died in the end, they gained extraordinary power in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Soldak asked Celia Cooper, "Are those magic pattern leathers prepared for the magic pattern breeding clothing?" Celia Cooper stared at Soldak with her eyes widened and asked, "Do you still know anything about this?" Soldak explained, "On the plain of Warsaw, in addition to being a shield warrior, I also work part-time as a skinner." Chapter 420 Communication in the Library. Surdak likes to spend his free afternoons in the library of the Knight Academy. With just a cup of black tea, you can sit in the library for a long time. You can also borrow some books about knight training here. For example, he found a book called Halo of Power in the corner of the library. This is probably the most valuable book he found in this library. But at this time, Surdak was not in the mood to look at the training experiences of other knights. He was drawing awkward and difficult symbols on a piece of paper. These were the basic scales of the Elvish language. Surdak was going to learn some simple Elvish. Magician Marion recorded a lot of insights about the magic pattern of life in the magic notebook in Elvish language. Surdak could not understand the words recorded in the magic notebook, so he planned to learn Elvish language. However, even with Celia Cooper as his first teacher in Elvish, Soldak only mastered 7 musical scales in an entire afternoon, which caused Celia Cooper's mentality to collapse, and she almost had to learn from the magic notebook, climb out, and hit Surdak hard on the head with a hammer. According to Celia Cooper, with Soldak's current learning status, he would not even be able to learn all the musical scales of the Elvish language within 2 years. Many magicians in the Green Empire start by learning Elvish spells. At first, they just learn a simple sentence, and they are not required to be able to write, because the magic spells are usually accompanied by more complex magic patterns. Later, when I learn more magic spells and master more Elvish languages, I will learn to write them down in Elvish languages. But Surdak has not experienced this cognitive process at all. He wants to learn the jerky and chatty Elvish language, especially since the elves' vocal cords are more nasal, which is very unfriendly to beginners like Surdak. The black magician Marion is very proficient in Elvish, and even her daily magic notes are recorded in Elvish. After spending half a day trying, Surdak finally decided to give up learning this foreign language temporarily, and the knowledge recorded in Marion's magic notebook was interpreted by Celia Cooper for him. In view of Surdak's poor with her learning ability, Celia Cooper readily agreed to Soldak's proposal. Regarding the magic pattern breeding equipment, Surdak only knew the superficial knowledge that the Great Wizard in Oyatira once said about it. At the beginning, the Great Wizard used the skin peeled off from the evil spirits to colonize the bodies of the indigenous hunters, and bless them with the magical buff state of blessed body, allowing these indigenous hunters to become powerful indigenous warriors in a short period of time. However, due to the physical carrying capacity of these indigenous hunters does not meet the minimum requirements of the magic pattern clothing. When they lose the protection of the divine body, their bodies will eventually be burst by the power of the magic pattern clothing. Therefore, the Great Wizard in Oyatila told Soldak that the magic pattern breeding equipment must be used with caution. Black magician Celia Cooper also has a certain understanding of magic pattern reproduction clothing. In her opinion, Magic pattern reproduction clothing is not that dangerous. The difference between magic pattern reproduction clothing and magic pattern construction is that the size of magic pattern reproduction clothing is. Structure and shape depend on the magic pattern of life on the World of Warcraft. And the size, structure, and shape of the magic pattern construction will change accordingly according to the size of the equipment. Relatively speaking, the magic pattern construction has a wider range of application prospects. And the specific selection what magic pattern array. Magic pattern construction is more free. The advantage of magic pattern breeding equipment is that the life magic pattern of Warcraft cannot be copied. The former is to obtain leather with life magic patterns from Warcraft, and colonize this leather with life magic patterns into the bodies of warriors in some form of magic, thus greatly improving the warriors and magicians themselves. Strength. The magicians of the Green Empire have always wanted to explore the magic pattern of life on a deeper level, but they have never been able to peek through. It is difficult for magicians to obtain the complete magic pattern of life on Warcraft. So this kind of leather, with the magic pattern of life, it is very rare in the Green Empire. In addition to being used by magicians for magic research in laboratories, it can only be used to make ordinary magic pattern structures. The latter is to build a suitable magic pattern array on leather armor or metal armor. And the complete set of constructed armor will also have some additional attributes. Of course, the premise is that the leather armor and metal armor used as the base material for magic pattern construction must have certain magic guiding properties, such as high-grade leather armor sewn with Warcraft leather, expensive full-coverage heavy armor made of magic metal, etc. Of course, there are also heavy leather armors and light metal armors. But these are relatively unusual and rare items, and are difficult to see in the trading market. A more advanced magic pattern construction is where the inscription master draws the magic pattern array on the skin of a warrior or magician. However, only warriors after the second turn can perceive magic elements. Therefore, this kind of advanced magic pattern the construction is only applicable to magicians and second-level warriors above level 20 among warriors. I heard that on the continent of Roland, only the oldest lizard tribe in the wild swamp still has some inheritance of magic pattern clothing. And then, there are the ogres in the western continent, who have some methods of using magic pattern clothing. Unexpectedly, black magic is hidden. One of the black magicians in the order actually didn't dabble in this. But Soldak looked at the black magic leather, and knew that it was peeled off from some dead demons. I don't know how many summoning circles these black magicians have drawn in the Manor Laboratory outside Helensa over the years. And they have accumulated so many black-striped magic skins with life magic patterns. You must know that not every demons will all have this kind of black-striped magic skin. Now it seems that although these black magicians have fallen into accomplices of H.L. demons, there must be many demons who die in their hands. Soldak spread the magic notebook on the table, sat in the corner of the library, supported the table with one hand, and whispered to Celia Cooper in the notebook. "Do you usually study these?" Celia Cooper's eyes widened, and she said to Soldak with great dissatisfaction, "What are you thinking about? These are just Marion's personal interests and hobbies. She is a biological magic scholar. To me, doing this kind of thing is a complete waste of life. I would rather spend my time studying space magic than doing this." She was behind the fence of the magic notebook, wearing a set of magic robes that seemed to fit well, and she looked a bit like a magician. Hearing that her body was destroyed in the space rift, Soldak saw that Celia Cooper was in a good mood and asked curiously, "Have you been studying the space rift?" Celia Cooper glanced at Soldak impatiently, and when she talked about the topic of space magic, her scholarly aura hidden deep in her bones came out again, and she looked at Soldak with disdain. Said, "These academic topics are of absolutely no value for a martial artist like you to discuss." Soldak wanted to close the magic notebook and lock her in the dark room again to think about her thoughts. His fingers kept tapping on the smooth and flat table tops. These desks were made of oak and painted with thick varnish. The expression on Celia Cooper's face changed slightly. She spent most of the day alone in the dark and narrow pages of the book. It was rare to have this kind of time to go out and relax. She didn't want to go back to the dark space and see Soldak just yet. His eyes fell on the cover of the book, and he wanted to turn the pages with his fingers. Then he coughed lightly, sat behind the railing, and said to Soldak, "I'm studying some inevitable connections between space rifts and magic teleportation arrays." The outline of a blackboard suddenly appeared on the page behind Celia. Celia stood in front of the blackboard with a magic wand in her hand, which gave Soldak a strong illusion, as if he was sitting on the page in his previous life. After I was tired from studying in the library, I watched the live broadcast on my tablet. Celia Cooper didn't know the strange idea that came into Soldak's mind. She drew the outlines of different continents on the blackboard and connected the two continents with a passage at a certain point. She was a little bit frowning. He kept organizing his words, trying to speak more simply. Celia Cooper told Soldak, "This topic is a bit big to talk about, so I will explore some possible space cracks to a certain extent. The so-called portal is effectively used by some magicians. The safe passage is opened up by space rifts. If we talk about them in detail, these portals across planes are actually adjacent space nodes found in another dimension." Obviously, she was very worried that Cerdak would not understand. She was simply playing the piano to a cow, and drew two very vivid teleportation gates on the blackboard. One teleportation gate was connected to this continent, and the other teleportation gate was connected to another, on a continent. In her writing, a passage thousands of miles apart was introduced into the portal. How to describe it? It is the place where the coordinate points on the two planes coincide in another space. Celia Cooper explained this. After saying this, she was still a little worried that Soldak would not listen at all. Don't know? However, Soldak silently recited the names of those well-known people in his previous life, and said something that surprised Celia Cooper. "If you explain it this way, I still know something about what you said. It's like a wormhole. Planes and dimensions. What is a wormhole? I have never heard of it." Celia Cooper was extremely sensitive to the knowledge of space magic and couldn't wait to ask. "It is the so-called nearest channel connecting two different planes. In my opinion, this connecting channel is like a huge whirlpool in the sea. The sea surface is distorted due to some unknown force, causing the originally bottomless sea surface to appear far away from the bottom of the sea. A very close passage," Cerdak said, while making random gestures with his hands. But he felt that he might as well not make any gestures, because he couldn't even see what was drawn. "Your description is quite apt." Celia Cooper's eyes lit up, and she immediately felt admiration for Soldak. Even the tone of her words was much kinder. Space magic was originally the only thing in the Green Empire. It is a very small faction, and because Celia Cooper has become a black magician, she cannot borrow the resources of the Green Empire Magic Union. Therefore, when she studies space magic, she basically explores it alone. Now that someone was discussing the time and space rift with her, Celia Cooper immediately became extremely energetic. According to Celia Cooper, those time and space rifts are extremely dangerous. If you enter the time and space rifts, you will be shattered into pieces if you are not careful. Moreover, she has verified this sentence with her own life. When Soldak passed through the portal in the Warsaw Plain, it felt like passing through a thin mirror. He was also thinking about a question at the time, which was whether the spaces behind the portals in the two planes overlapped. The answer: it must be negative. These can be explained by dimensions. After chatting like this for a while, Cerdak took a sip of water, and then he realized that he had originally planned to learn about magic pattern breeding equipment. Swordsman Baikal said that he had scars all over his body, and it was impossible to carve magic patterns on his body, so he could only wear magic pattern armor. This made him particularly interested in magic patterns. Soldak coughed lightly and said to Celia Cooper, "We seem to be going a little far. Let's talk about the magic pattern breeding equipment. Since these are all collected by Marion, I received a high-grade magic skin with complete life magic patterns. So is there a complete experimental record in this magic notebook?" Celia Cooper was in the middle of a conversation when she heard Soldak ask, and Marion's magic notebook was turning on its own without any wind on the table. Celia Cooper said, "Of course she tried. More than once." After finishing speaking, she paused slightly before saying, "It's just that most of the people who were implanted with reproductive equipment died due to infection, attribute rejection, insufficient carrying capacity, etc. And the remaining ones were due to the implantation of demons in their bodies. The magic pattern of life causes a certain degree of demonization in the body, so they believe that it is demons that have invaded and taken over their bodies. Some people have become completely demonized during such experiments, while others know that their bodies have become a part of the devil, looking for some opportunity to just end his life. Later, our Helensa branch received a task from above to develop a new summoning circle, so Marion's experiment was also forced to be suspended. In fact, I know that she must still keep trying in private, but these two magic experiments over the years have been more secretive and often ended in failure." Celia Cooper seemed to recall certain past events, which made her mood a little depressed, and then asked Soldak, "What do you want? Try to study magic pattern breeding clothing?" Soldak nodded and said without any secret, "Yes. Do you know what is the biggest difficulty in magic pattern breeding?" Celia Cooper asked Soldak with a look of doubt on her face. Without waiting for Serdak's answer, he said, "It's about obtaining the magic pattern of life." She continued, "Look, the remaining magic skins of Marion are all large pieces. These are also complete magic patterns of life. But if you want to implant such a large and complete magic pattern of life into your body, I'm afraid it will take a long time. Just find a barbarian from the ice and snow tundra or an ogre from the ogre tribe. Most of the life magic patterns on the monsters are hidden. It is still difficult for us to peel off the life magic patterns from the monsters. The only ones who can provide us with research on magic patterns are demons and H.L. ghosts. Knowing that they can gain powerful power. Which warrior can accept a part of his body being demonized? If you have a choice, the magic pattern structure is more in line with the needs of the imperial people." Celia Cooper finally said. Serdak remained silent, and the afternoon passed quickly amidst the exchanges between the two. Chapter 421 Farewell. Although it took some twists and turns, the magicians of the Magic Guild Law Enforcement Group still relied on divination and keen sense of smell to catch Viscount Billy Fornack hiding in the civilian areas of the city. On the day of the arrest, Viscount Lee Fornack explained how he was led astray by the Black Magician Marion and became a peripheral member of the Black Magic Monastery. Viscount Billy Fornack also told some people who had close contact with the Black Magician Marion, such as the owner of a shop called Buck's Leather Shop in the DC area. This leather shop ostensibly sells deerskin products, but in fact secretly, he is also engaged in the trading of these black-striped magic skins, and has financial transactions with the Black Magician Marion. It is the main shipping channel for some of the excess black magic skins in Marion's hands. In addition, he also has close contacts with Kegel, the auctioneer of the Tavern Auction House. It is worth mentioning that Kegel is also a slave trader. It is understood that the Black Magician Marion will be at the slave market from time to time. Purchase some muscular male slaves. In this regard, the Magic Union is also divided into two factions. Some magicians believe that these male slaves are used by the Black Magician Marion to solve her psychological and physical needs. Once she is tired of the slaves, she will throw them into a dog cage and feed them to H.L. vicious dogs. Another part of the magicians believe that the Black Magician Marion bought slaves just to conduct some black magic experiments. For a time, the Black Magician Marion spread a lot in the magic circle of Helensa City. As for Cole Norton, he left Helensa City before that, since there was no possibility of getting back together with Darcy Christie. This city was not worth lingering on. So Cole Norton left Helensa City early, perfectly avoiding the Fornack Manor incident involving Viscount Billy Fornack. Soldak thought that Cole Norton might have discovered some clues early, so he left Helensa early to avoid trouble. You must know that the Black Magic Hermitage is an untouchable minefield for magic unions. Even as a green, once the imperial nobles have close contact with members of the Black Magic Priory, they will be subject to endless investigations by the magicians of the Law Enforcement Group. The news from the carriage house is that although the snow in the mountains will not completely melt until tomorrow's spring, the mountain road has been opened. At least the carriages of the carriage house have begun to resume freight business outside the mountain pass, which also means that Charlie and Natasha are about to leave Helensa City and return to Wall Village. Charlie worked as a part-time worker in Helensa City for 20 days. After deducting accommodation, food and drink, he actually saved nearly 50 silver coins. This made Charlie live a very fulfilling and busy life in Helensa City every day. The day before leaving, Charlie bought a lot of goods at the free market in Helensa City, including butter, cheese, wheat flour, etc., which filled a carriage full. It was obviously a gift for the people in the village. The night before parting, Natasha and Soldak huddled on the small bed in the Night Academy dormitory and didn't sleep for almost the whole night. Although Serdak tried to persuade Natasha to stay, he knew that this city did not belong to Natasha. She would eventually return to Wall Village, and she was already homesick. After hearing the news that she could go home finally, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. The gift Natasha brought home was a little special. What she brought back to old Sheila was a frying pan. She wanted to use this pan to fry soft egg pancakes for old Sheila. This delicious egg pancake was almost what Natasha had to eat for breakfast recently. And she also will try to match different types of jam, which made Soldak mistakenly think that Natasha liked sweets. Now it seems that Natasha is looking for the most suitable taste for old Sheila. She brought back a knitting bag full of yarn balls for Rita. It was said that Rita really wanted to crochet a colorful sweater. The gift brought to little Peter was a hand-painted book on parchment. There seemed to be nothing surprising in it. It was just that the old gardener had condensed the streets and alleys of Helensa City into it with a paintbrush. And it was so a very simple crayon drawing. and it seemed that everyone in the drawing had small eyes, like black beans, and red cheeks like apples. But Natasha said that she was bringing back a city of Helensa to little Peter. Natasha said that the fried fish eaten in Helensa was the most delicious, and the small whitebait frozen into ice lumps was produced in the glacial lake in the south of Helensa city. The yield was extremely abundant, and the price was very low. This time Natasha brought this small fish back to Wall Village, and she planned to treat the whole village to a meal of Elven-style fried fish. In the early morning, Serdek left the Knight Academy early on his ancient Bolai horse. He hugged Natasha, who was sitting sideways on the horse, through the long street, and arrived in front of the hotel opposite the garden square. At this time, the night watchmen in the city had just extinguished the street lights, and were transporting domestic garbage out of the city. In the past, Charlie was also one of the people transporting garbage. But at this time, he had already scrubbed his carriage clean. The car was loaded with all kinds of goods. I was standing on the steps of the hotel, looking up at the long street opposite. I saw Soldak and Natasha appearing on the same horse, and they hurried up to meet them. "Soldak, do you have anything else to tell me? Is there anything you want me to take back to Wall Village?" Charlie said excitedly while standing in front of Soldak's horse. Serdek dismounted first, then put his hand on Natasha's slender waist and hugged her down. He turned around and took out a parchment scroll from his belt and handed it to Charlie, and said to him, "This map will be handed over to the village chief of Bright for me. The location of the fiefdom has been determined. I chose the mountainous area around Pussy Mountain. When you return to the village, remember to ask the village chief to help me make some boundary markers. They should be made of stronger rubber plastic boards. Oh, wait until next spring, and we will enclose that land. Okay, we'll wait for you to come back and enclose the land in Wall Village," Charlie said. And after that, he and Soldak high-fived each other. The carriage was piled high with goods. Natasha curled up on the seat that was most sheltered from the wind. Soldak covered her with a thick blanket and said to Charlie, "Be careful on the road. I have asked someone to say low to the carriage house. You just follow them. They are all very experienced coachmen, and they look after each other along the way. Don't worry. I will bring Natasha back to Wall Village safely." Charlie got on the carriage and said to Soldak. The carriage company's truck passed by the garden square at this time. The steward there waved to Charlie, who quickly followed him in the car. The truck fleet slowly drove out of the city of Helensa, with Soldak following behind the fleet, until they are sent out of the city. Serdek rode his horse and stopped in front of the mountain road. Going further ahead, he would enter the mountain forest road. The carriage from the carriage house had already driven into the high hills and completely disappeared into the dense oak forest. Charlie's carriage followed at the rear, while Natasha, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket, was still facing the carriage from a distance. Serdek waved vigorously. Chapter 422 Carl's Preparation. Recently, Darcy Christie has completely disappeared from Soldak's life, and it is difficult to see her even in the sword hall. The stubborn and proud red-haired woman was like the foam of the sea, disappearing in the wind in the next second. The trainee knights in the Knight Academy are still as diligent as ever. Even in winter, the ground has been frozen hard, and the riding training ground is still full of trainee knights waiting to practice charging. Although it is likely that more than one person will fall off his horse. The nose was bruised and the face was swollen, and it was more likely that the bones and tendons were broken. But these young people still mounted their horses without hesitation and launched a fierce charge against the wooden man in the training ground with the knight's spear. Carl was sitting on the wooden stand next to the training ground. The north wind was blowing fiercely, blowing on his face like a knife. But he didn't feel much. He first raised his head and looked at the gray sky, and his eyes fell on Soldak, who came slowly with his horse. Serdek threw Gupo Lima under the stands, climbed onto the stands without spectators alone, and sat side by side with Carl. "Have you finished it?" Serdek said, as he took off the craftsman's sword from his waist, placed it flat on his knees, took out a whetstone, and carefully polished the edge of the craftsman's sword. He could see that Carl had some emotional problems. He seemed to be deeply hit by the incident at Fornack Manor and never recovered. Carl nodded solemnly and said with a sad look on his face, "I personally visited each house and handed over the pensions to their families with my own hands, and promised that in the future, all the children in the family would be recommended for the guard camp. Xian, I'm studying at the Junior War College in Helensa City. But what's the use of it? People are already dead. So what meaning do we do these things to those who died?" He hasn't said yet that Captain Sauron has been urging him to reorganize a support group outside the city, but he has been holding him back. Maybe they also hope that their families can live a happier life. When Soldak said this, his throat was a little dry. Carl leaned on the seat in the stands, and his eyes fell on the trainee knights, who were constantly charging on the field. His smile was full of bitterness. He said, "When I was a squad leader, I only had 5 or 6 knights in my hands. Their tempers, preferences, and personal abilities. Every time I receive a mission, we all go out together. After completing the mission, I will take a good rest in the city for a few days. I spend half of the month wandering around the city. At that time, I felt that the squadron leader of the support squadron outside the city was high up. I felt that the scenery in my eyes would be very good from a high place. So I admired that position very much and rushed to climb up. But now that I sat in this position, I found that it was not that good at all. The thing is, not only did I not see the most beautiful scenery in my heart, but I also shouldered heavier responsibilities. Carl, are you tired of being the squadron leader of the support team outside the city?" Serdek asked in surprise. He didn't expect that this incident would hit Carl so hard. Carl shook his head, squeezed out a smile and said, "Of course not. I have been thinking about how to improve myself recently. I want to go to the Advanced Knight Academy for a period of time in the spring to improve some of my personal abilities." "You want to prepare for the Construct Knight?" Soldak asked him. After being promoted to the squadron leader of the Guard Battalion, Carl had the opportunity to go to the Advanced Academy to improve himself. He looked straight ahead and said, "This may be something every squadron leader needs to consider." After becoming a squadron leader, his salary has increased a lot. Counting some of my own savings and getting some support at home, it shouldn't be too difficult to raise some money to buy the magic pattern structure. The guard camp has channels for customizing the magic pattern structure. Serdek now enjoys the benefits of a guard battalion squad leader, with a salary of almost 30 silver coins per week. Counting various subsidies for missions, he gets almost 35 silver coins. If he is at the level of squadron leader, his weekly salary should be almost 50 silver coins. That means that Carl's annual salary is almost 30 gold coins. A complete set of magic patterns requires at least 150 magic crystals. If Carl had to pay out of his own pocket, not counting interest, Carl could repay the principal of the debt within 30 years without eating or drinking. If the family could share half of it for Carl, it would be a big burden for Carl. Soldak didn't know if Carl had any private property of his own, thinking that he had received 2 unexpected windfalls recently. The money bags of 2 magicians, Cyrus, Hickok, and Marion, all fell to him. In total, there were 50 magic crystals alone. So he said to Carl, "Well, if you don't have enough magic crystals and you need help, don't forget to tell me." Carl didn't expect Serdek to say this. He looked at Serdek in surprise and asked incredulously, "It seems that you have really made a small fortune?" Serdek smiled slightly and said noncommittally, "Every magician is a mobile treasure house. Of course, Marion is no exception." Carl showed gratitude, looked at Soldak and said, "It must be much more difficult for you to save some money than it is for me. After all, there is no family support behind you. As long as your life is tighter later, you should be able to make it." Carl hesitated before saying, "What I mean is that if you really have that condition, you should think about planning a set of magic pattern constructs. The gap between construct knights and knights is definitely bigger than you think. The ones are much larger. Only the construct knights can compete head-on on the battlefield with the Nakma warriors, Nibura's spider warriors, and ghost warriors. In the Green Empire, only the construct knights under the lords will be considered for the true knights." Construct knight? Soldak thought that he had been studying magic pattern breeding equipment in the past few days, but he didn't have any clue. So he said vaguely, "Actually, I have been making some similar preparations recently, but many things are just written on the magic sheepskin, on paper." When Carl heard that Soldak said that he was preparing for the magic pattern construction, he immediately said in agreement, "You are right to think so. With your current strength level, if you can have a set of power-type primary magic patterns, the construct will definitely become second only to Captain Sauron in strength in the future. If you had listened to me and chosen the place near Phonic Manor or the Red Pine Forest, you could have opened a lumberyard there. And then, you would have started a lumber business. Although the competition in the Helensa lumber market is a bit fierce, but Goodwood is still easy to sell." Speaking of this, Carl changed his decadent state, put one hand on Soldak's shoulder, and said emotionally, "Dak, do you want to go out for a drink?" Chapter 423 Transaction. Sitting in front of the noisy tavern bar, Soldak was holding a glass of cold ale and chatting with Carl about some things in the guard camp. After becoming the sheriff of the Paglos mountain area outside the mountain pass, Cerdak will also consider recruiting some helpers. According to his opinion, it is best for these men to be retired veterans who live outside the mountain pass all year round. They have rich tracking and combat experience and can bring some changes to the security issues in the deserted land. But Carl didn't agree with Soldak's idea. He believes that among Cerdak's group of men, first of all, there must be a deputy who can write some written copy, preferably an academic young man who is willing to use his brain. In addition, it is best to have 2 trainees who graduated from the Knight Academy. The Knights, and finally the 2 veterans with rich combat experience, can avoid unnecessary situations in the future when the fighting team replaces the old with the new. Due to the failure of the Battle of Moyenling, Soldak did not have any good impressions of these graduates of the War College. But after Carl's persuasion, he decided to give these young graduates some opportunities. Although the reputation of the guard camp in Helensa city is not very good, there are still many young trainee knights who want to enter the guard camp after graduation. The proprietress of the tavern lowered her head and silently wiped the glass while chatting quietly with Mrs. Christie. A bartender wearing a midriff-bearing vest pushed the tray to the bar, which was filled with empty wine glasses covered in beer foam. The young bartender wiped the glass with her head, wiping the sweat on his forehead. He took out 2 shining silver coins from his chest groove, handed them to the bar, sat on the high chair and waited quietly. The landlady moved the empty wine glasses to the sink and began to fill the clean glasses with ale one by one, placing them on the wooden tray. The door of the tavern was pushed open, and a young magician in magic robes walked in. The drinkers sitting at the door were in a daze, staring at the magician in black robes. Some people even stood up from their seats nervously. Get up! Few magicians come to this tavern. Most of the people who come here to drink are warriors. Magicians have their own life circle. Good evening, Mrs. Christie. Lance sat next to Soldak and greeted Mrs. Christie. He ignored the strange looks around him and looked extremely indifferent. Good evening, Lance wizard. Mrs. Christie responded politely. Lance, has your mission been completed? Carl turned to Lance and asked. The young magician sighed, looked at Soldak with a melancholy look, and said to Carl, Yes, if we can't figure it out again, I'm afraid we will be scolded to death by the great magician Gerald. We worked so hard to track down the whereabouts of those black magicians outside. But in the end, you might as well be able to pick up clues about the black magicians just by wandering the streets like you. The Knights of the Guard Camp. Carl took the red wine from the landlady and handed it to Lance. Then asked, What did you find on Miss Marion? Lance said in a somewhat sinister tone. Nothing of value is left. What else do you think we can find? There is no doubt that Lance must have been greatly stimulated by the Magic Guild before he became a little irrational. When he spoke, he was inseparable from sarcasm and sarcasm. Lance treated Soldak seriously. He said, Duck, the law enforcement team hopes that you can transfer the magic items belonging to the black magician Marion to the Magic Union. Before Lance could finish his words, he was interrupted by Carl. Hey, Lance, I don't care whether Miss Marion is a black magician or not. But what evidence do you have that we took Miss Marion? Maybe she didn't carry it with her at all. Or maybe it was taken away by the black magician Samoa. The magician Lance looked embarrassed, looked at his friend Carl with some depression and said, Carl, this is what Mr. Gerald meant. And we don't want Cernak to take out these magic items for nothing. The Magic Guild will have part of the corresponding compensation is in the hope that clues to the black magician Samoa can be traced. And those black magic items are also contraband in Helensa. And it is difficult to get rid of these things without special channels. Carl said unceremoniously, I don't care whether it is forbidden or not. If you want Marion's inheritance, you must exchange it for magic crystals or gold coins of equivalent value. Magician Lance took a sip of wine depressively and said, I understand. I will communicate this matter with my superiors. He knew that he would not let go easily. But since he brought the words to him, he could be regarded as completing the task assigned by Lord Gerald. Then his face immediately changed, and his expression was no longer so serious and depressed. He clinked glasses with Soldak, whose mood had not yet changed, and said with a smile, Now is our private chat time. His eyes were full of curiosity, and he asked Cerdak, I have never figured out how you reverse the defeat when facing 2 black magicians with first-level strength. 2 magicians that can form almost uninterrupted magic coverage. And as far as I know, these 2 black magicians are good at advanced fire magic, even if they keep throwing small fireballs. It shouldn't be something your team can bear. At that time, Lord Sauron was restrained by the Dark Binder again. How did you do it? Is this your second purpose for coming to us? Carl stared at Lance with a smile. It wasn't until Carl's gaze made Lance look a little unnatural that Carl put his arm around Lance's shoulders and said to him, "If you're willing to treat me tonight, I wouldn't mind telling you the battle process in detail." Carl did not witness the battle scene between Cerdak and Count Fornak. He was still in a coma at the time. So the version told to the magician Lance was also described by Soldak afterward. And it was simply unbearable. The scrutiny of professional magicians, such as how Cerdak withstood the mental whipping of Marian magician. Seeing that Carl had finished speaking, Soldak interrupted. "Okay, Carl." Someone turned to the magician Lance and said, "Lance, tomorrow I will go to the Magic Guild in person to deliver Ms. Marian's relics. But her purse should not be of any help to your investigation. I believe you don't need these unimportant things. Items. When I was counting the relics, in addition to some high-level magic scrolls, there were also 2 bottles of magic potions and several black magic skins with complete magic patterns. I will take them to the Magic Guild tomorrow." Huh? After all, Cerdak is more chivalrous. Lance immediately patted his chest and promised. "Dak, don't worry. I will help you fight for everything you need to fight for. This time, there is something involved." After the tragedy at Fornak Manor, the Magic Guild in Helensa City was held accountable by the headquarters of the Bena Magic Guild. After all, 2 counts were involved in one after another. These members of the Black Magic Monastery also had connections with some nobles. Lord Gerald was summoned by the Provincial Trade Union to report on his work. Everyone did not expect that these things that happened in Helensa City would actually involve Mr. Gerald of the Magic Union Law Enforcement Group and be held accountable by the Bena Province Magic Union. Carl was also a little surprised and said, "It's like this." "Serious?" Lance sighed and said, "The information obtained from the investigation by the law enforcement team is that there are about 6 black magicians in the Black Magic Hermitage in Helensa City. In addition to Margaret Hutt and Marion, there are 4 more black magicians on the loose. They are the Samoan magician, who has been lurking in the dance troupe, the magician Celia Cooper, who is good at space magic circles, the magician Cyrus Hickok, who is good at sleeping clouds and hypnosis. The last one is magician Jesse Houseman, who is good at magic gem processing. We have the least personal information about the 2 black magicians, Celia Cooper and Cyrus Hickok. They have hardly appeared in Helensa City. And Jesse Houseman magic, it is said that this man is an excellent jewelry craftsman. But our law enforcement team has investigated all the gem craftsmen in Helensa City and found no trace of Jesse Houseman. There are 4 black magicians absconding now. Duck, you should be more careful." Lance talked a lot about the Black Magic Monastery. He probably felt that Carl and Cerdak had been involved in this matter. So he revealed information about other black magicians so that Cerdak could. Carl always takes extra precautions. Carl and Mrs. Christie left first in the magic caravan. As Cerdak walked out of the tavern, a gust of north wind blew in his face. He tightened his collar, took the horse's reins from the waiter at the door, got on his horse, and walked toward the Knight Academy alone. This was not the first time for Soldak to come to the Magic Guild. He walked up the large winding staircase of the Mage Tower to the 2nd floor. Following the prompts from the beautiful female magic apprentice at the front desk, he found the man who was studying magic patterns in the magic laboratory on the 2nd floor. Lance in the magic circle waved to Lance in the room through the door. Soldak, unfortunately, he was concentrating on the experiment and did not see Cerdak greet him. Fortunately, a magic apprentice next to Lance saw Cerdak's gesture. The magic apprentice reminded Lance. Then Lance looked up at the door and saw Cerdak standing outside the door. He made a wave gesture to him. It seemed that he was participating in a magic experiment that he couldn't escape from. Cerdak nodded quickly, turned around and found a bench in the corridor to sit down. Seeing a magician on the side taking some water from the faucet on the wall, he also took out a water bag and went over to take some water. He returned to the bench and waited for Lance while tasting the taste of the water in the Magic Guild. Will it be different? But what makes him a little disappointed is that there is nothing special about the water here except that it is a little purer. Cerdak tilted his head and looked at the corridor with people coming and going. The magic apprentices were running along holding some experimental utensils. Sometimes a magician was followed by several magic apprentices, watching them hurriedly pass in front of Cerdak. Walking over. It seems like you are racing against time while walking. There are busy figures everywhere. There are mostly female magicians in the Magic Guild. Seeing these beautiful or serious female magicians walking past, Cerdak wondered if someone married a magician. Would the two of them be together? When there was a quarrel in bed, the extremely angry female magician blasted her husband out of bed with a fireball, turning him into a roasted pig that was all red. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shuddered all over. At this moment, a hand patted his shoulder, startling him again. He looked up and saw Lance looking at him curiously, so he had to smile awkwardly. Why are you still hanging around? Let's go. I'll take you to the magician from the appraisal department. The magic items you sent must first pass the appraisal department, and then the price will be determined before I can give you some compensation. Don't worry. This time Jiro, the approval note written by Mr. Da himself, will definitely get you a good compensation, Lance said to Soldak. Ah, thank you so much. Soldak quickly stood up from the bench and said to Lance, You deserve this, Lance said with a slight smile. His handsome appearance looked very gentlemanly. The two of them walked up 2 floors along the large winding staircase before Lance took Soldak into a room. The room was filled with various shelves and looked more like a warehouse. The room was filled with a faint musty smell. An old magician was sitting among a pile of magic items. The desk in front of him was filled with Zazai was holding a magnifying glass in his hand, looking at a piece of silver magic metal. Lance didn't seem to dare to disturb him. He just stood at the door with Serdak and waited quietly. After waiting for a long time, the old magician finally put the magic metal in his hand back into the box and took it out. A note was written on a note, and it was glued to the box. Then he raised his head and saw Lance standing at the door. He waved to him and said, Come in. Lance, what are you looking for me to identify? Teacher Nimitz. This time, I want to ask you to price the magic items, Lance answered as he walked over with Soldak. The old magician glanced at Serdak, his eyes with sharp light, as if shining into Serdak's spiritual sea of consciousness. Bring out whatever you need me to identify, the old magician said simply. Serdak stored 27 black striped magic skins, 2 bottles of magic potions, Weak Troll Potion and Lion King's Power Potion, and 25 magic scrolls, including 4 third-level magic scrolls, and the 8 second-level magic scrolls belonged to Magician Marion, and the remaining 13 magic scrolls belonged to Magician Cyrus Hickok. The magic herbs in Cyrus Hickok's magic pocket have been stolen by Serda, who sold it, and now he took out these and used magic scrolls. There were so many magic items on the table, which made the old magician frown slightly. He stretched out a skinny arm and threw all the magic scrolls into a wooden barrel at his feet, and said to Serdak, and Lance said, There is nothing to identify these magic scrolls. Any magic grocery store will know the price. There are several black magic scrolls in them that are contraband. Chapter 424 Earth Shield. The room was very quiet. Even the black cat on the top of the bookshelf had its eyes narrowed and its body curled up motionless. The old magician unfolded the 27 black striped demon skins one by one. He looked at them very carefully. Every time he opened a magic skin, a hot fire seemed to be ignited in his eyes. He read these black striped demon skins one after another. After removing the skin, the old magician raised his head, looked at Soldak, hesitated slightly and said, We need to make some systematic pricing for these black striped magic skins. I can't give a suitable price now. I can only say that they are very valuable. But the life magic patterns generated by these black striped magic skins are black magic. These black striped magic skins are banned on the market, so it is difficult to find a corresponding reference price in the magic market of the auction house. So our pricing will be conservative. The old magician's straightforward words made Lance on the side a little embarrassed, and he glanced at Soldak slightly apologetically. Then, the old magician carried the pile of black striped magic skins and walked to a row of shelves and put all the black striped magic skins into a box. Serdak actually felt a faint magic wave on this box. The old magician turned to Soldak and said, These magic patterns of life are the exploration direction of many magic scholars in our magic union. Under the premise of the same level, the magic patterns of life are far more powerful than the magic pattern array created by magicians. So the magic pattern of life has always been one of the main research directions of the Magic Guild. These black striped magic skins have complete visible magic patterns of life, so they have huge research value, and each magic skin is very valuable. Hearing what the old magician said, Serdak couldn't help but ask, How much magic crystals are these worth? The old magician walked back to the square table, sat down again, looked at Soldak, and said, I can only say a lot, and I personally don't recommend that you exchange all these black striped magic skins for magic crystals. You can consider something more valuable. After speaking, he took out the magic scrolls in the barrel again, divided the magic scrolls into 2 parts and placed them on the desk. The old magician didn't even raise his eyelids and said dully, "There are 18 of these second-level scrolls, each worth 1 gold coin. There are 7 third-level scrolls, each with 1 magic crystal. Oh my! According to the current gold coin to magic crystal exchange ratio, these scrolls are worth 10 magic crystals in total. The lion strength potion and the weak troll potion are worth 5 magic crystals. These magic items are worth 15 magic crystals in total." After saying that, he picked up a note from the desk, casually tore off a piece of paper, and wrote the words "pay 15 magic crystals" on it, stamped it, and handed the note to him. He picked up Soldak and said to Lance, "Lance, take this knight to the finance department to receive the compensation magic crystal." "Okay, Mr. Nimitz," Lance said respectfully. The two then left the identification room. Soldak took 15 magic crystals and left the Magic Guild's finance room with Lance. Although I was a little worried that the 27 black-striped magic skins would be swallowed up by the Magic Guild. At this point, I could only go back and wait for news. Lance seemed to see Serdak's worries, and immediately assured him that once the appraisal room completed the pricing, the compensated magic crystals would be distributed immediately. Lance and Serdak came to the Magic Guild Tulu, said a brief goodbye, and then got busy doing experiments. Serdak stood in the corridor and looked around the rooms. He did not leave the Magic Guild immediately, but walked along the large winding staircase to the entrance of Scholar Ferdinand's magic laboratory. Knock on the door. A young female assistant opened the door and looked at Soldak with a puzzled face, asking, "Who are you?" Serdak said to the female magic assistant, "I am Serdak. I am looking for Scholar Ferdinand. Have you made an appointment with the teacher in advance?" The young female assistant narrowed her eyes and asked Soldak. Serdak touched his nose and said, "Scholar Ferdinand said I can come and visit him at any time. Wait a moment." The female assistant turned around and returned. Then the door of the laboratory was opened by the female assistant, with a friendly smile on her face, and said to Serdak, "Knight Serdak, please come in." Walking into Scholar Ferdinand's magic laboratory, the room was still the same as before. Bottles of light green solution were filled with the limbs of various monsters. The whole room was filled with strange smells. Serdak looked at it carefully. He glanced at the female assistant and saw her walking in front with a calm face, and felt great admiration for her strength. Scholar Ferdinand was wearing a magic robe and was standing on the test bench, using a sharp boning knife to dissect the corpse of a subhuman kobold. When Serdak walked over, Scholar Ferdinand was using his hands to remove the internal organs from the kobold's abdomen. He put it into a glass jar, put a dirty dog head into a silver tray, rinsed the abdominal cavity full of blood clots with water, and then raised his head and smiled at Serdak. He touched his leg and asked, "Knight Serdak, has your leg healed?" Serdak walked up to Magician Ferdinand, looked at the hunched body of the kobold on the test bench, and said, "Scholar Ferdinand, my leg injury has completely recovered." The female assistant stepped forward to clean the kobold heads in the silver tray. Her movements were very skillful. Scholar Ferdinand smiled coquettishly at Serdak. "I thought you would come to me later, but I didn't expect you to solve the problem yourself," Serdak said honestly. "At that time, I had also put up a list of purchasing magic herbs at the trading house. I was just waiting to collect those magic herbs before coming to see you. Unexpectedly, I experienced something else during that period. My leg was injured. He was cured at that time." He didn't want to reveal Selena's information, so he just said it briefly. Scholar Ferdinand was not very interested in the treatment process. He just smiled and asked him, "Are you interested in dissecting this kobold with me? This kobold died a little long, so the taste may be a little bad." Regarding the issue of bad smell, Soldak didn't notice anything at all. Maybe because the smell in this laboratory has always been weird. Serdak looked at the remains of the kobold that had lost its head and internal organs, and saw that Ferdinand was turning it around inside and out, and very carefully inspected the surface skin of the kobold's body, even using a layer of thick hair on the outside of the body. "Razor off?" Serdak asked. "Is this your daily routine of magic research?" Scholar Ferdinand laughed, peeled off the kobold's skin bit by bit with a skinning knife, and said to Serdak, "Of course, but this kind of dissection does not happen every day. Last month's Imperial Capital Magic News reported that someone discovered a hidden life magic pattern on the body of a fishman, and it is also the rarest spiritual direction. This life magic pattern is in the Imperial Capital sold for a huge price. And now the murlocs in the magic market have been snapped up like crazy. So I spent a gold coin to buy a kobold and dissected it to see if I would have such good luck. Cerdak was stunned when he heard this. And thought, dissecting a kobold just because of this? Scholar Ferdinand shrugged his shoulders and said with some regret, but now I have the answer. Yes. I don't have such good luck. Did you buy this kobold in the market? Cerdak asked. Scholar Ferdinand said, yes. It was obtained through bidding in the tavern auction house. It was shipped from Constantinople. However, during the transportation process, the kobold actually froze to death. When it arrived in Highland, it was already hard when it was removed. So it has no research value. Cerdak had only seen a lot of adventurers' superficial introductions to the subhuman race of kobolds in some ranger biographies. In fact, this was the first time he had seen a real kobold. And it was kind of creepy. It feels like the torso of this kobold has the characteristics of a human body. But the head and feet are like a dog. And there is a furry tail behind the butt. The kobolds, which were less than 1.5 meters long, were very thin and skinny. Cerdak wanted to know whether they looked more like humans or dogs. Scholar Ferdinand saw that Cerdak was not affected by the stench, and looked at the kobolds on the test bench seriously. He continued to introduce Cerdak. These subhuman kobolds are more common in the western mining area. Yes, they are usually found in abandoned mining areas. And slave traders are more willing to sell these kobolds to some large mine owners. After all, they are only a minority for research. Unexpectedly, these kobolds could actually serve as mining slaves. Cerdak thought that he had a sulfur mine in his territory on Pussy Mountain. There might be a chance to buy some kobold miners. And it seemed that these kobold slaves were not too expensive. Scholar Ferdinand discarded the mutilated body of the kobold, then carried the head of the kobold that was cleaned by the female assistant to the experimental table with one hand, and made 2 gestures on the nose of the kobold with a scalpel. His eyes were full of joy. Earth said to Cerdak, this kind of kobold is born with an extremely sensitive sense of smell. Are you interested in trying to transplant a kobold's nose? Soldak shook his head vigorously, indicating that he had no such interest. Scholar Ferdinand laughed, slightly processed the kobold's head, sealed it in a jar, and then carried the glass jar to the laboratory shelf. He excitedly explained to Cerdak that in fact, these subhuman species were still there are many advantages. The kobold's nose has a dog-like sense of smell. The gnoll's ears have keen hearing. And the murloc's gills have the ability to breathe underwater. Scholar Ferdinand proudly showed off to Soldak that he had successfully transplanted a kobold's nose into an old man who had lost his sense of smell, giving him a dog-like sense of smell. In the second spring, he became a very famous local guide. He also transplanted a jackal's ear to a man who had lost his hearing. In the following years, the man often couldn't sleep because of the noise of 2 young men fighting in his neighbor's house in the middle of the night. Cerdak was a little stunned when he heard these strange stories. And then Scholar Ferdinand encouraged him to ask whether he needed to undergo physical transformation. The current Ferdinand scholar is obviously not satisfied with transplanting unique parts of the subhuman race into the human body. He has even more crazy ideas. He wants to transplant some special parts of the Warcraft into the human body, so it needs stronger carrying capacity. Body. He is planning to transplant the eyes of the bald eagle into the archer's eye socket, so that the archer will have the power of eagle eyes. And maybe in this way, he can grow into a marksman. For this purpose, he had prepared the eyeballs of 2 different eagle monsters, but he could not find a suitable person to transplant them. Soldak said, Scholar Ferdinand, I just want to know some knowledge about magic pattern breeding equipment. If you want to find someone suitable for transplanting eagle eyes, you might as well go to the plain battlefield and take a look, where almost every day there are people who are injured. And some warriors with injured eyes may agree to restore their sight with your help. This is really a good idea. Scholar Ferdinand's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. He stared at his big eyes and said, why didn't I think of moving the laboratory to the battlefield before? It seems that I should plan it carefully. Scholar Ferdinand then said to Cerdak, as for magic pattern cloaking, this is the area where wizards from some remote tribes and spellcasters who are proficient in dark magic are best at it. Few magicians in the Green Empire are good at this. Although the Magic Guild invests huge manpower and material resources in researching the magic pattern of life every year. In fact, the Magic Guild is very opposed to magic pattern clothing, because the magic pattern clothing will impact the Magic Guild's inscription industry. Everyone just wants to master the magic pattern of life, and this kind of magic pattern is used on the magic pattern structure. Scholar Ferdinand told Cerdak a lot about this aspect of knowledge, and his area of expertise is transplanting parts of magical beasts into humans. So he also has very profound insights into implanting magic skin into the body. The two then talked about the so-called carrying capacity. Scholar Ferdinand admired young knights like Cerdak, who were eager to learn and did not reject his research, and hoped to cooperate in this area in the future. Cerdak could only respond with a ha-ha. When Cerdak was about to say goodbye and leave, Scholar Ferdinand also gave Cerdak a bottle of strengthening potion with certain magical ingredients, which was said to be able to increase the body's carrying capacity to a certain extent. A week later, the compensation from the Magic Guild was also distributed, and the young magician Lance personally told Soldak the good news. The result also shocked Cerdak. In addition to a large amount of magic crystals, the Magic Guild also compensated Cerdak with a set of Earth Shield magic pattern structure. Soldak is walking his horse in the outer ring of the night training ground. When I heard Lance say this, I thought I had heard it wrong, and I felt like it was pie in the sky. Unexpectedly, a set of valuable magic patterns appeared just like this. Originally, he planned to raise some more money and use the base materials of the salamander leather armor to find an inscriptionist to customize some parts of the magic pattern structure. Now it seems that the plan is not changing quickly. Chapter 425 Horse Legs. A set of jet black armor with black iron magic patterns was placed quietly on the wooden shelf in the room. Cerdak stood in front of the armor, looking at the helmet with a cold glow. This reminded him of those days on the Mayun Ridge battlefield, a battlefield filled with fire and blood, and those wearing magic pattern armor. The knights almost completely dominate the victory of the battle. This black iron magic pattern structure seemed to absorb the light in the room, making the room slightly dim. This is a brand new set of magic patterns. Standing close, Cerdak can clearly see the complex and exquisite magic patterns carved on the armor surface. The entire set of Earth Shield magic pattern structure consists of 7 parts: helmet, shoulder armor, breastplate, wrist guards, trousers, greaves, and boots. Each part has an independent magic pattern array and gem base. It is necessary to embed 7 magic crystal fragments to make this set of Earth Shield magic pattern structure operate normally. As the central part of the magic pattern structure, the breastplate must be inlaid with an additional magic crystal in order to activate the set attribute of the magic pattern structure itself. Earth Shield. 1 magic crystal can be exchanged for at least 15 magic crystal fragments. After hearing Lance's brief introduction, Cerdak couldn't help but secretly gasp in surprise. The high cost of using this set of constructed armor was not something ordinary people could afford. Lance stood behind Cerdak, with unconcealable envy in his eyes, and said to Cerdak, "It is said that this set of Earth Shield is the top-notch primary magic pattern structure that can be found in Bina province. Apart from the required carrying capacity, which is unfriendly to new first-time warriors, there are almost no shortcomings. The price is also nearly 30% higher than other ordinary elementary magic pattern structures." Cerdak reached out and touched the cold armor, and a trace of magic power was transmitted to Cerdak's body. The magic power continued to flow on the magic pattern structure. It was a very strange feeling. Countless filaments of mana form a fine mana web on the surface of the magic pattern structure, which is also like the capillaries in the body. The mana flows slowly in these blood vessels, giving Cerdak the illusion that he is in front of his eyes. The magic pattern armor possesses vitality. These lines were carved very obscurely, and after being carved, they were filled with magic metal. Cerdak couldn't even touch the seams between the two metals, as if they were fused together. Lance asked, "Is this a basic set of magic pattern construction? In that case, there are also intermediate magic pattern construction and advanced magic pattern construction?" Hearing these words, a female administrator standing behind the two people couldn't help laughing. The young magician Lance coughed lightly, reminding the female magic apprentice to pay attention to her words, and then explained to Soldak, "Of course, as far as I know, the magic pattern structure is currently divided into 4 levels. The primary level is also the so-called first level. This kind of magic pattern structure is very common in the Green Empire. Basically, the vast majority of the knights and the knights of the major legions were primary magic pattern structure." Lance continued, "The second level magic pattern construction is obviously a higher level. It requires at least high-grade leather produced by level 4 monsters to make the base material of the structure, and only the inscription master can draw the second level magic pattern. Magic pattern structures are not common in the market. Almost every set of second-level magic pattern structures are tailor-made according to the strength and characteristics of the second-level powerhouses. And usually only the second-level powerhouses can have the corresponding carrying capacity. I can afford to wear the second-level magic pattern structure. In the future, when you break through the second rank, you can ask Lord Magician Gerald to write a letter of recommendation for you." His best friend is a senior inscriptionist. As long as you can gather enough magic materials, you can customize a set of second-rank, super magic pattern structure. Serdek thought to himself. The primary magic pattern structure is almost sold for a sky-high price. And he doesn't know how much the second-level magic pattern structure is worth. Although he has never heard of the second-level magic pattern construct, he is very familiar with the second-level powerhouse. The leader of each construct knight is said to be a second-level powerhouse. This shows that the second-level powerhouse is already very rare. Lance didn't care what Serdek was thinking, and continued to say to him, the third-order magic pattern structure is also called the epic structure. As far as I know, the Green Empire can currently produce third-order magic pattern. There are only 2 inscription masters who construct the structure. These 2 inscription masters have rarely been used in recent years. The Green Empire has not had a third-order magic pattern construct for several years. It is said that every time a third-order magic pattern construct is released, when it comes out, the Green Empire will hold a large-scale auction event. Then Lance changed his voice and said, as for the 4th-level magic pattern structure, it is almost called legendary equipment. Generally speaking, it is inherited from ancient times. It is almost something that can be encountered but cannot be sought. I heard that Angel Bow A's set of Dragon Knight armor passed down from the German royal family belongs to the category of 4th-level magic pattern structure. Is there a level 5 magic pattern structure? Serdek asked curiously. The 5th-level magic pattern structure is called an artifact. Lance glanced at Serdek and said to him in a low voice. Serdek remembered something he heard discussed by the crew on the magic airship. So he asked, I heard that there is a powerful weapon Quelsera hidden somewhere in Paglos Mountain. Lance shook his head and said to Serdek, Quelsera should be a legendary weapon, and the weapon is far less rare than the magic pattern structure. Many exquisite magic weapons can be bought in trading houses, and after all, it is just a legend. The first Duke Newman held Quelsera and stood at the southernmost point of the Paglos Mountains to fight the evil dragon. The dragon's breath spray turned the southern end of the Paglos Mountains into a wasteland, the place where the lava pool at the top of the Pussy Mountains was formed, and it has been burning continuously for more than 800 years without being extinguished. Was that evil dragon later killed by Duke Newman? Serdek asked. Lance nodded and said, it is said that the evil dragon was killed by the Duke with a sword. The dragon's head was originally hung on the main gate of Bena City. Later, when the plain was opened, the dragon's head was used as the main body to build it. A portal. That portal connects to the Maka Plain. When I was in school at the Magic Academy, I practiced in the Maka Plain for nearly 3 months. When I passed through the portal made of dragon heads and skulls, I could still feel that there is a touch of dragon power on the keel. Each duke in the Green Empire has several private planes. When Charlie served in the military, he was stationed in one of Duke Newman's private planes. These planes are where the wealth of each duke is to maintain the expenses of a huge army. Obviously Maka, the plane is one of the more important among Duke Newman's many planes. The female magic apprentice standing at the door finally couldn't help but remind her. My lord knight, would you like to try it on? Every set of magic patterns cannot be completely suitable. Some changes are made after the first trial. Serdek suppressed the vague excitement in his heart, took a deep breath and said, Okay, then I'll trouble Miss Frenda. The female magic apprentice took the opportunity to come up, stood opposite Serdek and said with a smile, Please call me Frenda. This set of magic pattern structure has basic strength requirements for combat workers. It is very weighty in itself and will bring all the magic patterns together, where all the constructs, and only when they are operating normally will you gain the power given by the constructs. Lance also took the opportunity to say, Dak, feel it carefully, and you will feel the qualitative change in your combat power. Serdek shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. With the help of a female assistant, Serdek put on this set of Earth Shield magic pattern structure. He felt like his whole body was covered with an extremely thick layer of iron. This set of magic pattern armor was far better than imagined. It was much heavier. Halfway through wearing it, Serdek felt that wearing this full coverage magic pattern armor might affect walking because it was too heavy. When he had all the armor on, he could only stand there and gasp softly. Serdek finally understood what body carrying capacity was. He felt like he couldn't control this piece of armor. Even walking a few steps in the room was very difficult. Maybe your strength is not enough. The female assistant wrinkled her delicate eyebrows and said, That's right. Serdek agreed. He closed his eyes and mobilized the sacred breath in his body to flow slowly. A light blue magic halo slowly emerged under his feet, and a force slowly poured into his body. This was the extra bonus given to him by the halo of power. Strength. Surdak felt that this made him feel much more relaxed. As Surdak adjusted his stance, the magic patterns on the magic pattern armor began to move one by one. The entire armor seemed to be closely connected with Surdak. Connected together, he could even clearly feel the mana flowing slowly in the magic pattern structure. And more than a dozen magic pattern arrays built a magic web around him. With every breath of Surdak, the mana flowing in the armor's magic patterns will produce a slight fluctuation. The construct continued to operate, and Surdak felt a steady stream of power coming from the constructed armor and pouring into his body. His body seemed to be full of power, and a magical power was injected into the skin, muscles, and bones of his body, making Surdak his whole body has been strengthened. He can no longer feel the armor outside his body. He feels that his body and the armor are integrated, due to the influence of the magic web. All the body's senses can no longer feel even if he is wearing such a heavy armor. Also has an extremely keen perception of the outside world. And even those perceptions are stronger than before. Surdak finally started to move, wearing a slightly clumsy magic pattern armor. He began to try walking, running, jumping, retreating, swinging his sword sideways, raising his shield, and other basic movements in the room. There was no sense of heaviness or heaviness. It feels stuck. But the size is a whole lot bigger. He was a little careless, and his arm accidentally scraped the wooden shelf where the magic pattern structure was placed. He heard a roar next to his ears, and the entire shelf fell apart with his slightest touch. Su couldn't help but feel that Urdak was a little stunned. At this moment, he even felt like he could confront the evil ghost head-on. The female magic apprentice continued to introduce to Surdak. When this set of Earth Shield full-covered magic pattern armor is subjected to an irresistible fatal attack, an Earth Shield will automatically appear on the armor. Almost it can block a full-strength attack from a strong person below level 2. But the price to pay is a bit high. A piece of magic crystal can only sustain the charge of the Earth Shield 3 times. According to the current exchange ratio between magic crystals and gold coins, it would cost 2 gold coins to activate the Earth Shield, which was quite expensive. You must know that ordinary people can only earn 2 gold coins if they work hard for 6 months without eating or drinking. Surdak was wearing magic pattern armor, and was a little wobbly when he walked. The female magic apprentice chased after him, and said loudly, "Sir Knight, you must become familiar with this set of armor as soon as possible in the past few days. If there is anything that needs to be changed, it is still too late." Surdak stopped, turned around and said, "I think it's quite suitable to put it on." The second day after Surdak returned to the night training ground of the Knight Academy. While riding a horse and running around the training ground, he also tried to put on the Earth Shield magic pattern armor. But for this horse that retreated from the battlefield for the old Gubo Lima who came down, the weight of this set of magic pattern armor completely became its burden. Although Surdak was able to transfer the power of the magic pattern structure to the war horse through this set of armor, Gubo Lima's 4 legs were still trembling slightly. And every step he took seemed very laborious. And he just ran on the field. After half a lap, there was a very clear sound of bone cracking from one of Gubo Lima's horse's legs. Caw! Surdak, including his horse and man, fell on the freezing hard-running field. Although Surdak fell very awkwardly, he was protected by armor, so he was not injured. But the Gubo horse fell badly, and the leg on the left side was broken. The training knights on the training ground rushed over and pulled Surdak out from under Gubalai Ma. Everyone helped Surdak carry Gubalai Ma into the stable. Gubalai Ma could not, standing on 3 legs, pass a sling through its chest to hold it up. Only then did Surdak realize that the construct knights on the battlefield were all riding black scale horses and green scale horses. I am afraid that it was for this reason that ordinary war horses could not carry the heavily armored magic pattern construct knights. Looking at the ancient Bolai horse that had followed him all the way back from the battlefield, Surdak could only stand in front of it, gently stroking the horse's head to comfort it, and at the same time exuding the power of holy light from his palms. The ancient Bolai horse was treated with broken bones. In the stable, the Gubo horse neighed uneasily from time to time, as if he knew his upcoming fate. Black-scaled horses are not common in Helensa city. Such military horses are strictly controlled. However, Surdak is a knight in the guard camp, and is eligible to apply to purchase green-scaled horses. However, the approval process is very long and cumbersome. In addition, Surdak didn't really want to change his mount. Seeing Gubalai Ma becoming a little agitated, he patted the horse's head to calm it down. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Scholar Ferdinand had just given him a bottle of strengthening potion a few days ago. It was said that it could improve a certain carrying capacity. Although Scholar Ferdinand did not say whether this potion could be used on war horses, Serdek felt that there should be no problem. He easily took out the bottle of potion, pulled out the cork at the mouth of the potion bottle, and poured the light green potion inside into Gubalaima's mouth. Gubalaima made a very dissatisfied protest-neighing sound. Chapter 426 Winter Wedding. Night, Serdek. Here is a letter from you. When passing by the dormitory administrator's room, Soldak was stopped by the dormitory administrator, Aunt Susan. Aunt Susan reached out her hand from the half-open window and held a piece of delicate letterhead in her hand. Even the name on the envelope. The handwriting is also the most popular writing style in the Green Empire, and the handwriting is quite beautiful and smooth. Soldak stopped and walked to the administrator's door. While thanking Aunt Susan, he took the envelope into his hand. He couldn't figure out who wrote the letter to him. Natasha, Rita, and Sethlina, and the others don't know how to write letters. And there is no postman in Wall Village. Serdek opened the exquisite envelope, which contained an exquisite invitation, which read, Dear Knight Soldak, Baron Birdkemp and Miss Nora Hoyle will hold a wedding on the morning of December 9th at the Temple of Helensa City. I hope you can attend with your blessings. Wedding? I didn't expect that tax collector Bird would be getting married to Miss Hoyle so soon. Holding an invitation with a faint scent of jasmine, Soldak stood on the stairs and sighed. Just over a month had passed since the Ice Lake Manor and the winter hunting incident. Baron Llewellyn was already lying in the cemetery outside the city. The German tax collector actually won the heart of Miss Hoyle. It turned out that Nora Hoyle was Miss Hoyle's full name. Serdek treated the ancient Bolai horse's leg in the stable as usual. Although the ancient Bolai horse was given strengthening medicine, the leg of the ancient Bolai horse had been broken on the battlefield. However, although it healed quickly this time, it can be seen that the two injuries had a great impact on Gubalaima. This Gubarai horse has lost a lot of weight recently. Although it is hung up by a harness, it often loses its temper. When the stable manager put the fodder in the morning, he was almost bitten by it. He was probably worried about his future fate. Worry, as for worry, would appear slightly quieter and less agitated only when Serdek was around. So in the past few days, Serdek would come to the stables whenever he had free time. After all, the legs of the ancient Bolai horse had a lot to do with him. He knew clearly that the full-covered magic pattern armor was so heavy, but he still wore it. A full set of armor is walking around the night training ground. Serdek thought of Scholar Ferdinand. Maybe he would be interested in replacing his ancient Bolai horse with a stronger leg. He planned to go to Scholar Ferdinand to ask after the ancient Bolai horse got better. He picked up a brush and combed Gubalaima's mane. Gubalaima kept arching its head towards his arms, as if it wanted to find comfort. Don't worry. It will get better gradually, he said to Gubalaima. At this time, there were footsteps outside. The stable keeper would not come here at this time. When he turned around, he realized it was Carl. He walked into the stable holding his nose and looking at his feet intently, for fear of stepping on horse manure. I heard they said you were over here, Carl said, pointing to the training ground. Soldak smiled and asked Carl, Why are you here? Carl took out an exquisite wedding invitation from his arms, waved it in his hand towards Soldak, and asked him, Did you also receive Bird's wedding invitation? Serdek was not surprised by this. Carl and tax collector Bird are very good friends. It would be strange that Carl did not receive the invitation. Soldak nodded, put down the brush in his hand, and said to Carl, Well, I didn't expect the wedding to be held so soon. Speaking of which, tax collector Bird's arm is almost healed? Carl leaned next to the manger, curled his lips and said, The last time I saw him, his arm was still wrapped in a bandage, and he probably hasn't recovered yet. But this does not affect their wedding, nor can it stop the upcoming wedding in a few months. The baby is born. No wonder they didn't choose to hold the wedding in the spring, when the flowers are blooming. They were worried that the baby who was eager to be born would make the wedding more embarrassing. Winter is such a good season, Serdek exclaimed. Carl asked Soldak, Are you interested in being Bird's best man? ? Soldak stared at Carl with suspicious eyes, turned to him and asked, Aren't you a close friend of tax officer Bird? Don't you want to be his chief best man? The two people left the stable, which was full of the smell of horse manure. The caretaker who collected the fodder at the entrance of the stable greeted Soldak with a smile. Carl followed Soldak with a hee-hee smile and said, Of course I am the chief best man. But you know that Miss Hoyle doesn't have many friends in Helensa City. The person with the best relationship with her is Darcy Christie. She was invited by Miss Hoyle to be the chief bridesmaid. You also know my relationship with Mariana, so it will inevitably be a bit embarrassing for me to serve as the chief best man. So? Soldak rubbed his temples habitually. I think you should join the best man group. Carl finally said his purpose. He invited Soldak to be the best man of bird tax collector. Soldak thought of the red-haired girl and didn't want to get too involved with her, so he quickly refused. Forget it. This is my first time attending a wedding. I think I'd better stand quietly on the stage. It's better to be a spectator next time. The two of them walked along the wooden railings of the night training ground towards the dormitory. The training knights in the training ground were holding spears and charging while dodging the wooden man at one end. From time to time, there was the sound of rapid horse hooves. Carl looked at Soldak with a strange look on his face. Aren't you already married? How can you say that it is your first time to attend a wedding? Soldak slapped his forehead hard and said calmly, Please, how can the simple wedding ceremony I held in Wall Village be compared with this kind of wedding ceremony? Okay, in that case, it's up to you. Carl didn't pay attention to Soldak's unnaturalness. It was obvious that he was also troubled by his own problems, and was considering how to solve them. He just said casually, Let me think again about how to solve this embarrassing problem. Soldak decided to change the topic. He really had no experience in attending noble weddings. So he asked Carl, There are only a few days left. What kind of wedding gift should I prepare? But Carl believed that Soldak knew nothing about weddings. He stopped and thought about it seriously and said, Well, usually we can buy a bouquet of flowers. The wedding of tax collector Bird was very solemn. This was the first time that Soldak attended the wedding. The morning in winter was still slightly cold. Although Soldak got up from bed very early, he still had to delay some time to have breakfast. The temple of Helensa was a bit far away from the Knights Academy on Durandal Street, so a Gubalai horse was also kept in the stable because of an injured leg. There was no free magic caravan in the morning, so he could only walk all the way. When I arrived at the entrance of the temple, I found that many guests were already walking into the temple one after another. He did not have suitable formal clothes and walked into the temple wearing only an ironed and crisp guard camp uniform. The large arched iron door was open inward, but there were some dead grass between the gaps in the bluestone slabs on the main road, making the temple difficult to see. It looks a bit dilapidated and depressed. The entire temple is a Gothic-style building. Soldak walked along the stone steps into the temple hall. All the decorations of the metal parts of the statues on both sides of the road have been dug out. Many of them have been dug out. The statues became empty in their hands, and some of the statues even became incomplete. However, there is a brand new red carpet on the main road near the hall. In the cold winter, there are flower baskets composed of flowers on both sides of the road. The flowers in these flower baskets have been frozen and are covered with a layer of flowers when they are at their most beautiful, wrapped in thin ice. It is so delicate and charming. Guests gathered in the hall of the temple. Although the abandoned temple had been temporarily cleaned, many places were still covered with dust, and it seemed that no one had cared about it for a long time. The guests were talking about tax collector Bert's wedding, and some said they couldn't understand why the wedding ceremony was held in this temple, which had obviously been abandoned for a long time. In fact, as Bernard Christie's niece, Miss Hoyle has a better choice. Christie Castle is the best place to hold the wedding. But someone seemed to know the inside story, saying that tax collector Bird and Miss Hoyle thought they had been experiencing bad luck recently, so they thought the wedding should be held in a temple, perhaps with the blessing of the Statue of Liberty. Speaking of this, the guests all shut up in unison. To be honest, Miss Hoyle seemed to be possessed by bad luck. The past 6 months have been full of bad luck. Even tax collector Bird lost an arm because of this. The truth of the rumors was confirmed, and some people even secretly felt happy about it. Fortunately, they did not choose Miss Hoyle because of the large manor and a large area of fertile land. Otherwise, she might be the one who lost her arm now. Tax collector Bird wore a gorgeous aristocratic dress and rode a shiny black-scaled horse to the temple. Carl and 3 other young men formed a groomsmen group, riding behind tax collector Bird. Although tax collector Bird broke an arm and the wound had not completely healed. For this wedding, tax collector Bird still installed a prosthetic leg from Oriana Magic Shop on the broken arm, making him look like a normal person. Although tax collector Bird wore some light makeup on his face, the preparations for the wedding these days and his injured arm made him look extremely haggard, and his middle age had also stained his temples with some hoarfrost. He smiled and chatted with those present. The guests greeted and waited at the entrance of the temple hall with the groomsmen until Miss Hoyle appeared outside the temple hall where the wedding ceremony was held. Miss Hoyle walked in from outside the temple hall wearing a snow-white wedding dress, holding the arm of Marquis Bernard Christie. Darcy Christie and Miss Brenda followed Miss Hoyle as bridesmaids. Marquis Bernard Christie handed Miss Hoyle's hand to tax collector Bird and said a few cordial words to him. This temple has been completely idle, and many valuable things in the temple have even been evacuated. Seeing that there were only metal brackets where the torches should have been inserted on the temple wall, it reminded him of himself. The holy light torch in the magic belt bag should be an artifact in the temple. Although it could not really be the torch on the wall, it also made Cerdak feel a lot. He thought that the holy light must not be used at this time. Get the torch out. Originally, the wedding ceremony was supposed to be presided over by the high priest in the temple. But now the witness has become the Archon of Helensa City, Marquis Bernard Christie. Carl and Miss Brenda stood together, which made them less out of place. Mrs. Christie stood in front of the seat in the front row. She could not attend this occasion with Carl. However, Darcy Christie kept a straight face the whole time. The occasional smile on her face towards Miss Hoyle was very forced. At the wedding, the couple took their oaths and accepted the blessings from the guests. The wedding ceremony ended smoothly. The officiant arranges for the guests to take a short break, then attend the wedding dinner and dance, which lasts until late. As the owner of Hoyle Manor, Miss Hoyle has a large amount of property in her hands. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the richest woman in Helensa City. She is also the niece of Marquis Bernard Christie. After the wedding, the dinner was naturally held at the Christie Castle. Carl said that the chefs at the dinner were all professional teams specially invited from Venice City. Cerdak still has expectations for this. Soldak found Carl, who was finally free. And several knights from the guard camp, who were familiar with Carl, also came over. Everyone was going to find a place to rest for a while, when they saw the voice of Captain Sauron appearing in the temple. At the gate outside, after the wedding bride and guests had almost left, he said seriously to Carl, Soldak and others standing beside him, "Knights, the dispatch order has been issued. You will go to Marathon immediately. Plain." Carl and Soldak couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. The other knights in the guard camp were also confused. They had no news at all before. Moreover, Captain Sauron was able to get up from the hospital bed and come out with his injuries to issue a task to everyone. Obviously, this task was no small matter. Captain Sauron did not give everyone time to ask questions. He glanced at Cerdak, and then he told everyone, "Before dark in the evening, a magic airship will arrive in Helensa City. Before that, you must prepare your luggage as soon as possible and gather at the guard camp in the afternoon." "So urgent?" Carl said to Captain Sauron without expecting that he would just leave. Captain Sauron nodded slightly and added, "The specific mission will be announced on the airship. Soldak, you should also make preparations and set off with the guard camp. I will find someone to handle this incident at the Knight Academy. Suddenly, with you here, unnecessary attrition should be reduced." "Yes, Lord Sauron." Cerdak knew that he could not refuse, so he readily agreed. Chapter 427. How many times can you miss it? When Soldak and Carl arrived at the guard camp, they discovered that the originally empty courtyard was already crowded with knights from the guard camp waiting to set off. Many knights crowded in front of the service window of the logistics office, trying to replace their worn-out armaments during the last period. The two of them saw Miss Wingelin's busy figure standing in front of the service window from a distance, facing the knights of the guard battalion who were about to rush to the plane to perform an emergency mission. The logistics department of the guard battalion also made great concessions. Suddenly the material warehouse was bustling with people. Cerdak followed Carl at the window to receive 7-day marching rations. But he currently has 3 magic pockets, carrying sleeping bags, tents, ropes and many life-type magic scrolls, including water-gathering scrolls and fire-gathering scrolls. He also bought some wheat cakes and canned luncheon meat from the grocery store, so he was quite well prepared for this trip. This time, the Helensa Guard Battalion transferred nearly 500 guard camp knights from various groups. Among them, the 1st Brigade led by Captain Sauron was the most elite knight group in the guard battalion. Captain Sauron dispatched 2 soldiers from the 1st Brigade. There are 100 knights, and the remaining 300 knights are equally shared among the other 4 brigades. Because he was injured, Captain Sauron was unable to participate in this plane mission, so he stayed in Helensa City to handle the daily affairs of the guard camp. Viscount Emmett, the captain of the 2nd Battalion, became the guard battalion of Helensa, the supreme commander of the dispatched army. As one of the few constructed knights in the guard battalion who are close to the 2nd level strength, the captains of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th brigades will also set off with the group. There are a total of 25 squadron captains in the guard camp. 19 of whom are junior construct knights. The remaining 6 squadron captains were selected as civilians, and had no family support behind them. They were unable to afford the high cost of magic pattern constructs, so they could only become an ordinary knight. Captain Carl spent all his savings a week ago to buy a set of junior power-type magic pattern constructs, and became a construct knight. Of course, if the Casement family hadn't been responsible for most of the magic crystals, Carl might have been heavily in debt by now. For Surdak, who returned a set of Earth Shield magic pattern structure after a single mission, Carl could only express his envy in a slightly sour tone. After all, if Surdak hadn't successfully killed without the Black Magician Marion, Carl and Captain Sauron may not be able to return to Helensa city safely. The 5 captains of the guard battalion stood on the steps at the door at the same time. This was the first time Surdak had seen this scene. Each captain has a faint aura all over his body. In addition to the power brought by the magic pattern structure, their own strength has almost reached the peak of a knight. Among them, Captain Sauron has the most momentum. There was a crowd of knights standing in the courtyard. 19 construct knights stood in the most eye-catching place. The scene looked very spectacular. After the 5 captains appeared at the same time, the knights on the field gradually became quiet. Captain Sauron looked around, looked at the group of knights in front of him with sharp eyes, and said in a calm voice, "The carrying capacity of the magic airship this time is limited, and there is no way to bring the horses there. Duke Newman of Benna City will make unified arrangements." His voice was not loud, but basically everyone in the yard could hear him, and the yard immediately became silent. Captain Sauron glanced at the 4 captains around him again before saying, "This mission is urgent. There must be a big mess in the Maka Plain. I have nothing to warn you. I can only say that in case of trouble, be more careful and hope that you all can return safely. In addition, don't do anything that is unworthy of your status as a knight and discredit our city of Helensa. War is like this. Danger and opportunity coexist. Does anyone feel that they don't want to carry out their duties this time? You can talk about the mission now, or you can talk to me in private later. It's the price. After taking off the knight uniform of the guard camp, I can sign and release you anytime and anywhere." The knights in the yard fell silent. It was obvious that someone had made a choice between going or staying. Captain Sauron took a step forward, pulled out the sword from his waist with his uninjured hand, and said to the knights, "But since you all want to decide to follow the guard battalion dispatch team to the Maka Plain, then you have to comply with the regulations and rules of the guard camp and obey the command of Viscount Emmett. If anyone dares to disobey orders in front of the formation, he will be dealt with according to the military law." He stood on the steps with a solemn look on his face, and the reputation he had accumulated caused the knights in the guard camp in the yard to remain silent for a moment. Then he invited Viscount Emmett, who was beside him, to come forward. As the captain of the 2nd Brigade of the Guard Battalion, Viscount Emmett rarely shows up in the guard camp. The security area responsible for the 2nd Brigade is very limited. Viscount Emmett usually travels extensively, and most likes to hold events in his own manner. At the ball, Carl once took Soldak to a ball held by Viscount Emmett. I remember that Soldak also met Miss Brenda at the ball. Viscount Emmett has a very casual personality and speaks very gently, even though he is wearing a magic pattern leather armor. Standing on the steps looks more like a bard who loves art and poetry. He stood upright. His figure was far less burly than Captain Sauron, and he had a very good grasp of the rhythm between his sentences. Just listen to him say, "You don't have to worry too much about the complicated situation in the Maka Plain. This time, Benna Province's 10 cities have received dispatch orders from Benna City, which also means that 17 dispatched armies, almost the same as ours, are about to rush to the Maka Plain. And the total number of troops to reinforce the Maka Plain this time will not be small. There are 20,000 knights. So the situation in the Maka Plain will change quickly the moment we enter the portal. Except for those who are originally members of noble families, there are no more than 20 people who have received knighthoods as civilians. Our trip to the Maka Plain should be said to be the best among you who can obtain knighthoods opportunities. So I will lead you to create as many meritorious deeds as possible while ensuring safety. I hope you can trust me. Let us fight together for the glory of the Empire." Hearing Viscount Emmett shout this, the originally quiet courtyard exploded with a bang. Apparently, the cake drawn by Viscount Emmett was a bit big. After saying this, the knights on the field became excited and started to cheer. He raised the knight's sword in his hand and shouted loudly, "For the glory of the Empire." The other 3 captains stood aside to express their support for Viscount Emmett, and the pre-war mobilization ceremony of the guard camp ended in a passionate atmosphere. There were more than 20 magic caravans parked on the long street outside the guard camp. The magic caravans lined up all the way to the square of the city hall. The knights lined up and boarded the carriages one after another. The front carriage had already driven out of the central street, and the ones behind it the carriage slowly drove into the gate of the guard camp. When Soldak and Carl rushed to the Helensa City Airport terminal, the sun was already setting in the west, and the thick clouds piled up on the sky, which seemed to be rimmed with a light golden edge under the sunlight. The airport terminal, where Helensa City is located at the highest point in the northwest corner of the city. 2 observation towers nearly 100 meters high are built here, and the top of the tower is the airport terminal. A magic airship arrived belatedly. It circled out from behind the gold-rimmed clouds and slowly docked at the airport dock in Helensa. Carl and Soldak were waiting on the dock platform, and all the knights from the guard camp were there, waiting to board the ship. The side of the magic airship was also crowded with people. This group of people looked curiously at the mountain city below them. I'm afraid tax collector Bird's wedding dinner has already started at Christie's castle. I couldn't attend tax collector Bird's dinner, so I could only say one sentence in my heart with regret: I'm sorry. Soldak felt someone pat him from behind. When he turned around, he realized it was the young magician Lance, and asked with a smile, "Lance, why are you here too?" The young magician pointed to the magician camp not far away, where a dozen young magicians were gathering. They were gathered together and wearing magic robes, making them extremely eye-catching in the crowd. Lance said to Soldak and Carl, "Not only did the recruitment order arrive on the desk of your guard camp, the Magic Union of Helensa City also received a summons order from the Bena Province Federation of Trade Unions. We also have to take the airship. Bena City." Seeing the fellow magicians over there waving vigorously to Lance, a group of magicians were already walking towards the stern of the ship. Lance quickly called to Soldak and Carl and said, "You two, don't wait here stupidly. Come with me. Get on the boat and maybe stand in the cabin where it's more comfortable." Carl quickly dragged Soldak to follow the magician Lance, while other knights from the guard camp were still waiting for other passengers to disembark at the airport terminal. Soldak had already mixed in with the crowd of mages and passed through the special passage for magicians, boarded the magic airship. The deck of the airship was filled with passengers waiting to disembark. Many people carried large and small bags in salute and stepped off the ship one after another. Soldak boarded the airship and climbed to the top of the building behind the magic airship. Standing on the observation deck on the top of the building, he had a panoramic view of the entire magic airship. The length of the airship was more than 80 meters, with 2 decks on both sides of the deck. There are 7 flotation devices. At this moment, the flotation devices are in a closed state. The entire airship can float in the air thanks to the buoyancy provided by the huge shuttle-shaped flotation bag above its head. The crew is throwing the cable to the airport terminal. Work on the dock. The personnel tied the cables to the iron piles of the pier. In the crowded crowd on the deck, Soldak seemed to see 2 familiar figures flashing past. When he tried to look for those 2 figures in the crowd again, those 2 figures had disappeared. Trace, Hathaway and Beatrice stood on the deck, the tips of their noses reddened by the biting north wind in Helensa City. Hathaway pulled her cashmere scarf over her face and slowly walked off the ship with the flow of people. When she saw the slightly crude airport terminal with only 2 towers, Beatrice's eyes showed disappointment. The city below is built on the mountain. The buildings on both sides of the long street are very dense. Many buildings on the street are almost tightly connected together. You can clearly see that the city is divided into several areas. Hathaway is deeply moved. He took a breath of cold air, slowly closed his eyes, and felt the smell of this strange city. Finally arrived at Helensa City, she said softly to Beatrice. A faint smile flashed in her light green eyes, and she imagined meeting Soldak in her mind, the faint surprised expression on his face. Carrying her long skirt and walking along the guardrail deck to the airport pier, Hathaway unexpectedly found a neat row of knights standing on the pier. These knights seemed to be waiting for passengers to disembark. Many of them were wearing guard battalion uniforms. Although Hathaway's eyes swept across the faces of these knights, she looked at them more carefully than ever before. With the sharp intuition of the swordsman, she did not see that familiar figure in the crowd, and she exhaled slightly, one mouthful. At this time, Beatrice was standing by the railing of the airport pier, leaning her body outside. The cold wind blew her beautiful long hair away, but she didn't care and let her long hair fly in the wind, looking at the long street in the city at his feet with great concentration, and said with a puzzled face, "I have read about this mountain city in a knight's biography. The book said that a wisp of evening wind blew through the oak forest, And the steps were, why didn't I see that poetic scenery as I walked up the stone steps with the fallen leaves as thick as a blanket on the mountain path in the forest? Come on! That should be in the fall. Hathaway covered her forehead and whispered to Beatrice. Beatrice said with some dissatisfaction, then at least you can see the forest mountain path going up the stone steps. Hey! Beatrice! Hathaway looked seriously at the middle-aged beauties around her. Although Beatrice didn't know what she had done wrong, she still changed the subject and said, Okay. Is our place settled tonight? Hathaway said to her friends. Of course. I have already booked a hotel. Beatrice's eyes lit up and she praised. Hey! Then enjoy this unforgettable winter trip. I heard that there is a very good restaurant in Helensa City. Hathaway suddenly didn't want to speak. Darcy Christie learned that the guard camp had received an urgent mission and would leave Helensa City on the magic airship that night. It was already at the beginning of the dinner. Then she paid attention to the guests attending the banquet. As expected, many knights from the guard camp did not attend the dinner. She stood beside Hoyle a little distracted. As a sister who usually talked about almost anything, Hoyle soon discovered seeing Darcy's strange behavior. Seeing Darcy Christie lose her usual decisiveness, Miss Hoyle pulled her to a corner of the corridor and looked at her with questioning eyes without saying a word. Darcy Christie looked at Miss Hoyle with some embarrassment, and Miss Hoyle immediately said to her, Whatever you want to do, go quickly. Don't wait until it's too late. By then it will be too late to regret or even cry. Darcy Christie smiled apologetically at Miss Hoyle, gave Miss Hoyle a big hug, and said, Have a good time tonight. Happy wedding. Okay. If you have anything to do, go and do it quickly. Miss Hoyle patted Darcy Christie's face and said, In this way, Darcy Christie only made a brief appearance at Hoyle's wedding dinner, and then disappeared as if she had evaporated. Only a few people discovered that the chief best man and chief bridesmaid were missing at the same time. But no one mentioned it in a happy atmosphere. A magic caravan quickly drove away from Christie Castle against the afterglow of the setting sun. In the cold wind, Darcy Chris stood on the long street outside the airport terminal, watching the magic airship slowly sailing away from Helensa City. It felt like she was hit by a heavy punch in the heart. At this moment, she wanted to face the street lights in front of her. Cut a few swords to vent some of the irritable emotions in your heart. People were coming and going on the street. She suppressed her temper and boarded the magic caravan, preparing to rush back to Castle Christie immediately. However, she saw Hathaway and Beatrice walking out of the airport terminal. The two stood curiously outside the gate of the airport terminal. There was no feeling of depression at all because of Serdak's departure. Nor did he follow Serdak back to Venice City. A thought flashed through Darcy Christie's mind. Maybe they didn't meet at the airport terminal at all, and they didn't know that Soldak had just left on this airship. Suddenly, Darcy Christie didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. Chapter 428 returned to Venice City. It was the third winter after Duke Newman led the Benna army into the Warsaw Plain. Although the Benna army occupied Handinar County, the eastern section of the Gandil Mountains, and a large area of plains on both sides of the Pisaide River basin in the Warsaw Plain, drove the local indigenous people into the depths of the Gandil Mountain Forest. And at the same time, all the evil ghost legions in Handinar County were eliminated. Nowadays, the only stronghold of the evil ghost legion in the eastern part of Gandar Mountain is Moyun Ridge, 100 miles away from the forest farm. It is more like a nail firmly stuck in the western theater of the Benna Legion. Duke Newman mobilized for a group of armored knights, and nearly 10,000 heavy cavalry were hoarded in the forest camp to effectively suppress the evil ghost army on Moyun Ridge. Although a total of 4 cities have been developed in Handinar County, and large areas of agricultural land and pastures have been opened up, in the eastern section of the Handinar Mountains alone, there are 14 forest farms and 3 mines that are continuously supplying Grand Duke Newman huge wealth. But the entire Benna army was restrained in the Warsaw Plain, making it difficult for Duke Newman to make a decision. With the possession of the Warsaw Plain, the relationship between Duke Ryan of the Bousman family and the Angel Bald royal family continued to deteriorate. Duke Ryan Bousman returned to the Warsaw Plain in disgrace, and the royal knights commanded by the Prince of Wales, with the withdrawal from the Warsaw Plain one after another. The Bousman army has experienced 2 consecutive defeats in the Warsaw Plain in the past 2 months, causing the evil ghost army, which was suppressed on the north bank of the Kempado River, to be ready to move again. If Duke Newman wants to keep a large and rich land on the Warsaw Plain, he must lead the Benna army to garrison in Handinar County. The huge expenditure consumed by the Benna army every day makes this rich land a tasteless thing in the eyes of Duke Newman. But if the Legion wants to give up its immediate vested interests and withdraw completely, It will not only have to give up all the wealth of Handanar County, but also face high military expenditures and large amounts of rewards, which involves the interests of many noble lords. So the great lords of Bena province will definitely agree to withdraw their troops from the Warsaw Plain. Not to mention, they will also have to use Epsom City to pass through the portal there. Duke Ryan Busman may not easily let the Bena Legion withdraw from the Warsaw Plain. In this dilemma, the Maka Plain owned by Duke Newman was actually attacked by the Hell Dog Legion, and the outbreak point of the war was in Guatemala, the main city adjacent to the Maka Plain. In just half a month, within a period of time, dozens of villages and towns around Guatemala City were slaughtered by H.L. dogs. The defense line of the Maka Plain shrank sharply, and the guards of Guatemala City did not dare to leave the city, fearing that Guatemala City, the most important portal in the center of the city, is occupied by the Hell Dog Legion. That would be the worst thing. Unless the portal to the Maka Plain is completely destroyed, it will be equivalent to the H.L. demons opening up an attack, the connecting passage to Roland continent. In this emergency situation, the Bena Provincial House of Representatives issued a recruitment order to various cities, summoning the existing Guard Battalion Knights to enter the Maka Plain and clean up the Hell Dog Legion that was raging everywhere in the Maka Plain. Serdek followed the Helensa City Guard Battalion to dispatch troops and took a magic airship to rush to Bena City overnight. It takes half a month for the magic airship to make a round trip from Bena City to Helensa City. Above the sea of clouds, the envoy from Bena City explained the current situation in the Maka Plain to the knights of the guard camp of Helensa City. However, his news was only transmitted to Bena City 8 days ago. Now in the Maka Plain, the exact details are yet to be determined. What can only be determined is that the H.L. demons only dispatched low-level H.L. dogs this time. According to the calculations of the magic scholars in Bena City, it is probably because the transmission channel to the flaming H.L. is not stable enough and can only be sent through H.L. dogs, low-level monsters. This is a medium-sized magic airship. 500 knights from the guard camp plus dozens of crew members of the airship itself allow the airship to fly in the channel at full load. The 14 floating devices have not stopped since the moment they took off. Stop running until reaching Ciudad Bena. In the evening, Bena City looked like a huge astrolabe studded with diamonds on the vast land. Through the clouds and fog, I saw dots of lights lighting up near the airport terminal outside Bena City, like a group of fireflies flying in the sky. As I flew closer, I realized that the lights that flickered on and off in the air were actually magic. With the guidance light on the airship, more than 20 magic airships floated in the sky outside the airport terminal, slowly circling around the airport terminal. The airport terminal is now full of airships. The workers on the terminal are like worker ants, constantly unloading large quantities of materials from the airships. The airport terminal outside the city seems very busy. This is Bena. I haven't been here for almost 3 years. Carl stood on the edge of the fence, looking at the bright sparks under his feet, and said with emotion, Serdek passed by Bena City in the summer, but apart from buying some jewelry and long skirts, he was in a hurry and did not stay in the city. He had no deep impression of the city. I remember when I passed the moat bridge, I saw several statues of heroes holding swords on both sides of the bridge. Then he thought of the beautiful blonde girl living in the city, and Soldek thought to himself, it's better not to disturb her life. Carl poked Soldek, who was a little distracted, and said excitedly, Look! That airship is also full of knights! A few dozen meters away, there was a larger airship riding alongside Soldek. The two airships were quite close to each other, and both were gliding forward silently. The knight on the side couldn't help but he put his hands to his mouth, formed a trumpet shape, and shouted to the other side, Hey! Where are you from? We are from Helensa City. Not to be outdone, the knights on the airship opposite shouted, Hello, knights of Helensa City! We are the Umiza City Guard Battalion. The crew of the airship stood on the corner in front of the deck, holding onto the railing with one hand and holding a bright lantern in the other hand, shaking it vigorously, for fear that a magic airship would rush out diagonally and collide with it. Just as the special envoy from Bena City said, knights were sent from all cities in Bena province. When it was the turn of the Helensa City knight to step off the airship, the magic airship hovered at the airport terminal for most of the night. Serdek and Carl followed the knights down the tower obediently. The groups of knights below the airport all walked out of the airport in unison. Serdek also saw Bai, who had persuaded him to ride back to Helensa City. The old man, currently wearing a thick leather jacket, holding a kerosene lamp and a command flag, was directing traffic at the gate of the airport terminal. The cold wind at night made his face turn red as a group of knights walked out of the airport. What was originally a very empty open space outside the airport was now facing various military supplies. A group of knights held torches and wore red armbands on their arms, riding horses to patrol back and forth outside the material pile. Under the leadership of Viscount Emmett, the knights of the Helensa Guard Battalion quickly gathered into 4 neat rows and walked along the road from the airport terminal to Bena City, preparing to enter the city on foot. At this time, the airport terminal outside the city was crowded with knights arriving one after another from other cities in Bena province. The magic caravans that could be rented in Bena City were already operating at full capacity. Viscount Emmett did not bother with these magic caravans. After quickly gathering the knights of the guard camp together, the special envoy from Bena City was going to the city to return to the city. Viscount Emmett decided to take the knights into the city and planned to book a hotel to have a good sleep first. 500 knights had spent a long week crowded on the magic airship. Everyone urgently needed a hot bath and a comfortable sleep. No one knows what is going on in the Maka plane now. Viscount Emmett believes that the knights must maintain their best condition to enter the Maka plane. So he directly summons all the knights without waiting for the unified dispatch from Bena City. Walking into the city, although it was midnight, a large amount of supplies and troops mobilized from various places needed to enter the city. So the gates of Bena City were kept open all night. Even the city walls were covered with guards. All the crossbows placed at the commanding heights had their rain covers lifted. Sharp heavy crossbow arrows were mounted on the arrow troughs, ready to shoot at any time. A group of knights walked along the city wall. As the main road leads into the city, there are often archers on the top of the city looking down at the city. There is a tense atmosphere everywhere. The open space outside the airport terminal is filled with boxes of supplies. These supplies are piled up like mountains. Many of the supplies are roughly marked with numbers in white chalk. There are so many supplies that they look messy and make people feel like carrying them. If a wooden box runs into the dark, no one will know about it. But then Serdek also saw outside the yard. Dozens of wooden crosses were nailed to both sides of the road, and almost every wooden cross had a poor person nailed to it. On such a cold night, almost all of these poor people had their chests exposed. Their feet were bare. Their hands were driven into iron nails, and they were firmly nailed to wooden crosses, and various wooden signs were hung around their necks. It says thief, robber, disturber, and so on. Among them, the title of thief is the most common, and the stolen goods are placed at their feet. Some of these people are frozen to death, and some have different skin colors, ashen, looking dying, and some were wailing in pain in the cold wind. Serdek looked away from them and turned to look at the knights with red armbands, who were riding horses outside the yard in the distance. The torches in their hands made a trail of light in the night. Viscount Emmett did not choose to let the knights enter the city at the main city gate. Instead, he led the knights of the guard battalion to continue walking upstream for 5 kilometers along the moat. Sure enough, the city gate here was also open, and there was no convoy lined up at the door. Just like the exaggeration at the main city gate. After revealing his identity as a knight of the Helensa guard camp, the guards at the city gate immediately let him go. On the suspension bridge, Viscount Emmett stood at the city gate with 3 other guard battalion captains. He asked the 25 squadron captains in the guard battalion to adjust the number of knights in their squadrons. When each squadron enters the city, it is necessary to check the accurate number of people to prevent anyone from sneaking into the city among the knights of the Helensa guard camp. After entering the city, Viscount Emmett showed his familiarity with the city and led a group of knights through the streets. Finally arrived in front of a hotel. This hotel is a zigzag 5-story building with neat windows lined on the beige wall. There is a row of waiters standing at the door of the hotel. After seeing Viscount Emmett, they quickly came over and followed Viscount Emmett's instructions. The knights were divided into 5 teams and quickly settled into this hotel. From the moment he stepped off the magic airship, Suldek never saw Lance and his magician friends again, as if they suddenly disappeared into the air. Viscount Emmett also fully demonstrated his connections, and quickly arranged for the knights to enter the city and find a place to live. Serdek actually slept until noon, when there was a continuous knock on the door in the corridor. He suddenly sat up from the bed, knowing that the guard camp was about to gather again. He hurriedly washed his hands, face. When I opened the door, I found that the corridor was already full of knights. Everyone walked into the hotel restaurant under the leadership of their respective squadron leaders. The table was already filled with sumptuous food. Viscount Emmett and the other 3 captains were standing in front of the main seat of the restaurant. The knights walked into the empty seats in the restaurant one by one, with a dinner plate placed in front of each seat. Stew, pea puree, corn soup and baked wheat cakes. This restaurant is actually enough to accommodate 500 knights of the guard camp. Before the official meal, Viscount Emmett stood up again and coughed twice before saying to the knights, "According to the arrangement of the headquarters, it is our turn for the knights of the Helensa Guard Battalion to enter the Maka Plain at 8 o'clock tonight. The headquarters requires us to assemble in front of Times Square before 6 o'clock and be ready to enter the portal at any time. Be prepared. Each knight is only allowed to wear full armor, knight sword and shield to pass through the portal. When the time comes, you will also be part of the personnel transporting supplies. Each knight will carry a box of supplies into the portal. Even our captains are no exception." Surdak did not expect that the mission would come so quickly, and that he would not even have time to rest in Benna City. Viscount Emmett continued, "You are free to move around during this afternoon, but I don't recommend that you wander around Benna City. The city is now in a state of war readiness, and some areas may be temporarily blocked. If you are trapped by then, somewhere, don't expect anyone to rescue you. You must understand that I am just a little viscount. This is the central city of Benna province. Anyone who passes you may be a count. Dinner will start at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, you still have some free time after lunch." After saying that, Viscount Emmett waved his hand to signal the knights to start eating. At this time, a squadron leader stood up and asked Viscount Emmett loudly, "Viscount Emmett, this time we are carrying out a plain mission. Do you have any good suggestions?" Viscount Emmett thought for a moment, and then said solemnly, "Well, if you ask me to give you some advice, if financial conditions permit, then prepare a magic waste bag for yourself and prepare more supplies to bring to Maka Plain. Didn't you say that the headquarters will allocate supplies uniformly?" Another squadron leader asked bluntly. Viscount Emmett smiled slightly, but his eyes were a little cold, and he said casually, "If the headquarters can be deployed properly, we will not need to carry the supply box into the Maka Plain." Soldak and Carl looked at each other. It seemed that Viscount Emmett was quite pessimistic about the situation in the Maka Plain. Chapter 429 City Defenders. "It's not a bad thing to prepare more supplies," Carl muttered to Surdak while eating the stew. Carl took his 10 team captains, including Soldak, out to purchase supplies. Originally, Surdak had prepared a lot of supplies for this trip to the plain. This time he bought a water-gathering magic rune board in the magic grocery store. As long as there are enough magic crystal fragments, this kind of gathering magic rune board can be used. The water magic rune board can provide a continuous supply of drinking water. Such a water-gathering metal rune board was not cheap, and he spent a full gold coin to buy it. It doesn't matter if this metal rune plate is not used in this mission. After returning to Helensa City, you can take it back to Wall Village. There has been no way to solve the water source problem at the sulfur mine in the rocky area of Pudu Mountain. In addition to the horse teams transporting water there, occasionally when there is a shortage of water, the water-gathering magic scroll that Surdak brought there will be used. With this, the water-gathering magic rune board should be able to greatly alleviate the water shortage problem in sulfur mines. A magic waste bag is filled with dry food such as scones that is easy to store, and some cheese wrapped in banana leaves. Bags of nuts and dried berries are all packed into the magic waste bag, as well as necessary condiments for wild hunting and cooking tools. In addition, Surdak also prepared some animal traps for large beasts. I heard that some vicious dogs from H.L. were invading the Maka Plain. Surdak had fought with such vicious dogs and knew that they were about the size of calves and as strong as adult wild boars. Only large beast traps could attack them. The H.L. dog has some effects. In addition to the large animal traps, I also bought some warning bells. In addition, I also bought 2 small bottles of your own excrement in the magic pharmacy. Fortunately, the shops in Benna City had sufficient supplies. Carl took the 10 team captains to shop around for an afternoon, and finally prepared enough supplies, and then hurried back to the hotel. As a group of people walked through the streets and alleys of Benna City, they could always see knights wearing different guard camp uniforms passing by. Few people were sitting on the street talking and laughing leisurely. The city was filled with a tense atmosphere. The dinner in the hotel prepared a large portion of barbecue steak. It is said that Viscount Emmett rushed to the Maka Plain for everyone, and was worried that the logistics work there would not be able to keep up in time. The barbecue can keep the night going all day, and he will not feeling too hungry. After dinner, Viscount Emmett led the knights of the Helensa Guard Battalion along a long street directly to the Times Center Square in Benna City. One side of the square was crowded with knights waiting to pass through the portal, and the other side was filled with various wooden boxes. These knights lined up in a long line and walked to the supplies pile to receive a box of supplies. They were about to put the supplies were carried on the shoulders, and then quickly passed through the teleportation gate in the center of the square. Almost all the knights rushed into the teleportation gate at a trot carrying wooden boxes. Serdek finally saw the teleportation gate at this time. The teleportation gate was made of the evil dragon's skull as the main body. From the outside, it is difficult to see the appearance of the evil dragon's skull. It is more like a trumpet-shaped building. The entire portal plane is wrapped with stone walls. Only at the entrance can you clearly see that it is an evil dragon. Q. The knights rushed towards the dragon's maw, and then disappeared completely into the darkness. The knights connected smoothly. Each one carried a wooden box, and walked quickly into the portal. A group of knights quickly entered the portal. The atmosphere seemed very tense. Not long after, it was the turn of the Helensa city guard camp. The knight, Serdek, behind Karl, quickly carried a large wooden box in the material storage area and walked quickly into the portal. After hundreds of years of wind and rain, although the portal erected in Times Square has become an antique building, time does not seem to dispel the faint dragon power on the keel. Through the round arched door, Serdek followed Karl and walked forward for more than 10 meters, and saw a portal at the throat of the dragon bone. The portal exuded light water ripples, and almost all the knights in front rushed into the water ripples, disappeared in an instant. After traveling through the portal for the second time, Serdek already had some experience and mental preparation. When he rushed into the portal, Serdek only felt a faint dizziness, and the scenery in front of him changed accordingly. The dazzling sunlight made Serdek couldn't help but squint his eyes, and a warm and moist breath quickly wrapping Serdek's body. It was still a cold winter day just a moment ago, but I didn't expect that the Maka plain would be as warm as spring. Weird howling sounds could be heard vaguely around the city. There were always flocks of birds hurriedly passing by in the sky, and there was almost no smoke. At this time, Serdek saw 3 magicians riding on harpoons chasing the winged monster flying past the edge of the city. Keep going forward. You are blocked at the teleportation door. Go quickly, and go to the material storage area in front. Someone at the teleportation door kept shouting at the top of his lungs. The flag in his hand pointed to the open space in the square to divert the knights stranded at the teleportation door. Serdek and Karl quickly identified the direction and walked towards the material storage area in the square. Karl looked back from time to count the number of people. Viscount Emmett and the other 3 captains stood on a wooden box in the square. They looked extremely eye-catching, like beacons in the waterway. After delivering the wooden boxes they were carrying, the knights from the Helensa City Guard Battalion gathered towards the location of Viscount Emmett. Viscount Emmett stood on the wooden box and said loudly, "The captains of each squadron are responsible for counting the number of people in their own squadron." A senior general from Guatemala City came over quickly with his secretary. Viscount Emmett quickly jumped off the wooden box, performed a knight salute to the senior general, and said loudly, "Sir, Helensa Emmett, captain of the 2nd Battalion of the Guard Battalion, led 500 knights of the Guard Battalion to report." The senior general wore the Marquis medal and the Guatemala Legion emblem on his chest, and wore a straight military uniform, and returned a military salute to Viscount Emmett. The clerk beside him kept recording the numbers reported by Viscount Emmett, and from time to time he raised his head to look at the knights standing aside. The knights were arranged neatly, and the approximate number of people could be estimated almost at a glance. "I am Felix Cobham, the city defense commander of the Guatemala Legion. I will be responsible for the deployment and combat deployment of your Guard Battalion knights. I will arrange the barracks for you later." Felix Commander C first introduced himself. Then he added, "There is some chaos in Guatemala City now, and the knights reinforced by various departments are stationed one after another. If there is anything that needs coordination, you can come to me directly, or you can appeal to my secretary." He glanced at the knights of the Helensa Guard camp and said to Viscount Emmett, "Captain Emmett, the situation in Guatemala City is not very optimistic now. The forward battalion of the Hell Dog Legion rushed to the city. Your knights, the regiment, had no time to rest and immediately pushed up to the east wall. The garrison over there has been fighting hard for a week, and they need to withdraw from the city and rest for the night." Viscount Emmett stood up straight and said loudly to Commander Felix, "Yes, Commander Felix. I promise to complete the mission." After receiving the mission, Viscount Emmett shouted to the knights standing in the square, "Knights of the Helensa Guard camp, follow me to guard the eastern city wall." Then he directly led the knights of the Helensa Guard Battalion to the eastern wall of Guatemala. Just before walking out of the square, another group of knights carrying wooden boxes appeared on the square. They also gathered quickly in the same way. A group of knights from the Helensa City Guard Battalion quickly walked towards the streets of Wazimra City. Rushing to the DC area, some coachmen drove flatbed carriages to move supplies away from the central square of the city. The square seemed very chaotic. In the isolation area outside the square, many citizens carrying large and small packages gathered there, as if they were waiting. Leave the city. Serdak could sense from the anxious eyes of these citizens that the danger was gradually approaching. There were shouts of killing in the distance. Almost all the knights gradually entered the excitement of fighting. Everyone's footsteps were unconsciously moving. Speed up and run towards the battle zone where the city wall is located. Hell dogs with dark skin and flowing hot lava are constantly emerging from the dense forest below the city. Andrew leaned the axe in his hand against the city wall, spat towards the city, rubbed his sore arms, and helped his companions to throw the body of H.L. Dog at the top of the city to the inner city wall. The corpses of every H.L. Dog were a tribute to the war effort. But not only were these things piled on the city wall affecting the battle, but the thick purple blood flowing out also gave off a foul odor. Having just repelled a wave of H.L. attacks, Andrew felt that the muscles all over his body were constantly twitching. This was an early warning before the muscles were overtired. If he did not rest, his hands and feet might soon cramp. He and a comrade sitting back to back on the city wall. I took the opportunity to rest for a while. Andrew has been stationed on the north wall for 7 consecutive days. In these days, he was almost tired and huddled in the corner and fell asleep. After being awakened by the battle, he picked up his weapons and rushed up to fight hard. The H.L. Dog had amazing physical strength and almost relied on its claws. Fighting with the fangs, the city wall of more than 20 meters high is not too high for them. It is just a short distance run-up. They can easily climb the city wall by scratching the wall with their claws a few times. A few H.L. Dogs that crossed the city wall fought with the reserve group below the city. Those young recruits seemed okay. But during the battle, they discovered that they could do almost nothing except crying for their fathers and calling their mothers. The H.L. Dogs are still gathering under the city. They are waiting for the next wave of charge. A small number of H.L. Dogs rush up from the city. They can only deliver food to the guards on the city. Therefore, they gather in large waves every time. Like a wave, swarmed up to the city. Not far away, the crossbowman on the bed in the arrow tower was also resting next to the bed crossbow. When he saw Andrew looking over, he waved his hand feebly to indicate that he was still alive. Andrew didn't know how long he could hold on. Maybe he would be jumped down by a vicious H.L. Dog and his throat would be bitten out in the next moment. He hoped that the City Defense Command Center would send reinforcements to this section of the city wall as soon as possible. But this idea had occurred for several days. Well, except for the useless reserve regiments under the city Defense Command Post didn't even send a hair over. He is a descendant of the indigenous people of Wazimra City. He cannot pack his luggage and return to the Roland continent like other people in the city, because this is his home, unless he wants to go into the mountains and continue to live a primitive and backward tribal life. But indigenous descendants like him have long forgotten the survival skills in the wild. So he has to defend this city. He took out a piece of tobacco from his arms and put it into his mouth and chewed it hard. The bitter taste made him feel a lot clearer. In an instant, he was approaching danger. Andrew didn't even need to get close to the wall. His intuition told him that under the city the H.L. Dogs rushed to the city again. Sure enough, a H.L. Dog poked its head out from outside the wall. Andrew picked up the giant axe and rushed forward without hesitation to hit the capsized H.L. Dog. The axe hit the head of the evil dog. But the evil dog was the hardness of the dog's head was far beyond his imagination. After receiving a heavy blow from the axe, the H.L. Dog actually bit back at Andrew's wrist, and Andrew hurriedly took back the giant axe. The companion behind him stabbed a spear in time, and stabbed it into the throat of the H.L. Dog with great precision. Before the two of them could rejoice, they worked together to kill another H.L. Dog, and another H.L. Dog climbed up to the top of the city, and there were countless of them. A H.L. Dog rushed to the top of the city with a crossbow. Andrew held the big axe tightly with both hands and held it at the front, with the axe blade flying. Several H.L. Dogs did not dare to approach easily. It's just that there were too many H.L. Dogs rushing to the city. A few steps away, a guard who had been fighting with him for 7 days was knocked down by a H.L. Dog. Before Andrew could rush up and save him from the H.L. Dog, when he was rescued, several vicious H.L. Dogs took the opportunity to surround him and tore the guard in bronze armor to pieces. Seeing that the city wall beside him was about to be captured by the H.L. dogs, Andrew let out a loud roar, chopped down the H.L. dogs that rushed forward in front of him, and then rushed towards the H.L. dogs. There was a fierce battle everywhere on the city wall. The crossbowmen on the archery tower could only aim their crossbows at the areas where the H.L. dogs were densest and shoot giant crossbow arrows. The spear in the hand of the companion who was guarding Andrew was caught by a H.L. dog that came out from under and bit the spear shaft. When they were fighting for the spear, their steps were a little unsteady. The companion was dragged to the ground by the H.L. dog. 2 H.L. dogs tried to drag him back. When Andrew saw that his companion was still holding on to the spear, he was so angry that he yelled, "Idiot! Let me go quickly!" The companion quickly let go of his hand and allowed the 2 H.L. dogs to retreat with their spears in their teeth. Immediately afterwards, 2 more vicious dogs took the opportunity to pounce. Andrew knew that his companion had lost his weapon and needed time to find another weapon from the weapons rack behind the city wall. He stepped forward without hesitation and stopped one of the dogs with his giant axe. He used the axe blade to knock off the sharp fangs of a H.L. dog. But he didn't expect that the H.L. dog was so ferocious that he let the axe cut a gash in its head without fear of death. With only one fang, he bit Andrew's thigh. Andrew felt his eyes go dark, and a huge force came from his leg. 2 bloody holes were bitten into his thigh by the H.L. dog. He shouted loudly and cut off the H.L. dog's jaw with an axe. He endured the severe pain and took 2 steps back with his injured leg. Several more guards were jumped by the H.L. dogs next to them. The section leader on the city wall had already blown the retreat whistle. However, he had some difficulty in moving and fell at the back. Looking at the H.L. dogs coming out from the bottom of the city wall, there were more and more H.L. dogs gathering on the mountain, and some more H.L. dogs rushed into the city. Andrew was worried that these H.L. dogs would follow and kill them all the way from the city walls. He used his body to block the H.L. dog that was chasing him at the front, raised his giant axe and struck it down with all his strength, giving his companions time to reorganize their defense line. However, the stubborn companion saw him fall into the group of H.L. dogs, was not prepared to retreat and shrink the defense line, but used a large buckler in his hand to resist the bite of the H.L. dog, trying to drag him away from the H.L. dog's claws. "Let me go! Idiot! Get out of my way!" At the critical moment, Andrew yelled at his companion, who had been his partner for many years. "If you want me to raise your son for you, go ahead and dream." The companion responded unceremoniously. The sharp claws of 2 H.L. dogs stepped on the shield of his companion at the same time. Andrew felt his eyes darken and saw a H.L. dog opening its bloody mouth and biting towards his head. At this time, the only thing he could do was swing the giant axe in his hand. At the critical moment of life and death, Andrew seemed to see the giant axe in his hand turn into a white line, and an inexplicable and reckless aura surged into his body. Unexpectedly, he realized the berserker soul when he was about to die. His eyes were blood red, staring at the group of H.L. dogs with dark eye circles. "It's too late." The vicious H.L. dog that was pressing on him had its head chopped open with an axe. Several more vicious dogs rushed up, biting his arm with their bloody mouths open. One vicious dog's wet tongue almost fell on him. On his face, he could clearly see the fangs attached to his eyelids, as if they were going to bite his head to bits in the next second. Suddenly, a thick long sword pierced the H.L. dog's head, and foul-smelling purple blood splashed on his face. Suldek held the craftsman's sword in one hand and the dwarf chain shield in the other. He stepped over Andrew. The shield hit the jaw of another hell dog hard, and the craftsman's sword in his hand stabbed into the hell dog. Canine throat. Chapter 430. Warrior Andrew. Suldek followed the knights to the eastern section of the city wall, and happened to see a group of H.L. dogs climbing up the city. Several places on the city wall were captured by the H.L. dogs. The city guards retreated steadily, and many of the city guards were defeated. Retreating to the arrow tower, the guard captain was actively organizing a counterattack, fighting fiercely with the H.L. dogs that attacked the city. All of a sudden, there were shouts of killing from the top of the city. Arrows rained down on the city wall one after another. Viscount Emmett stood under the city, squinting at the H.L. dogs on the wall, and waved vigorously to the knights behind him. And the knights of the guard camp divided into several groups to fight. The small team rushed to the top of the city along the steps behind the city wall. Serdek and Karl rushed to the front, followed closely by the knights from the supporting squadron. Such a fresh force rushed to the top of the city, which immediately boosted the morale of the city's defenders. Several H.L. dogs jumped from the city wall into the inner city, and were surrounded by the knights of the guard camp, who arrived behind. Soldek raised the dwarf chain shield in his hand, past Karl and rushed to the front, holding the craftsman's sword in his hand. He didn't pay attention to the vicious dogs below the city, and took a few strides to rush to the city. He turned his head, and saw a group of guards not far away, who were forced to retreat by the vicious dogs of H.L. Before he could rush forward, he heard someone not far away shouting, "If you want me to raise your son for you, just dream." Soldek had always wanted to say these words to the dead man. A light blue halo of power appeared under Serdek's feet, and Karl, who followed closely behind, immediately felt the source of power emerging from his feet, instantly filling himself with power. Aura of power. As a knight, he naturally knew that the knight's aura was the symbol of a knight in the middle of the first turn. However, he had never understood any kind of aura after entering the first turn. Karl watched Soldek rush to the city head desperately, and hurriedly, he called to the team leaders behind him to follow him quickly. Seeing that the two city guards, who said this had been thrown against the city wall by several vicious H.L. dogs, Serdek ignored Karl's shouts behind him, and rushed towards the city wall in a few steps. He stepped over the city wall in one step. The hell dog bit the guarding soldier's hands and feet, and the craftsman's sword in his hand pierced directly into the hell dog's jaw. The thick long sword passed through the skull, and a cloud of purple demonic blood burst out. The dwarf chain shield held in his right hand hit the head of the H.L. dog next to him, causing the H.L. dog to whimper, and its dark body fell back into the group of dogs. The two city guards who were covered in blood got up from the ground, supported each other, and retreated back. A dozen H.L. dogs on the city wall lowered their bodies, stared with blood-red eyes, and shouted lowly at Soldek. Roaring, a dozen H.L. dogs rushed towards Serdek at the same time. At the same time as Soldek raised his shield, Karl led the knights to arrive. The knights rushing in front held the knight's light shield, and formed a wall on the city wall. Soldek stood at the front to block the fierce attack of the H.L. dogs. Then he held the craftsman's sword and rushed into the vicious dogs of H.L. Several knights fighting alongside him discovered that standing next to Serdek, they could actually feel their power surge. The knights who could barely block the bites of the hell dogs at first took a deep breath and gathered their strength before raising their shields. The hell dogs that pounced on them were blocked by the knights' light shields. The dog fought back again. Several spears came out from behind the shield knight and stabbed the H.L. dog hard. Even though the H.L. dog had rough skin and thick flesh, it would still make a bloody hole if it was stabbed by a sharp spear. Only then did the shield-holding knights realize that Serdek was actually stepping on a light blue halo. Everyone was almost standing side by side, and the city wall itself was only 2 meters wide. In this narrow area, it formed almost all the knights on the shield wall are shrouded in the aura of power. Being able to block the attack of the hellhounds instantly boosted the morale of the shield-holding knights. The knights advanced steadily, forcing the hellhounds on the wall to retreat. Some hellhounds that had no time to retreat were directly killed. The spear was thrown down from the city. Serdek held up the chain shield, and hit the hellhound with the thick craftsman's sword, which made the hellhound wail repeatedly, and aroused the hellhound's ferocity. The thick black claws hit the knight's light shield, catch out a series of shallow marks. As the knights of the Helensa Guard Battalion reoccupied the city wall, the H.L. dogs behind them continued to climb up the city. Before they could gain a foothold on the city, they were knocked down by heavy hammers or giant axes coming towards the city. The H.L. dogs kept coming. The dogs were shot down to the bottom of the city, and some of the H.L. dogs that rushed to the top of the city were immediately surrounded by the knights. Serdek led a group of knights holding shields and chased them to the bottom of the arrow tower, together with the city guards under the arrow tower. They chopped down all the H.L. dogs that rushed to the top of the city. Finally, this section of the city wall was removed from H.L. The evil dog took it back. Karl led the squadron of knights to quickly take over the defense of this section of the city. Due to the addition of new troops, dozens of corpses of H.L. dogs were left on the city top this time. However, dozens of knights from the guard camp were also bitten by the vicious dogs. Look! The guards on the city looked grateful when they saw the knight reinforcements coming over. Karl, who was wearing black iron armor, patrolled the city with more than 10 team captains. As a large number of H.L. dogs gathered under the city, The city became dark from a distance. Some of the city guards captured the H.L. dogs. The dog was carried to the bottom of the city, and took away his share of the loot. This was the end of the 7 days, and nights of guard duty. The city guards dragged their tired bodies, and helped each other down the city. Their waists were almost covered with the heads of H.L. dogs. Some people didn't even have the strength to walk back to the camp. So they were beaten not far from the city. In the dilapidated house. I just found a secluded place to lie down. Closed my eyes and fell asleep. The guards were almost covered in bruises and bruises. I don't know how they survived these days. The H.L. dogs here are not as ferocious as those raised by the black magicians of the Black Magic Monastery in Helensa city. They are suppressed by the power of the world laws of the Maka plane. Compared with those on the Roland continent, hellhounds are weaker in terms of strength and speed. Serdek felt that the longer they stayed in this plane, the more likely their strength and speed would return to their original state. There is hot lava flowing on the skin of these H.L. dogs. When they die, the lava on the skin will slowly cool and turn into gray rock. The dark skin is mixed with tattered rock fragments. This kind of broken skin there is no value at all. The Wazimara City Defense Command records military merits, which basically include the completion of tasks issued by the military and the number of H.L. dog heads hunted. Each vicious dog head is a military merit. Serdek looked at it. The corpses of H.L. dogs piled up under the city. And I thought, when the low-level H.L. demons are attacking the city, military merit is really worthless. At this time, a knight from the guard camp stood on the ramp of the city wall and shouted to Serdek, "Soldak, come here quickly." Beside him, there was a guard soldier covered in blood, who was slowly walking down the city carrying a seriously injured man. Seeing that they might fall into the city at any time, the knight from the rescue squadron stopped them, and took the initiative to ask Serdek for help. Serdek was helping a guard camp bandage his wounds at this time. He could only smile apologetically at the knight and said, "Sorry, there is a seriously injured person over there who seems to need me more. I'll help you later." The knight sat behind the wall, nodded to Serdek quickly, stood up from the ground, picked up his weapon and joined the defense team. The city walls were still surrounded by H.L.s. Perhaps because the giant crossbows on top of the city were not enough. The sound of firing crossbows on the archery tower had stopped, and both sides entered a quiet period of rest. "Okay, I'll come right away." Serdek quickly raised his hand to indicate that he heard the knight's call. When Soldak saw Andrew, he was lying on the back of his companion and fell into a deep sleep. He was seriously injured, although he was wearing leather armor. The sharp teeth of the vicious dog easily penetrated the leather armor. His right arm was almost bitten to bits, and his thighs were also severely torn. He bled a lot, and his face was frighteningly pale. If he hadn't been breathing weakly, he would have looked like a dead person at first glance. This was a very strong man. If an ordinary person had lost so much blood, he would have been completely cold. The companion looked sad and said to Soldak, who came over, "He is about to die. I want to carry him back, and maybe he can die in his mother's arms." Serdek kept a straight face and said nothing. The warrior in front of him had brown skin. The cheekbones and eye sockets on his face were somewhat protruding. His nose was somewhat flat, and the edges of his thick lips were stained with blood. He was not from the Green Empire. He was either a mercenary recruited from elsewhere, or an indigenous warrior from the Maka Plain. The muscles on his body looked very solid, and he exuded an inexplicable power. Perhaps it was this power that kept him from taking his last breath. Serdek recognized the soldier in front of him as the man who entrusted his family to his companions. He rubbed his forehead in annoyance and ordered to the soldier in front of him, "Put him down. Maybe he'll have a chance to live." The companion's eyes lit up, and he looked at Soldak expectantly and asked, "Sir Knight, can you save him?" Serdek glanced at his companion and saw that he was also seriously injured. So he said, "It seems that you have a very good relationship." The companion gently placed Andrew on the stone floor, raised his head, and said to Soldak, "We are all children of God Paglio, and he is also my best brother." This is the gentle platform for stepping on the steps of the city. Knights are constantly passing by. They carry supplies to the city wall. The fighting on the wall next to it gradually calms down. The knights on the top of the city are still staring nervously at the bottom of the city. Apparently those H.L.s haven't left yet. Serdek took out the blood-red crescent scimitar from the magic waste bag, and a ball of holy light condensed in the palm of his other hand. Serdek carefully injected the holy light into Andrew's body, stimulating his body, the last bit of life inside. Under the faint holy light, Andrew slowly opened his eyes. and he saw the Imperial Knight squatting in front of him. "Warrior, what is your name?" Serdek asked. "Andrew," Andrew replied weakly. Serdek held the blood-red crescent, and a silvery light appeared on the blood-red crescent scimitar. The thin leather armor on Andrew's body was not much tougher than rags under the sharp edge. The tattered leather armor was cut open, revealing the inside. The bitten arm was bloody, and the saliva from the H.L. dog's huge mouth was very corrosive. Some parts of Andrew's arm had been corroded to the point where white bones were exposed. Saldek said to him calmly, "Andrew, if it hurts, just endure it. Your wound will heal soon, but you must not fall asleep now." "Thank you, Lord Knight," Andrew said weakly. Serdek brought the blood-red crescent scimitar of the Holy Glory to scrape off the rotten flesh on Andrew's arm at an extremely fast speed. The power of the holy light contained in the scimitar was nourishing the new flesh on Andrew's arm at the same time. At this time, I finally understood what the pain Saldek said felt like thousands of ants gnawing at the heart. The pain all over his body was unbearable, and blood surged all over his body. He felt that there was a strange force in his body that made him lose his mind. However, the pain in his body was greatly weakened. Andrew's eyelids were as heavy as a boulder. Pressing on it made him want to close his eyes and rest for a while. However, he relied on the last bit of faith in his heart to endure the pain and wait for Serdek to heal his injuries. Serdek had actually been worried that the soldier would die due to being unable to bear the severe pain during the treatment. However, when he cut off all the carrion and rebandaged the wound, he found that he was still lying there. He persisted silently, as if he was not the one who was injured at all, and he did not make any sound of pain during the entire treatment. Even Serdek admired this abnormally powerful endurance. Saldek once again injected a trace of the power of holy light into Andrew's body. Andrew felt a warm power all over his body, followed by sleepiness that surged like a sea wave, and he rolled his eyes upward, fall into a deep sleep, looking at the wounds left by bites on Andrew's thighs, chest and abdomen. Saldek frowned and said to his companions, "His injuries have only been temporarily stabilized. I need a quiet room to facilitate treatment of other wounds." Before Serdek finished speaking, his companion immediately said, "I know." Serdek made a simple stretcher with 2 spears and a blanket, and the 2 of them carried Andrew down the ramp of the city wall steps. Andrew's companion pushed open an arched warehouse door, and the 2 of them carried Andrew into an empty room. This room was built under the city wall. The room was still filled with a faint smell of kerosene, and there was pouring water on the ground. There were several empty oil drums, and a row of wooden boxes in the corner. It seemed that this place should be a warehouse, but all the materials inside had been emptied. The room was relatively clean, and the companion said to Serdek, "It's right here." Saldek used wooden boxes in the corner to make 2 wooden beds in the room. Let Andrew lie on one of the wooden beds, and said to Andrew's companion, "You stay outside and try not to be disturbed." "Yes." The soldier saluted Serdek, turned around and walked out without hesitation. The reason why Serdek wanted to find a quiet room was to open the sacrificial altar. He found that the head of the hell dog was not much worse than the primary warcraft in terms of combat effectiveness. So he wanted to try to use the hell dog's head as a sacrifice. Give the demon god in exchange for the blessing of the blessed body. Otherwise Andrew may not be able to survive the last hurdle. Serdek had an inexplicable obsession with this indigenous warrior. Chapter 431 Demonic Spirit Bones. A beam of light penetrated directly from the roof of the warehouse and covered Andrew's body. The familiar power made Saldek feel happy. Sure enough, the head of the H.L. dog can be used as a sacrifice. When the blessed body is injected into an Andrew's body, Andrew's condition immediately stabilized. Saldek then took out the holy light torch, and a hot holy light flame immediately condensed on the top of the torch, making the dark warehouse suddenly bright. He brought the incandescent flame close to Andrew's body injuries, and saw that the wounds were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Because I don't know how many treatments and battles he faced next, Saldek did not waste the power of holy light in his body. Seeing that Andrew's injuries stabilized, he began to treat the wounds on his body. There were many wounds, but the most tedious one was to use the blood-red crescent to cut off the rotten flesh on Andrew's wounds. It took more than 10 rolls of bandages to bandage those wounds. Seeing that his breathing calmed down, Serdek breathed a sigh of relief. Walking to the door of the warehouse, Serdek pushed the heavy wooden door open from the inside, and found that in addition to Andrew's companions guarding the door of the warehouse, there was also a guard battalion night guarding here. Seeing Serdek push the door open, the 2 people's eyes lit up. Soldak moved his body to the wooden door and said to Andrew's companion, "You can find someone to carry him home." The companion immediately walked into the warehouse and saw that Andrew was wrapped like a mummy. But his breathing was quite steady, and his face was not even that pale. The soldier immediately called a young man from the reserve group from outside. These soldiers were young people temporarily recruited from Wazimra city. They were sent to guard the city wall without even any training. Facts have proved that the young soldiers in the reserve regiment will have weak legs when they see the HL dogs. They are more like bunches of scarecrows on the city wall. With them on the city wall, apart from occupying a limited space, they can only become HL dogs. Dog rations. So these young men have been arranged to participate in auxiliary battles under the city walls. Only when some HL dogs cross the city wall and rush into the city will it be the turn of these young people to rush forward to fight the HL dogs. If positioned accurately, these young people can only be regarded as a group of auxiliary soldiers. Andrew's companion called a young man with the same skin color as him from under the city wall. Judging from their appearance, they should be natives of a certain tribe on the Maka Plain. Duke Newman has occupied the Maka Plain for many years, and there should be many indigenous tribes that have been assimilated. They gradually walked from the jungle into the city, and then gradually adapted to the life here and became a part of Wazimra city. Andrew's companion and the young soldier carried Andrew out of the warehouse one after the other. Before leaving, Soldak hesitated, then reached out and patted his companion on the shoulder, and said to him, "If you need help, you can come to me at any time. Our squadron is temporarily stationed here, and I will do some simple things. First aid." The warrior stopped and looked at Surdak in surprise. "Sir Knight, are you willing to treat our Nanai warriors? There is only one premise. They must be the brave and fearless defenders of Wazimra city." Surdak stood at the door of the warehouse and hesitated for a second, then said with a smile to the soldier. The soldier immediately raised his chest, hammered it hard, and said quite proudly, "Of course, we are all brave Wazimala warriors. Everyone is willing to defend Wazimala city. No one can compare with us. We are more loyal to this city. Then what are you waiting for? Before those HL dogs rush up, go help me and tell everyone." Surdak spread his hands and said to the warrior, "There has been no priest in Wazimra city for a long time." The soldier thought for a moment and then said to the young soldier behind him, "Help me send Captain Andrew back to the camp. I must hurry up and notify the other injured people. Someone could die in a second. Ahem. I'm a knight. I just know some simple first aid skills." Surdak immediately corrected the warrior. "Yes, Lord Knight," he said. The soldier put down the stretcher and walked quickly towards the roadside outside the city wall. The knight did not need him to go too far. There were many wounded lying on the roadside. He only needed to tell them the news first. Surdak pushed open the warehouse door. In addition to the smell of kerosene, there was also a faint musty smell in the warehouse. The climate in Wazimala city is warm and humid, and there are still some mold spots growing on the walls of the warehouse below the city. But for Surdak, there is no place more suitable to transform into an emergency room than here. Once when the battle on the city begins, he can rush to the city as soon as possible with the craftsman's sword. Together with the guard camp knight, he cleared out all the kerosene barrels in the room, carried a few wooden boxes from outside the warehouse, put together 2 wooden beds in the room, and spread a thin marching blanket on them. The light inside the warehouse was a little dim. The guard camp knight took 2 lanterns and hung them on the wall, and attached a water-gathering metal rune board to the wall. Thumbtacks were nailed to the 4 corners of the metal rune plate. Soldak asked the knight to bring a water storage pot from outside and place it under the water-gathering metal rune plate. When inserting a magic crystal fragment on a gemstone pedestal, magic power flows slowly through the engraved lines on the rune board like water, naturally forming circles of magic runes. Then these runes converge into a minimalist but complete magic array, trickling like a stream of water. It condensed in midair in front of the metal rune plate, and fell into the clay pot leaning against the wall like drizzle. Soon the warehouse was transformed into an emergency room by Soldak. Although the guard battalion knight guarding the door of the warehouse was a little puzzled, he did not ask any more questions. Soldak was the captain of Captain Carl. As a close friend and the sheriff of the desolate land of Paglos Mountain, he would not have any doubts about Surdak. The guard battalion support squadron is responsible for the defense of this section of the city wall. As the chief defense officer of this section of the city wall, Carl has to carefully arrange the tasks of the team members under his command, especially since the HL dogs under the city are ready to move. So everything needs to be more careful. Carl has very good experience in this regard. It's lacking. But he does everything himself. So there won't be any big mistakes. The bed crossbowmen on the archery tower will have to hold on until night before archers will come to rotate with them for defense. However, due to the recent shortage of arrows and other materials, the daily quota of giant crossbows is also very limited. So the archery tower has been deliberately maintained a frequency of arrow shooting, and strive to kill the H.L. dogs as much as possible. Finding that Serdek had not returned to the city wall, he asked his followers, and found out that he was rebuilding a warehouse under the city wall. Then Carl brought people over to see what was going on. Carl walked to the city, and happened to see 4 guardsmen carrying a stretcher, and hurriedly walked into a warehouse. On the stretcher lay a guard soldier with a broken leg. His left leg was damaged just above the knee. The vicious dog bit it off. And although it was bandaged, the thick bandage was stained red with blood, and the man fell into a severe coma. The warehouse door was pushed open from the inside. After the wounded were sent in, the 4 guards exited and waited silently at the door. The 4 people did not speak or communicate, but squatted at the foot of the city wall with their elbows on their knees, on the bed, covering their faces with their hands, as if they could get enough rest in this posture. Not long after, the warehouse door was pushed open again, and Soldak leaned out half of his body from inside, shouting loudly to the 4 guards, "He is too seriously injured. A.H.L. dog is here." The 4 guards were a little confused, but out of concern for their companions, they ran out in a hurry. Not long after, A.H.L. dog the size of a calf was brought. However, the head of the H.L. dog had been chopped off long ago, and now it could only be temporarily sewed back again. The warehouse door opened again, and the 4 guards carried the hell dog in, then came out and squatted at the door waiting patiently. After a long period of time, there was obviously a strong power of holy light overflowing from the door in the warehouse. Then the door was pushed open again. Serdek leaned against the door and said to the 4 guards waiting outside, "Carry your companions away, and be careful not to get any water on the wound during this period to avoid infection." The 4 guardsmen carried their companions out, and the wound was rebandaged. This time the bleeding from the wound on the broken leg was stopped, and some color returned to the face of the soldier lying on the stretcher. Serdek glanced at the guard soldier, who was waiting outside with his shoulder bitten to a bloody pulp. He saw the corpse of A.H.L. dog prepared beside him. He waved to him and said, "You don't need this for your injuries. Come in." The guard soldier was able to walk on his own. He walked into the treatment room, holding his shoulders, and smiled flatteringly at Serdek. It may be that the action involved the wound, and he grinned in pain. Serdek asked him to sit on the wooden box. He first cleaned the bloody wound with water, then used the blood-red crescent to scrape away the rotten flesh on the wound. He then sutured the wound with linen thread and used the holy light torch to do some sewing. After a simple treatment, just waiting for the wound on the guard's shoulder to stop bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye, Serdek bandaged his wound. The whole process went very smoothly, and soon the guard left the treatment room. Unexpectedly, Andrew's companion was very smart and knew not to tell everyone the news. In that case, once all the wounded soldiers rushed forward, they would probably surround Serdek. After all, there was only one Serdek people, so he only told 2 friends who were seriously injured. The treatment of the 2 injured here was completed, and it was estimated that more wounded soldiers would come later. Soldak wiped the water stains on his hands with a handkerchief and smiled at Carl, who was standing at the door. Carl glanced into the treatment room. The treatment room was filled with a strong smell of blood. There was a water-gathering magic rune board taped in the corner of the wall. The strong water elements gathered together and turned into a drizzle and fell into the clay pot. Inside, these blood-stained bindings were scattered on the ground, and the body of a headless H.L. dog was placed on a wooden platform. Serdek washed his hands, and then took a skinning knife and began to cut the H.L. dog with gray pages. Peel off the rotten skin of the rock. Carl and several team captains walked into the treatment room and saw that the warehouse was well arranged. So they asked him, "Are you really planning to keep treating these city guards here?" Soldak stopped the skinning knife in his hand, straightened up and said to Carl, "Of course, I will try my best to treat them. You don't think we have to stay here all the time, right?" He looked at the city wall outside and said to Carl and the team captains, "As knights of the Helensa City Guard Battalion, city defense is not what we are best at. When we came to Wazimra City, we not only need to help them block the H.L. dogs, but also help them rebuild the city defense system as soon as possible. Every guard here is a valuable resource. Only the Wazimara City Defense Department has regained its combat effectiveness. Maybe it doesn't need to persist in this plane. If the war is finally won, we can return to Helensa smoothly. When the other squad leaders heard what Serdek said, they also looked surprised. Just now, these guard camp knights had a bad look on their faces when they took over the city defense from the city wall guards. Now that I think about it, not only is it completely unnecessary, but they should also take the initiative to help these guards. Only these city guards have restored their original combat effectiveness. Only then can the knights complete this reinforcement mission. Karl knew that Serdek always had some unique ideas, and knowing that Serdek himself was also a shield warrior in the heavy armored infantry regiment, it made sense that he would not despise the guard soldiers in his heart. So he said, "Okay, do you need me to do something for you?" Serdek smiled, pointed to the blood-stained bandages on the ground, and said unceremoniously, "It's best to get more hemostatic bandages. It would be better if there was an antidote." Karl frowned and said, "The antidote is hard to get, but the hemostatic bandage is fine. You can leave it to me." The knife in Soldak's hand was very sharp, and he cut the tendons on the held dog's hind legs along the fascia with a single stroke. As if he had just thought of it, he patted his head with his hand and said to Karl, "By the way, it would be best if you can help me collect the headless H.L. dog corpses. If the body is too badly damaged, I won't discard them and just leave them outside." The head of this kind of H.L. dog is a proof of statistical military exploits. After each warrior kills the H.L. dog, he will naturally take away the head of the H.L. dog. But the corpse of the H.L. dog is of no use. When the H.L. dog's skin there will be some shale mixed with it, and it is so tattered that it is impossible to make leather armor. The flesh of the H.L. dog has also been demonized. It not only contains the demonic energy, but also has a corrosive effect. Ordinary people can eat it. It is inevitable that the intestines will be broken. Karl asked Serdek curiously, "What are you looking for?" Serdek, "It's a waste to leave the corpses of H.L. dogs lying there, like magic pattern spirit bones or something like that. If you cut them open and take a look, you might be able to gain something." If magic pattern spirit bones were really easy to find, they wouldn't be so expensive. Karl waved his hand and said to Soldek, "Okay, whatever you want." He didn't think that Serdek would be so lucky to be able to find the magic-marked spirit bones from the corpses of so many H.L. dogs. But at this moment, there were already injured guard soldiers waiting outside the treatment room, and Karl was also dissatisfied. Soldek chatted more, led the team captains out of the treatment room, and ordered the knight guarding outside the treatment room to take some time to do some chores inside the treatment room. After giving these instructions, he led the team to the top of the city. Outside the city, the H.L. dog showed signs of attacking the city again. What Karl didn't know was that as soon as he walked out of the treatment room, Soldek used a skinning knife to peel off a black magic pattern spirit bone from the hind leg of the H.L. dog. Chapter 432 Battle on the City. In Soldek's eyes, the beneficial effects of the sacrificial ceremony can be divided into two types: the sacred blessing from the god's face, and the dark blessing from the devil's face. At the beginning, Serdek only used dark blessing once, when he was on the hilly grassland of the Warsaw Plain to resist the evil ghost warriors who were chasing him from behind. After that, he never dared to try again. Eye of Truth is also a sacred blessing effect that Serdek rarely uses, mainly because this blessing effect can only last for about an hour, and Serdek has not really mastered this blessing effect. Therefore, it is not very useful in combat. When the great wizard Inoyatala showed this buffing effect, he only told Serdek that the Eye of Truth could clearly see the weak flow of magic power on the body of the monster, so that he could find the life magic pattern and the magic pattern hidden in it through the body of the monster. Demonic Spirit Bone. In fact, each offering can impart 2 buffs. After Serdek blessed the Nanai warrior Andrew with the blessed body, Serdek also blessed himself with the Eye of True buff, so that Serdek's eyes temporarily had the ability to see through appearances, the ability to see the true nature of objects, allowing Serdek to cleanse the carrion from the wounds of the Nanai warrior Andrew. After possessing the Eye of Reality, Serdek saw part of the colorful real world and part of it the black and white world composed of various entangled energies and magic patterns. Although Serdek was very uncomfortable with it at first, this kind of vision made him feel dizzy for a short time, but he soon adapted to this power. In the vision of the Eye of Truth, all kinds of power are clearly distinct, and good and bad can also be seen clearly. Just like the corroded wounds on Andrew's body, Serdek can accurately scrape away the rotten flesh. Serdek sacrificed the second demon head to heal a guard's injured leg, in order to maintain sufficient physical strength. He also blessed himself with the blessed body buff. However, the 4 companions of the broken leg warrior not only delivered the head of the hell dog, but also carried the complete body of the hell dog into the treatment room. After taking care of the injured leg of the broken leg warrior, Serdek was about to dispose of the corpse of the H.L. dog, when his eyes fell on the hind legs of the H.L. dog. He unexpectedly saw a faint mark of magic patterns emerging on the hind legs, and he could also feel that the power of the magic pattern on the H.L. dog's hind legs was slowly diminishing. After Serdek had treated the third injured soldier, he began to cut open the H.L. dog's legs with a skinning knife. Hind legs. As soon as Carl turned around and walked out of the treatment room, Soldak peeled off a spiritual bone from the hind leg of the H.L. dog on the stage. When the monster dies, if the magic pattern spirit bone cannot be taken out from the monster's body in time, the magic pattern array and magic power contained in the magic pattern spirit bone will soon slowly disappear. Of course, the time that the magical power of the magic marked spirit bone is maintained is closely related to the quality of the spirit bone. I remember that when he was hunting salamanders, Soldak found a magic marked spirit bone in a salamander's body. Only by storing the magic pattern spirit bones in a special magic sealing box can the magic power and magic array on the magic pattern spirit bones be preserved. Fortunately, the black magician Marion has a magic sealing box in her magic pocket. It originally contained more than 20 pieces of black stripe magic skins. Now those black stripe magic skins have been handed over to the Magic Guild. But the magic sealing box has been Serdek stayed. And now it is just enough to store the spiritual bones. Immediately afterwards, another seriously injured city wall guard soldier was carried into the treatment room by his companions. Several city wall guards gratefully performed a military salute to Serdek, and then turned around and walked out of the treatment room. This time the injured warrior's companions simply moved in a complete H.L. dog in advance. This group of city wall guards fought for 7 consecutive days and nights at the top of the city. Those who survived were not only soldiers with rich combat experience, but also accumulated a large amount of military merit and some vicious dog heads. After the blood-red crescent infused with the power of holy light cuts the wound, it will quickly heal the wound. Therefore, this scimitar becomes a very good scalpel, with almost no shortcomings except that it is a bit clumsy to use. However, Serdek then treated more than a dozen wounded soldiers in succession. Unfortunately, he was unable to find a second black demon pattern spirit bone from the corpses of these H.L. dogs that were brought in. However, during the treatment process, he was blessed again. Shielded blessing. Not long after, Carl sent someone to deliver a whole box of hemostatic bandages. Although they did not bring the antidote mentioned by Soldak, there were 2 bottles of rum in the wooden box. Not every injured guard warrior needs to pay for the H.L. dog's head, since the H.L. dog's head is related to military merit. When the sacrifice is no longer needed, Serdek will return the H.L. dog's head intact. Serdek did not expect that this move would win the favor of a large number of city wall guards. They understood that Serdek was not trying to earn the head of the H.L. dog that represented military merit, but really needed it. The only things that can really be called rewards are the corpses of H.L. dogs that are scattered all over the streets and have not had time to be burned. However, the city wall guards all know that this battle priest seems to care about what others call him, and has repeatedly shown that he is just a guard camp knight who knows a little first aid. Alright. It's not like everyone has never seen advanced first aid techniques. But there is no first aid technique that can make wounds heal quickly, seeing their wounds heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many city wall guards thought that Serdek must be a battle priest whose identity was not disclosed. He would rather go against the will of the temple and the Statue of Liberty and run to the battlefield to treat wounded soldiers. All the city wall guards were grateful to Serdek for his willingness to accept divine punishment and to save everyone. Although the city wall guards did not understand Serdek's hobby of dissecting H.L. dogs, this did not mean that they did not support Serdek's doing so. In order to fully express their gratitude, the city wall guard soldiers the unused H.L. dog corpses were moved over, and soon the outside of the treatment room was filled with foul-smelling H.L. dog corpses. This incident even alerted the commander of the guard battalion, Viscount Emmett. When Viscount Emmett personally brought people over to understand the situation, he discovered that many local city defense soldiers had gathered on the section of the city wall that the support squadron was responsible for guarding. Later, he learned that a squad leader named Soldak of the rescue squadron was doing his best to treat the guard soldiers. So he encouraged Karl, the squadron leader, with a few words and left in a hurry. The Helensa City Guard Battalion has just arrived in Guatemala City, and Viscount Emmett is very busy with official duties. Not only did he have to get the defense zone rotation plan from the defense chief of Guatemala City, but there were also a series of follow-up logistical support issues. After all, the Knights of the Guard Battalion were not city defense fighters. The airship's capacity was not enough at the beginning, and the special envoy from Bena City did not let the Knights of the Lanza Guard Battalion were carrying horses. Viscount Emmett felt that the Guatemala City should be prepared. However, when the guard camp arrived at Guatemala City, they discovered that the city was surrounded by vicious dogs from H.L. and was in chaos. Confusion. I heard that the new governor of Guatemala City will arrive before night. This new governor of Guatemala is also responsible for the war in the Maca Plain and the city defense commander Marquis Felix Cobham. He has been staying in front of the portal in the central square just to be able to see the war commander for the first time. As the commander of the Helensa City Guard Battalion, Viscount Emmett also needs to rush to attend the combat deployment meeting. It is said that this time, the new consul will bring a complete regiment of constructed swordsmen from Bena province. When the war horn on the city wall sounded again, Soldak was preparing to receive the 19th wounded soldier. However, when he stood at the door of the treatment room, he heard the low roar of the H.L. dog outside the city wall and the frantic scratching of countless sharp claws. The city wall made a rumbling sound, and he was no longer in the mood to treat the wounded soldiers. With the help of the guard camp knight on the side, he quickly put on the brand new Earth Shield magic pattern armor, holding the craftsman's sword in one hand, holding a shield in one hand. He ran up the city wall in a few strides. Serdak's feet lit up with a halo of power, and he rushed forward with a single step. He was met by a dark H.L. dog that poked its head out from outside the wall, opened its bloody mouth, and bit the iron spear in the hand of a knight from the guard camp. The knight struggled to pull out the iron spear bitten by the vicious dog in his mouth. Countless sparks burst out between the sharp teeth and the iron spear. The vicious dog's head was like a calf's head, shaking violently from side to side. Moving. The guard camp knight was like a leaf swaying wildly in the wind and rain. His body slammed into the city wall and bounced back, immediately spurting out a mouthful of blood. He was holding on to the big iron spear tightly, and he refused to let go no matter how much the vicious dogs of H.L. shook their heads. Serdak stepped hard on the steps of the city wall. Perhaps he used too much force under his feet. The stone step showed spider web-like cracks. Moreover, Serdak was wearing an armor constructed like an iron tower, and he pounced on the half-body like a god descending to earth. The H.L. dog leaned out of the wall, and the craftsman's sword in his hand hit the H.L. dog's head like a mallet. The hard head of the H.L. dog suddenly burst open, and purple blood and sticky turbid brains spattered all over the city wall. Wall stacks. The three effects of Divine Blessing Body, Power Aura and Magic Pattern Construct were applied to Serdak at the same time, immediately increasing his strength by leaps and bounds. Serdak was eager to save people, but he used too much force, and the big iron spear that was bitten in the mouth of the vicious dog was bent by his sword. The guard camp knight seemed to have gotten to know Serdak again, standing aside and staring at him in stunned silence. Serdak looked at the smashed devil's head with a little pity, thinking that he really shouldn't use too much force in the future. If it was smashed, he might not be able to use it as a sacrifice. Then he patted the shoulder of the knight from the guard camp, who had not yet recovered, and warned him, "Be careful. Poke them down before they climb up the city. If you can't get away from the enemy, let go decisively. Fall back. There are other companions around you." The guard camp knight glanced at Serdak gratefully. His pupils suddenly enlarged. He stared behind Serdak with a horrified expression, and shouted, "Captain Serdak." Before Serdak could turn around, a bloody smell appeared behind him. Serdak turned around and raised his shield to parry almost at the same time. An arrow flew past Serdak's face and stabbed him steadily in the eye socket of the H.L. dog behind him. The H.L. dog that rushed up from the city slapped a sharp claw on Serdak's shield, reached out to bite Serdak with its bloody basin. The H.L. dog let out a shrill howl, and the purple blood coming out of its left eye was filled with transparent frozen liquid. Its sharp claws did not slap away Serdak's shield, but instead allowed Serdak to strike with his sword. His chest dripping with hot magma stabbed into his heart. Serdak waved his shield again and smashed the H.L. dog away. A layer of silver light burst out from the shield, and the H.L. dog's huge body fell heavily on the city. At the moment when Serdak entered the battle, Several knights from the guard camp at the top of the city were thrown to the ground by the H.L. dogs that rushed out of the wall. However, the team leaders of the rescue group were all experienced first-turn knights, and immediately led though the men launched a counterattack and rescued their companions, who were knocked down by the vicious dogs. The knights in the guard camp, who followed Serdak, were much luckier. As a first-level construct knight with a power halo, Serdak's power had already crushed these H.L. dogs. In just a quarter of an hour, more than a dozen H.L. dogs rushed to the city and were killed by Soldak. Karl arrived with his people and joined Soldak. Karl looked enviously at the Earth Shield magic pattern structure on Serdak. He has always been very keen on this set of magic pattern armor, which is the strongest among the one-turn magic pattern structures. This time the Hellhounds launched a massive attack on the city, and the Hellhounds in the Helensa guard camp were attacked head-on by the rescue squadron outside the city. There are a total of 19 construct knights in the Helensa guard camp, and almost all of them are stronger than the H.L. dogs. These construct knights can crush these H.L. dogs even in a head-on confrontation on the plain battlefield. Not to mention, it was this kind of condescending battle to defend the city, and the H.L. dogs were once again beaten back after a wave of siege. After the battle, Serdak treated the wounds of the lightly injured knights to prevent them from being corroded by the saliva of the H.L. dogs. Without taking a break, he took off his breastplate and got back into the treatment room. Inside, they continued to concentrate on treating the injured Guatemala city defenders. The corpses of vicious dogs filled the open space outside the city warehouse. More and more wounded soldiers came to ask for Serdak's treatment, and gradually a long queue formed outside the warehouse. This time the city defenders suffered heavy losses, and most of the guards who came down from the city were injured. Serdak was busy almost until dark before he could take a breath. Not hearing the war horn blowing at the top of the city means that the battle at the top of the city is not fierce. Serdak did not even participate in this small group of battles. For dinner, they ate batter porridge cooked with March rations. Although it was not delicious, the knight who had not eaten for a day was already so hungry that his chest was pressed against his back. The batter porridge was served. After that, everyone almost drank it in one gulp and then added another bowl. Serdak sat next to the stone wall at the foot of the city wall. His hand holding the skinning knife was still shaking slightly. Karl sat next to him and laughed softly at him, saying that he was asking for trouble. The archery tower on the top of the city has begun to change its defense. The archers who came from Benes City quickly boarded the archery tower. The heavy crossbowmen and longbow archers who were originally guarding the archery tower quickly left the city wall and returned to the camp to rest. An archer carrying a forest bow came towards him. He was covering his arms with a look of pain on his face, as if every step he took was very laborious. Chapter 433 Half-Elf Archer. In the evening, Wazimra city began to gradually become quieter. Serdak and Karl sat by the city wall to rest. The archers on the archery tower changed their defenses, and a group of archers came down from the city. Almost everyone had 1 or 2 H.L. dog heads hanging on their waists. The taro tree on the street is almost 20 meters high. There are green mango-like taro fruits hidden among the dense branches and leaves on the top of the tree. It is said that this kind of tree takes 30 years to grow to bear fruit, and taro fruit is a kind of magic material. This economic tree is actually planted on both sides of the street. A taro fruit fell at Serdak's feet. The peel exploded into 6 petals and curled downward slightly, revealing the spindle-shaped pulp inside, which exuded a faint scent of tree oil. Serdak was about to reach out and pick up the taro fruit when he saw an archer holding his right arm walking towards him. He retracted his hand and raised his head to look at the archer wearing a gray linen hood. He was wearing a set of tattered leather armor. His face could not be seen clearly, and there were 5 H.L. hanging on his waist. Head. The archer's arms are covered with bandages, and he is tall and thin. The forest bough behind him is very special. There is a vine-like pattern on the dark green bough back. Usually, archers in the army basically use alloyed bows or standard military bows. A crossbow, and he didn't wear the standard light leather armor. The dark green color of the long bow suddenly reminded Serdak that when he was fighting in the city during the day, the archer who helped him to relieve himself seemed to have a green bow. If it hadn't been for the archer who shot him blind with 1 arrow, it hit one of the hell dog's eyes. I'm afraid that the hell dog's claw was captured at that time. It is estimated that the earth shield on the armor had to be activated in order to block the hell dog's blow. Karl wanted to tell the archer that it was time to rest, and that healers were human and needed a break. But before he could speak, Serdak actually asked the archer, "Can I help you?" The archer didn't speak, and pointed to his swollen arm like a mute. Cerdak stood up happily, and reached out to touch the obviously swollen arm. The archer subconsciously took a step back in a defensive posture. Cerdak glanced at the archer, and guessed that he might not want him to untie his bandage here. After all, everyone has their own secrets. So he pointed to the treatment room over there and said, "Then would you like to go to the treatment room to treat your injury?" The archer nodded slightly and followed Soldak's footsteps into the treatment room. Carl stood up and wanted to go over to watch the fun. When he got up to leave, he found a few poor children in tattered clothes rushing towards him from under the tree across the street. However, their target did not seem to be him. The children were all staring at the taro fruit on the ground. When they rushed over, Carl took the taro fruit in his hand first. These poor children looked at Carl with disappointment, but they immediately chose to disperse, and some ran back to the taro tree across the street. Carl glanced at the taro fruit in his hand with some confusion. A girl who seemed to be the youngest walked slowly, and was out of breath. He walked over, and handed the taro fruit to the little girl. The girl stupidly took the taro fruit, her dirty little face full of nervousness. Carl squatted down in front of the girl, reached out, and touched her messy hair, and said in a slightly stern tone, "There is a war here. Don't play here. The HL dogs outside the city will rush in and eat you up. Quickly click to go home. We're not playing. We're picking up taro fruits." Hearing Carl say this, the little girl's expression suddenly dropped, and she explained in a low voice, "But it's dangerous here." Carl glared at the little girl. The little girl was so frightened that she turned around and ran away, still holding Taro tightly in her arms. When the little girl ran back to the tree, a group of people were still surrounding her, looking at the little girl with envy. "That Lord Knight actually gave you the taro fruit. Idiot! You should thank that Lord Knight." Behind Carl came the murmur of children. Carl looked at the group of children, who knew that it was dangerous near the city wall, and still insisted on staying here. He couldn't understand it. He wanted to go to the treatment room to see the eccentric archer, and saw Viscount Emmett riding out of the dusk in the distance with 2 attendants, until Viscount Emmett approached on horseback and saw Carl standing under the city wall. He urged his horse over. He had just attended an impromptu meeting of the city defense department, and saw Carl curiously staring at the group of children guarding the taro tree across the street. So he said to Carl, "The taro trees in the city are probably the last bit of livelihood guarantee that the Duke has given to the residents of Wasmara City. The trees here are at least 300 years old. When Wasmara City was originally built, in order to choose expensive tailor trees as for the street trees, the Duke has also formulated a special law for the city of Wasmara called pick up ownership on the ground. The taro fruits hanging on the trees in the city cannot be picked because they are the private property of Duke Newman. But once the taro fruit matures and falls to the ground, it belongs to the citizens of Wasmara City, and whoever picks it up first belongs to whoever picks it up first. This is also the last life guarantee for the lowest level residents of Wasmara City. Nowadays, the taro trees all over the city have nourished many poor people, because even if they don't have any ability to live, they can still gain something if they are willing to lie under the tree and wait patiently. It is precisely because of this law that the city of Wasmara is considered a Maca, the most prosperous central city in the plain." Viscount Emmett and Carl were very good friends in private. Otherwise Carl would not have taken Soldak to attend the noble ball rashly. "This law is really interesting." Carl smiled, and then asked Viscount Emmett, "Viscount Emmett, did it say how long we will be stationed in Wasmara City?" Entering the treatment room, Archer was finally willing to lift the hood covering his head, revealing the face inside that was a mixture of various elements. It was pale and delicate, a little spread out, and the ears were a little pointed. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a half-elf. Cerdak saw that he had a pair of light red eyes, which were a bit cold, with a kind of indifference coming from his bones. What made him most embarrassed was that he couldn't tell the gender of the archer. The curves of the half-elf archer's face were soft, and the appearance of the elven hybrid was never too bad. But the archer deliberately remained cold, even when he approached the treatment room. He didn't want to say anything. In a word, her breasts are flat, and although her skin is delicate and she can participate in the battle to defend the city, it is difficult to conclude that she is a woman. The half-elf archer didn't look like he was doing well, and the leather armor on his body was in shreds. He slowly untied the bandage around his arm, and Cerdak discovered that the arm was already swollen and peeling. The skin heart was as beautiful as a carrot, and it was hard to imagine that such an arm could draw the forest bow. This is basically a situation where you use too much force in a fight and many of the capillaries in your arm burst, causing the arm to swell. often accompanied by very severe muscle strains. With the help of the Eye of Truth, the countless capillaries in the archer's arms appeared in Serdak's mind, like countless connected pipes. He frowned and looked at the downtrodden half-elf archer. Said, "Your injuries are serious." He asked the archer to lie on the treatment bed, and put his arms flat. Then took out the holy light torch. And a ball of incandescent light lit up at the top of the torch. He held the torch, and slowly approached the archer's arm. The archer saw a ball of white flame approaching. Seemed a little nervous. Holding down the arm that was about to retract, he said to the archer, "Don't move. Try to relax." The archer closed his light red eyes, and tried to slow down his breathing. Soldak felt that chatting would help relax his mood. So he tried hard to find a topic. Seeing that he was not wearing army standard weapons and leather armor, he asked him, "Aren't you from the archer battalion?" The half-elf archer lay on the wooden box bed, and nodded with his eyes closed. Even if the incandescent holy light came close to his arm, he did not feel the heat as he imagined, and he was unwilling to open his eyes. Usually elves have beautiful lake blue eyes, but his eyes are light red. Humans don't have pupils of this color. Maybe his bloodline is more complicated than imagined. Serdak thinks if we talk about issues such as blood and race at this moment, it is likely to anger the taciturn archer in front of us. Then he asked, "Then why did you participate in the defense of the city on the Arrow Tower?" The half-elf archer did not answer, as if he was too lazy to explain. He just closed his eyes, and knocked the head of the H.L. dog tied to his waist with his hand, letting Serdak understand that he was only on the tower to hunt the H.L. dog. The holy light shines on the arm of the half-elf archer, which has a miraculous effect on the treatment of this kind of loss of muscle blood vessels under the skin. Countless damaged capillaries are restored to their original appearance in Serdak's sight, and the swelling of the arm is reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took a lot of effort to heal the half-elf archer's arm, but the dark purple bruises on his arm could not fade away immediately. The treatment process is not complicated, but for Serdak, it consumes a little too much power of holy light. After the treatment, Serdak told the half-elf archer, "Your arm needs to rest for a while. Otherwise the capillaries in your arm will continue to explode, causing irreparable damage to your arm." For an archer, for me, this kind of old injury is very troublesome. The half-elf archer remained silent. He sat up from the bed nimbly, took out the bandages again, and wrapped them around his injured arm. He put the hood back on his head, thought for a moment, then removed the head of A.H. Lown from his waist, placed it in front of the bed without saying a word, and walked out of the treatment room without even saying thank you. "For the sake of you shooting an arrow, I won't care about you," Soldak thought to himself. Then he walked to the door of the treatment room and continued the treatment work of the city wall guards. Even at night, there was a long line of people waiting at the door to treat the guards. After continuously checking the corpses of more than 50 H.L. dogs, Serdak finally found a piece of black demon-patterned spirit bone in the throat of a huge H.L. dog. This made Serdak feel very good. Guard camp knights stood on the city wall holding shields and spears. They have become accustomed to jamming their shields in the gaps in the walls with one hand, and then using the spears in their hands to stab down the H.L. dogs that climb up the city wall. Those H.L. dogs cannot use their strength before they rush up the city wall. So as long as they don't get caught by the H.L., the vicious dog bites the barrel of the spear, and the H.L. dog can be stabbed into the city without much effort. Carl followed Viscount Emmett on the city wall to inspect the guarding situation in the guard barracks of Helensa city. Occasionally, H.L. dogs would sneak up on the city top, triggering a small-scale fierce battle somewhere. 500 seamen. The Lanza guard camp is distributed on the city wall less than 1 kilometer long, and there is a squadron leader level construct knight at an average distance of 50 meters. It is difficult for these H.L. dogs to sneak up to the top of the city to cause a big splash. At night, the H.L. dogs become quiet. It is said that in the past half-month, the H.L. dogs have rarely made large-scale attacks on the city at night. When Viscount Emmett returned from the Guatemala City Defense Headquarters, he summoned the captains of the Helensa Guard Battalion and inspected the city wall with the other 3 captains to see if there were any flaws in the city defense deployment. When fighting the Hellhounds at first, they were a little confused, but as the knights gradually became familiar with the Hellhounds' attack methods, the guard camp knights had a great advantage. In the eyes of the knights, these H.L. dogs are more like military merits brought to them on their own initiative, and every knight appears to be very proactive. Viscount Emmett then conveyed some good news and bad news brought back from the Maka Plain War Command to the squadron leaders at the top of the city. The good news is that the new Archon of Guatemala City and the commander-in-chief of the counterattack of the Maka Plain Guards. Marquis Luther led the constructed swordsman group to officially enter the Maka Plain. This is probably also the way to pacify the low-level demons of the Maka Plain, the backbone of the tribal invasion. In addition, the Bena Province Magic Union also sent more than 60 young magicians to participate in the battle, including 8 water magicians who are proficient in hydrotherapy. Then came the bad news. For half a month, the HL dogs had been attacking the city continuously, causing at least tens of thousands of casualties. This continuous siege showed that the Flame Hell and the Maka Plain have currently established a relatively stable HL passage. However, this passage is very restrictive. It can only allow low-level demons to pass through. Even the high-level existences of the Hell Dogs cannot pass, because of the continuous fighting for half a month. The Hell Dog Legion did not see the high-level 3HLS vicious dogs. The Magician Investigation Team recently discovered traces of succubus activities on the outskirts of Guatemala City. It cannot be ruled out that low-level succubi may enter the Maka Plain in this HL passage. The threat of low-level succubi is greater than that of the vicious dogs of HL. In addition, traces of little devils and devil sons were found among the Hell Dogs outside the city. This is the most troublesome thing. Although the HL dogs are ferocious and cruel, they are low-level monsters without any brains. However, succubi and devil children are different. These are demons with a certain degree of wisdom. Once they grow up in the Maka Plain, they will have no influence on the Makar Plain. It will be the biggest trouble for the Coffee Plain. Later, Viscount Emmett explained the current decision-making of the War Command. In addition to stabilizing the city defense of Guatemala City, the top priority is to find the passage between the Flame Hell and the Maka Plain as soon as possible. Only by destroying the HL passage as soon as possible can the HL demon be cut off. Clan reinforcements. For this reason, the City Defense Command has dispatched a magician reconnaissance team to investigate the outskirts of Guatemala City. But so far they have not received any good news. At the same time, Marquis Luther is worried that other areas of the Maka Plain will be captured by HL dogs. The mages will protect the magic airships in Guatemala City. In the near future, there will be a large number of airships transporting war supplies to other areas. Chapter 434 The Hand of a Thief. It was very dark. A row of pine oil torches was lit on the top of the city, vaguely reflecting the figures of the knights on duty at the top of the city. Serdek pushed open the wooden door of the treatment room and sent away the last seriously injured guard. Most of the first night in Guatemala City had been spent quietly. Several injured companions waiting at the door expressed their gratitude to Serdek. Kalyan expresses his gratitude. Under Karl's persuasion, the injured city defense guards waiting in front of the treatment room were finally willing to leave first with the number plates written by Karl himself. When daybreak comes, the place will become busy again. Serdek only has 2 or 3 hours to take a nap. Fortunately, he has the blessed body and his physical strength and energy can be restored quickly enough. He walked to the water-gathering magic rune board and took a glass of water and took a sip of warm water. The thin military blanket on the hospital bed was soaked with blood, making it impossible to lie on it. He took out a red-eyed hyena skin sleeping bag from the magic waist bag, spread it on the floor of the warehouse, then took off the heavy magic pattern armor he was wearing, carefully wiped it clean, and stored it in the space of the magic waist bag. Here, this set of Earth Shield magic pattern armor is the most valuable thing on Serdek's body. The 2 lanterns hanging on the wall emitted soft light, and the room was not too bright. Serdek was lying on the ground wearing a linen shirt. Perhaps, he was a little too excited from the day's battle. He couldn't sleep while lying in his sleeping bag. He felt a little regretful about taking on such a mess. Obviously, the casualties of the city defense guards were high. It was worse than imagined. Most of the guards had no treatment for their injuries other than simple bandaging. The canines and claws of hellhounds contain a certain amount of toxins, especially the saliva, which is highly corrosive. Over time, the wounds will fester and become difficult to get better, unless the pain is endured and the carrion is carefully cleaned. However, many wounds involve as for the internal organs. Some of the injured guards needed amputation. Guatemala's city guards fought bloody battles at the top of the city for 7 days and nights. The casualty rate was very high, and Serdek alone could not handle it. I heard from Karl that this time a group of magicians gathered in Bena province, including several water magicians, who are good at treatment and detoxification. It is estimated that the wounded on the city defense guard side may be relieved to a certain extent after tomorrow. As for the treatment of the city defense this time, Since the decision has been made, it should be persisted, Soldak said to himself in the bottom of his heart. The treatment room was filled with the smell of blood, and there was also a sour smell from rotten flesh. In short, the smell in the room was not that good. He felt the signal from the magic notebook in the magic pocket. So he took out the magic notebook, put it in front of whoever takes the lead. Cyrus. Hickok's black magician's magic notebook was windless and turned automatically. The pages kept turning backwards and did not stop until the last page was turned. The face of a magical girl appeared on the page. But this time, she looked at Sue more seriously. Erdek. How on earth did you find the demonic spirit bone on the H.L. dog? Celia Cooper asked Soldak curiously. I can see the magic fluctuations in the hellhound's body, Soldak said. Then you can also see the magic patterns of life on the leather of Warcraft? Celia Cooper finally realized it and asked in surprise. When Cerdak usually hunts monsters, he rarely wastes sacrifices to open the Eye of Truth. So he doesn't know, he said uncertainly. It should probably be possible. But I don't know if it is possible. I haven't seen many magical beasts. But I am responsible for peeling off the black demon skin from evil spirits on the battlefield in the Warsaw Plain. Celia Cooper chuckled and said, Your skinning technique is really amateurish. Cerdak felt like he had nothing to say. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on the door of the treatment room, Soldak climbed out of his sleeping bag and opened the treatment rooms. According to the order last night, there was a long queue at the door of the treatment room again. Cerdak simply washed his face next to the clay pot filled with water, and then motioned to the injured guard, who had been waiting outside to enter the treatment room. Facing the rising sun, Cerdak saw a familiar figure appear on the stone steps of the city wall. The slender and tall half-elf archer wrapped his arms tightly, and slowly climbed up to the top of the city again. Standing among the archers on the archery tower again, he grabbed a forest bough that looked like a light green vine, and glanced at Soldak as if he was aware of it. After a whole day of fierce fighting, Soldak also climbed to the top of the city to join the battle 3 times in a row. The rhythm of the Hell Dogs' attack on the city was much tighter than yesterday, and without the sporadic climbs to the top of the city yesterday, their action seemed more unified, and their will to fight was more determined. Almost all of the Hell Dogs who climbed to the top of the city first were they do not seek to bite the city guarding knights to death as soon as possible, but use their lives to buy precious time for the H.L. Dogs behind them. They pounced on the guard camp knights with almost no scruples, and the H.L. Dogs behind them also rushed up one after another. The offensive was like a sea wave. The waves in front were smashed on the rocks, and the H.L. Dogs behind them continued. A wave formed and rushed forward desperately. If the knights at the top of the city could not deal with the first batch of H.L. Dogs in time, they would be instantly overwhelmed by the next vicious dogs that rushed forward. Carl and the team leaders in the support squadron were unable to withstand this fierce offensive, even with the support of the archers on the archery tower. It was of no avail. Cerdak wore the Earth Shield magic pattern armor, and stood in the center of the human wall with a dwarf chain shield in his hand. The aura of power under his feet made his companions feel a steady stream of power. Although he was just for possession, a knight with a power halo. But the fighting method is still derived from the shield warrior of the heavy armored infantry regiment, standing like a cornerstone on the top of the city. Perhaps because the support squadron has 2 construct knights. It is one of the squadrons with the fewest casualties in the defense line of the Helensa guard camp. Every time the offensive slowed down a bit, Cerdak would silently walk down the city wall and quickly devote himself to the work of treating the wounded guards. Obviously, every wounded soldier who came to ask Cerdak for treatment would carry a piece of H.L. with him. There are indeed fewer heads of evil dogs than yesterday that are actually useful. Cerdak's reward is still the corpse of the H.L. dog. However, I don't know whether it was bad luck or whether the corpse of the H.L. dog had been left for too long. The bones of the demonic spirit were melted away with the flesh and blood of the H.L. dog. I didn't need a person with a magic pattern spirit all day long. Bones of dog corpses. After a day of hard fighting, the Helensa Guard Battalion finally suffered casualties. Just when the knights stood at the city head all day and night and felt exhausted physically and mentally, the Helensa Guard Battalion's defense section also received a call from the city defense headquarters. In a defense change order, the knights from the Guard Battalion from Constantinople replaced the knights from the Helensa Guard Battalion, who had been standing on the city wall all day and night. The Archer Battalion and the knights of the Helensa Guard Battalion changed defenses at the same time. At the same time, 2 carriages transporting military supplies also arrived at the city. The auxiliary soldiers of the logistics department began to unload some arrow-like supplies from the vehicles and carried them to the arrow tower at the top of the city. However, there were still no more important kerosene and arrows. Rolling Stone. The knights of the Helensa guard camp silently withdrew from the city wall defense section, while Surdak seemed to be forgotten in the treatment room. When the guard camp withdrew, they did not take him back to the temporary camp in the city. The only proof that he was tacitly allowed to stay here was that the Helensa guard battalion arranged for an assistant to him. When the sky gradually darkened, the knights of Constantinople's guard camp were slowly adapting to the role of city wall guards on top of the city. A tall figure carrying a green vine forest bough dragged his tired body from the top of the city. Walking down, this time he had 3 more H.L. dog heads hanging on his waist than yesterday. He didn't line up and walked into the treatment room silently. Then Soldak saw that his bandaged arm was even more swollen than yesterday. You need some time to rest. If you don't want to lose this arm, you must do as I say from now on. Your arm is in very bad condition. My treatment can help you recover quickly, but it cannot connect the broken bones in your arm. Lost meridians. Surdak warned the half-elf archer, but it was obvious that he didn't listen to Surdak's words, and the half-elf archer left the treatment room without saying a word. On the evening of the 3rd day after arriving in Guatemala City, it was the turn of the Helensa Guard Battalion, which had rested for the day, to climb the city wall again to change defenses. The support squadron led by Carl continued to guard this section of the city wall. Carl saw that the entrance to Surdak's treatment room was piled with corpses of H.L. dogs, and he could only lead people to clean up the corpses of these H.L. dogs. Seeing that Surdak still showed no sign of fatigue, he could only sigh. I now know that you are indeed qualified to come back alive from the Battle of Moyenling. There is a giant ice bear in your body that can walk tirelessly in a snowstorm for a month. Soldak took the roast meat handed over from Carl, swallowed it in 3 bites, then wiped his hands and continued the treatment work. For 2 consecutive days, the number of injured defenders in Guatemala City did not decrease. Instead, some injured knights from the guard camp also joined the team to treat injuries. During this period, 2 water magicians also made a special trip to find Soldak. Seeing him, he awakened the perception of sacred magical elements, and initially mastered the holy light technique. He indeed had some treatment methods. And there was a beautiful female magician. The master offered to invite him to join a healing team composed of 7 water magicians. This kind of treatment team, which is under the direct jurisdiction of the War Command, enjoys the generous resource tilt of the Maka Plain War Command. It not only has special guards to protect the safety of the healing magicians, but also a special field hospital. However, the female magician's affectionate invitation did not move Soldak. He decisively rejected the good-looking female magician on the grounds that the soldier had no intention of leaving the Helensa guard camp. For several days in a row, the half-elf archer would appear in front of Surdak on time in the evening and receive specialized treatment from Surdak. However, the injury on his arm was getting more and more serious. According to Surdak, that is, his right arm looks like a rotten cantaloupe. The skin on the outside seems to be intact, but the blood vessels inside are about to erode. I don't know how he uses this arm. The arm that drew the forest bough. However, every time Surdak takes turns on the city, this half-elf archer will provide the most effective support. His archery skills are very accurate, and every arrow can almost hit the eyes of the H.L. dog. This is considered the most vulnerable part of the Hell dog's body. I have to say that the elf's archery talent is really unique. It only took 2 days for Carl to successfully investigate the details of the half-elf archer. After all, investigating unknown events is the specialty of the guard camp knight. In fact, this half-elf archer is somewhat famous in the circle of mercenaries and group insurance groups in Guatemala City. Compared to his excellent archery skills, the evaluation given by the Mercenary Union and Adventure Union is terrible. The 2 unions gave this half-elf archer the lowest evaluation of the union. Moreover, the Mercenary Union also wrote very bluntly in the comments, "Don't be blinded by his excellent archery skills. Stay away from him. He is a thief." There are similar words in the Adventure Guild's comments, but the tone is slightly more tactful. He is an excellent archer and guide. When working with him, you should tie your money bag tighter. Surdak didn't expect that he would pay attention to a thief, and was stunned for a moment. Carl held conclusive evidence in his hand and asked him curiously, "What do you want to do by spending so much time investigating a thief? And you seem to take special care of him. Do you like elves?" Seeing Carl's eyes shining with the fire of gossip, Soldak wanted to punch him into panda eyes. "I'm just curious about him. What kind of belief makes him hurt his arm like that, and insist on participating in the war. Ordinarily, with his ability, life shouldn't be so embarrassing, Serdek said softly. He sighed and said, if he participates in the battle again, that arm will be completely useless. I want to find the reason why he did this. Carl curled his lips with disdain and said nonchalantly, so what if you find the answer? Do you still want to help a thief and completely cure the hidden injuries on his arm? Let him use this weapon in the future. Will you continue to steal things? Soldak was speechless by Carl. But he always felt that this matter was not that simple. The low-level H.L. dogs of the demon race and the human defenders are in a stalemate in Wazimra City, consuming a large amount of supplies every day. The Wazimala City War Command is planning a counterattack. Almost every day, some magicians riding magic harpoons fly out of the city. They try to follow the H.L. dogs out of the dense forest and trace back to the secret place. Hell Connecting Channel. The H.L. demons are stalling for time in the Maka Plain so that the devil's children and succubi can grow up. When the knights of the Helensa guard camp climbed the city wall for the third time, they saw a three-headed H.L. dog standing on a huge rock on a hill far outside the city. There were several huge H.L. dogs beside it. It is like the king among the vicious dogs of H.L. staring at the city of Wazimala in the dusk. Chapter 435 The Corner Forgotten by Kindness. The Wazimala City War Command temporarily requisitioned a collapsed commercial bank building and built a field hospital in just 2 days. The field hospital can admit hundreds of wounded soldiers every day. Many soldiers who are injured while defending the city will be carried directly to the hospital by the auxiliary troops. In this way, the treatment pressure on Serdek is suddenly reduced a lot. Because the blessed body can stabilize the injuries of seriously injured guards and help seriously injured soldiers survive the most dangerous period. The mortality rate of wounded soldiers walking out of the Serdek treatment room is much lower than that of field hospitals. And in here in Serdek, the local indigenous guards in the Maka Plain will not be discriminated against. Many injured guards will still line up outside the treatment room, waiting for the night of the Helensa guard camp to spare more time for treatment, in order to allow Serdek more time for treatment. On the defensive section of the city wall, where the knights of the Helensa guard battalion are responsible for their rotation, there are always some inexplicable situations where some indigenous guards appear to assist in the defense. Those indigenous people who organize themselves spontaneously, the guards sometimes bring some local specialty fruits to the knights in the guard camp. As for this guard battalion knight, who is always not doing his job, Carl, as the captain of the Helensa guard battalion support squadron, has always given him the greatest freedom within his authority. The climate of the Maka Plain is warm and pleasant, and most of the land is covered by vegetation. In the mountain forest outside the city, there are vines and shrubs mixed in, and the H.L. dogs emerge from the dense jungle. This dense forest provides magic for detecting the whereabouts of the H.L. dogs. The magicians caused considerable trouble. The magicians did not dare to sneak into the dense forest on magic harpoons, so they could not accurately trace the source of the H.L. dogs. The sun shines through the taro trees overhead, leaving dots of light on the sidewalk beside the city wall. There was a faint fragrance of trees in the air. On the 5th day after arriving in Wazimala City, the Helensa guard camp took another break. Serdek put down what he was doing and finally had the opportunity to enter the city. He and Carl took to the streets. The city was full of warriors wearing leather armor and armed with weapons. Occasionally, some knights riding war horses would pass by on the streets. It was originally promised that the Helensa guard camp would be equipped with war horses, but now there are no war horses. After cashing in, Viscount Emmett communicated with the Plain War Command and learned that the Helensa Guard Battalion was not the only group of knights waiting for the war horses. The main city gate of Wazimra City is less than 1 kilometer away from the section of the city wall guarded by the Helensa Guard camp. From a distance, Serdek saw a whole group of heavy cavalry gathered at the city gate. These war horses were lined up neatly on the streets. There was the neighing of war horses. The city gate was slowly opened, and there was a huge vibration as the drawbridge fell. Then hundreds of heavy armored infantry rushed out of the city holding heavy shields, and placed a defense made of shields on the drawbridge at the gate of the city. The knights in the city rode outside the city one after another and confronted each other with a group of H.L. dogs outside the city. In the past 2 days, as a large number of reinforcements have entered Wazimala City, the War Command has been trying to send knights and heavy armored infantry regiments to fight outside the city in order to open up the situation in Wazimala City and prepare for the next large-scale campaign. Make some preparations for counterattack. Carl looked with envy at the heavy cavalry riding out of the city. The crowds on both sides of the street burst into cheers and shouts of encouragement. The city gate seemed very crowded. The two of them did not continue walking that way, but walked entered a narrow alley. This city is much larger than Helensa city. The 5 neighborhoods in the city are clearly distinguished, including the rich area, commercial area, industrial area, slum area X2 and so on. In Wasmara city, the imperial slums and the local indigenous slums were 2 completely incompatible neighborhoods. Serdak and Carl walked into an alley with walls on both sides filled with wet moss. The stone road inside is filled with debris, and these narrow alleys spread like a spider web in the slums of Wasmara city. Drops of water fell from the eaves of the roof and shattered on the stone slabs of the street. An old indigenous man, with wrinkles on his face, wiped his hands on the stone slab, grabbed the mashed herbs from the stone trough, kneaded them into sticky green cakes, and pasted them on the young man's wound. He ate and grinned with a painful expression, but did not dare to say a word. The indigenous people of the Maka Plains sat under the eaves on both sides of the alley, leaning against each other with their upper bodies naked. Their faces did not seem to be panic after the H.L. dogs sieged the city. Many of these indigenous people crowded together were injured young people, and they also had people are using oilcloth to maintain their armor, and they are also using whetstones to sharpen the spears in their hands. The Nanai natives came out from the depths of the mountains and entered the bustling city, and then gradually adapted to the life here. Most of the indigenous people are engaged in the dirtiest, hardest and most tiring jobs in this city. Of course, there is another way for the indigenous people to join the army. The Green Empire implements a universal recruitment system, but if you reach the age limit, you can still stay in the military camp and can receive a monthly salary. So some indigenous people are professional warriors. A young indigenous guide stood under the eaves and saw Soldak and Carl walking over. He whispered to his companions, then walked quickly to the street with bare feet, and greeted Carl humbly, leading the two of them toward the depths of the alley. The roads here are complicated and unfamiliar people can easily get lost. Only those who have lived here since childhood can find the shortest way. The guide took Soldak and Ka into a street that seemed livelier. There were various pubs and hotels on both sides. Some scantily clad street girls were leaning on the stone pillars next to the gate, greeting the passing pedestrians. Showing his talent, the indigenous guide stood on the street, pointed to the innermost part of the street, and said to Carl, "Sir Knight, the orphanage is at the innermost part of this street." Some young imperial poor people on the street frequently made provocative moves towards the Nanai tribe guide. The Nanai tribe guide just pretended not to notice, and explained to Carl in a low voice, "This street is the intersection between our Nanai tribe and the Empire. It is the dividing line between the poor and the poor. We rarely step on this street, and they will not come to our side. If you met outside, would you fight?" Carl asked curiously. The Nanai guide puffed up his chest and said proudly, "They won't dare to provoke us after we leave here. The poor people living here are all a group of imperial people who entered the Maka Plain a long time ago. They were originally planning to create a career, but in the end, they fell into despair due to various reasons and stayed in Wasmara city for several generations. After the people, they have regarded this place as their home." Carl explained to Soldak in a low voice, and then turned to the Nanai guide and asked, "Then what should we do if we go there to do business? There is their guide on this street." The Nanai guide said with some embarrassment. The three of them walked along the street to a shabby yard. The yard was not big. There were some purple morning glories growing on the fence wall at the door. There were delicate little trumpets blooming outside the wall. There was a hanging on the door. A worn-out wooden sign with a line of text was Wasmara Orphanage written crookedly in imperial script. Carl stood at the door of the orphanage and asked the indigenous guide, "Does this orphanage belong to you Nanai people, or the poor people of the Empire?" The indigenous guide scratched his head vigorously, and it took him a while to understand Carl's question. He shook his head and said awkwardly, "They don't belong. We Nanai tribe don't have orphanages. The children of Nanai tribe belong to the god Paglio. We will raise them together, regardless of the poor life of these poor people in the Empire. Their orphanage is between the slums and the rich areas. There are many rich people willing to go there to express their goodwill. This orphanage is specially for mixed-race children." In the yard, a group of children were sitting on a bench in the yard, eating from wooden bowls. A hunch-over old lady was standing in front of the wooden table with a wooden bucket, holding a wooden spoon in her hand while scooping out the bucket. "While serving vegetable soup?" he said. "Eat well. You guys are clamoring all day long to grow up quickly. How can you only eat such a little bit?" Carl and Soldak pushed open the wooden door and walked in from the outside. They saw a group of children holding vegetable porridge and eating silently with their heads down. They didn't make a sound while eating. hearing footsteps coming from the courtyard door. All the children looked outside. Now Serdek suddenly discovered that these children obviously had characteristics that were not human. But they were also not indigenous children. They should be a group of half-elves, half-orcs, or other weird characteristics. With pointed ears and plush hair. Ears, two colored eyes, and a kitten whisker on the mouth. Every child is different. But without exception, they cannot be regarded as pure-blood humans. At the end of the wooden bench, Carl unexpectedly saw the little girl who had picked up the taro fruit. He did not expect that she actually lived here in the orphanage. The little girl obviously saw Carl at a glance. She was so excited that she jumped off the stool, but was caught by an older child next to her. The indigenous guide standing at the door said in a low voice, "This kind of mixed-race children will not be accepted in the public orphanage in Wazimra City. Such children are full of destructive power and have a violent and arrogant personality. If you want to make them sensible and obedient, it takes a lot of patience to communicate with them and build trust with them. And not every nun in an orphanage is willing to do this." Carl frowned and said nothing. He knew that if such a mixed-race child entered the Kilometer orphanage, the taxpayers of Wazimala City would probably protest to the city governor. The city hall cannot waste taxpayers' money like this, because this kind of the children's parents basically do not pay taxes to the tax official, so they cannot enjoy the rights of ordinary citizens. Generally speaking, the status of these people is worse than that of the poor. They are basically prostitutes, thieves, vagrants, etc. It is difficult for these people to survive themselves, so they are more likely to abandon their children. Carl asked the indigenous guide, "Is that why there is an orphanage here?" Before the indigenous guide could answer, the old woman carrying the barrel bent over and slowly walked over and said, "It can only be regarded as a shelter, and they really have no place to go, so they come here." Then, she glanced softly at the children on the bench behind her, smiled slightly and said, "They are all good children. They just don't know how to express themselves." Carl asked the old Nani, "There is a half-elf archer with excellent archery skills, who is also an orphan who walked out of here." When the old Nani heard that several people were looking for a half-elf archer, a trace of worry and panic flashed in her eyes. She held her rough hands on her chest and asked with a bitter look on her face, "Are you here to find Samira? I poor child. What mistake did she make again? Please forgive her. Everything she did was for the shelter here." She didn't even ask Samira what mistake she made, and just exonerated her. It seemed that this half-elf archer had a bad record in the past, as rumored. "Oh, no." Carl stood up straight, and his body immediately had an upright and trustworthy temperament. It can also be said that this is one of the 8 virtues of a knight. Carl said to the old mother, "She has been staying at the Arrow Tower recently. Come on, work with us to resist the siege of the Hell Dogs. And he is our best archer. And every time he gains the most, he will gain the most among all." When the old grandma heard what Carl said, she asked with a puzzled face, "Are you sure she didn't make any mistakes? Didn't you lose anything important, such as silver coins?" There seemed to be a hint of relief in her cloudy eyes. "I'm pretty sure. No." Carl put his hand on his chest, 2 fingers just pressing on the knight's badge on his chest. The old grandma raised her hands above her head excitedly and said happily, "Thank God. Since you are Samira's partner, please sit down quickly. And go make a pot of tea for the guests." She enthusiastically pulled the 3 people and asked them to sit down in the yard. She said at the same time, "No wonder the children are clamoring to pick up taro fruits on the edge of the city wall. They are also having trouble with me after being grounded today. It turns out that they are in Sasha, picking up fruit on the street behind Mila." When she mentioned the half-elf archer, the old woman's eyes glowed softly, like a kind grandmother proudly boasting about her favorite granddaughter. Carl and Serdek looked at each other and felt that there was no need to tell this kind old lady about Samira's current situation. The half-elf archer had to hunt more L dogs even though his arm was disabled. It was obviously for this reason. Shelters to earn more funds. Serdek didn't know how long the half-elf archer's arm that was about to rot could last. He did not recommend that the half-elf archer overextend his body. This approach would make the arm useless very quickly. By then, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to hold that forest bough again. Carl felt a little embarrassed from his wallet. He had just spent all his savings to buy a set of magic patterns. His pocket was cleaner than his face these days. Serdek took out a gold coin from his purse and handed it to Carl. Carl chuckled, gave a thank you look, then put the gold coin into the old Nani's hand, and told her not to tell Samira about their visit. After saying this, The three of them slowly turned around and walked out of the orphanage. Until the three of them walked far away. The old nanny was still standing at the door of the orphanage. Looking from a distance, Suldek felt that her body was shrouded in a faint and holy light. It was she who used her remaining years to shine and shine, which illuminated this corner forgotten by kindness. Chapter 436 Berserker Andrew. The setting sun shines on the rows of rooftops in Guatemala City, setting a dazzling golden edge on this beautiful city. Half-elf archer Samira stood on top of the archery tower. The warm wind blew the tips of her hair exposed outside her hood. She sighed softly in her heart. These vicious dogs besieging the city were both opportunities and hardships. The hidden injury on her right arm caused her a lot of suffering. It had recurred several times before, and it always collapsed when she overstretched her strength. But it was never as serious as this time. The scene that Samira least wanted to see finally appeared on the hills outside the city. The second three-headed hound appeared in the group of H.L. dogs. Thousands of H.L. dogs died in siege battles. But there were always a few that were the strongest and luckiest ones that survived on the battlefield. Their bodies transformed, and they stood out on the battlefield and became H.L. dogs. The king of the canine army. This is not good news for the warriors of the Green Empire. The War Command even specially arranged for 2 peak stage first-turn construct knights to pay close attention to these 2 H.L. dogs. The 2 three-headed H.L. dogs actually possessed rudimentary wisdom and hid in the group of H.L. dogs. If they refuse to show their heads, even the bed crossbow on the arrow tower can't do anything with them. There are now far fewer H.L. that can rush to the city than in the previous 2 days. So Samira's gains are not as much as those in the previous 2 days. Before some H.L. dogs can climb up, they will be stabbed with bloody holes by the spears protruding from the walls and thrown from the top of the city. Some H.L. dogs will fall to death under the city like this. The city wall guards must take advantage of the gap when the fighting subsides to use grappling hooks with ropes to pull the H.L. dog corpses up to the top of the city. Otherwise, they will be killed by other H.L. dogs later. The vicious dogs dragged him away. Military merit requires counting the number of H.L. dog heads, and the number of H.L. dog heads that can be distributed to archers is even more limited. Samira dragged her tired body, with only 3 vicious dog heads hanging on her waist. Her right arm was tightly wrapped in bandages, and she could still feel the excruciating pain inside. She could feel that the condition of her arm was getting worse and worse. Too bad. She hesitated to go to the treatment room again and ask the construct knight to treat him with holy light. But she was reluctant to take out a H.L. dog head as a reward each time. The lights are on in the treatment room, and there is a long queue at the door. Now those who are willing to wait patiently are almost all indigenous warriors from the Maka plain guarding the outside. The knight in this treatment room is very special. His eyes are calm. As for sincerity, there will be no deep-seated discrimination in the eyes because of indigenous blood or half-elf blood. This is still rare in the Green Empire where knight glory is above all else. She pursed her dry lips, took out the water bag from her waist, and drank some water before walking over. The injured native guard lined up next to him took the initiative to give way. Samira was famous for her archery skills and stinginess in this area, and no one wanted to offend an archer like her. When I arrived at the door, I happened to see Serdek pushing open the door and sending out an injured guard who had been healed. He glanced outside the door out of habit, and sure enough, the half-elf archer wearing tattered leather armor stood silently outside the door like a ghost. But today there were a little less heads of H.L. on her waist. Serdek asked her to sit on the wooden bed and began to examine her collapsed arm. He sighed softly and said, "You can't do this. How long do you expect these H.L. dogs to stay outside Wazimara City?" The incandescent flame of the holy light torch was under her arm, almost completely covering her arm. Samira felt that the broken meridians and blood vessels in her arm were healing rapidly. Samira pursed her lips and remained silent as before. Serdek was not discouraged and said to her, "Are you going to chase these dangerous H.L. dogs alone into the dangerous jungle and hunt these H.L. dogs alone?" Indeed, she was waiting for that opportunity. She wanted to get into the jungle and maybe find more opportunities to make money. What worries her is that these H.L. dog heads cannot be sold at all now. There are simply too many of them. The warehouse of the logistics department is almost full of H.L. dog heads. At present, the distribution of these military awards is very problematic. So the H.L. dog heads are very problematic. The military merit calculated by the head is also decreasing again and again. Now that the heavy cavalry can rush out from the main gate and kill the H.L. dogs outside the city, The HL dogs' heads are facing another depreciation. Cerdak continued. The injury to your right arm is getting worse, and you will soon be unable to draw the bow. And I will not be here forever. When our guard battalion receives the next mission, I will with the guard battalion out of here. I don't belong here. He stopped, stared at the half-elf archer, and asked her, So what are you going to do? Samira didn't think about this. She looked away, trying to avoid these questions. Seeing that Samira felt a little relieved, Soldak took the opportunity to say, I have a suggestion. Do you want to listen to it? It may be a good choice. Samira turned to stare at Cerdak. Cerdak tapped his finger on the holy light torch and said, Join us. He stood up straight and introduced himself to Samira. Formal introduction. Cerdak, the sheriff of the deserted area of Paglos Mountain. Helensa Guard Camp's out-of-city emergency rescue squadron. We plan to recruit a small team that not only has a formal establishment, but also has the freedom to do what it is usually responsible for. We need soldiers with rich combat experience to join us. Do you want to consider it? At this time, he felt like a wretched uncle squatting by the pool to trick a little girl into fishing for goldfish. He touched his nose to hide the embarrassment on his face, and continued to say to Samira, The monthly salary is not bad. At least more than yours. Now that you are much more stable, and you stay with me, your right arm injury will be able to recover. My promise to you is this. You can leave at any time when you get tired of it. How much salary can I get? The half-elf archer's voice was a little inaudible. Soldak didn't expect that she would actually speak. His voice was as clear and sweet as the tinkling spring water. He looked at her stupidly. How much salary can I get every month? The half-elf archer raised his reddish eyes and looked at Soldak very seriously. 60 silver coins. And of course, there may be some other gains and dividends. Soldak said truthfully, thinking of the welfare benefits of the Helensa Guard Camp. Pay me 10 years' salary first, and I will follow you wherever you want. The half-elf archer lowered his head and said silently, Are you sure? Cerdak didn't expect the half-elf archer to say this. Of course, he hoped that there would be an outstanding archer in the security team of the guard camp. Although her reputation was not very good, the shabby orphanage is enough to show her quality. And this is exactly what Cerdak likes. Yeah. Samira nodded, looked out through the wooden door, and said softly, In another 10 years, Angolo and the others will be able to grow up. And I hope they can support their family by then. Soldak had always thought she was mute, but he didn't expect her voice to be so clear and sweet. Cerdak thought for a while, and decided to prepare a magic contract to be protected, and said, Of course, it is okay to pay the salary in advance, but a contract needs to be signed tomorrow. After all, the money is not a small amount. Samira lowered her head and nodded slightly. Cerdak felt that the half-elf archer's expression was like signing a contract of betrayal. So he said, You don't have to make a decision in a hurry. You can think about it for another night. If you are willing to join the Helensa Guard Camp, remember, come find me tomorrow. In fact, he didn't say the last sentence. We are regular troops. That night, Cerdak tossed and turned in his sleeping bag, sleeping a little uneasily. Cerdak wasn't sure if he was doing the right thing, but at least it could help the half-elf archer get out of his current predicament. And currently, the Helensa Guard Camp really wants to recruit a few people. It is better for his subordinates to recruit them themselves in order to use them for their own use. However, whether this kind of cross-regional recruitment of people is in compliance with the rules, Cerdak is still a little unsure. Note, so he wanted to discuss it with Carl. But regardless of whether he agreed or not, he wanted to sign the half-elf archer, even if it would become his follower in the future. The Paglos Mountains lacked such an archer who was proficient in archery. In the early morning, Cerdak left the treatment room facing the first ray of sunlight. He wanted to find a magic grocery store and buy a magic contract scroll there. After all, it involved a large transaction. And this kind of agreement only occurred when signing a magic contract. Guaranteed. Not far away. Troops are gathering at the city gate again. It seems that yesterday's battle outside the city must have gained something. That's why we started preparing to go out of the city so early today. Guatemala needs to win one victory after another to cheer him up. People's hearts? The residents of the city lined the streets to see off the knights, who were leaving the city to fight. Waves of cheers and applause made the battle full of glory. Cerdak crossed the main street and walked quickly towards the airport terminal. He heard that many magic shops in Guatemala City were close to the airport terminal. Without horses, the journey seemed a bit long. And he didn't have a horse. I stayed outside for too long, so I almost walked all the way. When passing by the airport terminal, I saw a large number of material vehicles continuously being pulled into the terminal. There are 2 airport towers in the airport terminal. Magic airships are parked in both towers. A group of hard workers are carrying heavy wooden loads from trucks, box, and climb the tower step by step. The 2 cranes on the high tower were also working at full capacity. And the entire airport terminal seemed very busy and lively. From time to time, a magician riding a magic harpoon will fly over in the sky. Just outside the gate of the airport terminal, there is a row of peons waiting to be hired. However, they have not been hired for various reasons. They can only line up in a row with nothing to do, waiting for the employers to come and select them like cattle. They are considered to be a group of people living at the bottom of Wazimra City. Among the people waiting to be hired, the Nanai tribe accounts for the vast majority.
Andrew, why are you here? It seems that your injury is recovering well.
Surdak saw a familiar figure in the crowd, so he walked over to say hello. That's right. The indigenous man was wearing a rough linen blouse, with thick bandages wrapped around his arms and thighs. He looked very strong. He sat with other Nanai indigenous people in silence. He was waiting quietly at the gate of the airport terminal to be hired. He was Andrew, the indigenous warrior of the city defense, who was the first to be treated by Soldak. Unexpectedly, with such a serious injury, he could actually get out of bed just 5 days ago, and even went to the airport terminal to do hard work. When treating Andrew, the guy was unconscious the whole time, so he didn't know Soldak. Seeing a knight standing in front of him, Andrew quickly stood up from the ground, stood up straight and said to Soldak,
Sir Knight, I left the city defense army because I was injured. We are forced to find something to do to support our family.
Soldak couldn't understand, so he asked Andrew,
After a while, your arm may be fully recovered. Why are you leaving the city defense guard at this time?
Andrew then looked at Soldak in surprise and asked with a puzzled look on his face,
Aren't you the Lord Knight of the City Defense Inspectorate?
Suddenly a companion next to him poked Andrew and reminded him in a low voice,
Andrew, he is the knight who knows first aid who saved you that night.
Andrew's eyes widened and his face was filled with gratitude. He was a little excited and wanted to grab Soldak's hand, but he was a little humble and hesitant to stretch out his hand. With a simple smile on his face,
If you don't recuperate in the military camp, why would you come here to carry your bag?
Soldak couldn't help but ask. There is no one like him who has the soul of a berserker hidden in his body and still works here as a coolie. Andrew replied with a face of shame and bitterness.
The city defense guards do not support idlers. We indigenous people signed a temporary employment agreement with the city defense guards. This agreement can be terminated at any time. So once we are injured, it means that we are temporarily unemployed.
Surdak never thought that this would be the case. He thought about whether he would face the same dilemma as Andrew in the guard camp in the future. It seemed that the guard camp would not abandon the knights of the guard camp, who were injured and unable to participate in the battle so casually.
Is there any compensation?
He asked curiously. Andrew's face became even more bitter, and he said naively,
I even lost my job as a city wall guard. How can I get compensation? It's really a headache. Your injuries have obviously healed for the most part. It won't take long for you to fully recover. How can they have the right to do this?
Although Surdak said this, he was secretly cursing the city defense department. These idiots actually let go of a warrior who had awakened his Shur. Later, Soldak felt that this was not a good thing for him. So he took half a step forward, patted Andrew's strong shoulder and asked,
By the way, Andrew, have you ever thought about leaving Wodri in the future?
Mara City. Go to the Green Empire to have a look? Of course. I want to see the outside world.
Andrew answered honestly, but he immediately said,
It seems a little difficult to find an adventure group that does not discriminate against indigenous warriors. And my family is still here in Wazimala City. They need my care. I can't leave at all.
Have family to take care of and don't want to leave? Soldak thought in his mind. And the next moment, he thought of Samira's request to advance his salary in advance. So he patted Andrew hard and said to him cheerfully, Advance your salary for 5 years and advance and join the Helensa Guard Battalion. Are you interested in becoming a member of the security team in the deserted land of Paglos Mountain? Andrew probably only heard about the advance of 5 years' salary and what was said next. He was not in the mood to listen at all. He looked at Soldak with excitement and asked in a naive voice,
Are you serious?
Surdak nodded heavily and said,
Of course. You don't need to question the character of a knight. And I will sign a magic contract with you. Then I did it.
Andrew replied readily.
Andrew, welcome to the Paglos Mountain Badlands Security Team.
Chapter 437 New Mission. Magic contracts should be the safest form of contract in the world. Apart from the fact that the contract itself is a bit expensive, other aspects can be said to be very binding. Once the magic oath is finalized in written form, it will form a mysterious restrictive force. Many magicians are good at making contract scrolls. So contract scrolls are a very popular magic item. In a magic shop near the airport terminal, the shop owner tied up the 2 contract scrolls, handed them to Soldak with a smile on his face, and said,
"Sir Knight, this is the contract scroll you want. A total of 2 gold coins."
Knowing that the price quoted by the shop owner was too high, Soldak could only grit his teeth and took out 2 golden coins from his wallet and handed them to the shop owner.
"Sir Knight, welcome to come again next time."
The store owner sent the 2 people to the door of the store and waved very politely.
Soldak ignored him and left the magic shop directly with the indigenous warrior Andrew. A magic airship loaded with various living supplies slowly took off into the sky. 2 magicians riding magic harpoons followed it, and they dived into the clouds together with the magic airship. The magic airship recently flew to other cities in the Maka Plain. In addition to the regular crew, a 15-man heavy armored infantry team and 2 magicians are usually equipped to escort the ship to ensure that the supplies can safely reach other areas of the Maka Plain. Cerdak thought that several magicians sent by Helensa city should have arrived in Wazimra city at this moment. He also didn't know where the magician Lance was now. The magic airship slowly disappeared into the clouds. And then he looked back and asked the indigenous warrior Andrew with a smile.
"Andrew, have you ever been to other cities in the Maka Plain?"
This Nanai indigenous warrior stood next to Cerdak. He was a head taller than Cerdak, and his whole body was covered with solid muscles. His whole body was quite a bit bigger than Cerdak. However, his hands and legs were wrapped in thick bandages, and he limped when he walked. He puffed up his chest and replied quite proudly,
"Of course. I served in the military in the city of Voronezh before. It is a plain city with a large area of flat and fertile land outside the city. It is the westernmost part of the Green Empire's territory in the Maka Plain. Further to the west are stretches of primitive mountains. The footsteps of the Imperial cavalry are blocked by this 100,000 mountains from south to north. There are many monsters in the mountains there. The final destination of many adventure groups who come to the Maka Plain is the city of Voronezh. They will use it as their base for the stronghold each time we go into the mountains for several months. Some adventure groups can bring back rich loot, while some adventure groups stay in the mountains forever."
Cerdak seemed to see a city on a vast grassland and endless mountains, and he sighed sincerely.
"I really want to visit Voronezh city if I have the chance."
Andrew reached out and touched his bare head, and he said to Soldak,
"It takes 2 months to get there by horseback from Wazimala city, but since the magic airship has been introduced, the journey has been shortened to only 20 God will do it."
Unexpectedly, the Maka Plain was several times larger than the Bina province. Cerdak was secretly stunned. They all said that the real wealth is stored in other private plains. It seems that this sentence is true. No matter it is Duke Ryan Busman's Warsaw Plain is also Duke Newman's Maka Plain. The abundance of the plain itself has even exceeded that of the provinces on the main plain. Soldak sighed.
"It's so far away. The land that Grand Duke Newman has here is really vast."
It seems that Wazimra city is just the beginning of the journey. Andrew's walking posture is a bit awkward. It seems that his injuries have not fully recovered. His face is a bit gloomy, and he is even a little downcast when walking. This is not like a warrior who awakened the soul of the berserker. Cerdak asked him,
"Oh, by the way, do you know that you are no longer different from other warriors?"
Andrew looked at Soldak in confusion, as if he didn't quite understand what he meant.
"Because a seed of courage has awakened in your body,"
Soldak said to Andrew.
"Every first-turn warrior must go through this step."
Andrew's eyes widened to their maximum size. He stared at Soldak and said with a trembling voice,
"Are you saying that the uncontrollable anger I feel recently is actually because of a power awakening in my body?"
Cerdak nodded and said,
"It's almost the same. Every first-turn warrior has a potential, but your potential is slightly different. So I can continue to get stronger?"
Andrew looked at his hands and muttered to himself. In order to help Andrew regain his confidence, Cerdak said,
"Of course. In fact, you have broken through the shackles of ordinary warriors. As long as there is enough time, when the seed left in your body takes root and sprouts, you will have more strong strength. Otherwise, why do you think your body's injuries healed so quickly?"
Hearing what Cerdak said, Andrew's eyes glowed with new brilliance, and even his walking became more powerful. The two of them took a truck heading to the city gate and hurried back to the defensive section of the city wall where the Helensa Guard battalion was stationed. The coachman was an old Nanai native, who happened to be transporting military supplies for the city defense army. He was very familiar with Andrew. When he saw Soldak and Andrew on the roadside, he took them to the Helensa guard. This is the defense section of the city wall. Walking back to the treatment room, the half-elf archer Samira was already waiting at the door. She wrapped herself in a broken hood and wore the tattered leather armor. Cerdak took out 2 magic contract scrolls from his arms. But he was not in a hurry to sign the magic contract with Samira and Andrew. Instead, he opened the door of the treatment room and asked Andrew and Samira to be here. Wait a moment. For things like recruiting team members, you need to say hello to Carl, who is the squadron leader. When Soldak found Carl, he was standing on the stacks of the city wall, looking out of the city along the gap in the city wall. The third 3-headed HL dog had appeared on the hill in the distance. And the HL dog was the number of giant vicious dogs in the dog group is increasing rapidly. It is obvious that the Hell dogs are using siege warfare as a training ground. They do not care about casualties, just to allow some low-level Hell dogs to grow up quickly. At the gate of the main city of Wazimra City, a group of heavy cavalry was rushing left and right among the HL dogs. Although the HL dogs were at a disadvantage, they rushed towards the heavy cavalry without fear. Just one bite the knight or the war horse, and the calf-like body hangs on the war horse like a pendant. The madness and fearlessness of death once made the heavy cavalry very passive. However, behind the heavy cavalry, there is also a group of heavy armored infantry. These infantrymen hold long hooks and scythes in their hands. Once a HL dog hangs on the heavy cavalry, they will use the hooks and scythes to kill them as soon as possible. The HL dog on the horse was hooked down, and the battle scene was quite chaotic. But it was obvious that the Imperial cavalry had the upper hand, since the Hell Dog Legion was under great pressure on the frontal battlefield. They had stopped siege warfare like a wave, trying to hold back the Imperial cavalry from the frontal battlefield. This scene made Carl watch with relish. There were also knights on other battlements, looking towards the city gate. Cerdak climbed to the top of the city, and the knights in the supporting squadron took the initiative to say hello to him. When he was in the city of Helensa, many knights from the guard camp, who didn't know much about Cerdak, didn't care about him. They even thought that Cerdak entered the guard camp support squadron relying on personal connections. During the incident, many knights had changed their views on Cerdak. But after all, they did not have any intuitive feelings. When everyone arrived at the city of Wazamala, Cerdak put on the magic pattern structure and stood at the top of the city with a halo of power under his feet, becoming the mainstay of the rescue squadron in resisting the HL dogs. Only then did everyone suddenly discover, it turns out, this guy is already so strong that you can't tell. He is usually quite low-key. Carl listened to Soldak's thoughts, and he scratched his hair in distress. It was really troublesome. He said to Soldak, "Are you really planning to form a security team with veterans as the core?" Cerdak also looked outside the city and said, "Of course. I'm not just casually saying that letting college graduates without any combat experience enter the deserted land. I'm not being alarmist. I'm afraid they won't be able to survive in that harsh environment." Soldak asked Carl to investigate the half-elf archer. Carl had a premonition and knew that he would not be able to investigate an archer casually. Now that the matter was verified, Carl immediately patted his chest and said to Cerdak, "Okay, let me help you with this matter." Generally speaking, for personnel appointments in the guard camp, the recruited personnel require the nod of Captain Sauron and the signature of Mrs. Flora, the personnel director of the guard camp, before they can finally take effect. Now the guard battalion is performing tasks in Wazimra City, and the supreme commander is Viscount Emmett. If Soldak wants to keep these 2 team members, he must first obtain the approval of Viscount Emmett. However, since he is recruiting members of the Paglos Mountain security team, Cerdak still has the original choice. Carl slapped his forehead, thought of one thing, and quickly called to Soldak, who was about to walk down the city wall, and said to him, "Oh, by the way, today is the last day for our guard battalion to be stationed here. Remember, you have to stand the last guard." Cerdak also had a premonition that as the city wall guard work became more and more stable, the knights in the guard camp would evacuate sooner or later. But he didn't expect this day to come so quickly. He asked Carl, "Is there a new mission soon?" Carl nodded, walked to Cerdak and said, "Reinforcements in Wazimra City have surged recently, and the HL dogs outside the city have shown signs of migration. The headquarters wants us to leave before the HL dogs group, before Wazamala City.
We have to reduce the number of hell dogs as much as possible. So we will probably have to go out to fight tomorrow. And almost half of the supporting guard battalions will have to go out of the city. I know. I will take care of things in the treatment room before the afternoon,
Soldak said to Carl. Carl nodded slightly and whispered to Serdek.
The magician investigation team has roughly detected the location of the H.L. passage. However, because the magicians are unable to explore deeply at close range, there are currently 3 areas identified. Our Helensa Guard Battalion's mission is to jointly explore an area with the Knights of the Brother City Guard Battalion to find the H.L. connection passage hidden deep in the dense forest.
Exploring unknown areas outside the city means that the Guard Battalion will face greater dangers. But generally speaking, dangers and opportunities coexist. This kind of out-of-city action is also a time of harvest. Serdek asked Carl.
The superiors want us to go out of the city to hunt those H.L.s?
Carl shook his head and said,
It is said that there are not only H.L. dogs, but the magician investigation team also found traces of the Devil's Son and Succubus in the jungle.
Soldak's personal information was placed in front of Viscount Emmett. He sat on the armchair and rubbed his face vigorously. His resume was very clean. From joining the army to the defeat of the Moyonling battle, he had just completed his 4-year service. He also returned to Helensa City safely as a reserve knight. He was promoted to squadron leader in the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment. With such a resume alone, he should not be an ordinary knight in the Helensa Guard camp. Unexpectedly, in less than a year, Sir Dark was not only promoted from a shield warrior to a knight, he also successfully owned a set of magic pattern constructs and became a construct knight. A construct knight held the position of squad leader in the guard camp, and was obviously overqualified. In particular, this knight possesses the power of the Holy Light, and is truly a paladin. Of course, at present, this title has a certain derogatory connotation. The battle priests in the temple are the candidates for the paladin, not to mention the current temple. But this also highlights the irreplaceability of Serdek. He is the only knight in the guard camp who is good at healing, even if he does not any combat ability. Just the healing ability alone would not allow him to serve as a peace officer in the desolate land of Paglos Mountain. However, since he was appointed by Captain Sauron, Viscount Emmett really couldn't say that. What? Viscount Emmett was sitting in the temporarily requisitioned war room. He felt that with Soldak's ability, even being a squadron leader in the guard camp was more than enough. However, he had only joined the guard camp for a short 3 months. It would be a bit too fast to be promoted from an ordinary knight to a squadron leader in such a short period of time. At this moment, Carl walked into the tent and sat down opposite Viscount Emmett. Carl and Viscount Emmett have known each other since childhood. The aristocratic circle in Helensa City is so large. The Casement family and the Emmett family have many common interests in Helensa City. Although Viscount Emmett is a few years older than Carl, but the two are good friends with similar temperaments. Viscount Emmett asked Carl directly,
Why did you come to me if you weren't watching from the defensive section of the city wall?
Here, Carl briefly told Viscount Emmett about Soldak's desire to recruit members of the deserted land security team in Guatemala City. Viscount Emmett did not expect that Serdek had been treating the city's defenders in the past few days, and actually kidnapped an indigenous warrior and an archer from the guards. He immediately made a decision.
This can be regarded as an indirect promotion of Helensa,
the strength of the guard battalion. Since he is the sheriff of the desolate land of Paglos Mountain, the headquarters respects his choice. But after returning to Helensa City, don't forget to report to Captain Sauron.
Yes,
Commander Emmett.
Carl stood up straight and performed a standard knightly salute. Viscount Emmett ordered with a serious look on his face.
Captain Carl, it's your ship now. Please go back to your defense section and keep an eye on the H.L. dogs outside the city.
Chapter 438 2 Boxes of Loot. Since the Helensa Guard Battalion will soon carry out a new mission, the defense of the city wall section will be handed over to the City Defense Recruitment Battalion in the afternoon, and the treatment room will also be closed before the afternoon. Serdek had no choice but to ask the injured guards, who had not yet had time to receive treatment, to go to the Vazimra City Field Hospital for treatment. He then took advantage of this time to thoroughly clean the treatment room, wipe the blood on the floor, and put the pieces together. All the wooden boxes that made up the bed were pushed down to the corners, and the water gathering technique rune board hanging on the wall was taken back. The treatment room, which had once again become a warehouse, suddenly seemed empty, but there was still a faint smell of blood in the air that could not be dissipated. The ceremony of signing a magic contract is very simple. You only need to write the regulations agreed by both parties on the magic contract scroll, and sign or stamp the scroll to take effect. In this way, the Nanai indigenous warrior Andrew and the half-elf archer Samira became followers of Serdek, and their external identities were members of the deserted land security team of the Paglos Mountains of the Helensa guard camp. The Hell Dogs were restrained by Bena's heavy cavalry on the battlefield outside the city gate. There was no more energy left to attack the city, and the city wall seemed very quiet. Serdek put away the 2 magic contract scrolls and decided to fulfill his promise. He left the archer Samira and asked the indigenous warrior Andrew to wait outside the warehouse for a while. When 72 yellow gold coins were piled neatly on the square table, Samira could not take her eyes off the gold coins. She sat at the table, counted the gold coins again very carefully, and then carefully put the gold coins into a cloth bag. Inside, he raised his delicate face and looked at Soldak with a pair of light red eyes. Soldak stood opposite Samira, nodded to her and said, "I can only give you half a day. You must return to the team before the guard battalion is handed over in the afternoon." Samira nodded. She didn't seem to like talking. Maybe her sweet voice didn't match her cold temperament, so she tried to avoid speaking. She stood up and walked outside. When she was about to reach the warehouse, Soldak called out again, "Samira, wait a minute." The half-elf archer turned around in confusion. The warehouse door had been pushed open by Samira. The sunlight from outside came in and shone on her long legs. The dazzling light made her legs look thin and long. Serdek took out a set of salamander leather armor from his magic waist bag and piled it on the wooden table. The dark red Warcraft leather looked extra dazzling. He reached out and patted the leather armor twice and said, "This set of leather armor is for your use temporarily. It may not fit a little. You can go to the leather shop to change the size later." "Oh." Samira agreed and walked back, picking up the salamander leather armor on the table. She did not avoid Serdek and directly pulled off the tattered cloak on her body, revealing her upper body covered with linen bandages. She was slender and tall, with a well-proportioned frame, and stood up straight. He was only half a head shorter than Serdek, and his only shortcoming was his flat chest. Wearing the salamander leather armor on her body, the size was quite suitable. Only the shoulder pads and breastplate were a little looser, even though the buckles and straps were tightened. It was not too close to the body. She was too thin. She is the kind of person who doesn't like to show her emotions. But at this moment Samira's eyes are full of light, and it can be seen that she likes this earth-red leather armor very much. Standing in front of the square table, Samira straightened her short hair and looked at Soldak with her light red eyes, seemingly asking Soldak, "Is there anything else?" Serdek scratched his head with his hands and thought, since he gave away a set of expensive salamander leather armor, there is no shortage of a woolen cloak. So he took out a light brown hooded jacket from the magic waist bag. The cloak was handed to her to prevent her from putting the torn linen cloak back on herself again. Samira took over the brand new cloak, not caring that the hem was a bit long, and put it on her body happily, and skillfully used the hood to cover her face with a strong elf style. She didn't want to throw away the linen cloak, rolled it up into a ball, held it in her hand, and strode out of the treatment room. Across the street at the foot of the city wall, a group of children squatted under a taro tree. When they saw Samira coming out of the treatment room, they swarmed around her and surrounded her in the direction of the orphanage. Somewhat sad, they knew that Samira had found a suitable price to sell herself this time, and would leave the Maka Plain soon. Maybe you can come back alive. Maybe you can't. Just like the others, you will never hear anything from them after they leave. Samira left the warehouse, and then Andrew walked in. There were only 22 gold coins on the table. Serdek signed a 3-year contract with the indigenous warriors, so he received less gold coins. But in fact it was more free. Seeing so many gold coins on the square table, the Nanai indigenous warrior's Adam's apple twitched slightly. He reached out and picked up a gold coin, put it in his mouth and took a bite, and then wiped off the gold coin with satisfaction. Drooling, he gathered the gold coins on the table into his hands, and said to Soldak with a nice smile, "This is the first time I have seen so many gold coins. This thing is hard currency in Guatemala City. If you change it to cassava, the flour and chestnut flour should be enough to last at home for a long time. How much salary do you receive per month in the City Defense Army?" Serdek looked at the big man in front of him and asked curiously. I'm afraid he still doesn't know what it means to him to realize the berserker soul. Andrew thought about it seriously and answered honestly. 25 silver coins. But before the vicious dogs of H.L. sieged the city, the job was very easy. It also provided for lunch. Only those with good physical fitness and settled here for 10 years could only the above-mentioned indigenous residents are eligible to apply to join the city defense guards. Unfortunately, I was injured too seriously this time. The defense chief above thought that even if I fully recovered from my injuries, I would lose my fighting ability and would not be able to stay in the city defense guards. So I thought of it. Try your luck at the airport terminal. Recently, the airport's airships are almost full at the terminal, and there are employers everywhere hiring coolies to carry bags.
Soldak didn't know what the consumption level of Guatemala City was before. Whether 22 gold coins could allow Andrew's family to live well in the city for 3 years. Hearing what Andrew said, it should be possible after careful calculation.
There is not a shortage of supplies in Guatemala City now. Right.
He was worried that the war would raise prices, especially food prices. So he asked Andrew again. Andrew waved his hand confidently and said to Soldak,
Guatemala City is a transit point for supplies in the Maca Plain. There are almost 10 magic airships loaded with supplies leaving the port at the airport terminal every day. The city must be there is no shortage of supplies. During this period, all the supplies were transported from Bina province. When we defeat the Hell Dogs and resources from other areas of the Maca Plain are continuously transported to Bazimra. You know how rich our place is. I'll see you later,
Soldak said to Andrew. Before leaving, Serdak gave the full cover metal armor that the guard camp originally issued to him to the Nanai indigenous warriors. Although this armor was a bit small for the tall indigenous warriors, it was tight on the body. Yes, but the standard armor of the guard camp was designed with universal sizes in mind from the beginning. So the adjustment straps of each part were maximized, and it could barely be worn. Andrew seemed to be in love with this set of metal armor. Like Samira, Serdak only gave Andrew half a day, asking him to return here before the handover of the guard camp in the afternoon. During this afternoon, Serdak also had the rare opportunity of standing at the top of the city wearing structural armor, watching the battle below the city while chatting with Carl. As a large number of reinforcements from Bina province arrived at Guatemala City, the balance of victory began to tilt towards the side of the Bina army. But tens of thousands of L dogs still surrounded Guatemala City, and the people outside the city gate on the main battlefield. Nearly 1,000 heavy cavalry were like 2 giant iron plows. They had plowed the land at the city gate countless times. The corpses of the L dogs were piled up like a hill. But those L dogs still rushing towards the heavy cavalry one after another. Even if the vicious dog's fangs cannot bite through the armor of the heavy cavalry, the ankles of the war horses, the abdomen that cannot be covered by the armor, and the weak points at the joints of the heavy armor have become the main attack targets of these L dogs. Even if the heavy cavalry follows behind, the heavy armored infantry regiment can still cause huge casualties to the heavy cavalry regiment after a battle. It is said that the whereabouts of the L dogs that have been discovered in other areas of the Maca Plain are just small groups of L dogs roaming around the plain. They harass villages and small towns, but will not easily sneak into other cities. Even so, the hellhounds still cause great panic to other areas of the Maca Plain. When people wanted to flee to the central city of Guatemala, they discovered that the city had been surrounded by the Hell Dog Legion half a month ago. The panic about the Hell Warcraft began to spread in Maca. Spread on the surface. That's why the War Command can't wait to expand the victory and push the battlefield outside the city, so as to maximize the combat effectiveness of the reinforcements in Guatemala City. Currently, the war resources consumed by Guatemala City every day alone are an astronomical sum. Only by expanding the results as quickly as possible can this part of the loss be replenished. Under the city wall, the new regiment of the City Defense Army has been assembled. They are just waiting for the time to board the city top and hand over the defense with the Helensa guard camp. During this period of time, the reputation of the Helensa guard camp in Guatemala City was pretty good. There were the least problems with city wall defense. Moreover, many people in the City Defense Army knew that there was a great knight in the Helensa guard camp. He had very superb first aid skills. He has saved many people in the past few days, and he does not discriminate against indigenous soldiers. You must know that most of the city defense troops are local indigenous fighters, and everyone is particularly concerned about this kind of thing. During the handover of defense, when every knight of the Helensa guard camp walked down the city, almost every knight clenched their fists and bumped fists with the new recruits of the City Defense Army as they walked down. That kind of atmosphere could easily turn the knights away. The fighting spirit is burning, as if the knights of the Helensa guard camp have left some honor and spirit here, and the ones guarding these are the new troops of the City Defense Army. Of course, the so-called new army is not entirely new soldiers. There are at least 4 layers of veterans in the city defense. The knights of the guard camp have begun to line up under the city, preparing to return to the camp to rest. Tomorrow, the Helensa guard camp will leave the city. And tonight, they will make final preparations before the war.
Well, I guess they might not come. When looking for team members, it is more reliable to select graduates from the Helensa Knight Academy.
Carl walked to Serdak's side, showing a look of gloating on his face. The other squadrons of the guard battalion have already set off, and the support squadron falls at the rear of the large guard battalion. But Soldak still hadn't waited for Andrew and Samira. Soldak turned his head and looked at the setting sun, preparing to return to the station with Carl. At this moment, the half-elf archer came out from behind a tyro tree on the street and stared at Soldak with a cold face. Andrew, an indigenous warrior of the Nanai tribe, carried a big axe and wore the full-coverage armor of the Helensa guard camp, panting and running over from a distance. Soldak smiled proudly at Carl and said,
"It's not too late for them to come."
I originally thought that the temporary location of the Helensa guard camp in Wazimra city would be located in a large hotel or a large opera house or a gladiatorial building. However, I didn't expect that the temporary location of the Helensa guard camp would be at a crossroads in the city. In the square, the entire square was occupied by a vast group of white military tents, so that the 500 knights from the Helensa guard camp only occupied a corner of the square. There are also guard battalion knights from Constantinople and Persidi in this square. The 3 parties together have more than 1,500 knights and more than 70 construct knights. In fact, on the way back to the station, Serdak discovered that many regiments were temporarily stationed on the street. He knew that the city's current population seemed to be saturated, although the battlefield outside the city had not yet fully opened up. The clarion call for a major counterattack has begun from the headquarters. During dinner, the indigenous warrior Andrew was so full of praise for the marching rations in Helensa city that the other knights in the guard camp thought they were not eating the same kind of food. Samira was also sitting quietly in the tent holding a wooden bowl, stuttering with gusto. Soldak tasted it again, and it was still the same disgusting paste with a salty taste. When I was in the Moiling camp, I almost vomited after eating this kind of food. Now eating this kind of food is really a kind of torture. As a captain-level knight in the guard camp, Serdak has an independent marching tent, so Andrew and Samira arranged to stay in their own tent, which was spacious enough anyway. The only trouble was that they didn't have sleeping bags. So Soldak had to find Carl again, who came forward to get 2 military blankets from the guard camp. In the evening, the Helensa Guard Battalion made a post-war summary. Viscount Emmett personally praised everyone for this city defense mission. The Helensa Guard Battalion was nominated and commended by the headquarters, Marquis Luther. This time it will be of great help to Viscount Emmett in his future title promotion. And it will also make Viscount Emmett feel proud among the many guard battalion captains. When the trophies were being counted, Serdak unexpectedly harvested the largest amount of trophies in the guard camp, including 2 wooden boxes of H.L. dog heads. Chapter 439 Breakout Battle. As night approached, a large number of cavalry returned from outside the city. As we passed through Central Street, the rumble of horse hooves made the entire square tremble. The howls of H.L. dogs could be heard constantly outside the city, as if indicating that tonight would not be too peaceful. It was dark, and 2 boxes of H.L. dog heads were placed at the door of the tent, exuding a stinky smell. The rest of the knights in the guard camp have already handed over the heads of the H.L. dogs to the military. The guard camp only made some quantitative statistics on the heads of the H.L. dogs. Few people like Serdak asked to capture all the heads of the H.L. dogs. Real hair. Carl told Soldak. This means that Viscount Emmett serves as the commander. If Captain Sauron serves as the commander of the guard battalion, he will never be able to do such a thing. He actually asked the chief officer to remove all the heads of the evil dogs. This request is simply too weird. There is no black magic crystal in the heads of the evil dogs of H.L. What else can they be used for except in exchange for military merit? Of course, regardless of whether Carl could understand it or not, these 2 large boxes of vicious dog heads were properly placed in front of Soldak.
Vicious dog heads are not very valuable on the black market now.
Samira sat at the door of the tent holding her knees with one hand, her right arm hanging weakly, not daring to use force no matter what she did. And she didn't know what she was doing when she was fighting. How to draw the bowstring with this arm. Serdak was squatting next to the wooden box, pinching his nose, and counting the number of vicious dog heads. There were 24 in total, which were packed in 2 wooden boxes, with 2 layers on top and bottom. with 6 vicious dogs squeezed tightly on each layer. Heads. He didn't even expect that he had killed so many H.L. dogs on the city wall. I wanted to move all the vicious dog heads into the tent. But after thinking about it, I decided not to. It was too smelly. The climate in Guatemala City is warm and humid. And the surrounding jungle is dense. So there are many mosquitoes and flies. Even if you spray mosquito repellent, it's pink. But there are still many poisonous mosquitoes gathering around. He swatted away the mosquitoes surrounding his face, and asked the half-elf archer curiously,
"Can you buy this thing on the black market?"
Then he thought that the guard camp was about to leave the city to perform a mission. And it was estimated that a battle with the H.L. dogs would be inevitable. Therefore, he suppressed the idea of going to make a big purchase on the black market. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and said,
"Forget it. I may gain more from this trip out of the city."
Andrew was sitting aside, polishing a rusty double-edged axe with a whetstone, when he saw the vicious dog heads in the wooden box. He couldn't help but ask,
"Captain, aren't these vicious dog heads in exchange for military merit?"
"How did you get them all back?"
Soldak took out 2 H.L. dog heads with dried blood from the wooden box, waved them in his hands and said,
"Well, you will know later."
Surdak took out 4 pottery bowls in the tent, then lit the blue fire and prepared the things needed for the sacrificial ceremony in advance. Then he got out of the tent and sat at the door of the tent. There was a faint blue light inside, which reflected on Samira's face hidden under the hood, making the outline of her face vaguely visible. Soldak said to Andrew,
"Andrew, do you know how to use the power in your body?"
"Captain,
didn't you say that the berserker soul in my body is just a seed? Then wouldn't it be better to wait quietly for it to grow? I mean, you need to master your own power. You have to try to feel the original power in your own spiritual consciousness. Get close to it and master it. Just like this."
As he said that, a 2-faced and 4-armed demon god appeared behind Surdak, the shadow of the statue. This phantom of the demon god is not too tall. It exudes a faint light in the dim night. Only when you get closer can you see the outline of the phantom clearly. However, in this military camp, it still attracted the attention of many knights around. After all, nearly 1,500 guard battalion soldiers from 3 different places are stationed in the square. Many experienced knights know that this is the power released by the first-turn warrior, and they are just curious about who is doing this. In fact, this demon god's shadow is not Serdak's power, but the demon god's projection that appeared in front of the altar after he started the sacrificial ceremony. The 2 H.L. dog heads were placed in the center of the altar in the tent. Surdak silently recited the prayers of the sacrificial ceremony in his heart and sacrificed the 2 evil dog heads to the demon god. All he saw was the face of the demon god that belonged to the god. Soldak opened his eyes in front of him, and a beam of light full of divine aura fell on Andrew, letting him bathe in it, and the blessed body fell on him. Then another beam of light fell on the body of the half-elf archer Samira, which was also the blessed body. Both of them are injured, and only the blessing power of the blessed body can make their injuries heal quickly, especially the hidden injury on the half-elf archer Samira's arm. If she overdraws her arm like this, due to the strength, even if her arm was bound by a bandage, it would probably explode in the battle and be completely destroyed. Then 2 more lights fell on Surdak. He was preparing for tomorrow's battle. After a while, the phantom of the demon behind him gradually faded and slowly disappeared into the dark night. "Like this?" Andrew asked with a blank look on his face, looking at the dark night behind Soldak. "Yes, that's it." After saying this, Soldak turned around and got into the tent, put the pottery bowl burning with blue flames into the magic waste bag, walked out of the tent again, and then began to teach Andrew how to master the power of Shur. Soldak said to Andrew, "Carefully feel the power in your body, and guide it to become what you imagine." Andrew closed his eyes, and a faint bloody line appeared behind him, like an invisible paintbrush constantly outlining magic lines. The eye of a blood wolf gradually appeared behind the Nanai indigenous warrior. The eye became more and more real, and then the outline of the blood wolf appeared. When Andrew opened his eyes again, there was a violent look in his eyes. Breath. Surdak was also stunned at this time. Unexpectedly, just by saying a few words, Andrew actually realized the situation. For a time, no one knew how many knights in the square saw this scene. In the early morning, amid the sound of trumpets, the heavy cavalry gathered at the city gate lined up to fight again. Then, a charge formation was quickly set up on the battlefield filled with corpses outside the city, and a new round of charge was launched against the H.L. dogs who had surrounded Guatemala City. The heavy cavalry on the battlefield was like a torrent of steel,
Some H.L. dogs had no time to retreat before being trampled by the cavalry until their bones were broken. The knights used their long spears to push away the evil dogs in front of them, and quickly plowed a gap in the group of evil dogs. Some of the H.L. dogs who had no time to escape turned and pounced on the heavy cavalry, and the heavy cavalry in front was hung with the several H.L. dogs, and several more from behind pounced on them, and finally dragged the heavy cavalry at the front off their horses. The heavy cavalry who fell on the ground was instantly torn apart by the H.L. dogs as they joined the group of dogs. The iron cavalry stepped over, and the H.L. dogs struggled under the horses' hooves, biting back and wailing. A heavy armored infantry regiment followed the heavy cavalry and quickly occupied the rear battlefield. There were 2 shield formations on the left and right sides of the entrance to Guatemala City. Hundreds of longbowmen stood at the top of the city, facing the hell dogs. Rounds of arrows were fired from the group, and countless H.L. dogs fell down after being struck by arrows. The heavy cavalry advanced again, while the shield warriors of the heavy armored infantry regiment held their shields and spread them outwards, forcibly opening a passage nearly 50 meters wide and extending outwards outside the city gate. At this time, the city defense, the commanding officer rode a horse and cleared the passage from the square station to the city gate. The Knights of the Plex City Guard Battalion entered the main street first. Amid the cheers of the citizens on both sides of the street, they quickly passed through the city gate and entered the battlefield. The Knights of Pulix quickly passed through the city gate with neat steps, followed by the Knights of the Helensa Guard Camp led by Viscount Emmett. Serdek was sandwiched among the Knights of the Guard Camp, and Sammy R.A. and Andrew followed Serdek. And behind the Guard Battalion of Helensa were 500 Knights of the Guard Battalion of Constantinople. These 3 guard battalions were organized into a combat regiment and had to perform tasks together after leaving the city. Marquis Luther rode a black-scaled horse and stood beside the suspension bridge outside the city, watching the knights from the guard camp quickly pass by the suspension bridge and enter the battlefield. Earl Collins, commander of the Guard Battalion in Plex City, and Cyrus S., commander of the Guard Battalion in Constantinople, Viscount Owen and Viscount Emmett, commander of the Helensa City Guard Battalion, stood in front of Marquis Luther. Their faces were a little solemn. The 3 commanders knew that after this breakout, the 3 guard battalions would be completely trapped, the point of being isolated and helpless. In the following period, if the Beta Legion on the main battlefield can gain an overwhelming advantage, the lives of these teams outside Guatemala City will be easier. Otherwise, they will not receive any support from Guatemala City. Marquis Luther jumped off his horse, wearing a magic pattern armor, patted the shoulders of the 3 commanders one by one, and said in a solemn tone, "Hurry through this passage. The H.L. dogs will launch a counterattack at any time. Once here, if the passage is blocked, your 3 teams will be completely broken up, and I don't know how difficult it will be to get back together. After leaving the city, occupy the small town of Meijin as planned as soon as possible. Be careful not to be entangled by the H.L. dogs outside the city when marching. Once you are in danger, launch a magic rescue flare. We will arrange a magician group and a magic airship to reinforce you. If necessary, you can retreat on the magic airship, but only if you can hold on until then. I'll reiterate again. You are not going out to clear out the hell dogs that besiege the city. Don't fight too much with the hell dogs here. Once you are held up by them, you will be unable to move even an inch. What I need you to do is to explore Area 3. We need to find the H.L. passage hidden in the dense forest. Only by finding the passage can we find a way to completely cut off the supply line of the H.L. dogs. And only then can we have enough energy to deal with the H.L. monsters left on the Maka Plain. Yes, Marquis Luther." The 3 commanders straightened their backs. "Hurry up." Duke Luther got on his horse and shouted loudly. On the frontal battlefield, the hellhounds blocked by the heavy armored infantry regiment's shield wall began to reorganize. A wave of attacks hit the weak infantry shield wall. Those huge hellhounds could cross the shield wall with a single leap. But at the moment they jumped up, the infantry soldier holding a long gun supported the back of the gun on the ground. The tip of the gun was aimed at the belly of the H.L. dog. He faced the H.L. dog that rushed forward and smashed them like candied haws on a stick, stringed together. The heavy armored infantry holding shields were constantly hit by the H.L. dogs, and the shield wall continued to appear in waves. It seemed that the shield wall might collapse at any time. As for the heavy cavalry that rushed forward to attack the hell dog camp, some of them were constantly knocked down by several hell dogs. As long as they fell off their horses, there was no hope of surviving.
It was probably the first time for the 3 knights in the guard camp to see such a tragic scene, and everyone's breathing became heavy. The knights of the Per City Guard Battalion who followed the heavy cavalry held the standard repeating crossbows on their backs in their hands, and fired dense crossbow arrows one after another, immediately knocking down a large number of the HL dogs that rushed up from the flanks. But still the knights of Pulix failed to replace their crossbows. As the commander of the Pulix City Guard Battalion, Earl Collins shouted in the team, "Put away the crossbows. All knights hold swords and shields." Collins pulled out the sword from his waist, raised it high in the air, and shouted loudly, "Ignore those HL dogs. Follow the heavy cavalry in front. Follow my footsteps. We will rush out in one breath." The knights of Pulix City under his command were somewhat incomprehensible, but they still followed the commander's orders, put away the standard repeating crossbows in their hands, and ran as fast as they could. Soldiers from the infantry regiment holding heavy shields quickly came up on the flanks, forming 2 narrow shield wall passages outside the city of Wazimra. All the knights of the guard battalion kept rushing forward in the passage formed by the shield walls, feeling that the knights from the Per City Guard camp were constantly accelerating while running. The formation of the knights from the Helensa Guard camp, who were following them, was a little loose when they ran. Viscount Emmett conveyed orders to the other 3 captains in the team. Each squadron maintains its formation. Please do not spread out. Please keep the conscript knights of each squadron guarding the periphery of the team. The commander of Constantinople, Viscount Owen, who followed closely behind, kept warning his knights. Everyone, follow the knights of the Helensa Guard Battalion in front. Don't fall behind. Those who fall behind don't count on us. I can still rush back to save you. But that's just a dream. Anyone who turns around will end up dead. In such a tense and thrilling atmosphere, the heavy cavalry rushing at the front finally completely penetrated the Hell Dog camp on the battlefield. The vision in front of them suddenly opened up to a lush, dense forest. Appear before your eyes. The heavy cavalrymen who suffered heavy casualties finally stopped and killed the HL dogs that were biting their horses. The shield warriors of the heavy armored infantry regiment also stopped setting up the shield wall. They only protected the heavy cavalry from the flanks and made way for a passage. The knights of the 3 guard battalions, led by their respective commanders, did not stop either, meaning, quickly rushed into the dense forest. The heavy cavalry saw that nearly 1,500 knights from the guard camp had completely left the battlefield. Then they raised their knight spears again, organized a charge formation, and plowed towards the city gate again. The heavy armored infantry regiment formed on the battlefield. The shield wall has been completely torn apart by the hellhounds. A group of horse archers rushed out of the city and continued to hunt the HL dogs on the battlefield, trying to provide the strongest support to the shield warriors who were surrounded by the HL dogs. However, on the battlefield where flesh and blood were everywhere, every second soldiers kept falling. Although there are sporadic HL dogs in the dense forest, they are no longer able to cause any effective obstruction to the 3 well-equipped guard battalions. However, the hellhounds that were chasing after them from the main battlefield were held back by the heavy armored infantry regiment. The hellhounds could only watch helplessly as the Imperial Knights rushed into the dense forest. At the same time, 6 magic airships filled with knights from the guard camp floated into the sky at the Wazimra City Airport Terminal. These guard camp knights will rush to explore 2 other areas suspected of having HL passages. Chapter 440 Jungle War. The mountains of the Maka Plain are covered with large dense forests. 1,500 knights from the guard camp entered the dense forest. They were led by 3 local guides who were familiar with this area and followed a mountain road in the jungle towards Meijin, which is 30 kilometers away. Heading into town, the small town of Meijin was captured by a large number of HL dogs half a month ago. Only a small number of residents managed to escape to Wazimala City under the protection of the local nobles' private armed forces. Now there are a large number of HL dogs surrounding the small town of Meijin. The evil dog and the magician investigation team suspected that there might be a HL passage or a devil's gate in the area around the town of Meijin. So 3 city guard battalion knights rushed to the town to investigate the situation here. The vegetation in the forest is dense, with countless vines hanging from the branches. The moist forest is covered with moss, and there is a layer of green everywhere, which is wet and slippery. The knights from the Pulak City Guard Battalion who were walking at the front followed the guides and kept widening the forest road with machetes. Traces of HL dogs can be seen everywhere in the jungle. These HL dogs are not afraid of human knights. When they find the guard camp knights passing by in the jungle, they will immediately flee deep into the forest. Of course,
These H.L. dogs, they would not go too far. They found that these guard camp knights would not catch up, and actually followed the guard camp knights all the way. These H.L. dogs quickly grew from a few at the beginning to dozens. When more and more hellhounds gathered behind the team, the hellhounds were no longer afraid of the guard camp knights. They began to try to harass the knights of the Constantinople guard camp from behind. As long as the knights of Constantinople stopped and raised their shields as if to attack, the nearly 100 H.L. dogs following the knights would quickly dived into the jungle and disappeared in the blink of an eye, in order to pass through the jungle as quickly as possible and reach the intended destination. The three commanders asked the knights of the guard battalion to keep moving forward at a fast pace. They discussed it again on the way and decided to start from Plex, Helensa, and Constantinople. Nearly 50 construct knights were dispatched from the guard camp, and the construct knights gathered at the back of the team, waiting for the opportunity to deal with the group of H.L. dogs following the team in one fell swoop. Soldak was also selected by Viscount Emmett to join the team of constructing knights. With his back against the humid towering trees, Serdek held his breath and stared at the bushes in front of him. The moss on the bark exudes a faint fishy smell. The moss is covered with a layer of yellow flowers the size of rice grains. They are both withered and blooming, just like the fine yellow spots on the moss. This moss is rich in oil, which is dry when exposed to the sun, lighted after drying to repel mosquitoes. 50 construct knights are distributed in this dense forest, waiting for the H.L. dogs behind to get to them. Serdek felt that hunting hell dogs did not need to be so bloody. Although the craftsman's sword was a type of heavy sword, the sword was heavy enough. If it hit the hell dog's body, no matter how hard the bones were, it would be broken. But it is not sharp enough. Unless it hits the head of the vicious dog, it is difficult to kill it with one blow. He inserted the craftsman's sword into the scabbard and took out the sharper blood-red crescent moon from the magic waste bag. As long as the power of holy light is not poured into the blade, the wounds cut by this knife will not have a strong healing effect. The construct knight beside him looked at the blood-red crescent in Soldak's hand with some envy. Serdak smiled politely at him. At this time, the bushes in front of the two people suddenly trembled, and a huge H.Loun suddenly came out of the bushes with dead branches and leaves on its head. It was only when it noticed the towering tree in front of it. The pupils covered with turbid purple lines shrank suddenly, and for a moment it suddenly felt the dangerous aura, and immediately fled into the dense grass next to it. The huge body suddenly changed direction. Its front paws and hind paws shrank together, splashing a pile of dirt on the ground. Before its body could escape, the H.L. dog behind it had already rushed out, and the two H.Louns almost collided with each other. The body of the construct knight beside him reacted as fast as a cheetah, and suddenly the shadow of a king of war appeared behind him, and the shadow disappeared in a flash. He leaned out half of his body from behind the tree, holding a spear in his hand, and thrust it out from behind the giant tree, accurately piercing a H.L. dog. The H.L. dog was firmly nailed to the ground. The construct knight did not hesitate, strode forward, and punched the jaw of another H.L. dog that followed him. Then he took the opportunity to pull out the spear stuck on the ground again. The H.L. dog was pierced through the abdomen by a shot, but it did not die immediately. He lay on the ground and bit back the thigh of the construct knight. The construct knight he swung the big iron gun in his hand, and hit the H.L. dog's head with a heavy black iron gun head, causing a bone-crushing explosion. The construct knights, who can be sent into the ambush team, are obviously the elites of the 3 guard battalions. At the same time, similar battles broke out elsewhere in the forest. Hundreds of H.L. dogs appeared in the forest, but there were only nearly 20 construct knights standing in front of them. Another 30 construct knights surrounded them from both wings, forming a left and right flank attack on these H.L. dogs. Potential. Serdek also followed the knight with a gun. He had a light blue halo of power under his feet. When he saw 3 H.L. dogs jumping out of the grass, he carried the dwarf without any hesitation. The chain shield rushed forward, swung the shield in his hand, and hit it accurately on the open bloody mouth of a H.L. dog. The blood-red crescent moon in his hand stabbed out from diagonally downwards very smoothly, following the H.L. dog. The gap between the neck pierced into the heart, and the H.L. dog let out a miserable cry, rolled around on the ground, and then died in constant twitching. Seeing the 2 H.L. dogs from behind rushing towards him, one silently bit into Soldak's lower abdomen, while the other H.L. dog had already put its claws on his shoulders and opened its mouth to bite his throat. He moved his body half a step to the right, and used the dwarf chain shield in his hand to block the H.L.
L-Dog biting his throat. The canine teeth gnawed on the solid shield. And a handful of sparks suddenly exploded and made a harsh sound. His body twisted half a circle in the air in an incredible posture. And his right knee suddenly lifted up, slamming into the jaw of another L-Dog that attacked his lower abdomen. The Earth Shield magic pattern constructed armor, it was originally a full coverage armor, with iron spikes on each joint that were not too protruding. Almost as soon as it was attached to the lower jaw of the L-Dog, the head of the L-Dog suddenly folded upwards, and its neck bones, the sound of cracking could be heard clearly. Serdek held the blood-red crescent moon in his backhand and chopped off the head of the L-Dog, biting his throat with one sword. A series of combos were completed almost smoothly. By the time Soldak regained his footing, the three L-Dogs had already fallen to the ground. The knight next to him, who had always envied the blood-red crescent in his hand, gave him a thumbs up. The two of them cooperated for the first time and quickly killed 5 L-Dogs, then covered each other and rushed to another bush. There were more than a dozen L-Dogs surrounding the three knights, and they were fighting inextricably for a while. Construct knights have a great advantage in terms of strength and speed when facing these L-Dogs. The magic pattern structure itself is strong enough. Even if several L-Dogs attack a construct knight at the same time, it will be difficult to expose them for a moment. A defeated image. The constructed knights in the guard camp are also extremely experienced in combat. When they fight, they always like to have the shadow of power appear behind them at the moment of the explosion, in order to enhance the explosive power of the attack. This little fighting skill greatly improves the explosive power of the attack. The use of potential has been greatly increased among this group of guard camp knights. Serdek is not the only one who has mastered the knight's aura. Among them, there is a peak-level knight with a defensive aura under his feet. He is clearly wearing a set of leather armor with magic patterns. The L-Dogs just couldn't bite through his armor. As soon as the battle broke out, these L-Dogs were defeated. Only a dozen L-Dogs escaped from the attack of a group of knights. The corpses of L-Dogs were scattered all over the forest. Only a few knights were slightly injured in the battle. Serdek is not only well known in the Helensa guard camp, but his continuous treatment of injured city guards in the past few days has spread to the ears of the knights in the guard camp. At this time, of course, he couldn't hide behind others. He simply stood up and quickly treated the wounds of the injured construct knight. The saliva of the L-Dogs contains some highly corrosive toxins. The wounds bitten by the L-Dogs are difficult to heal on their own. Only the toxins in the wounds can be treated cleanly. So Serdek hand holding the blood-red crescent. The holy light emitted a silvery glow through the scimitar. Serdek skillfully scraped off the rotten flesh from the wound, and then wrapped it with a hemostatic bandage. I didn't see him using holy light for treatment, but I saw that the wounds of the injured construct knights had healed quickly. When the construct knights of Serdek's ambush team caught up with the large army in front, they discovered that the 3 guard battalion teams were surrounded by a large group of L-Dogs in a forest clearing. A group of knights wearing full heavy armor used knights' light shields to form a simple shield wall in the outer circle. Relying on this shield wall, other guard battalion knights were engaged in a melee with hundreds of L-Dogs in front of them. The surrounding dense forest L-Dogs kept coming out and joining the battle. The knights in the guard camp have sophisticated equipment and are not afraid of these L-Dogs when they form a defensive formation. However, knights are still constantly injured in the melee. Some knights were even careless and had their hands and feet bitten by several L-Dogs at the same time. After being dragged into the group of dogs by the vicious dogs, they would be completely torn apart in a short time. These L-Dogs were extremely ferocious, and they were almost not afraid of the weapons in the hands of the knights. Sword and shield. All attacks and bites are lose-lose tactics. Even if you are stabbed by the sword, you also have to bite the knights. This kind of battle is extremely brutal. If it weren't for the shield wall composed of light shields, and several captain-level construct knights, who would always appear in time to rescue the knights in crisis, I'm afraid the casualties in this battle would still be high, rising exponentially. Carl was left in the group by Viscount Emmett. At this time, relying on the magic pattern structure on his body, he stood in front of a group of knights and fought hand-to-hand with 2 L-Dogs. The indigenous warrior Andrew stood side by side, with Carl holding a big axe in his hand, fighting against the L-Dogs rushing up from the front. The outline of the ferocious wolf emerged behind him. The indigenous warrior activated his momentum, and his strength has been raised to the limit. When the 50 construct knights from the ambush team came back,
The situation on the battlefield changed instantly. These construct knights are all captain-level officers of each guard battalion. When they saw the brigade being besieged by vicious dogs, they no longer retained their strength like they did in the ambush battle, and showed off their powers, one after another. These powers appeared to be varied, although most of them are phantoms of knights riding on horses holding swords and shields, and some are phantoms of swordsmen holding big swords in both hands. The most eye-catching ones are the phantoms of angels with their hands clasped in front of their chests. And some are simply a sword or a shield. There were at least a dozen construct knights with knight auras. Serdek only felt that his body was affected by these auras. Both his strength and speed were instantly increased. A group of construct knights appeared and immediately turned the battle situation around. The large guard battalion also instantly blew the counterattack horn. Serdek rushed to Karl's side almost immediately. The blood-red crescent in his hand pierced the two H.L. dogs that were biting Karl's shield at the same time. The dwarf chain shield in his other hand was thrown out smoothly. Go and hit the H.L. dog in front of the indigenous warrior Andrew. The heavy shield suddenly made the H.L. dog's waist dwarfed, and half of his body was almost lying on the ground. The indigenous warrior Andrew had rich fighting experience. Of course he would not miss this opportunity. The giant axe in his hand fell down and chopped off the head of the H.L. dog. A H.L. dog that was almost half larger than other H.L. dogs suddenly rushed in front of Soldek. Its back was covered with hard and exaggerated manes, and its body was not exposed to magma magic patterns. The skin was instead a layer of glossy black fur. A pair of eyes filled with purple magic patterns. And the head was actually larger than the head of a one-horned bison. This giant H.L. probably weighed at least 1,000 pounds. Hot fire came out of its throat, and its huge head bit straight into Serdek's head. Serdek had no time to withdraw the thrown dwarf chain shield, so he could only release his power immediately. And then a two-faced and four-armed demon god appeared behind him, the demon god flashing with a faint holy light. The face of the shadow god quickly stretched out his two hands and made a virtual hug, protecting Serdek in the middle. The mouth of the giant H.L. dog seemed to hit the invisible wall of air. At this moment, Serdek's body was violently shaken. The golden shadow of the two-faced and four-armed demon behind him shattered into pieces like porcelain. Seeing the giant vicious dogs, the head magnified infinitely in front of Serdek's eyes. And Andrew's roar came from the opposite side. Several feather arrows accurately shot into the eye sockets of the giant vicious dog at the same time. He only felt that the magic pattern structure on his body bloomed into an earth-yellow hexagram array, and an earth-yellow shield appeared in front of him. The giant vicious dog's head hit it immediately, and the earth shield exploded into countless rubbles, heading towards splashing around. Serdek raised the blood-red crescent in his hand and stabbed it at the giant H.L. dog's head. The blood-red scimitar penetrated the giant H.L. dog's mouth and came out from the back of the H.L. dog's head. Chapter 441 Infiltration Plan. This huge H.L., which was comparable in size to a one-horned bison, collapsed in front of Soldek. Thick purple blood spurted out from its huge mouth, pouring all over Soldek. He thrust it into his skull with all his strength. He pulled out the blood-red crescent moon in his heart, reached out, and wiped the smelly purple blood on his face. Andrew rushed over regardless of his own safety, and knocked down a H.L. dog that rushed towards him. He was relieved to see that Soldek was safe. The other H.L. dogs had been surrounded by the construct knights. The guard camp knights are well equipped. The guard camp knights in Plex City have standard repeating crossbows in their hands. 500 Plex knights fired a round of 5 rounds, with a rain of arrows. The surrounded H.L. dogs fell to the ground one after another. Some strong H.L. dogs, even though their whole bodies were stabbed like hedgehogs, as long as their vital parts were not hurt. They attacked like crazy and surrounded the construct knights. Of weaknesses, the construct knights were covered in blood and killed hundreds of H.L. dogs along the way. The battle in the glade was not over until the last 2 H.L. were firmly nailed to the big tree by the thrown spears. Karl began to carefully count the number of knights in the supporting squadron, and found that only 5 knights were slightly injured, and no one died in this encounter. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly let his knights harvest the spoils. Serdek had no time to rest at this time, and treated the wounds of the injured knights. Of course, the knights of his own team had priority. Andrew followed Serdek, and did not go to the battlefield to deal with the corpse of the H.L. dog, but helped him deal with the injured knight. Although Andrew was a big man, he was very skilled in bone setting and bandaging. With Andrew as a helper, Soldek's treatment speed has been significantly accelerated. Samira walked out of nowhere, squatted quietly next to the giant HL dog, and silently pulled out a few feather arrows from the dog's eye sockets. Several knights saw that there was a huge vicious dog corpse here that was not being dealt with. So they ran over and planned to cut off the HL dog's head first. When they saw that the HL dog's body was actually covered with dark and shiny hair, their faces were filled with disbelief. It might also be valuable to gather around this H-lound and discuss the fur of this H-lound. When they started to take out the skinning knives and prepared to peel off the shiny black fur of the HL dog, Samira suddenly jumped on the HL dog, fully drew the forest bow in her hand, and fired arrows with murderous intent, pointing far away at the guard camp knight who was about to be skinned. The knight was so frightened that he immediately dropped his skinning knife, raised his shield and rolled aside. Samira ignored the stern guard camp knight, and when she saw him leaving the giant HL dog, she put down the forest bow in her hand. The knight wanted to question Samira, but his companion next to him grabbed him and whispered a few words in his ear before giving up angrily. As soon as I treated the wound of an injured knight, I heard someone not far away shouting, "Dak! This way!" Seeing that it was Carl calling him, Soldak quickly called Andrew and walked quickly over there. Viscount Emmett and the commanders of the other 2 guard battalions gathered around. At their feet, there were 3 seriously injured people lying in the air. They were unconscious on the ground, wearing thin light leather armor, and their facial contours somewhat resembled those of the local aborigines. Surdak was slightly startled. He saw that one of the 3 seriously injured people had his chest and abdomen almost completely opened, and his intestines and stomach organs were flowing out from his abdomen. His body was already stiff. He immediately checked on the other seriously injured person. This seriously injured person was even worse. There was a huge bite mark on his lower back, as if a huge mouth had bitten the spine of his lower back from behind, and bit it off with brute force. The whole person lay in a twisted posture. The ground was also completely dead. The throat of the last seriously injured person was bitten by the HL dog, and the blood-filled Adam's apple was constantly swelling with blood bubbles. It seemed that he still had his last breath. "Can he still be saved?" Viscount Emmett asked, pointing to the seriously injured person lying on the ground. Soldak put his finger on the seriously injured person's heart. His heart had stopped beating. He shook his head and said, "The throat has been bitten off, and the heart has stopped beating. There is no way to save him." He then added, "At least I don't have the ability yet." He has seen some records about this in some ranger biographies. It is said that the high priest in the temple possesses the great resurrection technique inherited from the archangel, and the ancient Phoenix clan in a hidden plane possesses the great resurrection technique, the great nirvana resurrection technique. The HL demons also have reincarnation, and the undead tribe in the underworld also have the spiritual gathering magic. These can resurrect the dead, but he really doesn't have this ability. Viscount Emmett made a quick decision and said, "Bury the body on the spot." The war command arranged 3 local guides for this reconnaissance operation. Unexpectedly, all 3 guides died in this encounter. It would be easier to explain the heavy losses suffered by the 3 guard battalions in this encounter, but the other knights in the team were only slightly injured at most. This makes things difficult to say. In order to be able to send the 3 guard battalions out of the city of Azimra, the 7th Heavy Cavalry Regiment and the 64th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment in Bena Province have paid an extremely heavy price. If the 3 guard battalions did not go far, they would if they returned without success. It is estimated that the commanders of Viscount Emmett will inevitably be held accountable by the war headquarters. The commanders of the 3 guard battalions gathered together to discuss for a while, and then summoned the captains of each guard battalion together. Even though so many people could not come up with a good solution, the commanders could only rely on what they had in their hands. The map gropes forward. Viscount Emmett and the other 3 captains came back and said to the knights of the Helensa city guard camp, "Clean the battlefield quickly. First, find a hidden place in front to rest. Follow the map and climb over here. In the mountains, you can reach the small town of Mezu by walking along the river valley for a while." After Viscount Emmett said this, he went to deal with other things. Surdak continued to help other guard camp knights treat their wounds. The half-elf archer squatted next to Surdak and watched quietly for a long time. He hesitated to speak several times. In the end, Surdak couldn't help himself, raised his head and asked Samira, "What exactly do you want to say to me?" The half-elf archer blinked his light red eyes, puffed up his cheeks and whispered to Soldak, "Captain, that road is not easy to walk." What Samira said made Surdak think of something. Samira had been a guide in Helensa city for a while, but he didn't think about it at all just now. Thinking of it, he said,
Yes. Didn't you work as a guide in Guatemala City for a period of time? Do you know how to get to Medellin town?
Samira nodded.
How about you lead the way for everyone?
Serdek asked. Samira nodded again. Carl. Serdek shouted towards Carl, who was leading his knights to clean the battlefield. Carl came over and praised Serdek.
This giant H.L. dog is powerful enough to rival a second-level monster. I didn't expect it to be killed by you in one blow.
Serdek treated the injured knight's wound, and then asked Andrew on the side to take over the bandage. Then he stood up and pointed at the gem base on the lower abdomen of the armor. 1/3 of the complete magic crystal had melted away. He said to Carl,
This is the price. To support an earth shield, you need to burn so many magic crystals. You should be lucky to have such a set of magic patterns.
Carl's tone was slightly sour.
By the way, I called you here to tell you that Samira is also a very good local guide.
After saying this, Soldak smiled at Carl.
Ah, why didn't you tell me earlier?
Carl shouted, wanting to take Samira to Viscount Emmett. Samira took half a step back and ignored Carl. Serdek said to Samira,
Go and bring everyone to Medellin town safely.
Samira nodded slightly and followed Carl to see Viscount Emmett. After rescuing the injured knights, Serdek began to use a skinning knife to peel off the fur from the giant vicious dog bit by bit, and cut off the head. Sure enough, there was a walnut-sized magic core in the skull, and he put it all into the magic waste bag. The eye of reality was not turned on, so I couldn't find the magic pattern spirit bone. But this battle was somewhat rewarding. The knights of the guard camp walked on a rugged mountain road on the top of the cliff, and there was a river valley below the cliff. Viscount Emmett and Carl stood on a boulder. From a high position, they could see that the valley was full of H.L. dogs. Some of the small beasts that came to the river to drink water almost died under the claws of the H.L. dogs wandering here. Teams of H.L. dogs continued to march along the river valley towards Guatemala City. It was impossible to count how many H.L. dogs there were in this long team. Several giant H.Lounds kept standing outside the team, roaring at the H.Lounds in the team, forcing them to maintain their current formation. When the knights saw this scene, they could feel the tremendous pressure coming towards them. As the reinforcements arrived in Guatemala City, the hell dogs in the outer city began to calm down. Everyone thought that the war had finally ushered in a turning point, and the headquarters would soon launch a large-scale counterattack. But now we see a steady stream of as the H.L. dogs rush towards Guatemala City. The confidence that had just emerged in the hearts of the knights burst like a bubble at this moment. In order to avoid being discovered by the H.L. dogs wandering in the jungle, 10 knights walked in front. When they met the lone H.L. dogs, they did not give them any chance to escape and threw their spears to kill them. Kill quickly. In this way, the team climbed over a mountain ridge along the steep rock wall. A small town suddenly appeared at the intersection of 2 mountain ridges and a river. However, there were a large number of H.L. dogs surrounding this small town. The whole town looked like it looks lifeless when you go up there. After digging through the grass, Carl saw thousands of H.L. dogs surrounding the town. He couldn't help but frown and said to Soldak,
Is the town of Medellin ahead? Why are there so many? Hellhound?
Serdek lay beside him obediently and shook his head. Carl retreated from the grass, leaned over to Viscount Emmett, and asked Viscount Emmett,
What are we going to do next? Rush up and kill these H.L. dogs?
Viscount Emmett shook his head and said to Carl with a solemn expression,
By the way to sneak in and check if there is a passage to H.L. inside. We must figure out where these H.L. dogs come from as soon as possible.
He did not expect that there would be so many H.L. dogs in the small town of Mezu. It seemed that the battle plan of entering the town from the front was not realistic. The 1,500 guard battalion knights were not sure that they could rush into Mezu within 2 hours. Small town. Once the battle here cannot be resolved quickly, the surrounding H.L. dogs will quickly send reinforcements to the small town of Medellin. By then, the 3 guard battalions will probably be dragged here. This town does not have a solid wall, and will not be able to block it at all. Can't stand the attack of a large number of H.L. dogs. Carl whispered to Viscount Emmett.
But how do we sneak in?
Viscount Emmett smiled mysteriously, took out a bottle of magic potion from his arms, and said to Carl,
Before leaving, the magician investigation team gave me several bottles of inferior invisibility potion. But this thing seems to be defective. The invisibility effect can only be achieved after dark, and it will appear immediately once it is illuminated by light. Now I need a few knights to sneak into the town with me. The guard battalions in Constantinople and Plex will also perform this exploration mission?
Carl asked.
We will sneak in from 3 directions, so as not to drag each other down and take responsibility for each other.
Viscount Emmett said mockingly.
What if we are in danger? Is there anyone to help us?
Carl asked.
No.
Viscount Emmett gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. Carl finally realized what kind of danger he was about to face, and his face turned pale. He asked Viscount Emmett.
The mage investigation team is not coming, is it? That's right.
Viscount Emmett nodded. He looked at Carl with a gentle face, reached out and patted his shoulder, and comforted Carl.
I will lead the team to sneak into the town this time.
And I will keep you here. But the mission here is not simple. We need to attract a certain number of HL dogs. So we need to choose a battlefield that is easy to defend and difficult to attack in advance. Lure the HL dogs there, and hold on until we come back. Once we see that the mission has failed, the devil sent a signal. Please leave us alone and retreat in the direction of Guatemala City. As long as we can return to Guatemala City, our mission will be completed. Let the Wheel of Fortune decide which of us will go.
Carl hesitated, feeling that if he became a coward at this time, he might not be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life. He mustered up the courage and said,
Let's all draw lots together.
Viscount Emmett smiled and said to Carl, Okay. Because this infiltration plan was personally led by Viscount Emmett, 20 construct knights from the Helensa guard camp conducted a round of drawings, and 5 infiltrators would be selected from these construct knights. 13 people came forward to draw lots one after another. When it was Carl's turn, he walked up and picked out a note. Then he unfolded the note and put it in the palm of his hand. The note clearly said stay. Soldak followed him, walked to Viscount Emmett, picked up a note from the plate and unfolded it in his hand. The note clearly says departure. Chapter 442 Retrograde. In the woods, 25 squadron captains, including those who had not become construct knights, gathered together, as well as 4 captains, including Viscount Emmett. At the same time, they looked at the weapon in Soldak's hand in surprise. Notes. For a while, the atmosphere in the woods became a little solid. The ordinary knights resting in the forest also felt that something was happening here, and they gathered from the surrounding trees. Whether it was the constructed knights who stayed or the constructed knights who had won the departure lottery, almost everyone looked at Cerdak with complicated eyes, so that the scene was a little quiet, and the wind could be heard blowing the leaves in the forest. There was a rustling sound, and occasionally 1 or 2 howls of HL dogs could be heard in the distance, which sounded a bit creepy. There is no doubt that everyone hopes that Knight Cerdak can join their camp. For the guard battalion headquarters responsible for containing the HL dogs in some small towns, Cerdak's staying seems to be more important. After all, Cerdak, who possesses the power of the Holy Light, can restore the injured knight's combat effectiveness as quickly as possible. The guard camp is about to face a tough battle. This battle is destined to have casualties. If Cerdak can stay, the lives of many injured knights will be protected, and the fighting situation will be greatly different. For the reconnaissance team, Cerdak not only has a powerful primary top-level magic pattern armor, but is also a veteran with rich combat experience. He is also the last guarantee for several members at critical times. So of course, everyone also hopes that Cerdak can stay in the reconnaissance team. But it's obvious that Cerdak's role in joining the reconnaissance team is definitely not as great as staying in it.
Captain, let Knight Cerdak stay.
A knight in the crowd shouted. Someone in the crowd took the lead in speaking, and naturally others echoed.
Yes. Yes.
But there are also many knights who choose to remain silent. After all, it is decided by drawing lots. This is the fairest to everyone. If Cerdak stays, those squadron leaders who won the
stay
lottery will have to draw another round, which was a bit embarrassing for them. But at this time, they did not come forward and were willing to participate in the investigation mission for Soldak. So everyone focused on Viscount Emmett, who was the supreme commander of the guard battalion and had veto power. Viscount Emmett hesitated for a moment. He looked at Soldak and slowly asked,
Knight Soldak, I want to know what you think.
Cerdak glanced around and saw that the surroundings were filled with knights who were paying close attention to this place. Humility, honor, sacrifice, heroism, mercy, honesty, justice and spirit are the basic qualities that knights need to possess. But nowadays, few knights in the guard camp still insist on pursuing these, at least when self-sacrifice is required. There are not many knights who have the courage to stand up. After all,
only by living can you enjoy a luxurious life. Soldak said firmly to Viscount Emmett.
Since the choice of the Wheel of Fortune, then I want to join the investigation team.
Viscount Emmett felt relieved when he heard Soldak say this.
Is this what you really think?
Viscount Emmett asked Soldak seriously. This choice indeed avoided a lot of unnecessary trouble. But he needed to know whether this was what Soldak had in mind. Soldak said again.
Yes, Viscount Emmett.
Viscount Emmett took a step forward, patted Soldak's shoulder with great satisfaction, and said to Soldak,
Very good. I appreciate your courage and choice very much. If we have the chance to be together again in the future, when I return to Helensa City, I hope to see you at the Manor Dance.
Viscount Emmett said this as a disguised affirmation of Soldak. Soldak said quickly,
It's an honor, Your Excellency, Viscount.
Since it was Soldak's own choice. Of course, the other knights in the guard camp couldn't say anything more. At this moment, a light figure jumped in front of Viscount Emmett, looking at Viscount Emmett with a pair of light red eyes. Her long legs immediately attracted the attention of many knights, and she was carrying the forest bow and quiver also make her very eye-catching among the knights. Viscount Emmett knew that this half-elf archer guide was a newly recruited member of Soldak's security team. It was she who had just led everyone to climb a steep mountain wall to this forest. So he decided to give Samira got a chance to speak. Viscount Emmett pursed his lips and stared at Samira.
Viscount Emmett, I want to join the investigation team,
Samira said to Viscount Emmett. As soon as Samira's voice fell, a rich voice rang out at the right time.
I also want to join the investigation team.
The speaker was Andrew, an indigenous warrior. He was trying to squeeze from the outermost edge towards the center of the crowd, in order for everyone to notice him. He even raised one hand high, with a thick bandage wrapped around his arm. In the eyes of the guard camp knights, those bandages were so dazzling. Viscount Emmett hesitated and wanted to refuse immediately, but he decided to give them a chance. So he said,
Tell me your reasons. If you can give me a reason that I can't refuse, I will consider agreeing to you.
There is indeed a need for such brave voices in the guard camp. Although Viscount Emmett will not agree, he also hopes that the knights under him can stand up with their chests high. However, what disappointed Viscount Emmett was that, except for Samira and Andrew, no knight had such courage. At this time, Viscount Emmett could only sigh secretly in his heart. And then he looked at Samuel S. Mila raised her fair neck, with a faint pride in her light red eyes. Or it could be said that it was a kind of pride, a taunt. She glanced at the knights around her and said softly,
I am very familiar with the town of Meijin. I know the most remote road and can lead you to sneak into the town quietly.
Her sweet voice always seemed so incompatible with her cold appearance.
You successfully convinced me. Welcome to join. Archer, and say your name,
Viscount Emmett said. Viscount Emmett nodded to Samira in affirmation.
Samira,
the half-elf archer replied succinctly.
What about you? Warrior, what's your reason?
In order to show his fairness, Viscount Emmett asked the indigenous warrior. Although Andrew's appearance was a little rough, his mind was extremely delicate. He took a step forward and said loudly to Viscount Emmett.
This is the gathering place of our Nanai tribe. Originally, most of the people living in this town were my tribe. We Nanai people have special symbols and marks. And I want to go in and see if there are any survivors in the town. And maybe I can find some clues that others can't find.
Viscount Emmett sighed in his heart. These two people joined the Helensa guard camp with his approval yesterday. At that time, he still couldn't understand Soldak's choice. Usually the knights in the guard camp have the signature of Helensa on them. Brand? But these two are obviously residents of Guatemala City. And logically speaking, they are not qualified to join the guard camp. But after all, it was Soldak who chose the members of his security team. And Carl came forward to intercede. So Viscount Emmett readily nodded in agreement. Now it seems that Soldak was really discerning yesterday. And I don't know how correct his choice was. Viscount Emmett looked at Andrew seriously again and said to him,
Well, I can't refuse this reason. Soldier, introduce yourself to everyone. Nanai warrior Andrew. Soldak is my captain.
Andrew showed no stage fright at all, puffing out his chest and speaking to the knights around him. The commanders of the 3 guard battalions also need to study which guard battalion to choose as a battlefield to entertain the H.L. dogs on the outskirts of the town. At least this battlefield must be easy to defend, difficult to attack, and easy to retreat. The main force must do its best to contain the H.L. dogs in the town to create more opportunities for the reconnaissance team. At the same time, the knights of the guard camp must be able to evacuate from the battlefield easily. Of course, The guard camp can set up some traps and animal traps in the jungle in advance, and can also use the surrounding forests to enclose a battlefield. This time the guard battalion came well prepared, not only with a large amount of supplies, but also with many auxiliary tools. There are also some very professional hunters in the guard camp who are very good at jungle hunting. It is impossible for the 1,500 guard camp knights to hide in this forest for too long, and it may not be long before the vicious dogs of H.L. discover their whereabouts. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams, the night reconnaissance team must enter the town of Meijin. So the battlefield here must be determined before that. And the battlefield needs to be located around the town of Meizu. And it must not be too far. Otherwise the H.L. dogs near the town will if you don't want to attack. It will be embarrassing. This time Samira's proposal once again helped the 3 guard battalion commanders make a decision. It was at the very tip of the intersection of 2 mountains. The mountains reached here and formed a trumpet-shaped battlefield. However, it was covered by a dense forest. If you just looked outside, you would not be able to detect the trumpet-shaped terrain here. Only a small number of troops are needed to guard the entrance of the valley to block the attack of the H.L. dogs. However, this battlefield still needs to be arranged. After all, those H.L. dogs can easily climb up a city wall more than 20 meters high. So the guard battalions of the 3 cities got together at this time and began to arrange a large number of traps and beast traps on both sides of the battlefield. They even used some parasitic vines hanging from the tops of the trees to crisscross and weave a large screen nearly 100 meters long. Before sunset, the knights of the guard camp finally prepared everything, and the knights also took a rest in the forest. For dinner, Andrew not only ate some batter like marching rations, but also some fragrant canned luncheon meat, which was so delicious. As night falls, the hellhounds around Meijin town gradually begin to quiet down. They seem to have not adapted to the night in the Maka Plain. In other words, the laws of the world during the night in the Maka Plain have the greatest impact on the hellhounds, so they prefer to hibernate at night. A team of knights quietly approached the town of Maka under the cover of night. This was a team of ordinary knights holding standard military crossbows. They were well trained. After rushing out of the forest, they were covered by low shrubs. Keep getting closer to the H.L.ounds. There are about 30 people in this night team, headed by a squadron leader from Pulak City. The hell dogs guarding the entrance to Meijin town are the densest. At this time, they are almost all lying on the ground with their eyes half closed. The hell dogs are used to putting one ear on the ground when resting. Their ears are very sensitive and can hearing a faint sound in the distance. When the night team stepped into the grassland outside the town of Meijin, hundreds of H.L. dogs opened their dark purple eyes at the same time. Hellhounds have natural dark lava patterns on their bodies. When their skin is scratched, they can even drip some hot magma. In dry places, hellhounds can even easily cause fires. So at night, their bodies are like brightly colored targets. Even from a distance, you can see the flickering bodies of the H.L. dogs. The squadron leader saw that the body of the H.L. dog in the distance suddenly became brighter. He immediately stopped vigilantly and raised his hand to signal the knights following him not to get closer to the small town of Meijin. 30 knights stood on the deserted grassland, on the slope of the earth. At the same time, he held the standard repeating crossbow in his hand and aimed at the H.L. dog in the distance for a round of flat shots. Dozens of crossbow arrows pierced the night sky, making a subtle sound. The hell dog lying at the entrance of the town stood up alertly and looked out of the town. Suddenly, a rain of arrows came towards him. Some of the hell dogs near the periphery fell after being struck by arrows. The hell dog at the entrance of the town fell down. They let out a dull roar, and hundreds of H.L. dogs pounced on the grassland outside the town. They roared continuously, and the H.L. dogs around the town responded one after another. The H.L. dog roared rapidly, and the squadron leader saw countless lights suddenly appearing in the night. Those light spots were almost connected together, like fireflies flying all over the sky. "Withdraw!" The squadron leader yelled at the Plex knight under his command. And before the remaining 2 crossbow arrows in the arrow trough were empty, he turned around with the standard repeating crossbow and ran towards the road he came from. A group of knights ran as hard as they could in the night, but they were still not as fast as the H.L. dogs. Seeing that the H.L. dogs that were catching up behind them crossed the grassland and caught up behind the knights, the claws of the H.L. dogs rushing in the front suddenly snapped tightly. A noose encircled its hind legs, and then the tight noose erupted with a huge pulling force, instantly hanging the vicious H.L. dog in midair. At the same time,
Almost 24 dogs were hung high by similar ropes. And the roars and howls of the dogs were heard at the edge of the woods. More dogs around the town of Meijin rushed towards this side. And for a while, the grassland was filled with flowing light. A large number of dogs poured into the woods. And dozens of huge wooden rafts covered with wooden thorns fell down from the top of the trees. Several dogs were slapped below. The dogs behind were blocked and ran away to both sides. The knights took the opportunity to flee forward. There are various animal traps scattered throughout this forest. From time to time, some dogs step on the animal traps. However, these animal traps can be used to deal with ordinary beasts. But don't try to break the legs of the dogs. They weigh more than 10 kilograms. The animal trap was hung on the leg. And the lound ran with a clanking sound. Teams of knights kept appearing in the forest. They were responsible for activating the traps, and then quickly retreated along with the other knights. Cerdak followed Viscount Emmett, and quietly passed through the side of the dogs. When some dogs passed by the reconnaissance team, they looked doubtfully at the hiding place of the reconnaissance team. But they couldn't see anything. So they followed the group of vicious dogs with a whimper. Cerdak's overnumbered Helensa Guard Battalion reconnaissance team carefully bypassed the vicious dogs that rushed out of the town and headed towards the town. Chapter 443 Braveheart. The main material for preparing the secondary invisibility potion is a colorless liquid extracted from the gland sacs of a large chameleon living in the wild swamps. The ingredients are several very common magical herbs. It is precisely because the secondary invisibility potion does not involve precious magical herbs, so they can still be found in magic markets. For this reconnaissance mission in the small town of Meijin, the War Command headquarters provided a total of 30 secondary invisibility potions. This batch of secondary invisibility potions seemed to be a lot at first glance, but it was divided into the hands of the commanders of the 3 guard battalions. Each guard the battalion only has 10 secondary invisibility potions. Viscount Emmett wanted to limit the number of the reconnaissance team to 5, so that each knight who entered the town for reconnaissance could get 2 bottles of secondary invisibility potion. But with the addition of Samira and Andrew, each knight in the investigation team could only get 1 bottle of secondary invisibility potion. In addition to the secondary invisibility potion, the scout knight who sneaked into the town of Meijin was also coated with a slightly pungent smell of cannibal pollen. This kind of piranha is said to be a variant of HL. It can often be seen in the rainforests in some areas of southern Roland. The adult piranha can wrap its buds full of sharp teeth around the hunters passing by. This kind of piranha flowers contain very powerful paralyzing toxins. Once a hunter is wrapped in a flower, it will be difficult to escape on his own strength. Applying this man-eating pollen to your body can fool the Lound's keen sense of smell. When the magicians were investigating the town of Meizu on their magic harpoons these days, they found that not only were there a large number of dogs gathered in the town, but some dogs were also constantly walking out of the center of the town. These dogs were different from ordinary dogs. There are some essential differences between dogs. Some of them can actually evolve into giant dogs. Magicians even suspect that the 3 dogs that appeared in the group of dogs that besieged the city are related to this. It is very likely that Yamiza Shao there is a demonic gate in the town that allows high-level Lounds to pass through. This alone is enough to attract the attention of the War Command. Low-level dogs are just some monsters without thinking ability. They rely on survival instincts to act. But high-level dogs can complete the whole group of dogs. Once they figure out the way to survive, they can lead the group of dogs into the horse. In the deep mountains and swamps of the Ka Plain. That is what the lords of Bena province least want to see. Whenever a magician passes by in the sky, the dogs near the town seem to be facing a formidable enemy. Hundreds of dogs run wildly on the ground, chasing the magicians flying in the sky until they leave completely. In the area around Meijin town, the dogs around Meijin town return the same way. This made the magician investigation team believe that there must be more problems in the town of Meijin. The investigation team took advantage of the darkness to cross the deserted grassland. And some dogs were wandering back and forth more than 10 meters away. Several knights passed by the Lounds, but they turned a blind eye. In Suldak's field of vision, he could only vaguely see the translucent outlines of Viscount Emmett and Samira in front of him. It was a blurry outline formed by the distortion of the air. Suldak followed them. Behind, cross a bridge with only a few wooden piers. Hellhounds seemed to hate river water. and there are only a few hellhounds patrolling near the wooden bridge. Led by Samira, the reconnaissance team easily passed through the patrol net set up by Hell Dog outside the town, entering the small town of Mezu. Samira, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. She made a gesture to hide in place, and quickly squatted in the corner of a low wall. The knight following her also squatted down quickly, just as Andrew, who was at the back, squatted down. A giant dog's head stuck out from the wall with a foul smell, and its dog eyes full of purple lines looked around. This giant Lound was even bigger than the one Surdak killed in the forest. It poked its head out of the wall, and the saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth almost landed on Surdak's head. On the head. Andrew behind him has even put his hands on the handle of the axe. Once Surdak is discovered by the giant dog, Andrew will probably swing the axe without hesitation and kill the giant dog first. This giant dog probably smelled a stench, shook its huge head violently, and sneezed loudly. Surdak quietly raised the dwarf chain shield to block the spittle of the dog. The giant dog did not notice it, and then turned and left while shaking its fat butt. Andrew reluctantly put the axe back on his back. The knights in the investigation team were also scared into cold sweats at this moment. Turn into a narrow alley, walk forward a few dozen meters, and then enter a long street in the small town of Meijin. With superhuman vigilance, Samira successfully led everyone to avoid the three patrolling dogs. Watching the three dogs slowly leave, Samira breathed a sigh of relief. Surdak stood in a team and looked around the lifeless town. The town was covered with dried blood, and occasionally you could see torn strips of cloth and leather, broken wooden doors, and collapsed courtyard walls in the streets and alleys. But you couldn't see any bones, not even bone residue on the ground. Occasionally, I saw some gray-white feces in the corner. It seemed that those people in the town who had not had time to escape were probably devoured by the vicious dogs of leaving no bones left. From time to time, the roars of dogs can be heard outside the town, and the battle between the large guard battalion and the dogs has begun. The town seemed much quieter, and occasionally the cry of strange owl beasts could be faintly heard. The whole town was filled with deathly silence, and there were not many lounds patrolling the town. At this time, the three patrolling dogs on the street seemed to have smelled something. They roared angrily and quickly got into an alley. There were three reconnaissance teams that sneaked into the town of Meijin together with the Helensa guard battalion. However, the three reconnaissance teams did not act together. The three reconnaissance teams chose to sneak into the town from three different directions in order to gain greater gains. This Count Emmett suspected that those dogs must have discovered the traces of the other two reconnaissance teams, which was why they reacted so violently. He signaled the investigation team to follow them secretly. The alley was very narrow. The three dogs were surrounding the end of the alley, grabbing a wooden door with their sharp claws. Several of their sharp claws were grabbing at the wooden door at the same time. The wood chips on the door were flying, and the wooden door quickly became overwhelmed and fell into the house with a loud bang. Three dogs rushed in like crazy. This Count Emmett looked back at the knights. Those dogs didn't seem to have encountered the reconnaissance teams of other guard camps. At this time, Samira had already taken the lead in chasing them. This Count Emmett attacked the knights behind them. He waved his hand, beckoning everyone to follow. The investigation team followed these dogs and entered the dark room at the end of the alley. Stepping on the fallen wooden door, they suddenly saw a dirty human child climbing on the chandelier hanging from the roof. He looked at the dogs in the room with a horrified look, his body shivering on the rickety iron base of the ceiling. And the dogs kept jumping high towards the chandelier, each time just a few inches away. Just a little bit and bite the kid. He is actually a survivor in the small town of Meijin. He was carrying a big package behind him, which looked a little funny. Lound has already climbed up the stairs. As long as you get to the top of the stairs, you can easily jump onto the swaying chandelier. Fighting will quickly invalidate everyone's invisibility effect. This Count Emmett hesitated for a moment, but decided to save the child. He still had 3 bottles of lesser invisibility potion in his hand, so he waved to Surdak behind him. Suldak was about to rush up to save the child, but was stopped by Andrew, who rushed up from behind. He signaled everyone not to act rashly. Then the indigenous warrior walked straight to the room carrying a big axe and raised the axe in his hand. He slashed at the dog. The dog seemed to be aware of it, but when it wanted to dodge, the axe blade had already touched its neck.
A cloud of purple blood splashed onto the stone wall. The H.L. dog's head was chopped off by Andrew, and it reached the corner of the wall with the help of the falling inertia. In the dark room, Andrew gradually revealed his tall figure. He did not stop there. Instead, when the H.L. dog on the side turned back to bite, he swung the axe in his hand horizontally. The H.L. dog had not yet attacked. Before he could scream, his sternum was smashed by Andrew, and his body fell heavily against the wall of the room, making a dull sound. At this time, the H.L. dog that climbed up the stairs didn't understand the situation. When he saw a fight breaking out in the room, he pounced on Andrew without fear. A phantom with blood-colored wolf eyes appeared behind Andrew. His power suddenly burst out, and the big axe brought up a white streak. The H.L. dog's body in the air twisted, revealing the huge mouth of the fangs bit Andrew's wrist. But Andrew took a lunge, turned sideways, raised the axe handle with his backhand, and hit his head. The wail of the H.L. dog was heard in the room, and the dog fell heavily to the ground. Andrew didn't give the H.L. any chance to escape, and then chopped off its head with an axe. The berserker soul in his body slowly awakened, significantly improving the strength of the indigenous warrior Andrew. After killing 3 H.L. dogs in a row, Andrew raised his head and looked at the boy hiding on the top of the chandelier. The boy had already shown a look of admiration on his face. He jumped down from the chandelier like a monkey and said to Andrew a native saying. Andrew casually said a local dialect, and the boy immediately beamed. After confirming that Andrew was an Nanai warrior, the boy became more cordial to Andrew and asked Andrew with a face of joy, "Are you here to rescue us in Meijin town?" He glanced behind Andrew and found that there was no companion behind Andrew, and his eyes were filled with worry again. "We didn't know there were survivors here," Andrew said. "We are a reconnaissance team here to collect intelligence." Then he patted the boy on the shoulder and asked him, "How many people are still alive here?" The boy's brows were almost twisted into ropes. He said with a sad face, "There are not many left. Everyone has been eaten by those vicious dogs. There are not many left alive. Everyone is hiding in the basement and dare not come out. I am relatively small. Can you climb out from the vent and find some food for everyone at night? Can you rescue us?" Andrew turned his head and looked at the empty room. After he revealed himself, he couldn't see his invisible companions, but he knew that everyone was in this room. Andrew was a little embarrassed about the boy's problem, but thinking of the Nanai tribe's people trapped here, the brave Nanai tribe warrior decided that this might be his duty as a warrior. But he didn't want to implicate other people, so he said to the boy, "If you want to leave here immediately, I can try to take you out, but I can't defeat so many H.L. dogs alone, so the chance of success is not too great. There is a high possibility that we will all be killed by the H.L. dogs together. Eat it. I think you probably can't make a decision for other people on this matter, so you can go back and discuss it with them." Although he was a big man, he had a delicate mind. He said to the boy, "Maybe I can help you get some food, and you can hide in the basement for a while, and then come out after the army of Guatemala City captures this place. Anyway, you are still safe for the time being." When the boy heard that he was likely to die if he left the town of Meijin, and he heard that the second option given by Andrew was safer, he said excitedly, "You mean to get us some food and let us hide here? Continue to wait for reinforcements to capture the town of Yumizu?" Andrew squatted in front of the boy, nodded, and asked, "That's right. The reinforcements from Beta province are now gathered in Guatemala City, and they are about to launch a large-scale counterattack. Our reconnaissance team sneaked here to investigate whether there is a gate of evil spirits here. By the way, you come out at night these days, when looking for food. Have you ever seen some kind of wall of flesh and blood in some places? That is, a wall where H.L. dogs are constantly crawling out of certain flesh and blood. Or that kind of mysterious giant demon head appears in a certain magic circle? Sometimes these H.L. will crawl out of the mouths of those demons." The boy thought seriously for a long time and said with some uncertainty, "I don't quite understand what you said, but there shouldn't be any wall of flesh or devil's door you mentioned here. The H.L. dogs here all come from outside." "Yes, they come here because some H.L. females are giving birth to puppies." Andrew continued to ask, "You said these H.L. dogs are breeding in the town?" The boy shook his head and answered honestly, "I don't know the specific situation. They gathered at Baron Cameron's house. There are so many H.L. dogs in that area. I go out to look for food at night, and I don't dare to go there. Can you tell me the general direction?" Andrew asked again. "I can take you there. I didn't dare to get too close the first few times.
I could only see it from a distance,"
the boy said bravely. Then he said to Andrew a little coyly,
"Before that, I hope you can help me get some food. Everyone has been hiding in the basement and been hungry for several days. I haven't found much food these days. Those vicious dogs, my ears are so sensitive that I can always find me. I know there are food stored in many places, but I don't dare to go there."
When he said this, he was a little ashamed. But he said to Andrew seriously,
"I can't die now. I am the only one who is short and brave enough to get out of the ventilation duct to get food for everyone. I must get it for everyone."
"With food, my sister and everyone won't starve to death in the basement. How do you usually get rid of the H.L. dogs?"
Andrew asked him.
The boy pointed to a dark vent on the ceiling and said slightly proudly,
"There are many places where they can't get in at all."
Chapter 444 Small Town. Andrew followed the boy through the living room and into the kitchen in the back. The kitchen was in a mess. The door behind the kitchen was open. The basket on the long table in the kitchen was filled with some tomatoes, onions, and carrots. The fireplace was filled with ashes after the firewood had been burned. There was a stove hanging on the fireplace. The iron pot. The things cooked in the iron pot were burnt to a crisp. And even the surroundings of the fireplace were dark with black smoke. Several chairs were overturned on the ground. And the hooks hanging dried meat and ham were still hanging in the corner. Over there are still bitten pig feet on one of the iron hooks. It looks like it should be a very big ham. Judging from the marks, it must have been chewed up completely by the vicious dogs of H.L. There is even an iron hook. It was also stained with some dried purple blood. He looked at the layout of the kitchen carefully. As if recalling something, he paused for about a minute before starting to take action. The boy glanced at the corner with some disappointment, where 2 hams and some dried horse meat should have been hanging. He found a piece of dry cheese from a cupboard, and a whole stack of toasted wheat cakes from the cupboard below. He also picked out onions and carrots that were not rotten from the basket, and quickly put them into his backpack. I don't know how many things were packed inside, and it looked bulging. A large, round pumpkin could be seen in Serdak's blurry vision. The boy looked disappointed and said,
"These damn vicious dogs have eaten all the hams here, and they can actually eat our food."
Andrew stood behind the boy and said in a low voice,
"They eat everything. They probably didn't find these cheeses and baked wheat cakes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left anything for you. Originally, I hoped to find some meat back. This is Old Brown's home. He told me that when he had enough at home, he could also find some ham. So I took the risk and came here."
Looking at the vegetables in my backpack, I almost cried. No tears. These things are not enough. He tried to open all the closet doors, but there were only some kitchen utensils inside, including porcelain, clay pots and the like. Andrew looked at the boy and thought for a moment before asking,
"Do you want to eat meat? It's easy. So is there enough water in the basement where you are hiding?"
The boy nodded vigorously, and then said to Andrew,
"Well, there is an underground waterway connected there. Unless that waterway dries up, we will not be short of water."
Andrew nodded, patted his chest with his rough hands, and assured the boy,
"That'll be easy. Look at me!"
He very roughly pushed everything on the wooden table to the floor, and found a thick tablecloth to spread on it. He quickly walked out of the kitchen, dragged the corpses of the 3 H.L. in the living room into the kitchen, and he took out a skinning knife and quickly peeled off the H.L. dog's skin, then threw it bloody on the square table. He cut open the chest, picked out the stinking organs inside, chopped off 4 claws and tail, and scooped it out of the water tank next to it. He poured some cold water on it, and repeatedly washed away the blood from the H.L. dog's cavity. While Andrew was doing these things, the investigation team carefully searched the room. Viscount Emmett was worried that the movement here would attract the H.L. dogs patrolling the streets. So he sent people to carefully guard the front and back doors. But in the invisible state, communication can only be done with some simple gestures, and you can only see each other at close range. So communication is very difficult. Soon, Andrew began to cut the fresh meat from the H.L. dog, and then found a salt shaker in the kitchen, and sprinkled salt on the fresh meat of the H.L. dog to marinate it. While he quickly cut open the fresh meat, he warned the boy,
"The meat itself contains certain toxins. It must be soaked in water to extract the poisonous blood and cooked before it can be eaten. When we were guarding the city wall, the logistic supplies had to be exhausted. For a time, there was a break, and the meat of these H.L. dogs was eaten to satisfy hunger, and the weak were fasted. He picked the meat from the 3 H.L. dogs very clean, washed it and marinated it with salt. He picked up the cloth
and carried it behind his back, and kept telling him,
"You can only eat the cooked meat.
"Drink soup. Otherwise you'll get a stomachache."
The boy nodded vigorously like pounding garlic to show that he remembered. Andrew followed the boy carefully out of the room and asked in a low voice,
"We can go to other places to find some food. You are familiar with the town, and you should know where the food is. Maybe we can go to a nearby bakery to find it."
The boy cautiously poked his head out of the crack in the door and found that the alley was quiet. He quickly got out of the crack in the door and said to Andrew,
"Well, I know where the bakery is, but there is a dog guarding it. Big dog. I can't lure it away. We can try it later. But what you need to do now is to transport these things back."
Andrew pointed at the heavy packages on the two of them. Carrying a heavy package, the boy climbed up the courtyard wall using his hands and feet, then squatted on the wall and called for Andrew to come up quickly. Andrew turned over and climbed up the wall. The whole wall shook slightly. The boy squatted on the wall. His face turned pale, and he stuck out his tongue with an apologetic look on his face and said,
"It seems we'd better go under. It's safer."
3L dogs passed by the entrance of the alley, and Andrew hurriedly pulled the boy to lie on the wall. It wasn't until the HL dogs were gone that the two of them jumped off the wall. The boy led the way. He was very familiar with this town, and the roads he took were almost all narrow alleys. He didn't know that beside Andrew, there were 6 knights hiding in the shadows and watching him silently without saying a word. The words the boy spoke were mixed with Maka dialect and Nanai Aboriginal language. Probably only Andrew could communicate smoothly. There would be a few HL dogs passing by on the main street from time to time. This town was bigger than imagined. It is much bigger, and the alleys inside the houses are very complicated. Probably only children like the boy who have lived in a small town since childhood know how to get out of the spider web-like alleys. As soon as the boy stepped out of a dark alley, he saw 2 HL digging into a garbage dump. They immediately raised their heads, and their 2 pairs of purple-striped eyes looked at the boy for 2 seconds. In the middle, the HL dog didn't even make any sound. Its huge body turned around flexibly, kicked the ground hard with its hind legs, and rushed towards the boy. The boy quickly turned around and ran away. The vicious dog rushed behind the boy as fast as lightning, put its claws on the boy's shoulders, and bit into the boy's cervical vertebrae. A large axe emerged from the shadows beside the boy, carrying a fierce wind. The HL dog tilted his head and was about to bite the boy's neck when he saw the giant axe emerging from the shadows. His huge body immediately jumped up, trying to avoid the axe, and bit back at the man holding the axe handle.
Big hands.
Andrew pressed the axe handle hard, and the axe handle sank suddenly. The axe blade struck the hell dog's back, and there was a crisp bone-cracking sound. Suddenly, the hell dog's back was split by the giant axe, and a bone-deep gash was opened. Wound. The HL dog following behind was so frightened that it stopped pursuing it. It tucked its tail between its legs, curled up its body, and let out a warning howl toward the empty night sky. However, before the sound could be heard, a fierce attack was heard from its body. In the shadow on the side, a bloody curved blade appeared out of thin air and cut off its head easily. Soldak held the bloody vicious dog's head with one hand and the bloody crescent moon with the other hand. Then he kicked away the HL dog's body, walked to Andrew, and took the HL dog from Andrew's hand. The head was also taken over. The boy looked at Soldak dumbfounded, then looked at Andrew, and wisely closed his mouth.
"This is my captain."
Andrew felt it was still necessary to introduce Serdak's identity to the boy. The boy nodded, without asking any questions, and walked ahead consciously. The vent in the basement was set up very secretly, just beside the north wall of a small courtyard. There was also an iron window in the vent. The iron windows were skillfully removed, and the vent was only a foot square, just enough for the boy to crawl through.
He divided the food in the package into several portions, and moved the things into the aisle bit by bit like a hamster. First the wheat cakes and cheese, then the onions, carrots and pumpkin, and finally some of the vicious dog meat that Andrew had pickled. By the time the boy climbed up, it had been a while, and Andrew was even a little impatient. Just when he thought the boy might not climb out, the boy climbed out with difficulty. The opening of the hole was very small. Several places on his body were scratched by the vents, and there were red slap marks on his face. The boy crawled out and looked at Soldak, confirming again.
"Reinforcements from Wazamala City will be coming soon." "Right. Of course. Bena's heavy cavalry is fighting a bloody battle with the HL L dogs outside the city of Wasmala. And there are now 2 full regiments of constructed swordsmen in the city of Wasmara. We are looking for a suitable location to attack,
Soldak said to the boy. There was a glimmer of hope on the boy's face, and even his eyes became much brighter. But there was another sentence after that, which Cerdak did not tell the boy. There are 3 such attack locations. Only when the Devil's Gate or Hell Passage is discovered, the Bena Coalition will attack it immediately.
What's wrong with your face?
Andrew asked as he approached the boy. He reached out to touch it, but the boy turned away. The boy's eyes dimmed slightly, and he explained in a low voice.
They didn't want me to go out and take risks. We had a little argument about this. I know they were concerned about me. They were worried that the reinforcements would not be able to arrive in time. Once something happened to me, many people would starve to death in the basement. And the exit to the basement was completely blocked from the outside. Without help from outsiders, they couldn't get out at all.
Cerdak patted the boy's thin shoulder and said,
It is indeed dangerous. In fact, you only need to point us in a specific direction. Of course, it is best to tell us how to go.
When the boy heard what Cerdak said, he shook his head without hesitation, raised his face, and said stubbornly,
Since the Bena swordsmen are here, they will definitely avenge those who died in the town. And I will do the same.
Relatives who have returned to the arms of God Paglio do something, and a man must do what he says.
Ha ha. Soldak couldn't help but smile after hearing this. He was full of affection for this indigenous boy. Soldak asked seriously,
Little man, what is your name?
Buta, replied the boy.
My name is Soldak.
Cerdak extended his fist towards the boy, and the boy extended his fist, and their fists touched together. The residential areas of Meijin town are very densely built, with stone houses closely packed together and very small yards. Cerdak and Andrew followed little Buta in sneaking all the way. The 3 of them almost perfectly avoided the H.L. dogs patrolling the streets, and traveled through most of the town of Mezu under the cover of night. The town is very clean, and there are no corpses at all along the way. If it weren't for some dried blood on the street, people might mistakenly think that the residents here just disappeared out of thin air. Cerdak looked at the people disappearing on the street. He dropped one of his boots and couldn't help but express his doubts.
Where are the other people in the town? Have they all been eaten by the vicious dogs of H.L.?
The boy Buta shook his head vigorously and lowered his voice and said,
I don't know. The first time I got out of the basement, I saw a lot of H.L. dogs on the street. At that time, all the H.L. dogs in this town were killing those H.L. dogs. The dead are dragged to the town temple. You mean they always gather human corpses?
Cerdak wanted to know what those H.L. dogs wanted to do. So he asked the boy,
Where is the temple? It's right there.
The boy leaned against the wall and pointed at the tall Gothic-style building not far away hidden in the night. In the twilight, through the pitch-black night, Cerdak saw at a glance hundreds of H.L. dogs squatting at the entrance of the temple in the darkness. Among these H.L. dogs, there were many strong and huge ones. Travel through it. The stone slabs of the entire street were stained with a thick layer of blood stains. These blood stains were old and new, like dragging tracks. These tracks came from streets and alleys from all directions.
And all blood stains eventually ended up in this temple. There was an intermittent cry of night owls coming from the temple. This sound seemed to have a kind of magical power, which made people feel upset. The boy still wanted to go inside, but was grabbed by Soldak. Cerdak said to the boy,
We can find a hidden place here to hide.
The boy looked at Cerdak with a puzzled look on his face. Cerdak shrugged his shoulders. There were many patrolling H.L. dogs in the nearby area. The boy climbed over the wall and jumped into a yard. He opened the closed door from the inside, and the 3 of them people hide in this courtyard. Just after the 3 of them hid, the howls of H.L. dogs were heard one after another in the distance. Ouch! The H.L. dogs guarding the door of the temple seemed a little irritable. Some H.L. dogs chased the sound, but there were still many H.L. dogs guarding the temple door. Cerdak lay on the roof and quietly stared at the temple. After staring for a while, Cerdak found that there were no H.L. dogs coming out of the temple in a steady stream. This could rule out the possibility of a Devil's Gate or H.L. here, the suspicion of the passage. Otherwise the H.L. dogs coming out of here would definitely not be just this little bit.
Andrew, what do you think is hidden in that temple?
Cerdak lay on the ridge of the roof and asked Andrew next to him.
Maybe we'll have the answer later,
Andrew replied. Chapter 445 The Secret Hidden in the Temple. This Count Emmett took several knights from the Helensa Knights reconnaissance team to the street where the temple in Meza Town is located. Seeing a large number of H.L. dogs wandering around the temple, Viscount Emmett could tell without taking out a map that this was the key investigation area of Meijin Town marked on the map by the Magician Investigation Team. It was just that the night investigation team entered at night. In the small town of Meijin, it is impossible to rely on the town's landmark buildings to confirm your location. Now seeing the Statue of Liberty standing on the spire of the temple roof in the night sky, Viscount Emmett once again unfolded the map of Meza Town. Looking at the big red cross marked on the map, he wanted to tell his companions that this time the investigation destination is here. Serdak and Andrew had their invisibility effect eliminated due to an unexpected incident. Instead of approaching the temple rashly, they chose to lurk in a residence next to the temple. Viscount Emmett waved to the knights in the team, and they relied on the invisibility effect to continue walking along the long street and getting closer to the temple. After the knights approached the temple, they discovered that there were hundreds of H.L. dogs guarding the iron railings. Unless these H.L. dogs were killed, it would be difficult to pass by these H.L. dogs even if they were invisible. If you get too close, you will definitely be discovered by those vicious dogs of H.L. Just when Viscount Emmett was worried about how to get through this area, he did not expect that the howls of H.L. dogs were heard one after another from the east side of the town. The H.L. dogs near the temple responded quickly, and a giant H.L. dog led a large group of H.L. dogs and quickly rushed towards the scene of the incident. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the half-elf archer led the night reconnaissance team around to the back streets of the temple, and found a tall sycamore tree behind the high courtyard wall. Half of the crown of this sycamore tree extended into the temple. There were not many H.L. dogs in the yard. The elf archer climbed up the big tree with agility. Viscount Emmett saw her walking a few steps inside along the horizontal branches of the sycamore tree, crossing the courtyard wall, and jumping, entered the backyard of the temple. But not long after, the night investigation team all climbed over the courtyard wall and entered the temple's backyard. The layout here is very similar to that of other temples. The backyard is an inner courtyard. Arched stone pillars build an outer corridor, and the central area is covered with dense vegetation. The landscape plants in these gardens have lost their original shape because they have not been pruned by gardeners for a long time. However, the trees in the garden are growing very lushly. The invisible night team stepped on the grass in the courtyard. The grass that was no more than knee-high showed a strange bend, as if invisible feet stepped on it, leaving a clear line of footprints. The half-elf archer seemed to be aware of it and stopped in front, squatted down, took out a stone from his arms, and threw it towards the stone steps on the other side. The pebbles fell on the slate floor with a crisp sound, and a giant H.L. emerged from the bushes 10 steps in front of her and searched directly for the place where the noise was made. Samira took the opportunity to get into the bush, and Viscount Emmett followed closely with the knights. It turned out that the bush was actually an arch made of bushes, but because the bushes were too dense, they looked like a dense bush. Walking just a few dozen meters along the stone corridor in the back courtyard, the half-elf archer relied on his keen intuition to avoid 5 waves of patrolling H.L. dogs. Unexpectedly, the H.L. dogs in the temple were even more tightly guarded. Sammy Pull gestured to Viscount Emmett, indicating that the reconnaissance team could not go any further. Viscount Emmett pointed at the Roman column that was more than 10 meters high near the wall of the main building of the temple. Samira understood it, and led the team to approach the dark corner of the outer wall of the temple. The half-elf archer relied on his dexterous and light body to climb up, following the patterns on the stone pillars. I climbed up the Roman pillar in the dark corner with my bare hands. Using some reliefs and protrusions on the surrounding walls, I actually climbed to the roof. A rope slowly hung down along the edge of the wall, and Viscount Emmett and the other 3 knights used this rope to climb to the roof of the temple. The slope of the roof of the temple is extremely steep. Many green tiles were damaged and have not been repaired, exposing several large holes. The outstretched arms of the Statue of Liberty at the highest point on the roof were covered with bird droppings. Viscount Emmett saw a half-elf archer crouching in one place, next to the hole in the roof. She was peeping into the temple. He led the 3 knights to her side carefully, squatted on the roof of the church, and looked into the temple. Since it was night, the prayer hall of the temple, it was pitch dark inside. Looking from above, we can see the flickering lava stripes rising and falling in the hall. Those stripes are the natural lava patterns on the bodies of H.L. dogs. It seems that there are a large number of H.L. dogs in the hall, and these H.L.s are huge in size and look at least like giant H.L.s. The intermittent crying sounds came from this hall. The knights were lying on the roof, and the cries that made people feel extremely angry became clearer, mixed with the crunching sounds of chewing food. Emmett wanted to see what was in the temple hall. What is certain is that there should be no H.L. passages and devil's doors in this temple. Otherwise H.L. dogs should be constantly coming out of the temple hall. Viscount Emmett hesitated for a moment, and took out a yellow magic flare from his arms. This kind of flare can explode with dazzling light like fireworks after it is launched into the air. Even during the day, the light of this kind of flare can spread far away. He pulled the fuse on the tail of the flare, and threw it into the hole in the roof. Hiss! The fuse of the flare lit up with a faint flame, and fell into the hall with a clatter. It hit something unknown, and the sound was very dull. At this time, all the sounds in the temple hall stopped. Several knights on the roof cautiously peeped into the hall, and saw a red childish hand reflected in the weak firelight, with 2 sprouts on one head. A small head with black pointed horns, and 2 fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth looked curiously at the magic flare. Its purple pupils were like amethysts embedded in its eye sockets. The next second, a stream of flame spurted out from the tail of the signal bomb. The whole signal bomb swooped across the hall, and hit the wall. It made a crash, and then hit the ground in the hall again with a tail light. The tail flame of the signal bomb woke up all the H.L. dogs in the hall. There were actually dozens of giant H.L. dogs in the hall. They raised their heads, and stared at the signal flare flying everywhere in the hall and room. Viscount Emmett's eyes widened, and he saw that the pool that originally contained holy water in the temple's prayer hall was filled with bright red blood. Some human hands and corpses were lying in the blood pool, and several giant H.L. dogs were lying in the blood pool. Next to him, he was eating the corpses in the blood pool. And on the high platform of the choir of the temple's prayer hall, there were actually piles of corpses like a hill. And most of these corpses were small town residents. Unexpectedly, the H.L. dogs dragged the corpses of all the town residents to the temple in order to provide sufficient nourishment for these giant H.L. dogs. Then, the magic flare suddenly exploded in the temple hall. After the explosion, a dazzling light lit up in the temple hall. Everything in the hall appeared in front of Viscount Emmett's eyes. Amy Viscounte found that there were actually some skin colors lying next to the bellies of the H.L. dogs lying in the hall. Next to almost every female H.L. dog, there were some black H.L. dog pups. Of course, if it was just like this, Viscount Emmett would not have his eyes widened. What made him feel a little incredible was that next to those dark-bodied Cerberus pups, there was actually a little devil with devil's horns on his head. The little devil, their young bodies were hunched over, with a bare tail trailing behind them. They looked a bit like the kobolds in the wilderness mines. They had the torsos and heads of demons, but their limbs were still the claws of H.L. dogs. Almost every female H.L. dog has such a litter of pups, and among these pups there is bound to be a little devil of similar size. There were several low roars of H.L. dogs in the prayer hall of the temple. These H.L. dogs didn't know where the signal flares came from. Several huge H.L. dogs jumped onto the highest pile of corpses in the hall, and there were also several H.L. dogs. The vicious dogs rushed into the courtyard outside the temple hall like a whirlwind. Hundreds of H.L. dogs around the temple gathered from the gate. They were like a group of headless flies, searching around the temple aimlessly. The flare quickly went out, darkening the hall. A night owl-like cry came from the hall again, and Viscount Emmett finally figured out where these cries came from. The night investigation team quickly hid in the dark corner of the roof. Samira carefully lifted the hanging rope into the air, covering up the last clue. The investigation team hid on the roof for a while. Viscount Emmett saw groups of H.L. dogs leaving the temple and guarding outside again. Everything in the prayer hall returned to the same state as before. He wanted to leave quickly and bring the news here. Go back. He gestured to the knights on the roof to get down, and was about to slide down the rope, but was stopped by Samira. The half-elf archer gestured to Viscount Emmett to wait a little longer. Just when Viscount Emmett was hesitating, a conscript knight beside him ignored Samira's gesture, went straight over Samira, and grabbed the roof. The rope slowly slid down, but when he was halfway through the slide, he discovered that there were actually a few H.L. dogs in the courtyard behind the temple. One of the H.L. dogs seemed to have smelled a certain smell, and walked to the back corner without any mistake, and discovered they looked up at the rope hanging from the roof, only to find that there was nothing on the empty rope. The H.L. dog roared in warning, and the H.L. dog in the front yard rushed over quickly. A giant H.L. dog saw the rope, bared its huge fangs and roared one after another at the roof. As the giant H.L. L dog hearing the roar of the dogs. The H.L. dogs surrounding the temple did not hesitate to run along the stone walls made of bluestone strips, and quickly ran up to the roof. They climbed the stone walls as if they were walking on flat ground. Although it was caused by the knight's carelessness, the matter was over, and now was not the time to complain. Before all the H.L. dogs rushed up, Samira quickly climbed up the square base of the Statue of Liberty along the ridge of the temple. On the top, there are marble reliefs inlaid around the base. The content on the relief is the famous battle of the gods scene. Countless archangels hold up their spears, and are slaying a big demon in the valley. A group of 5 members of the night reconnaissance team climbed onto the base. The upper edge of the base was not too wide, and the knights could just sit on the stone platform on the edge. As for the H.L. dogs, they had already climbed to the roof. They were sniffing around on the roof, with their keen sense of smell. However, Viscount Emmett had sprinkled cannibal pollen along the way. After smelling the pollen, the H.L. dog sneezed continuously. And finally the trusty nose has lost its function. Under the cover of night, the Cavaliers' reconnaissance team hiding in the shadows sat quietly at the feet of the Statue of Liberty, silently watching the H.L. dogs return in vain. A giant vicious dog climbed to the roof of the temple, stood on the highest ridge, and let out a deafening roar at the night sky. All the H.L. dogs in the city howled together, and for a moment the whole town was enveloped in roars. Cerdak and Andrew were lying on the roof of a residential house, monitoring every move of the H.L. dogs around the temple, when they saw a bright fire bursting out of the temple building. A large number of H.L. dogs suddenly poured in. Temple, I had a premonition that something was not good. However, the 2 of them lost the protection of the secondary invisibility potion, and did not dare to approach the temple easily. They could only work on the roof of the residence. Then, Cerdak heard a giant H.L. dog standing on the roof of the temple and roaring angrily. This made Cerdak feel relaxed. The anger of the H.L. dogs could only mean that they had not been found yet. Scouting team. Cerdak asked the Nanai native next to him.
Andrew, what secrets do you think are hidden in the temple?
The Nanai indigenous warrior said honestly.
In short, it cannot be a H.L. passage or a devil's door.
The half-elf archer leaned against an angel relief, raising her head to look at the night sky shrouded in dark clouds. In Viscount Emmett's field of vision, only the vague outline of the half-elf archer could be seen. She looked calm and elegant sitting under the statue. However, there was a huge difference in the status of mixed elves and elves with pure blood in the Green Empire. The existence of half-elves in imperial society means the offspring of some elven slaves who were abandoned by their slave owners or escaped privately and were combined with humans. These half-elves do not have the protection of noble families, and are usually not recognized by normal society. But this time, I have to say that Cerdak has a very accurate eye for seeing people. If it weren't for the half-elf archer, maybe the night reconnaissance team would have been wiped out by now. Seeing the H.L. dogs jumping from the roof of the temple once again returned to its previous tranquility. The half-elf archer jumped off the statue's base lightly, stood on the ridge and looked around, then returned and called the knights to get down from the statue's base. This time she chose to tie the rope to a fine iron arrow. Then he took the forest bow and pointed it at a tall fir tree outside the wall, set up the bow and shot an arrow, and the fine steel arrow was accurately nailed into the trunk of the tree with a thin rope. The half-elf archer straightened the thin rope and tied it to the base of the statue. Without waiting for Viscount Emmett to speak, he took out a dagger with a small iron hook at the end of the handle. Samira held the dagger behind her back, hung the iron hook on the thin rope and jumped lightly. Her body flew lightly across the night sky and plunged into the fir tree outside the courtyard. Then Samira used this thin rope as a traction, pulled a thicker rope over, and tied it to the fir tree again, waiting for the 4 knights on the opposite roof to rout over one after another. In the quiet night, there was a crisp, click, sound on the roof of the temple. A construct knight accidentally stepped on a piece of green tile. The tile fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The sound of cracking spread far away. Chapter 446. Leaving Meijin Town. A giant H.L. dog as strong as an ox jumped in the temple courtyard and rushed to the roof of the temple. A pair of bloodthirsty eyes stared at the zipline under the Statue of Liberty. The vicious dog was obsessed with the zipline. The direction let out a hysterical roar, and his body was like an erupting volcano. The lava patterns all over his body became radiant in the dark night. A hot flame ignited on the H.L. dog's body, and it suddenly opened its huge mouth. The abdomen contracted violently, and a stream of hot magma spurted out from the throat of the giant H.L. dog. A tongue of fire passed over the roof of the temple. Countless sparks flew down to the bottom of the temple. The hot magma poured on the bushes. The bushes suddenly burst into flames. Just under the light of the flames, the last construct knight passed the zip line and crashed into a fir tree in panic. A knight in the team of constructed knights appeared under the firelight. He slid down from the fir tree, and a large group of L dogs chased him out of the temple. He leaned his back against the fir tree and pulled out the knife from his waist. With a long sword. His face turned slightly pale at this moment. Although there was fear in his eyes, he still took a lunge with determination. He faced the hell dogs that were charging up. And a knight statue appeared behind him. He knew that he couldn't outrun the hell dogs with his speed. So he prepared to fight into the hell dogs on his own. Even if he fought to the death. Kill some lounds. At this time, there was a click sound from the construct knight's feet. And a bottle of secondary invisibility potion appeared in front of his feet. This was thrown to him by Viscount Emmett, who was hiding in the shadows. He didn't dare to think too much. So he quickly picked up the bottle of invisibility potion from the ground, pulled out the cork at the mouth of the bottle, and drank it in one gulp. And then his body became. Before it dimmed, he stepped into the shadow of the big tree, and his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. A large group of lounds rushed under the tree and once again missed. The 3 giant L dogs rushing at the front sprayed hot lava again. But unfortunately, this time, they did not burn out the construct knight in the shadow. Just after the construct knight became invisible again, the body outlines of Viscount Emmett and others appeared in his field of vision again. Samira waved to him repeatedly. The construct knight did not dare to neglect this time, and quickly followed the instructions of the half-elf archer. And quickly ran out from under the tree. As soon as he ran out from under the fir tree, the hot lava sprayed out, almost making him appear again. The half-elf archer and several other knights stood on the high wall across the street behind the temple. Those L dogs were clearly under the high wall, but they turned a blind eye to them. The half-elf archer Samira led the knight reconnaissance team, and quickly left the temple along the high wall. The group made a long circle before returning to the residence where Cerdak and Andrew were. When Cerdak saw the courtyard door being pushed open quietly, but no one could be seen at the door, he breathed a sigh of relief. Not showing his body meant that there was no battle. In this case, there would probably not be any attrition. Soldak jumped into the yard with Andrew from the ridge of the roof, and saw an evacuation pattern on the wall. Cerdak said to the boy,
Buta, do you know where is the safest way to leave the town?
The boy Buta nodded without hesitation and said,
I know.
He did not go through the front door, but ran directly across the yard to the alley in the back, and whispered to Soldak and Andrew,
Follow me.
The boy hesitated for a moment and asked Soldak,
Can you swim?
Even if the construct knight couldn't swim, he wouldn't drown if he fell into the river. Cerdak nodded without hesitation. He knew that L dogs hate places with water, because their bodies have the heat of lava. Once they fall into the water, their skin will quickly petrify. As long as they move, the skin on their bodies will become flakes. Although the falling off of the piece will not cause death, it will definitely make the L dog miserable. When Buta saw Cerdak nodding, he didn't say anything more, but turned around and got into the alley, leading the way without saying a word. This road was familiar to Buta, and soon he took Soldak and Andrew to the inland river in the town. It was said to be an inland river, and it looked more like a large canal. There were 2 docks at the riverside. There is L dog. For Soldak and Andrew, this ordinary L dog is basically delivering food. Buta just blinked, and Cerdak rushed forward and chopped off the head of one L dog. The other L dog had no time to react, and was killed by Cerdak with a dwarf chain shield in his hand. Stunned, Andrew, who arrived a step later, could only use the giant axe in his hand to chop off the head of the second L dog. The dock was completely quiet. The boy Buta pointed to the direction of the inland river and said to Andrew,
You can leave the town by going downstream along this river. Those L dogs don't like water. There are very few L dogs on both sides of the river,
and you can always dive and swim out.
After speaking, the boy pulled 2 reeds from the shore, peeled off the leaves, made 2 snorkels, and handed them to Andrew and Cerdak. Andrew held a breathing tube in his hand and asked the boy Buta with a puzzled look on his face,
Now that you know how to leave the town, why didn't you escape in the first place?
It's too late then. The boy Buta shook his head gently and said with a wry smile, At this time, Cerdak squatted in front of the brave boy Buta, looked at his clear big eyes, and asked seriously,
Hey, Buta, leave the town with us. We can take you to Wazimra Chung. Do you want to come with us?
Buta blinked, pointed to his nose, and confirmed.
Me?
Surdak nodded. Buta thought for a few seconds with a tangled look on his face, and then said to Soldak,
I really want to go with you, but I can't. I still have to take care of those guys. Without me, after the food in the basement is eaten, they'll starve to death in there.
Although he knew it would be this answer, Surdak couldn't help but ask Buta again before leaving. Surdak patted Buta's thin shoulder hard and said,
Then you'd better take care of yourself and hide in the basement. If you can't come out, it's best not to come out. It won't take too long and we will be back. I know.
Buta nodded seriously. At this time, there were faint ripples on the river, and one reed tube after another stretched out from the dark river. Surdak also walked towards the stone steps of the pier. But before he stepped into the river, he suddenly stopped again. He turned around and reached for his waist, pulled out a magic scroll from his pocket, and threw it to Buta, and said to him,
By the way, these are for you to use in emergencies.
Buta stood on the dock, looking at the magic scroll in his hand with a blank expression, and asked curiously,
What is this?
Surdak didn't want to explain how to use the scroll. Although this kind of scroll was not cheap, many people still knew how to use it. He said to the boy,
The fire-gathering scroll can replace firewood, but this scroll can only continue to burn for 20 hours. So be careful to use it sparingly.
Then he took out a bag full of marching rations from his magic waste bag, and said to Buta carefully,
These are marching rations. Although they are a bit unpalatable, such a small bag can sustain a person's needs for a day.
Can keep you in the basement for a few more days.
After doing this, Surdak walked down the river step by step and dived into the water. At this time, the boy did not dare to stand on the dock all the time. He quickly picked up a bag of marching rations, inserted the magic scroll into his waistband, quickly got into an alley, and disappeared in an instant. The inland river in the town was connected to the waterway of the river outside the town. So the team sneaked out of the town through the river and waterway without being discovered by the H.L. dogs along the way. The reconnaissance team landed next to a bush outside the city. At this time, all the members of the team had appeared, and everyone was sitting wet in the bushes, while the half-elf archer was identifying the specific location of the team. Viscount Emmett, who had been highly nervous for most of the night, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He ignored the thorns on the twigs of the bushes behind him and lay directly on them, letting his body relax. At this time, several construct knights, who saw the devil's son in the temple, began to discuss.
What on earth are those things?
Everyone was a little confused. Someone said directly,
How could a demon be born in a dog's belly?
Only then did Viscount Emmett say,
The H.L. demons did this probably to prevent the H.L. passage from collapsing when passing through the high-level demons. They hid their offspring in the belly of the H.L. female dog, so that there will be no problem for female H.L. dogs to pass through the H.L. passages. Many H.L. demons use this method when they approach the beginning of a certain plane, and those are the sons of devils. We must take this news out as soon as possible. We must first join the main force, and then find a safe place to send a signal to the magician reconnaissance team. They must know about these demon children. Speaking of which, the demon children born from lower-class demons and H.L. monsters have another name. Magicians call them demons. They will inherit half of their father's command. Once they grow up,
they will become the leaders of the H.L. dogs.
Surdak had never heard of this kind of thing before, and now that he thinks about it, it still feels a bit shocking. The night investigation team did not stay at the river for too long. There were still H.L. dogs patrolling back and forth, but a few H.L. dogs could not pose a threat to the night team at all. The smell of everyone was covered by cannibal pollen, and the H.L. dogs were very sensitive. The nose is useless, so ambushing the H.L. becomes easier. Viscount Emmett and his group of 7 rushed back to the battlefield in the forest. On this battlefield, at this moment, a large number of H.L. dogs are still gathering from all directions. The valley entrance is now filled with the corpses of a large number of H.L. dogs. A group of guard battalion knights hold shields and form a shield wall at the valley entrance. Those H.L. dogs, they jumped up and fought with these knights. There were several giant H.L. dogs hidden among the dogs, and ordinary knights couldn't stop them at all. A giant H.L. dog suddenly pounced on a guard camp knight holding a knight's spear. Surdak happened to be passing by and rushed forward with a crossbody step. The dwarf chain shield in his hand hit the side of the H.L. dog's face. Immediately burst out with a silver light, causing the H.L. dog to stagger. The guard camp knight, who crawled out from under the giant H.L. dog, took the opportunity to pierce the giant H.L. dog with a shot. The giant H.L. dog was extremely tenacious and bit back at the knight, but was stabbed by Surdak with his sword into the eye socket of a giant H.Lound. The fighting here has lasted for most of the night, and the attacks of the H.L. dogs have not stopped. The 3 guard battalion knights took turns to fight. Only when giant H.L. dogs appeared in the attacking group of H.L. dogs, the construct knights in the team would rush out and deal with those giant H.L. dogs. Seeing Viscount Emmett returning safely with his team of knights, the Helensa guard battalion guarding the entrance of the valley cheered in celebration. In fact, only the reconnaissance team of the Helensa guard camp came back the latest. The reconnaissance team from the Pulik City guard camp was the first team to return, but they were also the reconnaissance team with the heaviest casualties. When they sneaked into the town, 2 patrol teams of H.Lounds appeared from both ends of the alley at the same time. At that time, there was no other way to go in the alley, and there was no way to climb over the wall. Lika had no choice but to use force to fight his way out of the town. The 5 construct knights from the Plus City guard camp only came back for 2 days. The Constantinople guard battalion reconnaissance team confirmed that there was no H.L. teleportation channel or evil ghost gate in Meijin town, and quickly left Meijin town. The reconnaissance mission in Meijin town has been completed. The commanders of the 3 guard battalions feel that they should evacuate from here quickly according to the next battle plan. Dozens of kerosene bombs were thrown by the knights at the mouth of the valley, immediately forming a wall of fire. The knights of the guard battalion of Pulik City fired 3 rounds of dense crossbow arrows at the jungle in front, successfully suppressing the H.L. dogs' attack rhythm, and then plunged into the jungle without looking back, until the sky lightened up. The H.L. dogs behind could not catch up. There were only some scattered H.L. dogs in the woods. Basically, they were personally dealt with by the construct knights in the team. When the 3 guard battalions retreated to a hill at this time, the sky was completely bright. The H.L. dogs in Meijin town had not left the town too far. The other H.L. dogs did not pose any threat to the guard camp. When the 3 guard battalions were resting on the top of the mountain and counting their numbers, they discovered that of the 1,500 guard battalion knights dispatched this time, the number of knights who came out alive from the battlefield last night was less than 1,300. Compared to the other 2 guard battalions, the Helensa guard battalion suffered the lightest losses this time, and did not lose any constructed knights. Moreover, during this reconnaissance mission, the Helensa guard battalion directly found the temple in the small town of Meijin, and discovered that the temple had become a breeding ground for H.L. female dogs. The 3 guard battalion commanders immediately decided to release the magic flare, calling for the magician investigation team to explain the situation in the town to the magicians. Chapter 447, The Magician's Commission. On the top of an unnamed mountain, Viscount Emmett and the commanders of the other 2 guard battalions gathered together to discuss notifying the magician investigation team. After leaving Meijin town, the knights from the guard battalion did not return to Guatemala City. Instead, they plunged head-on into the jungle and walked west along the river valley for about half a day, completely driving away the H.L. dogs in Meijin town. To put it aside, the mountains and forests here are not the battlefield of H.L. dogs, and the further away from Guatemala City, even if there are scattered H.L. dogs in the surrounding area, the number of H.L. dogs encountered is getting smaller and smaller. Along the way, we also saw a small village that was slaughtered by H.L. dogs. The entire village had been burned into ruins by the lava fire, since the supplies carried in this operation were relatively abundant. Viscount Emmett believed that the guard camp could also contain the H.L. dogs outside the town of Meijin and prevent the H.L. dogs in the town and the children of devils who had grown up from taking the opportunity to move and hide. Therefore, they stationed themselves halfway up the nameless peak less than 20 kilometers away from Meijin town, and dispatched more than 30 scout teams led by construct knights to closely observe the movements of the H.L. dogs in Meijin town. As 3 gorgeous magic flares exploded in the dusk sky, brilliant colors bloomed. Earl Collins of the guard camp of Press City walked up to Viscount Emmett. The Collins family was also considered a big noble in Press City. Earl Collins' father, the old Marquis Collins, had served as consul in Press City for 20 years. After retiring from the position of consul, Although the Collins family is not as glorious as before, the members of the Collins family are deeply rooted in various departments in Prex City, far beyond the Emmett family in Helensa City. Moreover, Emmett is only a second-class viscount, 2 levels different from Earl Collins in the rank of Lord. The commander of Constantinople, Viscount Owen, is one of the most outstanding young people among the younger generation of the Owen family. The Owen family has ruled Constantinople for nearly 200 years, and all departments in Constantinople have been controlled by the Owen family. Control. Although Viscount Owen is on the same level as Viscount Emmett in terms of lordship rank, his future development will be smooth. Ordinarily, Viscount Emmett would not be able to take the position of real commander no matter what this investigation mission was. But it was precisely the city of Helensa that completed the investigation mission outstandingly. So the 2 commanders were able to overcome all opinions and put Emmett in the position of real commander. Viscount was pushed to the position of first commander. After completing the mission, according to Earl Collins' idea, the 3 guard battalions would return to Vozimara along the same road they had taken before. This was considered the safest. However, the 2 young commanders Emmett and Owen had different opinions. Viscount Owen of Constantinople was more radical. He believed that the 3 guard battalions should be united together to immediately attack the town of Meijin and eliminate the sons of devils in the town. Obliteration was in early childhood. But now these 1,500 knights, even if they stick to the mouth of the valley, are unable to resist the attack of the H.L. dogs in Meizu town. So the strategy of attacking Meizu town is obviously too radical. In the end, it was Viscount Emmett who proposed that the Knights of the Guard Battalion retreat to the outskirts of Meijin town, and sent a large number of scout teams to conduct close inspections around Meijin town to prevent the demon sons of Meijin town from secretly moving, and to try to avoid fighting with the H.L. dogs, maintain their fighting strength, and wait for Guatemala City to send out the constructed knights to eliminate the H.L. dogs in the small town of Meijin. Earl Collins stood on a rock, looking at the undulating mountains in the distance, and the setting sun that was about to set on the mountain ridge. His gray beard and hair were a little messy by the spring and summer winds of the Maka plain. His eyes fell on the per-guard camp, in the forest clearing where they were stationed. This operation was by far the most serious casualty among the 3 guard battalions. Earl Collins participated in at least hundreds of wars, large and small, in his life. 5 years ago, the priests and battle priests of the Temple of Liberty had not yet withdrawn from the Green Empire. At that time, each battle group would have a priest responsible for treatment and 2 battle priests. The knights at that time were not afraid of injury at all. The knights on the battlefield bravely moved forward. But when hundreds of thousands of priests and battle priests withdrew from the Green Empire one after another, it was difficult to see the shadow of the priests on the battlefield. Since then, injuries on the battlefield have meant death, and the brave knights have become fearful. The Knights of the Per City Guard Battalion were also issued standard military repeating crossbows 3 years ago. Using crossbow arrows to kill enemies can minimize one's own casualties. At that time, Earl Collins was quite proud of his move. But in a short time, in just 3 years, the knights who were accustomed to picking up standard military crossbows no longer knew how to use spears and shields. This reconnaissance mission in the Maka Plain revealed a fatal flaw. After the melee combat capabilities of the Guard Battalion Knights in Pulik City were greatly weakened, they were on the battlefield in the Maka Plain. Once the H.L. dogs pounced on the military formation, the Knights of the Plexus Guard camp had the worst resistance and fighting will, and the military formation became a mess. This was also the root cause of the largest number of casualties in the Plexus City Guard camp. A knight from the guard camp of Helensa City was holding a silver long knife to treat the injured knight of Plex. A ball of holy light emerged from the knight's hand from time to time, attracting Earl Collins' attention. He thought of the fighting priests in the temple. They also wore armor and fought with the knights. But when they rested, they would put down their weapons and use the sacred power in their bodies to heal the knights. With the protection of the goddess, they seemed to never tire, like a war machine that is constantly busy. Only when the sun rises, they need a short time to meditate and pray to restore the sacred power in their bodies. The Helensa City Knight also continued to treat injured knights like a battle priest. For a moment, Count Collins' thoughts flew back to a few years ago. At that time, he was still in his prime. He was not tired from morning to night while riding a horse. However, now that he has only left Guatemala City for 1 day and 1 night, his whole body is exhausted. It was like he was falling apart. And he didn't even dare to lie down, because he was worried that he might not be able to get up if he lay down. Lord Collins jumped down from the boulder and sat down against it.
Viscount Emmett came to him and sat aside, squinting at the sunset on the horizon.
Why do you still have a battle priest in your guard camp?
Earl Collins asked Viscount Emmett curiously as he looked at Soldak's busy figure.
Are you talking about Knight Soldak again?
Viscount Emmett knew who Earl Collins was talking about without asking carefully, and immediately explained.
He is not a battle priest. He just worked his way through the heavy armored infantry regiment. An ordinary soldier who came out has now joined our Helensa guard camp and became a glorious guard camp knight. However, it is said that he has realized the sacred magic element in his body and can practice both magic and martial arts like a magic swordsman. However, it's just a sacred magic element.
This is the explanation given by the Magic Guild. With the Magic Guild's endorsement, Emmett doesn't care whether this statement is credible or not. This is the standard answer. However, Earl Collins would not question the Magic Union just because of the reputation of a certain magician. He twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile,
I have only heard of awakening the Forsiri's magic element perception, but I have never heard of anyone else. You are so lucky to be able to awaken the sense of sacred elements. With such a construct knight, you don't know how many fewer people will die in this war.
Then Earl Collins paused again, and then added with a smile.
But you said that he rose through the ranks from the infantry regiment and finally became a knight in the guard camp.
So he is not a noble?
Viscount Emmett only had some words in writing about Cerdak. Before you left Helensa City, he didn't even know that there was a knight named Cerdak in the guard camp. However, Viscount Emmett has done a lot of homework recently, he said to Count Collins.
Well, he originally joined the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment as a civilian. During his military service in the Warsaw Plain, he was led by Mondstadt. Count Goss recommended him to become a reserve knight, and he is currently studying at the Helensa Knights Academy. But he has now been officially awarded a knighthood by the Helensa Knights.
Once you become an official knight, it means you have a knighthood, and this knight has basically been branded as a certain lord. But why would Earl Collins care about this? He had seen this kind of thing too much. So he squinted his eyes and looked at the sky and said,
If I want to drag him to settle in Pulak City, what do you think about Helensa City?
How much resistance will there be here?
Viscount Emmett did not expect that Cerdak would be noticed by Earl Collins, but it would not be too surprising. After all, he is a knight with the power of holy light. Viscount Emmett laughed dryly and said,
I don't know about this. He is the favorite in the eyes of Captain Thor Aldington. You'd better think about it.
Just say it to Thor.
Earl Collins frowned slightly and said,
Are you talking about the hot-tempered boy from the Aldington family? It seems that if I want to dig this Knight of Cerdak to Plex City, I will have to wait for a while. It's been a lot of twists and turns.
Seeing Collins blatantly stating that he wanted to poach people, Viscount Emmett smiled unceremoniously and said to Earl Collins,
It is impossible for us at the Helensa Guard Camp to give you this opportunity, Mr. Collins. Then you have to keep an eye on me,
Earl Collins said. Of course. The knights in the guard camp on the mountainside had no idea that the two commanders who were chatting happily on the top of the mountain would actually get into a verbal dispute over a construct knight. Half-elf archer Samira was leaning on the edge of the tent, carefully handling the heads of the H.L. dogs. Although she knew that all the heads of the H.L. dogs could not be taken away, she still handled each one very carefully, and each one was carefully treated. Reluctant to throw it away, the knight of the Helensa guard camp discovered that this half-elf archer not only liked the heads of H.Lounds, but also liked shining silver coins. As long as he was willing to take out a little silver coins, he could get some help from her. For example, you can ask her to hunt some delicious pheasants in the surrounding mountains and forests. She is familiar with the jungle here, and is more familiar with the game that lives here, and knows that the meat of that kind of wild fowl is more tender. Her archery skills are very accurate, and she rarely comes back empty-handed once she takes a shot. The most important thing is that she can leave the camp anytime and anywhere without being reprimanded by Captain Emmett. This is because in addition to bringing back game in the wild, she can also bring back some styptic grass and local herbs. Although they are not precious magic herbs, they are of great help to the injuries of the knights in the guard camp. So Emmett the Viscount gave Samira free access to the camp. This half-elf archer rarely wanders around the camp. As long as she is in the camp, she will definitely sit outside the Cerdak Knight's tent. If she cannot be found here, then she must have gone out to the forest. Nanai warrior Andrew became Cerdak's assistant. This native with big hands like big cattail fans had his own unique way of setting bones and bandaging, and he was very meticulous and conscientious in his work. The two newcomers, the new members who joined the Helensa Guard Corps, integrated well into this large group in just 3 days. Andrew taught everyone to collect wormwood leaves, crush them, and apply them on the face and arms. This will not only avoid mosquito bites around you, but also integrate with the surrounding jungle. Even if you sweat due to the sultry heat of the jungle, it won't wash away the green paint either. In fact, the 3 commanders did not wait long at the nameless peak. Just before the setting sun completely entered the mountain col, 2 black spots finally appeared in the sky. As the 2 black spots slowly enlarged, 2 figures riding magic harpoons appeared in the sky. They were cautious about the surrounding affairs. The 2 magicians circled in the sky and found no trace of the H.L. dogs in the surrounding area. Then they rode their magic harpoons and slowly landed in the forest glade. The 2 young magicians came down and asked the knights around them, "Who is the commander of the guard camp?" Viscount Emmett, Earl Collins, and Viscount Owen came down from the top of the mountain at the same time and saw the 2 young magicians. He was not in a hurry to tell the information. Instead, he checked the identities of the 2 magicians and then talked about it. Information in the small town of Yumizu. The magicians heard that there were many children of devils in their infancy in the small town of Meijin. They were also shocked by this explosive news. They immediately looked at each other and wanted to send this important information to Wazimura City immediately. However, seeing that the 3 commanders had not finished explaining the matter, they had no choice but to listen quietly. The 2 magicians did not expect that the guard camp would take the initiative to undertake the reconnaissance and surveillance tasks here, so they naturally agreed hurriedly. Before leaving, the 2 magicians asked the guard camp for help. The reason was that a magician from the reconnaissance team had been inexplicably missing in this mountain forest for about 2 days. He had not received any distress signal before he disappeared. After that, the magician group sent people to search, but did not get any clues. It was as if the magician disappeared out of thin air. However, since the guard camp has spread a large number of scout teams to this jungle, it is very likely that they will find clues about the missing magician. Chapter 448 Valley Resident. Surdak slept in the tent all night. When it was just dawn in the morning, he was awakened from his dream by the sound of a magic sword whizzing past the sky. As soon as he got out of the tent, he saw 2 magicians riding magic harpoons returning from Wazimala City. The somewhat exaggerated magic harpoon slowly fell from the air, and the huge airflow almost swept Surdak behind him. The tent was overturned. The half-elf archer Samira was standing under the tree. Behind her, there was a row of colorful golden pheasants hanging on the horizontal branches of the tree trunk. There were about a dozen of them. It seemed that these pheasants should be Samira's. The pheasant that had just been hunted some time ago was still dripping with blood. A group of knights from the Helensa City Guard Battalion were lining up. They had already prepared a silver coin in their hands and took it from Samira while talking and laughing. After buying back the pheasant, I ran back to the tent and started preparing breakfast. The scene was very lively. Several knights from the guard camp, who were once the most senior hunters in Helensa City, walked back from the depths of the woods empty-handed, squatted under the big tree next to the camp, and looked at the lively scene in the camp with depressed expressions. They were also distraught for a moment, understanding what was wrong with their hunting methods and why they didn't bring back a single prey. Everyone gathered in front of the camp and couldn't help looking at each other. The 2 knights who had previously patted their chests and promised to bring back a delicious breakfast saw the eyes of several knights in the same group, full of expectations, but also looking embarrassed at this moment. Someone quickly stood up and explained with a smile, "It is probably restricted by the power of plain laws." Other knights also said, "I heard that the natives of the Maka Plain believe in the god Paglio. Maybe the goddess in charge of hunting can't control this place." Surdak walked past the group of people. He just checked the conditions of the injured knights who were placed together. The injuries of the knights are relatively stable, and no one's wounds have worsened. The most fatal part of fighting these H.L. dogs is that the wounds caused by the bites are often the bleeding will stop. And if the wound is not treated in time, it will continue to worsen and lead to widespread infection. Last night, he treated the wounds of these injured knights. What he mainly did was to deal with the saliva that contained corrosive toxins on the wounds, no matter where he went. Some people stood up and greeted Surdak. These knights also looked at Surdak with envy, with ugly but flattering smiles on their faces. No one would be willing to go on the battlefield, offend a knight who is proficient in healing. When Andrew saw Surdak crawling out of the tent, he quickly put the giant axe in his hand back on his back and followed Surdak quickly. 2 members of the magician reconnaissance team brought back a combat plan from the headquarters overnight. Although they knew the general content of the combat plan, they were in a hurry and did not even take a look at the plan.
They handed this battle plan to the three commanders, Viscount Emmett, Earl Collins, and Viscount Owen, and a stone fell to the ground in their hearts. Seeing the expressions of excitement and joy on the faces of Viscount Emmett and Viscount Owen, the two magicians took off the water bags hanging from their belts and took a few sips of water. In order to avoid going to the toilet during the flight, they strictly controlled the amount of water they drank throughout the night. The War Command attaches great importance to what is happening in the small town of Mezu. Marquis Luther believes that these demon sons need to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they grow up, each H.L. dog group will have a person who is good at thinking and an insidious, vicious and cunning brain would be extremely detrimental to the Maka plane in the future. This time Marquis Luther personally led his 2 regiments of constructed swordsmen to participate in the Battle of Meijin town. When the 2 magicians left Wazimra city, the troops of the constructed swordsman group had already been assembled. All they had to do was wait for the main battle. The cavalry regiment and the heavy armored infantry regiment once again opened a passage on the battlefield outside the city, and the constructed swordsman regiment will set off immediately. In such a severe situation, the 2 magicians probably did not expect that the camp where the guard camp knights were stationed would be as messy as a vegetable market in the morning. There were also some knights squatting under the trees to collect pheasants, and there was boiling water in the soup pot. Keeping rolling, they walked out of the commander's tent. Seeing this scene, they didn't know what to say. The guard battalions in major cities have always been known for their poor equipment, lack of military discipline, and lack of combat effectiveness. The main responsibility of the guard battalion knights is to maintain urban security, so they do not need to undergo rigorous military training. And these knights most of the people who join the guard camp are from aristocratic families with a certain background. Therefore, the knights in the guard camp are also called Master Knight, quite ironically in the city. Just last night, the 3 guard battalion knights successfully completed the investigation mission assigned by the headquarters in just one day, making the 2 magicians forget that this investigation team was a group of guard camp knights. Now it seems that those discoveries last night may be because they were lucky enough to discover the secrets in the temple by chance. The 2 magicians thought in their hearts. There was a faint smell of stew in the air. The 2 magicians had been busy all night. They were sleepy and hungry. Now that they smelled this fragrant meat porridge, their stomachs were already growling. Earl Collins stood up at this time and invited the 2 magicians to have breakfast at the guard camp before leaving. The 2 magicians did not refuse. The breakfast at the Plus guard camp naturally did not have broth, but the scones with wheat porridge and pickles were pretty good. After breakfast, the 2 magicians said goodbye to Earl Collins on the grounds that they were patrolling the surrounding area for ferocious H.L. dogs. Before leaving, the 2 magicians repeatedly warned the 3 guard battalion commanders. Our people have seen 3 H.L. dogs in the nearby area more than once. So the 3 commanders, please tell each scout team about this situation and what happened to them. When there are 3 H.L. dogs, the most important thing is to save our lives first, and then send us magic flares in a safe area. This kind of H.L. dogs can control different elemental powers. Don't assume that they are good at it just because they are huge. They are better at spitting magic bullets when it comes to biting and fighting at close range. And the 2 of us also got first-hand information from other investigation teams. They found traces of succubus in the jungle. Another magician added later. Obviously these 2 magicians have a deep understanding of the H.L. demon. The succubi of the tribe are very afraid of it. Otherwise, they would not specifically bring it up. Before riding on the magic harpoon, the magician investigator performed the magician salute to the 3 commanders of the guard camp again, and then said, I leave the matter of Magician Guy's disappearance to everyone. Earl Collins immediately said, Don't worry. We will continue to send more scout teams around the town of Meijin. As long as he appears in this area, there will definitely be clues. Nowadays, there are very few magicians who can keep their posture very low. Count Collins feels that this war in the Maka Plain is a rare opportunity for the Lord Legion and the magicians to get together. At least until now. Each battle group there hasn't been any unpleasantness with the magician scouting team. The magician rode the magic handle into the sky. After drawing 2 circles on the top of the mountain, he flew farther and farther, turning into 2 black spots in the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Serdek had a hard time understanding the cooking method of adding marching rations to stew and boiling it into a thick batter. Although the breakfast was not terrible, the appearance was really bad. He swallowed the last bite of batter into his stomach and spit out a toothpick-shaped bone. He was about to discuss the marinating process of roast chicken with Andrew when he heard a shout from not far away. Knight Soldak,
Please come with me to the military tent. Master Emmett is looking for you.
Soldak quickly put aside the dinner plate in his hand and followed Viscount Emmett to the military tent with his personal escort. Lifting the tent curtain and walking into the large tent of the military camp, Soldak saw several squadron captains wearing magic patterns standing around the square table. Carl was naturally among them. Only Viscount Emmett sat on the chair. One hand kept stroking the stubble on his chin, while his eyes kept staring at the table. There was a map of the surrounding areas of Meijin town spread on the square table. Captain Emmett scratched his head in pain when he saw Soldak walking in, followed by the indigenous warrior Andrew and the half-elf archer Samira. He quickly looked at them. After waving, Soldak walked to Carl's side and looked at the map on the table. Viscount Emmett drew several red arrows and blue circles on the map with red and blue pencils, then raised his head and asked Soldak,
"Can you understand the map?"
Soldak nodded slightly. Viscount Emmett nodded and said,
"I heard that you are in the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment, and your combat team often serves as scouts?" "Yes, Captain Emmett,"
Soldak replied loudly.
"Magician Investigation Team."
Viscount Emmett told Soldak the process of the magician's disappearance in this pine forest, and then pointed to several blue areas on the map and said to Soldak,
"These places are where the magician named Guy has a chance to appear. I want your team to conduct more detailed investigations on these areas."
Didn't wait for the bugle call to attack the small town of Yumizu. Soldak formed a search team with half-elf archers, Nanai indigenous warriors, and 2 other knights from the support squadron, and walked into the jungle in the morning sunshine. In Soldak's view, if a magician disappeared in the jungle for 2 days, there was basically no need for search and rescue. This jungle is full of H.L. dogs. It is estimated that the magician has entered the belly of a certain H.L. dog at this time. However, since the superior of the guard camp assigned the task to continue the search, he did not hesitate at all and immediately decided to lead the temporarily formed search team into the jungle. The half-elf archer Samira said that she was very familiar with this forest. He spent some time in the jungle around the small town of Meijin with an adventure group. The scout teams of the guard camp were spread all over the surrounding forest area, and they drove away the H.L. dogs in this forest area. Now there is not even a single H.L. dog in this forest area. The search party came out of the camp and went far away. Suddenly, the half-elf archer who was walking at the front of the team suddenly jumped out like a cheetah. Even in midair, she could adjust her posture and maintain her balance, draw her bow and nock an arrow. Almost in an instant, it flew out with a strong wind and turned into the dense bushes on the side. A very low roar came from the bushes. A vicious H.L. dog with an arrow in its body jumped out from the bushes. Before it could jump in front of Soldak, it was chopped to pieces by Andrew, a native warrior of the Nanai tribe, with an axe. Since awakening the soul of the berserker, the indigenous warrior Andrew's combat effectiveness has been increasing by leaps and bounds every day. Half a month ago, Andrew dealt with a H.L. dog on the city wall. It could only be regarded as an even fight. He had to rely on the combined efforts of other guards around him. Only in this way can he kill the H.L. dogs that rushed to the city. But now, Andrew is confident that he can stop 3 H.L. dogs alone. This jungle is about 5 kilometers away from the temporary camp of the guard camp, but it has not yet reached the area drawn on the map by Viscount Emmett. The half-elf archer put her ear against a tree trunk. She closed her eyes and listened quietly to the movements in the jungle. When she opened her eyes, she pointed to a valley with dense vegetation and said,
"Captain, there are people fighting over there. Let's go over and take a look,"
Soldak said. Samira asked Soldak in a low voice,
"Have you brought anything to eat? There is a big guy with a bad temper living in this valley. He usually likes to ask for some beef from intruders. No one around here wants to mess with him. The consequences of irritating him are usually serious. No one can beat him when there are few people, and once there are more people, he will run away deep into the jungle." Unexpectedly, this seemingly barren valley was actually inhabited by people. Soldak turned his head and glanced at the indigenous warrior behind him, and asked him, "Are you the strong indigenous people of the Nanai tribe?" Andrew shook his head repeatedly and said, "He is not from our Nanai tribe. No one knows where he comes from. He has lived in this valley for several years." The 5 people were chatting while walking through the valley. The valley was not conspicuous, and the outer edges were covered with dense vegetation, almost completely covering the valley entrance. From the outside, it looked like a dense forest area that few people set foot on. Andrew held to the big axe cut through the thorns all the way before entering the valley. Following the sound of fighting,
The 5 members of the team finally saw the fighting inside through a lush bush. A huge body appeared in the jungle. He was holding a big wooden stick and was smashing a dozen H.L. dogs that were surrounding him in the woods like a gopher. However, those H.L. dogs seemed to have eaten enough. Every time he turned around, he would get behind him as fast as possible and take the opportunity to bite his thigh. His thick thigh was already dripping with blood. And the same thing happened all around. There were also a dozen corpses of H.L. lying there. Serdak's eyes widened, looking at the battlefield in the forest ahead, and said to Andrew and Damilaw,
"The person you just mentioned is this ogre?"
Chapter 449 Ogre Gulitum. There were several fallen pear trees scattered across the forest, with some green fruits hanging from the crowns that fell to the ground and were trampled to pieces by the ogres. The ogre was far less agile than these H.L. dogs and could not take care of the H.L. dogs that rushed up from behind. Therefore, the H.L. dogs left countless bite marks on his hind legs and buttocks. At this time, the ogre was already somewhat out of breath. His back was pressed against a thick tree. But the situation of being passively beaten did not improve. The ogre got a little angry and grabbed the corpse of a H.L. dog and swung it towards the H.L. dog that rushed forward, knocking over a piece of the ground. Then it let out a scream of pain, shook off the 2 H.L. dogs hanging on its thighs, and used a big wooden stick to smash one of the H.L. dogs into the soil. The whole chest of that H.L. dog collapsed. Go down. Although 2 H.L. dogs were thrown away, more H.L. dogs rushed forward one after another, grabbing the ogre's arm with their sharp teeth and dragging the ogre's pace with their bodies, trying to kill the ogre. The ogre fell to the ground. Once the ogre falls, its hands and feet will be unable to strengthen, even if it can protect its upper body. It will not take long for the lower body to be torn apart by these H.L. dogs. The ogre obviously knew this very well, and tried his best not to fall down. In just a short time, the number of H.L. dogs hanging on the ogre increased from the previous 5 or 6 to more than a dozen. There were 8 H.L. dogs hanging on the 2 arms of the ogre alone, biting and biting, almost connected with a low roar. The ogre became ferocious. He struggled to raise one of his arms with 4 H.L. dogs hanging on it. He opened his mouth and bit the most conspicuous H.L. dog on his arm, killing the H.L. dog in one bite. One of the dog's ears and half of its face were torn off, and its mouth was filled with purple blood. Serdak hid behind the bushes and glanced at Samira and Andrew. When he saw the 2 squatting behind the bushes, looking a little ready to move, he whispered to them,
"Should we go and help the cannibal?"
"Magic." Before Serdak could finish his words, Nanai warrior Andrew was the first to rush out of the bushes with a big axe in his hand. He strode to the ogre's side, the big axe in his hand carrying the whistling sound of the wind, hit the hind leg bone of a H.L. dog, and the body of the H.L. dog suddenly became shorter, and half of the axe blade penetrated into the body of the H.L. dog. The H.L. dog let out a howl, let go instantly, turned its head, and bit Andrew's arm. Andrew raised his foot and kicked the H.L. dog aside, and casually tore off another H.L. dog hanging from the ogre. At this time, 2 H.L. dogs discovered Andrew, who rushed out of the dense forest. They wanted to attack Andrew from behind quietly, but they were shot in the eye socket by 2 feather arrows. The H.L. dog screamed after being hit by the arrows, rolled around on the ground, trying to grab the arrow stuck in the eye socket. But there was nothing he could do. Holding a forest bough in his hand, Samira jumped up to a big tree with 3 strokes, and shot arrows one after another from his side. Andrew rushed to the side of the ogre, finally giving the ogre a moment of respite. He almost without hesitation raised his 2 big hands covered with H.L. dogs, and used brute force to throw these H.L. dogs on the ground, on the thick tree trunk behind him. Immediately, 2 H.L. dogs had their bones broken and their tendons broken. They fell under the tree and expired on the spot. The other H.L. dogs were also thrown away by the ogre, and their arms were covered with bloody bite marks. The ogre didn't care about this at all. As if he couldn't feel the pain at all, he bent down, grabbed the skulls of the 2 H.L. dogs with a pair of big palm-like hands, and forcefully pulled them off his legs. Both arms were closed towards the middle with all their strength, and the heads of the 2 H.L. dogs were smashed together, causing a cloud of purple blood to burst out. Serdak and 2 other knights stepped on the corpses of H.L. dogs on the ground and ran over. A group of people quickly dealt with the remaining H.L. dogs. Serdak saw it very clearly. This ogre, who was almost 3 meters tall, killed nearly half of the HL dogs alone. However, he was also seriously injured. Many wounds were left when he was done in place. Blood continued to pour out, and the ogre had no intention of bandaging the wound. He casually pulled over a HL dog, grabbed the HL dog's thigh with one hand, twisted it hard and pulled it down. The HL dog's body was broken into two pieces. He picked up the bloody HL dog corpse and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. The bones made a crunching sound when he chewed them, which made Cerdak realize again that the big man in front of him was a notoriously cruel dog. Ogre. He had a strong body, full of explosive power, and his skin had the texture of white quartz stone. He handed the other half of the HL dog to Andrew. Andrew shook his head and said something in the Aboriginal language of the Nanai tribe to him. Unexpectedly, the ogre actually spoke Aboriginal language very fluently. Then the ogre turned his head, and the redness in his eyes faded little by little. Sitting on the ground, he could even look at Soldak's level. There were two fangs protruding from the lower jaw at the corner of the mouth. He was breathing heavily and swallowed the hind legs of the HL dog in a few mouthfuls. Then, he exhaled slightly, leaned his huge body completely against the tree trunk, and said another Aboriginal language to Andrew that Soldak could not understand, and then glanced at Samira standing on the branch of the tree, giving her a thumbs up. Cerdak boldly walked out and stood in front of the ogre. The other two knights in the team did not have the courage to come over. They stood far away, but their eyes were still full of vigilance when looking at the ogre.
Need help? Big man.
Cerdak greeted the ogre in a friendly manner.
I don't like communicating with humans. You are cunning, greedy and cowardly. Go away.
The ogre waved his hand to Cerdak unceremoniously. It was a bit difficult to speak. Unexpectedly, he was also proficient in the Grim Empire language. The ogre's mouth smelled like rotten flesh, and he didn't look like he liked brushing his teeth. Cerdak's eyes fell on the wounds on his arms, and said to the ogre,
I can heal your wounds.
Andrew beside him also said something in Aboriginal to the ogre, as if to prove that what Cerdak said was true. But the ogre did not show any joy on his face, but looked at it with suspicion. Siong Soldak asked him angrily,
What do you want? I want to get some news from you.
Soldak rubbed his forehead with his fingers. He didn't know what this ogre had experienced before, but he was actually wary of the Imperial people. He stared at the people with wide eyes, and said to Cerdak with a wary expression,
I will not say anything about the ogre family. Secret.
Cerdak stretched out his hand and said to him,
I can guarantee that I am not asking this.
He painfully handed over his fist and said,
That's good. By the way, if you want a HL dog, you can exchange it for beef.
After looking at the corpses of HL dogs on the ground, Soldak asked noncommittally,
Do you like beef?
The ogre nodded without hesitation and replied,
Yes, I like tender, delicious and juicy beef very much, and I like to eat it when it's roasted.
There was a hint of cunning in his honest eyes, and he grinned and said to Soldak,
Okay, now that I have answered your question, it's your turn to treat me, and then we won't owe each other anything.
Cerdak just smiled, and did not get angry because of the ogre's trick. He took 2 more steps closer and put his hands on his chest. Some sacred aura condensed between his hands. Then this sacred aura fell on the ogre's arm. The ogre's face was a little stiff. After calming down a bit, he looked at Soldak again. The previous hostility in his eyes completely gone.
Can you really heal me?
The ogre asked Cerdak, his voice like thunder.
Of course.
Cerdak took a step further, took out a skinning knife next to the ogre, and began to process the carrion from the ogre's wound. He said at the same time,
Not all people in the Empire are treacherous and greedy.
The ogre snorted coldly, and did not answer. He just stared at the knife in Soldak's hand. Perhaps because he had just eaten half of a.h.l. dog. The ogre's stomach rumbled, seeing that he was trying his best to endure his discomfort. Cerdak didn't say anything else. He knew that ogres have such a habit. They consume a lot of energy after fighting, so they will eat something to replenish their energy after the battle. Cerdak took out a whole dried beef leg from his magic waste bag, which looked like a hard stick. He then handed it to the ogre and smiled at him and said,
I have a dried beef leg here. Do you want to try it?
The ogre lowered his head and looked at the dried beef leg placed beside his legs. He swallowed, tried hard to control his eyes not to look at it, and asked Cerdak,
Tell me, what do you want to know? His tone was much gentler, without the previous suspicion and hostility. Cerdak did not stop, and while quickly treating the wound, he asked the ogre,
Have you ever seen a human magician? He has been missing around here for several days.
Cerdak didn't have any hope at first, he just asked casually. Unexpectedly, the ogre was slightly startled, and then replied honestly,
I have seen it. Do you know the news about him?
Serdek asked with a surprised look on his face. Unexpectedly, there would be news about the guy magician so soon. Andrew's face on the side was also full of disbelief. 5 pairs of eyes looked at the ogre nervously. Serdek then asked,
You shouldn't have eaten him, right?
The ogre's mouth widened, and a trace of saliva flowed out of the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. He wiped his mouth heavily with his big blood-stained hand, and said honestly,
Of course I know the news about him. It was with my own hands. According to the laws of the Green Empire, he needs to stay in my prison for 4 more days before he can be freed. In addition, I would like to solemnly explain my dietary preferences. In fact, I don't like cannibalism.
When the ogre spoke, the spit fell on Serdak's face like rain. Serdek looked at the ogre and asked with a puzzled look on his face,
You mean you captured him not to eat him, but just to lock him up?
The ogre naturally spread his hands and asked,
What else? Do you think that because I am an ogre, I must eat humans? In fact, we eat everything. The meat of the imperial people is sour and not delicious.
After saying that, the ogre did not wait for Serdek to heal his injuries. He stood up from the ground and said loudly to Serdek,
Let's go. I'll take you to see him. It's best to take him away. I'm not in the mood for hunting recently. Those H.L. dogs came here and swallowed up everything that was edible in this area. I also want to leave this H.Lish place quickly.
After saying that, he didn't forget to hold the dried beef leg next to his leg tightly in his hand. He didn't care that his body was bitten by the H.L. dogs. He just picked up a few corpses of the H.L. dogs from the ground, put them on his broad shoulders, and strode into the valley. Serdek really underestimated the ogre's strong physique. Unexpectedly, after just resting for a while, the wound stopped bleeding, and the wound showed no signs of corrosion or ulceration. He followed the ogre, quickly caught up and asked,
Where are you going when you leave here?
The ogre shook his somewhat clumsy head and replied angrily,
Find a place to live with more abundant food. I have been eating H.L. dog meat here for more than half a month. This kind of meat is delicious.
Too much will give you a stomachache.
This valley is not that long, and the vegetation in the valley is not that dense. It is probably less than 2 kilometers away. There is a rock fall deep in the valley. Between the rock walls of the fault, Serdek discovered a natural cave. Apparently this is the temporary residence of the ogre. The outside of the cave was filled with various animal bones, and there was a bonfire that continued to burn. A tree root covered it, and a thin plume of black smoke came out of the bonfire. The ogre casually threw the corpses of these H.L. dogs on the roots of the big trees, carried the dried beef legs, and limped into the cave that was darkened by the smoke. Serdek and others saw a wooden cage the size of a house at the entrance of the cave. The wooden cage was made of giant trees and vines tied together. The gaps between each giant tree were very large, let alone a human being. Even a giant bear can pass through easily. A magician is sitting quietly next to the wooden cage. There is a wooden barbecue grill next to him, and he is using a fireball to roast the hind legs of A.H.L. dog. Very focused. Hearing the footsteps of the ogre, he didn't even raise his head and complained to the ogre.
I said, Ghoul item, can you stop catching some H.L. dogs all the time? Let's change, can you order something else to eat?
Serdek looked at the magician, wearing dirty magic robes speechlessly. The ogre sat down next to the magician covered in blood, picked up the roasted hind leg of the H.L. dog, stuffed it into his mouth without politeness, chewed it, and handed the dried beef leg to the magician. Division. Chapter 450 Soldak's Invitation. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard for Soldak to believe that a magician could sit so honestly in a wooden cage that couldn't contain anyone at all, holding the hind legs of A.H.L. dog in one hand and controlling the magic with the other. Fire. Concentrate on grilling the meat for the bloody ogre in front of you. The valley is very clean, surrounded by dense forests on the cliffs, and countless vines completely cover the cliffs. The ogre was sitting next to the wooden cage, with blood still pouring out of his arms. He was probably getting closer, and the guy magician belatedly exclaimed,
Ah! Ghoul item, you are so stupid, what's going on? How many H.L. dogs have I met? I've been bitten all over my body. Do you want me to treat you? Although I'm not good at water magic, the Magic Guild almost explicitly requires us, the traveling magicians. I can give you a little help in learning hydrotherapy.
After saying that, the magician put away the ball of fire in his hand, stepped out of the wooden cage, frowned at the bite marks on the ogre's body, and drew a light blue magic pattern on his chest with both hands. Formation. As he recited unfamiliar magic spells, a clear magical glow fell on the ogre's arm. The ogre grinned in pain, but did not dodge. The ogre's voice was a bit thick, especially at the trumpet-shaped entrance of the cave. There was a slight convergence here, so the sound was amplified, making Serdak's ears buzz. The ogre said,
"I told you! You are free!"
However, the guy magician didn't care and kept releasing hydrotherapy. The wounds on the ogre's arms were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In front of the huge ogre, the middle-aged magician seemed a bit small. He raised his head and looked at the ogre's huge head, and said with a smile,
"I think your suggestion is not wrong. I accidentally saved your life.
If I hurt you when I was in the Green Empire, this kind of thing would definitely be punished by law. And 7 days of imprisonment is fair.
It's just that magician guy didn't say that this law can only take effect when nobles face nobles and civilians face a flat surface. When a noble harms a commoner, it is basically impossible to be sentenced. If it is the noble's fault, they only need to pay a symbolic fine. If things were reversed, when a commoner harmed a noble, it was basically impossible to be sentenced, because he would be sent to the gallows." There was a smile on the striated face of the ogre Gulaitum, but he grinned, revealing a pair of extremely bad rotten teeth, which greatly affected the view. The short lifespan of ogres is probably closely related to their poor eating habits. Since ogres have a huge appetite, they will eat anything, which is why they have rotten teeth. Bad eating habits will make their bodies only have a very short peak period, and then their physical condition will decline rapidly. Elderly ogres are the most painful thing is that their rotten teeth will fall out very early, so they can only guard some coastlines and fish for kelp, fish, shrimp, oysters and the like. But how can such things fill the ogre's belly? The more they don't have enough to eat, the worse their physical condition will be. And the worse their physical condition will be, the more they won't have enough to eat every month. This cycle repeats, and ordinary ogres rarely live past the age of 50. However, there are some exceptions here, that is, ogres can awaken once more in their peak period. When their strength breaks through the bottleneck, a second head will be born, becoming a two-headed ogre warrior. This head will not only give the ogres double the strength and a good set of teeth that will last them another 50 years. Sitting in front of magician guy was an ordinary ogre. Not only was he ordinary, his size was even smaller than other ogres. The ogre Gulaitum wanted to pat the magician on the shoulder, but he stopped halfway out his hand. He spread his palm and said to the magician, "Guy, I forgive you. I really do," he said with great emotion. "I'm moving. There is almost nothing here except H.L. dogs." He pointed at the valley with his hand, although there was some nostalgia in his eyes. It was more that I had made up my mind. The ogre Gulaitum touched his round belly, which was probably the fairest part of his body, and said to the magician, "Guy, I'm looking for a place with abundant food, preferably a Grand Canyon and a herd of bison. You know my dream is to chase the herd of bison and run around in the wilderness. When I'm hungry, I'll have a big piece of beef to eat. When I'm thirsty, just drink water by the river, and lie down on the grass to take a nap when I feel sleepy. But there is nothing here. I am tired of the life here. I am going to find my beef in my dreams. So you don't need to stay in this cage, and you can get out of here with your friends, who come to find you." The ogre Gulaitum stretched out his hand in front of the magician, lowered his voice and said, "I now declare, Magician Guy, you are free." Magician Guy stretched out his hand helplessly, and the two gave each other a high slap. Crisp applause. Then the ogre Gulaitum opened his mouth and smiled and said, "I thought you would escape on the first night I locked you up. You are an honest magician. You have obtained the ogre Gulaitum's friendship." Magician Guy also immediately said, "Gulaitum, you are an ogre who really knows what you need. You have also gained the friendship of Magician Guy. I hope you can have a chance to visit Bena City. Once you visit, you may not want the life there, but you can't miss the delicious food there." The two chatted so happily that the ogre completely forgot about the group of Serdak who followed him in. The magician guy captured a message in the ogre's words and asked the ogre, "By the way, what did you just say?" "Someone came to me." If the person sitting in front of Serdak was not an ogre that was both honest and cruel, maybe Serdak would have found an opportunity to remind him of the existence of his group. Fortunately, the magician guy finally got the point and asked the ogre Gretum to also ring, with a group of guests behind him. Then Serdak and his party were introduced to the magician guy. Serdaka stepped in front of the magician, The magician squinted his eyes and walked directly in front of Surdak before facing him, smiled and said Lo. Surdak did not expect that the magician was actually short-sighted, and it seemed that his glasses must have been destroyed, and some bruises in his eye sockets had not yet been completely eliminated. Are you magician guy? Soldak stood up straight and asked the magician in front of him. Who are you two? Magician guy asked, squinting his eyes. Surdak was speechless. How short-sighted do you have to be to see a person as two completely separated figures? Knights of the Guard Battalion of Helensa City. We are ordered to search for your whereabouts in this area, Soldak said. When the magician heard what Surdak said, he slapped his forehead suddenly and said with some shame, I even forgot to send out magic flares. I thought they would find me when they found out that I was missing. The ogre brought out a piece of split wood from the cave, placed it as a bench at the entrance of the cave, and invited Surdak and his party to sit down. There was a bit of a smell in the cave, so Soldak sat down almost holding his nose. The magician held the wooden cage with one hand, sat on the beam of the wooden cage, and said slowly, I'm sorry to make you worry. In fact, I have nothing to do. I am imprisoned here voluntarily. I was here a few days ago. A succubus was found in the forest. When we chased it here, a battle started in the jungle. At that time, Gulaitum happened to come out of the forest. I didn't know that he was helping me, so I used fireballs. The technique injured him. The magician guy, with his goldfish-like eyes, tried hard to smile, and then said to Soldak, after figuring out the situation, Gulaitum asked me to serve a 7-day imprisonment here in accordance with the decree of the Green Empire. I agreed. Surdak thought to himself, even if this ogre lets you go, I'm afraid you won't be able to find your way home with your eyes. Of course he wouldn't say that. So you stayed here voluntarily? Soldak said. The magician smiled and nodded and said, yes, that's it. No matter what. It is good news to find magician guy. So Soldak nodded and said, okay. I think after you make the decision to stay, you can give the magician detective team sending a message will at least prevent the magician investigation team from investing too many resources in looking for you. Magician guy nodded quickly and said again and again, I'm very sorry about this. After obtaining the consent of the ogre, the magician guy released a magic flare into the sky, and Surdak rekindled the bonfire at the entrance of the cave, and then covered it with a large amount of wet moss. As a result, thick smoke billowed out from the bonfire. There was no wind in the jungle, and the smoke column quickly rose into the sky, in conjunction with the magic flare. After waiting for a while, the two magicians who helped the guard camp contact the Wazimara city headquarters last night rode magic lanterns and rushed quickly. Running forward, they saw the smoke column from a distance, and controlled the magic handle to spiral down the smoke column. Seeing these guard camp knights and their familiar face standing at the entrance of the cave, they couldn't help but cheer, and then rushed down quickly. This guy wizard is not only short-sighted, but his magic shackle was also damaged in the process of chasing the succubus. So rather than saying that he really voluntarily was locked in a cage by the ogre, at least he can still be in this area. Survive a jungle filled with lounds. Of course, there is no need to tell the ogre truthfully about these obscure things. In the eyes of the ogre Gretum, Magician Guy is a person who respects the laws of the Green Empire very much. He just sat at the entrance of the cave, smiling stupidly, watching Magician Guy climb on the handle of his companion's magic pot, and eat. The human demon waved to Guy cordially and said goodbye. The two magicians specifically asked Surdak's name before leaving and expressed their gratitude to him. Then, the two magic harpoons quickly disappeared over the jungle. Magic flares and smoke pillars can not only attract magician investigators, but also attract some dogs in the jungle. This smoke column is more like a beacon, and countless dogs will gather here. So an before the vicious dogs arrive. Surdak must evacuate from this valley immediately. As for the ogre, he had already made plans to leave. He even found a big stone to block the entrance of the cave, and then completely extinguished the pair of bonfires at the entrance of the cave. Then he quickly climbed up with a dried cow leg from the high point of the fault mountain wall, looking into the distance of the jungle. It seems that I want to choose a direction to leave. When Surdak saw the ogre Gretum climbing up the cliff with great agility, he stood on the big rock under the cliff with some strangeness, put his hands in front of his mouth like a trumpet, and shouted loudly to the ogre. By the way, big man, are you interested in finding a long-term meal ticket? What? The ogre didn't understand the Green Empire language very well, but he could understand the words long-term and rice. It can be said
that the ogre has no resistance to what he eats. When he heard these two words in Serdak's words, he jumped down from the mountain wall without hesitation. The body was like a large stone bullet, hitting Soldak in front of him with a bang. Gravel splash. Dusty. Serdak waited for the dust to clear, stood in front of the ogre, and said to him with a smile,
I mean, I have enough beef at home. If you are willing to join us, I can guarantee that you can get it every week.
Have a hearty meal of roast beef, and usually eat some baked wheat cakes and the like. And I have a very vast and flat Gobi desert at home. Although there are no herds of bison there, you can run around as much as you like. And occasionally you can meet 1 or 2 salamanders. That big guy is bigger than a one-horned bison. It also tastes great, and I can guarantee you'll find a good place to grill anywhere.
When Serdak said this, he beat his chest loudly.
And the most important thing is that you are free. You can choose to leave at any time. I can buy you an airship ticket to the Maka Plain and a teleportation voucher.
The ogre was obviously moved, but he still hesitated when he looked at Soldak.
Let me see,
said the ogre. Andrew didn't expect that Serdak actually wanted to bring an ogre back to the Green Empire. And the reason is very simple. That is, you can eat delicious beef there. And more importantly, this ogre is actually tempted. Serdak saw a warning whistle coming from the forest in the distance. It seemed that other nearby scout teams had encountered a large group of HL dogs. This was a signal for the knights of the nearby guard camp to evacuate. Therefore, Serdak was against the cannibals.
The devil said, There is not much time left for you. I heard the assembly call of the guard camp. We must rush back. Maybe after occupying the town of Meijin. I will come to you again. Then you will need to make a decision. The ogre frowned, scratched his head vigorously, and asked with some uncertainty,
Can you really eat roast beef every week? Okay,
Serdak replied.
How long is a week?
The ogre asked curiously.
The sun rises and sets 7 times.
Serdak answered simply. He had already summoned the half-elf archers to explore the way ahead. Seeing that Serdak was about to leave, the ogre Gulidum was worried that once separated, he would not be able to find him again. So he asked immediately,
What are your conditions? Join my combat team, and we will fight together,
Serdak said with a smile to the ogre Gredum. The ogre Gretim showed a relaxed expression on his face. It turns out to be a battle.
Okay, I promise you,
Ogre Gulidum said honestly. The sound made Serdak's ears buzz.